Chapter 401 Successful Recruitment. Such shocking information shocked everyone present. They all knew Tsunade and didn't think she would lie to them in this regard. If what she said was true, then things would be serious. As direct descendants of the Six-Path Sage, their background is not comparable to that of ordinary ninja clans. There are more ancient books left in the clan, and they know that the Six-Path Sage is real and is indeed the ancestor of Ninja Chakra. But if the Six-Path Sage is still alive, then what is he planning to hide for thousands of years? With the ninja's thinking mode, it is clear that it is definitely not a good thing. They don't believe that the two brothers of the Six-Path Sage have been hiding for thousands of years just to sleep and play with the back mountain. Not to mention the Moon Otsutsuki clan and the evil demon. They have never come into contact with the Moon Otsutsuki clan, but they know that they rescued the evil demon during the siege 2 years ago, and also brought down a huge meteorite that could destroy the entire water country. From these, we can see what kind of people the Moon Otsutsuki clan are. If they want to destroy the world and open up a new era, everything can be explained. And that evil demon, who specializes in devouring humans to increase his strength, is obviously not a good thing either. The Six-Path Sage who created that thing must not be a good person. But it's true, after all, the dark style of ninja itself is enough to indirectly prove what kind of people the Six-Path Sage is. Although the Six-Path Sage is likely to be the ancestor of their Uzumaki clan, they still feel terrified and repelled. After talking about chakra, let's talk about immortal energy. After many Uzumaki ninjas calmed down a little, Shimura Keiko took over Tsunade's topic and explained the immortal power. Our immortal power is indeed not as fast as chakra in the early stage, but it is completely our own power, and after practicing to a certain level, it will no longer unilaterally squeeze the body's vitality and mental power, and can absorb and refine natural energy to feed itself. The most important thing is that the immortal power can increase lifespan, not the kind of youth maintained by your yin seal, but the real increase in lifespan, just like the longevity of those alien immortals in the 3 holy places. For example, I can live to at least 1,000 years old now. In the future, as my strength increases, my lifespan will be even longer, and I may even achieve immortality. Is this true? Before the voice fell, the Uzumaki people who came to their senses suddenly stood up, especially those elderly people who looked at them with fiery eyes. Those who didn't know thought they were all old perverts. Otherwise, why do you think Uchiha Madara was willing to give up chakra and turn to immortal power? With a smile on her lips, Keiko Shimura knew that these old guys had taken the bait, which was actually expected. No one wants to die, especially the older they are and the more ties they have, the less they want to die. Unfortunately, even though the power of ninjas far exceeds that of ordinary people, their lifespan is still exactly the same as that of ordinary people. Even the Uzumaki clan, which is known as a long-lived clan, has not exceeded the limit of ordinary people. If it can be confirmed that immortal energy can increase the limit of life, the Uzumaki clan will surely be happy to switch to immortal energy. At the same time, Uchiha Madara's name is indeed very useful. As one of the 2 superpowers that ended the Warring States period, the Uzumaki clan naturally knows it very well. Even at the beginning, they were wondering why Uchiha Madara gave up the chakra he had practiced for decades and switched to the unfamiliar immortal energy. It turns out that there are so many benefits. Look at you, sit back down. Uzumaki Ashina scolded, motioning everyone to sit down, and he was also tempted. After all, he is not young. Even though he has been practicing Shimura's bodybuilding secrets for several years to improve his physical fitness, his lifespan is still the same. Recently, he has faintly felt that his end is coming. Originally thought that he would not survive this ninja war, who would have thought that there would be such a turn of events? Now there is only one question left. Why are the noble chief and some of the clan members still practicing chakra? He has always been concerned about the situation in the ninja world. When the Shimura family surrounded and killed the evil demon again, he also sent people to investigate and clearly sensed the vast chakra of Shimura Danzo. Moreover, most of the Shimura ninjas who supported the Uzumaki clan this time also practiced chakra. What is the reason? Father-in-law continues to maintain chakra to guard against the Six-Path Sage brothers and the upcoming Universe Otsutsuki clan. The new generation of tribesmen all practice immortal energy, while the previous generation of tribesmen continue to practice chakra. After practicing chakra to the level of Kage and integrating the blood limit attribute, they will use chakra to feed themselves and imprint the chakra attribute on their bodies, and then they will turn to practicing immortal energy, which will have a slightly higher starting point. Moreover, our chakras have been purified by special means by my father-in-law, and will not be restrained and controlled by the six-path sage. Patiently explaining in detail, Shimura Keiko was not afraid of the six-path sage eavesdropping secretly. They had done many experimental attempts before, and confirmed that as long as the chakra was not released, the six-path sage would not be able to know the thoughts and memories of the ninjas. That is to say, as long as the people present did not use chakra to perform ninjutsu, the six-path sage would not know what they said here. Even if the other party reacted later, it would be too late. Of course, if the six-path sage resurrected and appeared in the ninja world, it would be very different. The Otsutsuki clan of the universe? Everyone present was puzzled. They had just heard of a lunar Otsutsuki clan, so how come there is a cosmic Otsutsuki clan? What is the difference between the two? Chakra is not a product of our world. Thousands of years ago, a cosmic Otsutsuki clan descended and slaughtered the gods and demons of the mythological era, and planted a chakra tree to devour the natural energy of the world. Because of this, natural energy will instinctively reject chakra, and the two are incompatible. The six-path sage and the Otsutsuki Hamura brothers are the descendants of the cosmic Otsutsuki clan. A few years ago, we discovered that the six-path sage brothers sent mysterious signals to the depths of the starry sky, which may be attracting the cosmic Otsutsuki clan to descend again. That will be our biggest enemy. In comparison, the 5 evil ninja villages are not up to par. But you don't need to worry. We have begun to form a defense line in outer space, which will block the cosmic Otsutsuki clan outside the world and try to protect our world from destruction. There is no concealment either, and there is no need to conceal these. After hearing the shocking secret information again, Uzumaki Ashina and others were shocked and numb. After coming to their senses, everyone discussed in a low voice and finally decided to follow the Shimura family. If nothing else, the temptation of increasing lifespan alone is impossible to refuse. Anyway, the Shimura family itself is turning to cultivating immortal energy on a large scale, proving that the potential of immortal energy must be good. Moreover, even arrogant figures like Uchiha Madara have turned to cultivating immortal energy, so what else do they have to worry about? How should we cooperate? Uzumaki Ashina spoke sincerely, and put his attitude very low. After all, he needed help. Gather all the clansmen, tell them not to resist, and leave the rest to us. After completing the chakra removal, we will transfer you to the new clan land and leave the battlefield of the Whirlpool country. Seeing that Uzumaki Ashina and others all agreed to switch to cultivating immortal energy, Shimura Keiko smiled with satisfaction, and the mission was a complete success. The efficiency of ninjas has always been very high. After making the decision, Uzumaki Ashina went out in a hurry to gather all the clansmen in a square. As a powerful clan in the ninja world, the Uzumaki clan naturally has many clansmen. In addition, they have their own ninja village and the country of whirlpools, and there are no constraints. The development is smoother. All the clansmen add up to more than 7,000 people. Although most of them are ordinary people without ninja qualifications, they do have Uzumaki blood. Summoning technique. Hundreds of Shimura ninjas who were still practicing chakra gathered together and performed summoning techniques by forming seals. A cloud of mist exploded and covered the entire Uzashio village. When the mist dissipated, everyone was deeply shocked. A 10,000-meter-tall tree appeared, suspended directly above the Uzashio village. The roots alone covered the entire Uzashio village, not to mention the huge tree canopy. This was the second-generation chakra tree of Shimura Danzo. After several years of cultivation, it had become a huge monster. Don't resist, don't use chakra, it will be over soon. Jumping onto the second-generation chakra god tree, Shimura Keiko shouted, and then used the god tree chakra left in her father-in-law's body to control the roots of the second-generation chakra god tree to extend out and pierce into the body of each Uzumaki clan member. Devour the chakra and chakra bloodline in their bodies to restore the pure body. Senior Ashina, next, my father-in-law will send you and the god tree to the new clan land. Sister Mitu has already made preparations there, and the next war will have nothing to do with you. We will also migrate the people of the Whirlpool country as soon as possible. After extracting the chakra and chakra bloodline of all the Uzumaki clan members, Shimura Keiko nodded to Uzumaki Ashina, and then contacted her father-in-law Shimura Danzo who was far away in Lulan through the god tree. This time the war plan itself does not have a role for the Uzumaki tribe. After all, the Uzumaki tribe previously practiced the chakra passed down by the six-path sage, and it is difficult to distinguish whether they are enemies or friends for the time being. If they are controlled by the six-path sage at a critical moment, it will be a pit, so transferring the Uzumaki tribe is the first step. In addition, the chakra in the bodies of all Uzumaki tribe members has been devoured, which is only slightly stronger than ordinary people. It will be much easier to teleport with spiritual communication, enough to be quickly transferred away. As for the people in the country of whirlpools, they will be in charge of White Zetsu, and they don't a Euro trademark T need to worry about it. This is not over yet. After the Uzumaki Ashina and other Uzumaki tribe members were teleported away, the Shimura tribe members began to set up in the Uzushio village. The first thing to do is to block the perception barrier to prevent the information about the Uzumaki tribe Euro trademark S departure from the Hidden Cloud village and the Hidden Mist village. Next, we have to continue to play with the two major ninja villages. At the same time, the third Reikage and the third Mizukage, who had just stopped to reorganize after running for hundreds of kilometers, were almost angry to death. The two families each lost more than 2,000 people in the previous war. Although most of them were just cannon fodder, it was enough for them to feel the pain. Not to mention that many Jonin and Cage level strongmen also died. Even though the ninja's strength has increased rapidly due to practicing Shimura's bodybuilding secret technique, such a large number of losses can still be regarded as a serious injury. Do you think it is possible that Konoha deliberately sent us false information? After counting their own losses, the third Mizukage and the third Reikage gathered together, and they felt as if they were tricked by Konoha. According to the information given by Konoha, the Shimura family will not arrive at the Uzushio village until tomorrow. They are confident that they can break through the defense line of the Uzushio village tonight, and then they will have a great advantage. They can even grab the inheritance of the Uzumaki sealing technique in advance, but the result is that the Shimura family arrived early and killed them by surprise. If we had not retreated decisively, the losses would have been even greater, and there would have been a danger of destruction. We must have been tricked. Konoha itself was not sincere in cooperating with us, and even had more precautions. The third Mizukage was not surprised by this. After all, everyone knew exactly what kind of people they were, and it was a routine operation to plot against allies during cooperation. Their four major ninja villages were also secretly allying against Konoha, and it was normal for them to plot against them. If they wanted to blame someone, they could only blame them for being a little behind, and being plotted against by Konoha. What are you going to use to fight with those people from the Shimura family? The third Reikage looked at them with disdain. Their five major ninja villages all traded a Chakram mode secret technique from the Shimura family, and the Hidden Mist village also traded a water escape Chakram mode practice secret technique, but it was exchanged with the Hojiki clan and the Kagaya clan. The Hojiki clan is not a big deal, but the Kagaya clan is a close combat expert, known as the best close combat ninja clan in the ninja world, and the inherited Shikatsu Kekii Genkai is extremely powerful. If the Kagaya clan existed, the Kirigakure could still play close combat with the Shimura clan. At least the Kagaya clan can act as a meat shield in the front, and other ninjas can also release ninjutsu calmly in the back. It's a pity that the Kagaya clan is no longer in the Kirigakure. 403. Chapter 402, The Raped Ninja. When the third Mizukage learned that the Kumigakure and Uegakure villages had traded two Chakram modes to practice secret techniques, he could not sit still and sent people to discuss the transaction with Shimura Gentoi, who was staying in the land of demons. It's a pity that the Kirigakure does not have the luck and capital of the Kumigakure and Uegakure villages, and does not have enough Chakram metal for trading. In desperation, they finally agreed to Shimura Jondun's conditions, using the Hojiki clan and the Kagaya clan as bargaining chips to obtain the secret technique of water escape Chakram mode training. The two major ninja clans were naturally unwilling to be traded as goods, and they were very resistant, and even almost went berserk, but after Shimura Jondun took out the secret technique that could cure the side effects of the corpse bone vein and strengthen the corpse bone vein, the head of the Kagaya clan immediately happily threw himself into the arms of the Shimura family. The Hojiki clan was similar. After Shimura Jondun took out the elemental secret technique, he also followed the law of true fragrance and followed the Shimura family. There was no way, the shadows of the five major ninja villages were suppressing the power of the ninja clan and supporting civilian ninjas. The more powerful the ninja clan, the greater the pressure. Even the Hojiki clan, which had produced a water shadow, was not happy. They were angry in the beginning, and the external temptation was too strong, so they naturally had to surrender. After all, the current third Mizukage is at least a disciple of the second Mizukage Hojiki Gengetsu. Considering some affection, if the fourth Mizukage takes over, it will not be so easy to talk. Coupled with the brutal style of the Kirigakure, the Hojiki family may be destroyed, especially after the third Mizukage mastered the two-tailed beasts, he became more radical, making them miserable, and the Kagaya family was similar. Of course, the real reason why the Hojiki family finally made a decision was that Hojiki Mizuki was pregnant, and you can guess whose child it is with your toes. With this relationship, everything is much easier to say, at least it is unlikely to be tricked by the Shimura family. Not to mention the two major ninja clans that are opening up the new world. After the discussion between the Hidden Cloud Village and the Hidden Mist Village, they all determined that Konoha was deliberately tricking them. Then they gathered at the foot of the mountain in Uzushio village again to surround but not attack, and trapped the Uzumaki clan and the Shimura family with their absolute advantage in numbers. Anyway, they were not going to fight hard, otherwise they would suffer heavy losses even if they succeeded, and might even be picked up by the other three ninja villages. The two ninja villages were preparing to besiege, and Shimura Keiko naturally would not agree. Although she had to act seriously. She often led the family elites down the mountain to fight. Although the two ninja villages were prepared and could not achieve much results, a mosquito was still meat. The most important thing was to show the powerful knight the two ninja villages and the three ninja villages in secret mistakenly believed that they were good at night battles and prepared for the next decisive battle. After a week of stalemate, the Moon Otsutsuki clan appeared. 18 Otsutsuki strongmen who awakened the eye of reincarnation in the forehead went to the Uzushio village and confronted Shimura Keiko and others head-on. After the Moon Otsutsuki clan appeared, Shimura Keiko immediately notified her little man. The color of your eyes is not pure, is it hybridized? Walking out of the Tiansong altar, Shimura Xianding looked at the leading Otsutsuki fan, and was amazed. That guy had another reincarnation eye in the forehead, which was the kind with a blue background and gold pattern. The eyeball itself was the sky blue of the blue reincarnation eye, but the pattern inside was the bright gold of the giant reincarnation eye, as if it was the product of the two hybrids. The reincarnation eyes in the foreheads of other Otsutsuki strongmen also changed, but they were exactly the opposite of the Otsutsuki fans, with a gold background blueprint. The golden eyeball is like a giant reincarnation eye, but the ball in the iris is the original blue. It seems to be a hybrid product, but it should be a little lower than the Otsutsuki Dojin. Seeing Shimura Gento appear, Otsutsuki Dojin's face was gloomy and scary, and his crazy murderous intent was not concealed at all. He was almost killed when he was in the Hidden Cloud Village, and he was almost killed again on the moon last time. He also lost his moon nest, and his clan members suffered heavy casualties. This hatred is irreconcilable. Don't stare, your opponent is not me. Ignoring the murderous intent of Otsutsuki Dojin and the clan members behind him, Shimura Gento shrugged and unplugged the purple gold gourd. Dozens of figures rushed out, and the first two were wearing bright gold battle clothes, emitting dazzling golden light, like golden light bulbs. Today, you must die. Staring at the Otsutsuki Dojin opposite, Uchiha Madara showed his murderous intent. Why are your battle suits so bright? Tsunade came over and asked in confusion. The battle suits of the three people were too dazzling people's eyes, and it was the light itself, not the light reflected by the sun. The heavy gold has been upgraded to the level of that high-density meteorite alloy. The strength and toughness have been greatly improved, but it is also heavier and the output is limited. It is only enough to make 3 sets of bright gold battle suits for the time being. After explaining with a smile, Shimura Gento was quite satisfied with his work. When he traded a piece of mutated heavy gold from the Sand Village, the density of that thing was greater, and the strength and toughness and other properties were naturally much stronger, equivalent to that high-density meteorite alloy. Even the big silver sword could hardly cut it, and it also had super self-repair ability. As long as it was not cut off, it could be quickly repaired. At the same time, this mutated heavy gold named by him as bright gold can perfectly integrate with the radiation energy of the sealing crystal, and its value far exceeds that of heavy gold. You should know that this thing itself is glowing, and the essence of that glow is a kind of radiation, which can naturally better integrate the radiation energy of the sealing crystal, and even have a considerable increase. Unfortunately, the production capacity of this thing is limited at this stage, and it is only enough to make 3 sets of battle clothes. The main reason is the shortage of raw materials, which requires a lot of money to compress and build. We can only wait until the end of the Ninja World War and go to the center of the earth to bring out more money. As the people of Shimura Gento appeared, the evil demons hidden in the dark also appeared, and brought 9 evil beasts. This is not over yet. Countless small evil beasts rushed out from the depths of the sea, landed on the coastlines in the southeast and north, and rushed to the interior of the country of whirlpools, ready to devour human souls for the evil demons. Such a great opportunity will naturally not be missed by the evil demons, and they have even been eyeing the people of the country of whirlpools. Although the country of whirlpools is not large in area, due to the suitable environment, the food production capacity has always been good, and coupled with the abundant fish production, it is enough to feed a large population. The total population of the country of whirlpools is now as much as tens of millions, which is a feast for the evil demons. This is not over yet. The remaining 3 major ninja villages also appeared. The 5 major ninja villages surrounded the Shimura family, and the killing intent covered the entire battlefield. Pa, pa, pa. Ignoring the increasingly cold killing intent, Shimura Xianding raised his hands and clapped his hands, and his cold eyes swept over the ninjas of the 5 major ninja villages, especially the 5 shadows. Ninjas are indeed the product of mistakes and should not exist in the world. Although all this was the result of his guidance, he still couldn't stand the behavior of the 5 major ninja villages. Although he couldn't be said to be an angry young man in his previous life, he hated those traitors very much. Now the 5 major ninja villages cooperated with the Moon Otsutsuki and the evil demon who wanted to exterminate mankind, which was a complete traitor to humanity. No matter in any world or any force, people hate traitors more than enemies, and he is naturally the same. Your existence has threatened the peace of the ninja world. You are the product of mistakes that should be eliminated. Sneering and speaking, the heart of Onoki, who was suspended in the air, also surged with murderous intent. It is indeed wrong to cooperate with the evil demon and the Moon Otsutsuki clan, and it is even equivalent to betraying the entire human race. But history is often written by the victors. As long as they can win the final victory, everything will no longer be a problem. Azang, admit defeat. You have no chance of winning today. Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly spoke up, trying to persuade his good friend to admit defeat and surrender. Although he knew that his good friend would definitely not admit defeat, he wanted to try. Unfortunately, he was too lazy to even look at him, and his eyes were locked on the evil demon from beginning to end. That was his opponent this time. Grandpa, I'll leave those traitors to you. Shimura Gento was also too lazy to communicate with the traitors from the 5 major ninja villages. He slapped the purple gold gourd on his waist and released a large group of people again. The 5 major ninja villages were preparing for war in secret, and so it is. Secretly negotiated with the daimyo of the 5 great countries and the general of the Iron Country, put the gathered samurai swordsmen into the purple gold gourd, and brought them directly to the battlefield of the Whirlpool country to start the decisive battle. There is no way, the plan cannot keep up with the changes, they must take this opportunity to defeat the 5 major ninja villages as soon as possible, so that the 5 major ninja villages and the entire ninja world can be forced out of the continent. Clang! Today, I will regain the name of the Holy Blade. The long sword was unsheathed, and the general of the Iron Country stared at the Senju ninja in the Konoha ninja group, especially the Senju Tobirama who stood at the front. He always remembered the hatred and shame of the past. It was fine if he didn't know the true identity of the enemy before, but now that he knew it, he must never let it go. Even if he risked his life, he had to kill the Senju clan. Only with the blood of the entire Senju family could they wash away the shame and hatred of their Iron Country in the past. You are also plotting against us. Seeing that the samurai swordsmen of the 6 great nations all showed up, Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others could not help but understand that they were being plotted against. The Shimura family had already prepared for a decisive battle, waiting for them to fall into the trap. And they were more fully prepared. Not to mention the Shimura family members, the 5 great nations and the Iron Kingdom alone brought 1,000 samurai each, adding up to a total of 6,000 people, and they were all swordsman level. Although most of them looked like the kind of miscellaneous swordsmen who had just broken through, they were also strong men equivalent to the Quasi-Cage level, especially good at frontal combat. Now they were passive, and they also deeply felt the terrifying foundation of the samurai system. What nonsense, kill! The 3rd generation Raikage spoke impatiently. At this point, even if they knew that they were being plotted against by the Shimura family, it would be useless. They had no way out. Today, either the Shimura family and the samurai of the 5 great nations would be destroyed, or their 5 great ninja villages would be destroyed. There was no third possibility. Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others also understood this, and without further ado, they entered the corresponding chakram mode and activated the sage mode to maximize their own strength. At the beginning, they took the opportunity to steal the secret technique of practicing the sage mode from the Shimura family. Although the increase in strength was not as great as the sage technique inheritance of the 3 holy places, it was better in that it could be maintained for a long time. Can you kill it? Sitting on the Tiansong altar with a sneer, Shimura Xianding was ready to watch the battle. He himself was not very interested in this war, mainly because there was no opponent worthy of his serious treatment. Even the strongest evil demon was no longer his opponent. The reason why he fought so hard last time was mainly because the venue was not right. At the beginning, the evil demon did not come up to fight stupidly, but hid in the seabed. They could only go deep into the seabed and fight against it with huge water pressure. They were greatly restricted in all aspects, while the evil demon was like a fish in water in the seabed, and its combat power was greatly exerted. Naturally, they fought very hard. But this time it was different. That guy had landed. The nearest coast was 500 kilometers away, which was enough for them to surround and kill him. 404. Chapter 403 Tailed Beast Rebirth Plan. Both sides were ruthless and didn't talk much. They also knew that delay would lead to changes, so they drew their swords and started killing. The samurai swordsmen of the 5 major countries went to their own ninja villages respectively. The swordsmen of the land of earth faced the hidden rock village, the swordsmen of the land of lightning faced the hidden cloud village, the swordsmen of the land of water faced the hidden mist village, and the swordsmen of the land of wind naturally faced the hidden sand village. The last swordsman of the land of fire joined forces with the swordsman of the land of iron to fight against Konoha. There was no way. Konoha was several times stronger than the other 4 major ninja villages. The samurai swordsmen of one family were no match at all. And the swordsmen of the land of iron had an irreconcilable feud with the Senju family. They fought very hard, and it could even be said that they fought desperately. The Shimura family faced the evil demon. Shimura Danzo created 9 10,000-meter-long wooden men to attack the 9 evil beasts, while Shimura Keiko and others assisted in the battle. Shimura Danzo himself attacked the evil demon's body, and his first move was a killing move. The extremely sharp chakra attached to the silver sword, and continued to bombard the evil demon's body. Although his own combat power was still inferior to his son who had exploded the 9 gates Dungia formation, his recovery ability was amazing under the blessing of sunlight, and he could burst out stronger combat power, which was also in a great advantage. On the other side, Uchiha Madara went to the Moon Otsutsuki clan, and with the assistance of Uchiha Doju and others, he was able to suppress the Otsutsuki Dojin and others. The battle instantly entered a white-hot state, and there were also heavy casualties immediately, but the losses were greater in the 5 major ninja villages. The samurai sword masters have the support of the daimyo mansion, and they are rich and powerful. They not only have famous swords in their hands, but also have solid armor. With the protection of the immortal energy, they are enough to confront the ninjutsu of the ninja. But the most pitfall is that the samurai sword masters are all carrying high-quality sealing crystals, which can restrain chakra ninjutsu to a great extent, making the ninja miserable. The last Shimura clan members killed the small evil beasts that rushed to land. The evil demon that fought with Shimura Danzo noticed something was wrong. According to the information sent back by the small evil beasts, it seems that the humans in the Whirlpool country are being transferred quickly, and no one has been eaten since landing. At this time, how could he not guess that he had been calculated by the Shimura family for a long time, and even this battle itself was a trap for him. He wanted to retreat instantly, but after looking at the battlefield, he finally suppressed that thought. Although the current battlefield situation is not favorable to his side, at least he can cause some casualties to the enemy. Once he leaves, the Shimura family will join the battlefield without his opponent, which will make his side lose faster. Once the 5 major ninja villages are destroyed, it will definitely be his turn next. The planet is so small that there is no place to hide. This battle is not for victory, but it must not let the enemy have an easy time. The major general severely injured the opponent and bought himself time to grow. The 5 major ninja villages and the Moon Otsutsuki clan all had similar ideas. They knew very well that they had no way to retreat now. Only a desperate battle could have a glimmer of hope. For a while, the fighting became more brutal. Himura Gendo, who was sitting on the Tiansong altar watching the show, turned back as if he had sensed something and found that Miss Yuguan appeared behind him at some point, and there were Bai Tu Shuirong and other girls beside him. "Why are you here?" He hurriedly got up and took out a row of sofas from the purple gold gourd for the girls to sit down, especially Yu Yi Jingyan Yu Yi Lan Er and Shuirong Gui Deng Shuiro who were pregnant, as well as the 6 girls of Matatabi Chongming. The girls traveled very fast and efficiently at the beginning, and they lost interest before they finished the tour of the Fire Country. What they saw and heard made them feel very shocked, and they also questioned the significance of the existence of ninja villages. They really couldn't understand how the dark side of ninjas could be so disgusting. Apart from other things, the mountain bandits that harmed the people alone had the shadow of the major ninja villages. In essence, it was to raise the enemy and self-shape the task requirements, which was very different from their previous ideas. After getting tired, they went to Shimura's house to meet Shimura Gento, and then they were bullied by the little pervert. Hojumi Mizuro was the first to get pregnant, and then they were. Can you not hurt innocent people in the end? Being led to sit on the sofa, Yu Guan bit her red lips and asked in a low voice. She had doubts about the Hidden Rock Village itself, and today the Hidden Rock Village colluded with the evil demons that harmed humans, which made her even more disappointed. But there are still many innocent people in the village who should not die in this war. War is just a means, not an end. We are not bloodthirsty, so we will naturally not harm innocent people. Very serious statement. Shimura Gento wants to reassure these young ladies, otherwise it will be difficult to speed up the progress of the strategy. Yu Guan breathed a sigh of relief, but the next words in her ear made her body tremble slightly, and her fair face was covered with red clouds. Teacher Yu Guan, I want a child. Biting the teacher's delicate ear, Shimura Gento said with a smile. Among the 9 young ladies who matched the power of the tailed beasts, he had already taken down 4 girls, namely, Kizuna Mizura, Mizurong, Yu Rain and Yu Arashi. Only teacher Yu Guan, Shiratsu, Karura, Yakang, and Uzumaki Kushina were left. Among them, Shiratsu and Uzumaki Kushina were too young to be touched, while Karura and Yakang were at the critical moment of their training, but they had already taken down half of them, and they were just short of breaking through the last step. Only teacher Yu Guan had the most resolute attitude and did not give himself any chance at all. Although he mainly used the way of kingship and hegemony, he also had to pay attention to a degree, and too much was as bad as too little. Biting his red lips tightly again, Yu Guan said nothing, did not agree, but did not object again. In fact, she had long understood that she could not escape the control of the traitor. The difference in strength between the two sides was too great, and the little pervert was very domineering. She could not hold on for long. Humph! Shui Rong on the side snorted coldly. This matter was not beyond her expectations. She had long guessed that Yu Guan would definitely become their sister in the end. Sooner or later, you will die on us. Gui Deng Shuiro spoke hatefully, still angry in her heart. The traitor was too hateful and too fickle. But the little pervert's fighting power was appalling, and his tricks were endless. She had to recover for a long time every time she was tossed. She had no qualifications and no ability to make him calm down. This was very bad. Does the old man really want to destroy the world? Zhongming looked at the battlefield, feeling very confused. Since becoming Shimura Xianding's woman, she knew a lot of secrets, but she really didn't expect that the old man Lu Dao would be such a person. Apart from other things, the philosophy of the Moon Otsutsuki group alone cannot be explained. They naturally knew that the Moon Otsutsuki clan was the descendant of Otsutsuki Hamura, the younger brother of the Six-Path Sage, but they really didn't expect that they would develop into such a virtue. And the photos of Lilin provided by the Shimura family made them sure that the evil demon was indeed created by the old man of the 6 paths. But why did the old man create a monster that specializes in devouring humans, which is completely different from the philosophy of the shinobi sect back then? What is it for? It is difficult to determine the position of the 2 brothers for the time being, but one thing is certain, their position is not in our world. You are all beings who have survived for thousands of years. The importance of natural energy to a world is self-evident, but what was the concentration of natural energy in the world thousands of years ago, and what has it become now? The 2 brothers have been hiding in the dark for thousands of years and devoured countless natural energy with the help of chakra, which has dragged down and ruined this world. Sat over and hugged the confused Chongming and Matatabi in his arms, stroking the 2 women's hair lovingly. At first, he didn't think about taking down these 2-tailed beasts, but who would have thought that they would have some feelings for him, and then let it develop naturally. Finally, on a stormy night a few months ago, they couldn't help but have sex and got pregnant. Then he created a secret method specifically for the 2 women, using the fetus in the belly to nurture their own real soul and body, and they can also get a perfect body. What are we to the old man? Yataru was also very confused. The 6-path sage created 9 of them, which was equivalent to their father, but now the old father wanted to do something that would hurt the world. And they are determined to take the path of the divine beasts that protect the world. In the future, they will inevitably oppose the old man of the 6 paths. What should they do then? The most important thing is that from the experimental data of the Shimura family, it is impossible to upgrade the eternal Mangekaya, Sharingan to the Samsara Eye. The Sharingan and the Samsara Eye, they are two completely different eyes. So the question is, how did Uchiha Madara get his pair of Samsara eyes? And the old man Lu Dao asked Uchiha Madara to take away the outer path demon statue, obviously wanting to revive the Ten Tails Divine Tree. Once the Ten Tails Divine Tree is resurrected, the 9 of them will inevitably be swallowed and killed. The father who shaped them is now planning to kill them, which really makes them feel heartbroken and feels like they have been abandoned. I don't want to die, and I don't want to go back to the Ten Tails belly. Shikaku, who is rebellious by nature, said that he doesn't recognize the old man Lu Dao. He hasn't lived with the old man Lu Dao for several years. It's a lie to say that he has a deep relationship with him. Originally, there was a grace of giving birth to them, but since the old guy has ulterior motives and even wants to kill them now, it is natural to break off the friendship. Could it be that he would obediently be swallowed and killed by the Ten Tails Divine Tree? He is not that stupid. King Mu and other split bodies also nodded in agreement. The Six-Path Sage did give them the grace of giving birth, but it was impossible for them to die willingly. Little Baitu, why don't you grow up? If you keep going like this, I will become the youngest. Four-tailed Sun Wukong suddenly looked at his partner, the girl Baitu, and felt anxious. Kurama was the first to quietly use Suzumaki Midoriya to nurture a new body. He will definitely be the first to be born in the future and is the well-deserved boss. Niu Gui used Yu Yi Jingyan to nurture a new body, Xi Chuan used Shui Rong to nurture a new body, and King Mu is about to nurture a new body with Yu Guan. Isabu is also using Gui Deng Shui Ro to nurture a new body, and Yu Lu and Chongming are even more powerful. They directly became Xianding Jun's wife and are also using the fetus in their belly to nurture their own perfect body. Now there are only him and Shikaku left, but Shikaku's Karuna can get pregnant with Xianding Jun at any time, so he has no place to go. I won't have a child with him. Sun Wukong's words made the girl Baitu blush, staring angrily, wishing to sew Sun Wukong's big mouth shut. In fact, you don't have to wait until you are 18 to have a child. In the Warring States period, many women got married and had children at the age of 16. Your teacher Yu Guan is one of them. I heard that the country of thunder is even more exaggerated. Women are basically fully developed at the age of 14 and can get married and have children. And our bodies will develop very slowly. It will take at least 10 years to be pregnant. By then, you will be 26 and mature. Sun Wukong seduced him in a gentle manner. He really didn't want to be the last one. Get out. Baitu was really annoyed to death as she spit out a word with a blushing face. This guy has said it many times, and she is also very depressed about this matter. It was tragic enough that she met that perverted Shimura Gentoi. Now that it hasn't come to that, her son has already been reserved, and he's not even a human being. Although Master Yunzong Niao has mentioned many times in his works that female characters want to give birth to a monkey for a certain protagonist, she doesn't want to really give birth to a monkey. Little girl, yours is still good. What I'm carrying in my belly is a turtle, not even a human. Kazuki Mizura was also very depressed. Now that Gai Ishikawa was growing in her belly, the child she gave birth to in the future would also be a turtle, not even a human being. 405. Chapter 404 Bloodline Breaking the World. Mine is still a cow. Heihoki Ino glared at someone with hatred. It was all because of that guy's despicable and shameless behavior. It was fine if he made her pregnant with twins, but one of them was not even a human being. Mine is just a long worm. Shui Rong also gritted her teeth in hatred. She was now pregnant with the perfect body of a six-tailed rhino dog. Although that guy called it the body of a real dragon, in her eyes it was just a long worm. Listening to the complaints of the girls, Yu Guan couldn't help but look back at the five-tailed King Mu's split body standing behind him. This guy was not in human form. How about you become a human again? Turning around, Yu Guan whispered to King Mu. Ahem. Actually, that form can only better nurture them, accommodate and carry their spiritual consciousness, and can become a human form after the body and soul are nurtured. At most, it can be transformed into the original form in the future when fighting. Noticing that the topic was getting more and more off-topic, even teacher Yu Guan next to him was backing off, and Shimura Xianding hurriedly coughed and explained. He didn't want to make some alien children himself. It didn't matter if they had more horns and more tails, but it would be very pitfall if they didn't look like humans. Really? Kururo, who had been silent, became excited as her eyes lit up. She had been hesitating before. Although Shikaku's split body was roughly in human form, it was not a human after all, and she had a headache before. All the advantages that she should have taken were taken by that bastard. There was only one step left, and she had no choice but to marry that bastard. She could barely accept giving birth to a child for him, but it would be very uncomfortable to give birth to a non-human. But if Shikaku could maintain his human form in the future, it would be much better, at least it would not look annoying. However, Karuro's excitement made the girls look sideways, and they cast strange eyes, which made the girl blush and lower her head quickly. She was too excited before, and almost forgot that she was forced. It's coming. Looking at Karuro with a smile, Shimura Gentoi calculated the time after the war, and suddenly looked up at the sky. The girls were confused and looked up at the sky. Then they found some streams of light falling straight down from the sky. They accurately hit the huge body of the nine-headed evil beast, penetrated the huge octopus head, and smashed into the depths of the earth, causing the ground within a radius of hundreds of kilometers to tremble violently. What is that? Looking at the blue sky, the women were shocked. The attack from the sky was too powerful, with a destructive range comparable to that of the tailed beast ball, and a single penetration ability far surpassing that of the tailed beast ball, which was countless times stronger than the hell stab of the third Reikage. Even the huge monsters like the evil beast were pierced through, and even a huge hole was torn in the body. Even with the strong vitality and size of the evil beast, it was enough to be considered a fatal injury. This wave of attack not only stunned and crippled the evil beast, but also shocked the ninjas of the 5 major ninja villages. Looking up at the sky was blue, and there was no sign of any enemy. Even the Otsutsuki and Hyuga tribesmen could not find the target of the attack with the help of the powerful insight of the Byakugan Samsara Eye. After a while, another stream of light fell from the sky, but this time the number was much larger. Looking around, it was full of thousands of them, like a meteor shower. That's our Shimura family's space-based weapon. Smiling and explaining, Shimura Gento never took this war seriously from beginning to end, and space-based weapons were a major source of confidence. At the beginning, the development of rockets to land on the moon was only a main goal, and building a space station in outer space and shaping space-based weapons was the second goal. Although laser weapons have not been perfected at this stage, mainly because there is no way to solve the energy problem, projectile-type space-based weapons are not a problem. In the previous life, projectile-type space-based weapons occasionally appeared in movies, but in the previous life, due to limited materials, at most tungsten rods were produced, but this world has many strange metals, such as heavy gold and energy metals. Their projectiles are heavy gold alloys, and there are also electromagnetic orbits on the space station to assist in launching, which can provide a very strong initial velocity and increase a rotational force. Let the projectile rotate like a bullet, increase stability and power, and in addition, there is also the blessing of gravity to make it faster and faster. This is the first attempt, and the effect is good. Although at this stage, they can only shoot at fixed targets, and the targets must be large enough, it is enough. Without the 9 evil beasts, Tsunade and others have been liberated, and the blow to the enemy's morale caused by the offensive has made the battlefield situation almost one-sided. This is not over yet. Thousands of projectiles are fired at the entire Whirlpool country to attack the small evil beasts that have landed. Half of the small evil beasts were cleared after a wave of offensives, and the results are gratifying. Be careful, I will move my hands and feet. After the launch of the space-based weapons, Shimura Gendo stood up, holding a large silver sword in his hand, and 9 attribute immortal energy modes added to his body, ready for battle. Are there still enemies? Are they the Six-Path Sage and others? The actions of the traitor made the women of Yuguan alert, and they directly associated them with the Six-Path Sage brothers. They vaguely knew a little about the powerful strength of this man. At this stage, the entire ninja world is probably only the legendary Six-Path Sage who deserves the other party's serious treatment. Almost, but it's not the 2 brothers of the Six-Path Sage, but their chess pieces and puppets. After replying, Shimura Gentoi entered the Sage mode, quietly waiting for the arrival of the powerful enemy. He didn't have to wait for long, a huge chakra breath flew rapidly from afar, and the person finally hovered over the battlefield. 6 paths. Seeing the familiar figure, Sun Wukong couldn't help but exclaimed. The person's form was very similar to the Six-Path Sage back then, especially the chakra fluctuations. We have lost contact with the main body, and it has been covered up by someone. King Mu spoke up next, also extremely shocked. Their consciousness has always been connected to the main body. If there is an accident on the main body, they will definitely be able to detect it at the first time. But someone resurrected the 10 tails again and collected the power of their main body, but there was no feeling at all. Obviously someone blocked their perception of the main body, and the only one who can do this in the entire ninja world is the old man Six Paths. They were still hoping for the best, but now it was confirmed that it was the old man Six Paths who wanted their lives. That's right, the people who came were the Otsutsuki class, or more precisely, Six Paths Madara, because he had taken advantage of the opportunity of the 5 major ninja villages to take away the power of the 9-tailed beasts, resurrect the 10 tails, and become the 10 tails Jinchuriki. Idiot! Uchiha Madara squinted at the 6 Paths Madara hanging in the air, and continued to attack the Otsutsuki fan. On the other side, Shimura Gentoi flew high in the sky with a large silver sword in his hand, confronted 6 Paths Madara face to face, and looked at each other carefully. Your 10 tails mode is incomplete. Shimura Gentoi commented indifferently. He had used the replicas of the 9-tailed beasts and the outer path demon statue to fuse the perfect 10 tails divine tree in the black cauldron space, and he knew very well what kind of power the 10 tails mode had. Although 6 Paths Madara is powerful now, it is not perfect. Obviously, he has not collected the power of all the tailed beasts. That rat, Senju Tobirama, is really good at hiding things. Uchiha Madara sneered and didn't care about it. He did not find the 9-tailed Jinchuriki through Black Zetsu and White Zetsu, but he found a large amount of 9-tailed chakra sealed in the former clan land of the Senju family, and even the 9 fox tails of the 9-tailed. It has been transformed into a laboratory. It seems that Senju Tobirama wants to study the 9-tailed chakra in depth and then create an artificial tailed beast. It just happened to be a bargain for him. Although it is still not as good as absorbing the power of the 9-tailed body, it is not much worse. As long as the war here is over, it will not be too late to find the 9-tailed Jinchuriki to devour it. Not to mention that Black Zetsu reported before that he had found some clues, and I believe there will be results soon. Van. The arrival of 6 Paths Madara shocked Senju Tobirama, who was fighting against the Iron Country Saint Blade swordsman below. He used the Flying Thunder God technique to withdraw from the battle circle and see if he could fight against the Otsutsuki clan. The Uchiha Madara who was fighting, and then the 6 Paths Madara who was suspended in the air, were a little confused for a moment. How could there be 2 classes? You are no match for me now. His expression was still indifferent and cold. Shimura Gentoi knew that the 6 Paths Madara also knew this. The 6 Paths Sage did not let him die, and he must have another trump card. The 10 tails is not perfect, and its power has not reached its peak. It is indeed not your opponent, but I have other powers. There was no pride or denial. The 6 Paths Madara nodded to indicate that he was indeed not as powerful as Shimura Gentoi's full strength burst, but since he dared to come, he naturally had another trump card. Class. At this moment, a loud shout came from below, which shocked the 6 Paths Madara and the Uchiha Madara who were fighting fiercely. No, it was the tiger body, and they instinctively turned their heads to look. A figure wearing red armor appeared next to Senju Tobirama, who was their best friend Senju Hashirama. Hashirama, you are resurrected. Seeing his good friend appear, Uchiha Madara was so excited that his face was ferocious. He immediately abandoned the Otsutsuki who was about to be killed and jumped in front of the 2 brothers, Senju Hashirama. Who is the class between you 2? Senju Hashirama, who had just appeared on the battlefield, looked at Uchiha Madara who had landed in front of him, and then looked at 6 Paths Madara floating in the sky, and was confused for a moment. He always recognized people by chakra. As soon as he came over, he sensed the familiar chakra on 6 Paths Madara, so he shouted at him. But who would have thought that another Uchiha Madara would jump out? Although there was no chakra fluctuation, from his facial expression, it was indeed his class, but the opponent's armor was a bit dazzling. What happened? I am the unique Uchiha Madara, he is a fake. Uchiha Madara looked at the 6 Path Madara in the sky with disdain, and looked at his good friend opposite with burning eyes, and then crossed his arms and said disdainfully. Hashirama, you are out of date. What era is it still wearing that old-fashioned armor? At this moment, he felt that he seemed to have reached the peak of his life, and he could finally ridicule Hashirama with full confidence. Brother, he is a fake, the one in the sky is the real one, kill the guy on the opposite side first and end this war. Without waiting for his brother to speak, Senju Tobirama reminded coldly. They were completely at a disadvantage, with casualties every moment, and they had to fight quickly. Sage mode. Scanning a glance at the battlefield full of corpses, with a resolute look on his face, Senju Hashirama stopped talking nonsense, put his hands together, swallowed the natural energy and entered the sage mode. Senjutsu Wood Style, Super Woodman Technique. Senjutsu Wood Style, Super Wood Dragon Technique. After performing 2 major ninjutsu in succession, a 10,000 meter long wooden man burning with flames crawled out from the ground, with a giant wooden dragon wrapped around him, also burning with flames, causing the air to twist violently. After being resurrected in the past few years, Hashirama Senju has been practicing the Raise-Nan Jinden system in seclusion, and his strength has increased dramatically, far exceeding his heyday, and has broken through to an unprecedented level. Hashirama, you really didn't let me down, and you pushed Wood Style to the 4 attribute bloodline breakthrough. After sensing the Wood Style chakra in the body of the Wood Style giant, Uchiha Madara was even more excited and relieved. At the beginning, they predicted that Hashirama Senju, who practiced the Raise-Nan Jinden after his resurrection, would most likely upgrade Wood Style, but they didn't expect that the other party really succeeded. That was a new bloodline with 4 attributes. According to the bloodline level divided by Shimura Gentoi, it should be named Bloodline Breakthrough, which is 1 level higher than the 3 attribute bloodline elimination. And it seems that Hashirama should have integrated the Fire Escape Chakra into the Wood Escape to enhance the attack power of the Wood Escape. 406. Chapter 405 Black Zetsu's Opportunity. You have improved, but I have improved more. Susanoo. Uchiha Madara shouted coldly and urged the power of Yin Escape. The ultimate form of Susanoo appeared, which was also 10,000 meters long, but the form was much more perfect than the previous Susanoo. The armor on his body was no longer the kind of armor, and the style was transformed into the bright gold battlesuit of Uchiha Madara's Phoenix constellation. Even his face was exactly the same as Uchiha Madara's, like an enlarged version of Uchiha Madara. Van. Hashirama. The two of them roared with full of gay love, each controlling the wooden man and Susanoo to rush forward, and the killing was earth-shaking for a while. It's time to let you see the results of my hard work. Withdrawing his eyes from the two fighting parties, Six Paths Madara raised his hand to form a seal. Yin-style Chakra Mode A on. Yang-style Chakra Mode A on. Wind-style Chakra Mode A on. Fire-style Chakra Mode A on. Lightning-style Chakra Mode A on. Water-style Chakra Mode A on. Earth-style Chakra Mode A on. Space-style Chakra Mode A on. The 7 basic attributes of Chakra Mode plus the Space-style Chakra Mode are fully activated, driving the strength to a higher level. This move is exactly imitated from Shimura Gendo, and it is also thanks to the full set of Chakra Mode secrets that Black Zetsu got from the Senju family, plus his own becoming the 10 Tails Jinchuriki, that he can perform them at the same time. Although it is not yet smooth, it is indeed a great increase in its own power. When the 8 Chakra Modes stabilized, he raised his hand again to seal, the purple light of the Samsara Eye flashed, and the pupil power and chakra also surged. Samsara Eye Chakra Mode. Purple chakra surged, outlining complex purple patterns on the white robe on his body, making him look more noble and mysterious. This Samsara Eye Chakra Mode was inspired by the Rinnegan Chakra Mode of the Otsutsuki clan, and then he used the power of the Samsara Eye and his own developed with the body chakra as the foundation. It can greatly enhance the power of the Samsara Eye. This is not over yet. Six Paths Madara put his hands together, swallowed the surrounding natural energy and merged it with himself to form the Fairy Chakra. Sage Mode. A fairy mask like that of Senju Hashirama appeared on his face, and he gained the power of the Fairy Chakra, and his strength increased again. 9 Gates of Dungia Formation. Seeing Six Paths Madara take out his ultimate move, Shimura Gento was not polite and opened the 9 Gates of Dungia Formation, which increased his combat power explosively. Knowing that he could not maintain this state for long, Shimura Gento did not talk nonsense, and his figure flashed and swung the sword. The Tao-seeking jade in Six Paths Madara's hand surged, turning into a fairy tin staff to block the large silver sword that was slashing. The two collided, causing ripples in the space. At the same time, the 9 Tao-seeking jades floating behind him met the bright golden wings that stabbed at him to assist in the battle. As soon as the two sides fought, the battle became fierce. The fierce battle was so intense that even the space was cut into countless cracks, which were then repaired by the world. Brother, don't hesitate, all the clan members are almost dead. On the battlefield below, Tobirama Senju roared anxiously. He thought that he could turn the tide of the battle after getting his eldest brother over, but he was entangled by Uchiha Madara and was even suppressed. Hearing his brother's cry, Hashirama Senju helplessly jumped off the flaming wooden man with his arms cut off. He underestimated the Uchiha Madara on the opposite side. He had been suppressed since the beginning of the battle. The wooden man's arms were cut off one after another. If it weren't for the help of the wooden dragon wrapped around his body, he would have been chopped into pieces long ago. "Ban, I don't want to kill you, don't force me." Putting his hands together, Hashirama Senju felt reluctant. He really didn't want to use that trick on his good friend again. "Hashirama, there is a limit to how funny you can be. You didn't show your full strength, so I did." Standing in the diamond crystal of Susanoo, Uchiha Madara looked down at Hashirama Senju from a high position, and couldn't help but recall the Battle of the Valley of the End that year. Hashirama also shouted this before using the True Thousand Hands. He lost that time, but he will never lose again this time. Senju would release Super True Thousand Hands. Knowing that he couldn't delay any longer, Hashirama Senju fully exploded the chakra in his body, and even the condensed rays Nanjindan was shattered and transformed into vast chakra. Such vast chakra poured into the earth, and then a huge monster quickly rose from the ground, covering the sky and the sun. It was a giant Buddha of wood release with countless arms and burning flames. Even if the giant Buddha was sitting cross-legged on the ground, it was 50,000 meters high, and with the countless arms behind it, it was a full 100,000 meters tall. This is the ultimate combat power of Senju Hashirama when he burst out with all his strength, which is much larger than the 1,000-meter giant Buddha he used in the Valley of the End. However, just like last time, Senju Hashirama fought hard and triggered all the rays Nanjindan in his body to create such a terrifying creation. It's still the same set, no innovation at all. Uchiha Madara curled his lips in disdain. He was fed up with those routines of Senju Hashirama. Fighting back and forth, he was just a miracle with great force, relying on his own chiton to win, without any technical content. "Ban, you still have time to quit now." Half kneeling on the head of the giant Buddha of wood release, Senju Hashirama shouted while panting. The sound was transmitted to the ground under the expansion of chakra, and everyone on the battlefield was fleeing frantically. Before, the two 10,000-meter wooden men Susanoo fought, and the earth shook and cleared a battlefield. If the thing now really punched down, the whole battlefield would explode. "There is only one way to die if you stay here." The fleeing Third Raikage, Third Tsuchikage, and others looked even more bitter. They thought they could catch up with the two cheaters, but the gap was getting bigger and bigger. They still didn't even have the qualifications to watch the battle and could only flee in embarrassment. At the same time, Uchiha Madara was also preparing his own ultimate move, but unlike Senju Hashirama, his Susanoo did not grow bigger, but shrank rapidly. In the end, it turned into a set of armor that merged into the Phoenix constellation bright gold battlesuit on his body. At the same time, he made a gesture of Iai/, and the 9 kinds of immortal energy in his body quickly gathered towards the long sword. The Buddha on the top. Seeing that his good friend was still obsessed and the people around him had almost retreated, Senju Hashirama decisively launched an offensive. The huge body of the 1,000-handed giant Buddha leaned forward slightly, and at the same time, countless wood escape arms behind him looked forward, using the huge size of the giant Buddha to bless the offensive. Countless giant wood-style fists covered the sky and sun and blasted towards Uchiha Madara, who was like an ant below. The strong winds aroused formed a terrible hurricane that swept the earth. At the same time, the flames on the giant Buddha merged into the wood-style fists, forming an explosive force that could cause secondary damage. The evil demon who was fighting with Shimura Danzo in the distance looked at the terrifying attack and couldn't help but tremble. Although he was immune to chakra attacks, he was only immune to energy attacks. He couldn't be immune to physical attacks like wood style. Because that thing is essentially kinetic energy, not energy. If he really had to endure it, he would be seriously injured if not dead. The 5 major ninja villages and the 6 major samurai swordsmen were also terrified. Even though they had seen the crazy scale of the battle between Shimura Danzo and the evil demon, it was still far behind the current 100,000 meter long 1,000-handed Buddha of Hashirama Senju. However, after the shock, everyone was looking forward to how Uchiha Madara would deal with the mountain-shattering attack. Facing the countless wood-style giant fists that were smashing down, Uchiha Madara was not panicked at all. After accumulating strength to the extreme, he suddenly drew his sword and slashed continuously. Space explosion. In an instant, countless sharp sword auras were slashed out, shattering the entire space in front of him. Before the space could repair itself, it exploded, forming a space storm, crushing everything inside. Hashirama Senju integrated the fire escape chakra into the wood escape, upgrading it to the 4-attribute bloodline breaking world. All aspects have indeed been greatly improved. In addition, the vast chakra provided by the practice of the Reis-Nan Jindan system has amazing destructive power. But no matter how amazing it is just a simple physical attack. It is naturally difficult to resist the power of space. It was crushed without any hindrance, and even the explosive power hidden in the wood escape giant fist was not released in time. Countless wood escape giant fists that came were crushed into pieces like tofu, and the space storm continued to rush forward and spread, and soon the huge wood escape giant Buddha was crushed. Seeing that Hashirama Senju was about to be crushed together, at the critical moment, Tobirama Senju risked having his arm cut off by the Holy Blade Swordsman, and used the Flying Thunder God technique to take away Hashirama Senju who had exhausted his chakra. Nothing more. After the space calmed down and repaired itself, Uchiha Madara looked at his good friend who was supported by Tobirama Senju in the distance, commented calmly, turned around and continued to kill the Otsutsuki fan. That mouse must die today. Ban has completely surpassed me. Looking at Uchiha Madara who was killing Otsutsuki, and then looking at Six Paths Madara who was fighting with Shimura Gento in the air, Senju Hashirama felt very disappointed. In the past, he had always been suppressing his good friend, but he didn't expect that he had been completely left behind by him now. Brother, the war is not over yet. Recover your chakra as soon as possible. The family in Konoha should not be destroyed in our hands. Although he was extremely anxious, Senju Tobirama remained calm and reminded his brother to cheer up as soon as possible. He then used the Flying Thunder God technique to rush into the battlefield again to fight against the Holy Blade Swordsman. The strength of the Holy Blade Swordsman is far beyond that of other samurai swordsmen. If he is not stopped from entering the family formation, the consequences will be disastrous. This also made Senju Tobirama the most frustrated and helpless. Although he was the fastest in the ninja world with the Flying Thunder God technique, the Saint Blade Sword Master led the Iron Country's thousands of samurai legions to bite their Senju family, forcing him to confront them head-on. But they still had high-quality sealing crystals on them, so most of his ninjutsu were useless. The fight was extremely frustrating, and the family suffered heavy casualties. Not only did the Senju family suffer heavy casualties, but other ninja clans in Konoha also suffered heavy losses. Even Uchiha Fugaku did not hesitate to expose his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, but he was still suppressed. Sarutobi Hiruzen was also in a very bad state. The Ruyi stick transformed by the Sarumo in his hand was covered with knife marks, and one of the knife marks even cut into nearly half of the stick. If it weren't for the Sarumo's strong physique, he would have died long ago. The battle on this side was fierce, and the Shimura clan members who were fighting with the small evil beasts on the periphery also achieved great results. Although the evil beasts also have thick skin and flesh, they are still unable to withstand the sharpness of the swords of the Shimura tribe. You should know that Shimura Xianding had people coat the blades of all the tribesmen with a layer of meteorite alloy, which is indestructible. Coupled with the protection provided by the heavy gold battle suit, it is difficult to die, not to mention that they have a nurse on their side. Tsunade swung her sword and slashed around the battlefield, while releasing the holy flame into the bodies of the surrounding friendly forces. Whether it was the Shimura tribe or the samurai swordsmen of the 6 major countries, they were all within the healing range. For those who were covered by the holy flame, the external wounds healed at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the internal injuries were also repaired quickly. Even those who were missing arms and legs could quickly connect their broken legs and feet by pressing them on the wounds, and then continue to fight. The endurance was terrifyingly high. With the ability to absorb sunlight to restore consumption, Tsunade was unscrupulous in nursing. Of course, she deliberately avoided the battlefield area of the Senju family. Although she was extremely disappointed with that family, she would not go against them. Of course, she would also treat the samurai swordsmen who had retired due to injuries in the Iron Country. After all, they were all friendly forces and it was right to help each other. While treating, Tsunade looked at the battlefield in the air from time to time, and Shimura Keiko and the other girls were also paying attention there. They knew very well that the final outcome of this war would be determined by those two people. Maybe 1 Paths Madara was not a big deal, but the key was the 6 Paths sage hiding behind him. Hago Romo, since you deliberately sent the opportunity to me, I will not be polite. The Black Zetsu hiding in the dark sneered, how could he not see that the 6 Paths Madara was deliberately sent by the 6 Paths sage? But the reason why the conspiracy is that it can only be done in secret. Once it is exposed, it will fail. He also took the opportunity to use the trick against the trick and rescue his mother from the seal. What a scary man! Turning his gaze from Six Paths Madara to Shimura Gentoi, Black Zetsu recalled Shimura Gentoi's words before the battle, and became even more fearful. 407. Chapter 406 Heartfelt Words. Bang! Swept with the immortal staff in his hand, he smashed Shimura Gentoi into the ground below. Six Paths Madara panted heavily, feeling fearful and excited at the same time. He won, he defeated that kid. You can fight against me, the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki, for so long with your own strength. I am willing to call you the strongest swordsman. After recovering a little, Six Paths Madara looked down at Shimura Gentoi who rushed out from the depths of the earth below. To be honest, Shimura Gentoi is very strong, and even had the upper hand in the previous battle. If the opponent's energy was not as much as that of the Ten-Tails Divine Tree, and it was not as fast as the Ten-Tails Divine Tree to recover, he would definitely lose this battle in the end. It can be said that he just wore the other party down, which was really embarrassing. It's time to end it. Realizing that the ten-tailed divine tree in his body had finally completed its final transformation under the huge external pressure and stimulation, Six Paths Madara flew high into the sky, overlooking the entire battlefield below, and raised his hand to break the bone forehead protector. Between the eyebrows at some point, a vertical mark appeared, and then a small bag bulged out, with a faint blood-red glow, as if something was about to rush out of it. Finally, the vertical mark split to the sides, revealing a blood-red eye, and the circles matched with 9 Megatama, which looked particularly ferocious. Limited Tsukuyomi. Go to Tree World Advent. Raised his hand to seal, and activated the infinite Tsukuyomi technique learned from the ancestral stone tablet, but because there was no moon reflection, it could not cover the entire world, and could only be considered a limited Tsukuyomi, but it was enough to cover the entire battlefield. With the use of limited Tsukuyomi and God Tree World Advent, the Ten-Tails God Tree separated from its body, took root in the earth, and spread out countless tree roots, covering the entire Whirlpool country, and all ninjas were entangled by the tree roots. Faced with such an overwhelming attack, even the shadow-level strongmen could not resist, and were eventually entangled. All were covered and wrapped, hanging on the huge tree roots, like a mummy. Only the samurai swordsmen and the Shimura clan members who possessed high-quality sealing crystals survived. It can also be said that the sacred tree was rejecting the radiation energy of the sealing crystal and deliberately bypassing it. This is not over yet. After completing the limited moon reading, Uchiha Madara landed on the top of the sacred tree and accepted the chakra swallowed by the sacred tree from the 5 major ninja villages and the Moon Otsutsuki clan ninjas, further improving himself. This is his real purpose. Although he had dragged down Shimura Gendo before, he knew very well that the young man had not really fought hard. If he triggered all the raised Nanjinden in the acupoints in his body like Senju Hashirama, he would instantly gain a huge amount of energy, and his combat power would even surpass the previous one. He must continue to improve himself at all costs, and the ninja's chakra is a great tonic for him. Master, I brought you the 9 Tails Jinchuriki. Black Zetsu appeared from the side, holding the unconscious Uzumaki Kushina in his arms. Although Senju Tobirama hid the girl very well, it was nothing to him, and he even found her before the battle. Very good. Six Paths Madara was overjoyed, and his pair of samsara eyes and the samsara sharingan between his eyebrows stared at Uzumaki Kushina, especially the seal on her abdomen. Although he had swallowed the 9 tails of the 9 tails before, he was not as good as the 9 tails itself, and his 10 tails was always almost incomplete. This was also the main reason why he was suppressed by Shimura Gentoi before, and now this defect can finally be made up. At this time, Shimura Gentoi swallowed medicine to speed up recovery while staring at the Six Paths Madara on the sacred tree, showing murderous intent to attract the opponent's attention. Sensing Shimura Gentoi's murderous intent and gaze, Six Paths Madara became alert, and most of his attention fell on Shimura Gentoi, while reaching out to press on Uzumaki Kushina's flat abdomen, trying to pull out the 9 tails body in the sealed space and swallow it. But before his palm touched, his body froze, and he looked down at the dark arm that pierced his heart, with a look of disbelief. Black Zetsu, you betrayed me. Coughing up a mouthful of blood, Six Paths Madara couldn't understand why he would betray him after brainwashing Black Zetsu with the power of the Samsara Sharingan and Yin-Yang escape? And what was going on with the power in the other party's body? How could it resonate with the Samsara Sharingan that he had just opened and disrupt his own chakra? Even the power of the 10 Tails Divine Tree was out of control. What was going on? Betrayal. He sneered, Black Zetsu was too lazy to explain with the stupid puppet. After getting along with Xianding Jun, he learned a lot of things, such as the self-cultivation of villains, and naturally he would not foolishly expose everything. Although it would be very cool to do so, it would not be worth the loss. The power left by the mother in the body exploded to resonate with the Samsara Sharingan, and then combined with the power of the Ten Tails Divine Tree to summon the soul of the mother who was sealed to come forcibly. A powerful soul slowly appeared in the Samsara Sharingan. With the appearance and fusion of that soul, the Samsara Sharingan between Uchiha Madara's eyebrows was finally complete and became the real Samsara Sharingan. That's right, that soul was the sealed Kagaya Otsutsuki, and the most fundamental power of the Samsara Sharingan had been sealed in Kagaya's soul, which was also the foundation of her immortality. The Samsara Sharingan that Uchiha Madara had awakened with the help of the sacred tree was just an empty frame, without the matching pupil technique, not to mention Kagaya's unique aim no Mikaku and Yomi Hirasaka. After the soul was freed, Kagaya was ready to use Uchiha Madara's body to complete the resurrection, but suddenly Black Zetsu reached out and took out the Samsara Sharingan, and retreated rapidly. This incident made the Six-Path Sage, who was hiding in the Pure Land, so angry that he almost vomited blood. It was about to succeed, but who would have thought that such a mistake would happen? If he couldn't guess that he was being plotted against by Black Zetsu at this time, he would have to find a piece of tofu to hit himself to death. With a gloomy old face, the Six-Path Sage used the Six Paths Madara to control the sacred tree to pierce the heart of the bound Senju Hashirama, killing both of them, and leading their souls to the Pure Land space along the chakra. He couldn't go out now. If he wanted to complete the subsequent plan, he could only let the souls of Senju Hashirama and Six Paths Madara enter the Pure Land, so as to accept his power and complete the subsequent plan. Time was tight, and he was too lazy to fool the two of them. He directly modified their memories and integrated the yin and yang power into their souls respectively, and even integrated Ashura's soul into Senju Hashirama's body again. Since Senju Hashirama died that year, Ashura's soul has been separated and waiting for a new reincarnation. Originally, his plan was to carry out the next generation of reincarnation, but unfortunately the plan could not keep up with the changes. After completing the fusion of soul and yin and yang power, the Six-Path Sage returned the souls of the two to the human world and repaired their bodies. At the same time, with his mother's reincarnation Sharingan and the soul returned to Shimura Gentoi, and Black Zetsu was flattering. Mr. Gentoi, the plan is perfect, and mother has been successfully rescued. Yes, this plan was designed by Shimura Gentoi, and everything was in their plan. Even calculating the 5 major ninja villages was only secondary, the key was to lead out Six Paths Madara and Six Paths Sage. They deliberately led away the main forces of the 5 major ninja villages, creating an opportunity for the Otsutsuki class to take away the 9-tailed beasts, achieve the 10 tails Jinchuriki, and finally rescue the soul of Otsutsuki Kagaya. Even just now, Shimura Gentoi deliberately showed murderous intent to attract the attention of Six Paths Madara, creating an opportunity for Black Zetsu to take action, so that he could say something from the heart to Six Paths Madara. Black Zetsu, what's going on? The soul manifested a physical body from the Samsara Sharingan, and Otsutsuki Kagaya was very puzzled, and really didn't understand what her child wanted to do. The body just now was in very good condition. Not only did it have the Samsara Eye, but it also had the power of the 10-tailed sacred tree, which could perfectly revive her. But before she could take action, she was brought here by her good son. Mother, all this is Yuyi's plan. He had already refined the 10-tailed sacred tree, and even hid a 6-Magadama Samsara Eye in the 10-tailed sacred tree, waiting to seize mother's Samsara Sharingan. If she really uses the body of Six Paths Madara to revive, she will definitely fall into his plan. At that time, being sealed again will be a small matter, and even the Samsara Sharingan will be taken away, and mother's life and death will also be controlled. While explaining, Black Zetsu transmitted his own memories. Evil son. After browsing her good son's memories, Kagaya Otsutsuki was so angry that her soul trembled. Back then, she thought that her eldest son turned against her to avenge her first love, but who would have thought that it was for power, and now he is even targeting her Samsara Sharingan. How could she tolerate this? Black Zetsu, you are doing very well now. Take Miss Kagaya and cushion it to the back first. Also, keep an eye on the 9 tails true body, don't let the Six Path Sage and Otsutsuki Hamura trick you. Without saying much, Shimura Gentoi signaled Black Zetsu to take his men away. There is no need for Black Zetsu to intervene in the next battle, he can solve it alone, unless the Six Path Sage brothers dare to show their true bodies. However, he was very confident in his future. Even if he could not use too much power due to the long river of time, it would not be a problem to stop the Six-Path Sage brothers. He did not think that the two old silver coins who had been hiding for thousands of years were determined to give up their lives to fight him. Kagaya was about to say something, but was quickly led back by Black Zetsu. They were not able to participate in the next battle. Hago Romo. Suddenly, her eyes turned to the top of the sacred tree, and Kagaya's hatred became stronger. She sensed the chakra of Yi, especially the pupil power of the Samsara Eye. The bastard had indeed hidden a 6 Magadama Samsara Eye in the 10 Tails sacred tree, obviously wanting to trick her and take the Samsara Sharingan. Bastard! Bang! The resurrected Senju Hashirama rushed to the top of the sacred tree as soon as possible, helped Uchiha Madara up, and looked at his heart that was healing quickly with pity. The injuries caused by Black Zetsu to Six Paths Madara were extremely serious before, and he even took away the original power of the 10 Tails that was not refined by the Six Paths Sage. Even if he became the 10 Tails Jinchuriki, it would be very difficult for Six Paths Madara to recover from such injuries. Black Zetsu. Shimura Gendo. The purple Samsara Eye was full of murderous intent. How could Six Paths Madara not guess that he had been deceived by the Shimura father and son and Black Zetsu? It was likely that Black Zetsu had not been brainwashed by him from the beginning to the end, or that he was later discovered by Shimura Danzo and his son and brainwashed back. In the final analysis, it was because I was too confident. I really thought that I could do anything after awakening the Samsara Eye. You are not strong enough. Absorb the sacred tree outside. After the wound on his heart healed, Six Paths Madara stared at Shimura Gendori below and gave instructions to Senju Hashirama, without asking his good friend at all. Okay. Has long been accustomed to his good friend's dominance, Senju Hashirama obediently stretched out his right hand and pressed it on the sacred tree below, using the power of the Six Path Yang in his palm to devour the sacred tree. And Six Paths Madara grew another eye between his eyebrows, a 6 Magadama Samsara Eye, but it was purple, not the blood red of the 10-tailed sacred tree. In fact, the 6 Magadama Samsara Sharingan of the 10-tailed sacred tree was created by Kagaya's power of a part of the Samsara Sharingan. Now that it was taken away by Black Zetsu and Kagaya, it was naturally impossible to grow it again. And this purple 6 Magadama Samsara Eye must have been left in the outer path demon statue by the 6 Path Sage. Seeing that Black Zetsu and his mother had discovered his plan, the 6 Path Sage naturally had no need to hide any longer. The key now was to seal his mother with a new sealing technique as planned, and then slowly refine it. Stupid! On the other side of the battlefield, Uchiha Madara killed Otsutsuki Dojin again, looked back at the 6 Paths Madara, and gave him a stupid evaluation. Needless to say, that guy must have been brainwashed by the 6 Paths Sage again, which really embarrassed Uchiha Madara. Damn it! The opponent used the time ninjutsu to revive again, and Otsutsuki Dojin was so angry that he gritted his teeth. This was the third time he was killed by Uchiha Madara. Although the time ninjutsu can revive infinitely, the consumption is quite amazing. If it continues like this, he will definitely die. 408. Chapter 407, Naruto is also a ninja. The biggest goal has been achieved. Shimura Gentoi stopped pretending. He did not wait for the 6 Paths Madara to fully recover, nor did he wait for Senju Hashirama to complete the swallowing of the sacred tree. He teleported in front of the two and cut them in half with one sword. However, before he could swing his sword to cut the two bodies into pieces, the upper bodies of the two strangely disappeared. Lost, when he reappeared, he was already 1,000 meters away and quickly repaired. This was the space pupil technique that 6 Paths Madara obtained when he awakened the Samsara Eye. After becoming the 10 Tails Jinchuriki, the power of the pupil technique increased greatly, and even Shimura Gentoi could not stop it. Dad! Greeting his father, Guoying, Shimura Gentoi continued to kill 6 Paths Madara and the others. He teleported in front of the two and slashed the big silver sword in his hand again. 6 Paths Madara condensed the immortal tin staff to resist, but was slashed away by a sword and was no match at all. Then he knocked back Senju Hashirama. Damn it! Wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. 6 Paths Madara hated it very much. The power displayed by Shimura Gentoi at this moment was far greater than before. Obviously, that guy was hiding his weakness and luring him into a trap. It was really hateful. Otsutsuki Hamura. Ignoring the hateful 6 Paths Madara, Shimura Gentoi turned his eyes to Senju Hashirama, looked at the pitchfork in his hand, and then looked at the golden reincarnation eye between his eyebrows. Turning his head, he found that the Otsutsuki Dojin who was killed by Uchiha Madara again did not resurrect, and his body turned into ashes and dispersed. This was obviously the work of Otsutsuki Hamura, and the guy's immortal staff seemed to be a pitchfork. The two old silver coins placed their treasures on the hands of Six Paths Madara and Senju Hashirama. Still without any nonsense, he swung his sword to kill again, mainly attacking Senju Hashirama. Six Paths Madara's space pupil technique is extremely strong, and he has no way to restrict it for the time being. It is not easy to kill that guy. In comparison, Senju Hashirama is easier to kill, even if the other party has obtained the power of Otsutsuki Hamura. At the same time, on the other side, Shimura Danzo separated the second-generation chakra tree in his body to devour the ten-tailed tree. It is difficult to improve the second-generation chakra tree, but the ten-tailed tree is a great tonic. Although most of the power of the ten-tailed tree is in the body of Six Paths Madara, there is also a lot of it outside. Of course, devouring the ten-tailed divine tree is only secondary. The key is to kill the ninjas of the 5 major ninja villages who are covered by the limited Tsukuyomi through the ten-tailed divine tree. He will naturally not miss this good opportunity. On the other side, seeing that the Otsutsuki Dojin will no longer be resurrected, Uchiha Madara and Shimura Danzo, who have freed their hands, join forces to kill the evil demon. Most of the samurai swordsmen from the 6 major countries also support the Shimura clan to kill those small evil beasts, and the rest continue to kill the ninjas of the 5 major ninja villages and the Otsutsuki clan on the moon. Shimura Danzo wanted to kill the ninjas covered by the limited Tsukuyomi, but Six Paths Madara and Senju Hashirama naturally refused. In the end, they were severely injured by Shimura Gendo and lifted the limited Tsukuyomi. But it only lifted the limited Tsukuyomi, and the birth of the divine tree realm was not lifted, and everyone was still entangled and restricted. Only the strong ones above the level of the cage had the ability to force themselves out. As for the Jonin, Chunin and Quasi-Cage ninjas, they were all killed, and even their souls were swallowed by the sacred tree controlled by Shimura Danzo, and they died as dead as they could be. Those who escaped were surrounded and killed by top warriors such as the Flame Blade Sword Master, and their situation was precarious. Six Paths Madara and Senju Hashirama were also beaten back by Shimura Gentoi, and even Six Paths Madara was killed once. In the end, he relied on the Izanaga technique to recover, but the loss was huge. Shimura Gentoi, who was fully fired, was terrifyingly strong, and he could absorb sunlight to restore the consumption of immortal energy, and his endurance was greatly improved. Seeing that the battle situation was getting more and more unfavorable, the 2 brothers of the Six Paths Sage hidden in the Pure Land space were anxious. If the Shimura family killed Six Paths Madara and others, they would no longer be able to interfere in anything in the world, and the development of the Shimura family would no longer be checked. That was quite disadvantageous to them. The most important thing was that they could not seize their mother's Samsara Sharingan and make further progress. Stop, let them stop fighting, otherwise we will destroy this world. Finally unable to bear the casualties of Konoha ninjas, Senju Hashirama roared, his eyes full of anger. Konoha was created by him, just like his child, so he naturally could not watch Konoha being destroyed. There were enough casualties before, and only 1 in 100 people who went to fight this time would survive. If the battle continued, the main forces of the 5 major ninja villages would be annihilated. Without the protection of those strong men, the fate of Konoha and other ninja villages can be imagined, and they will definitely be slaughtered. That was something he absolutely could not allow to happen. The hidden madness of Senju Hashirama made Shimura Gendo's offensive pause slightly, and then continued to attack fiercely. He believed that the 2 must have a trump card. With the foundation accumulated by the Six Path Sage brothers for thousands of years, they were indeed capable of destroying the world, and this battle was almost over. But he had to know what the other party's trump card was so that he could respond in the future. Six Paths Yin and Yang Super Chibaku Tensei. Seeing that Shimura Gentoi was still attacking, Six Paths Madara was also angry. He stretched out his left hand and put it together with his good friend's right hand. The yin and yang mark on the palm exploded, condensing most of the chakra in the body into a gravitational ball, or a black hole. The gravitational black hole distorted the space as soon as it appeared. Everyone present felt a fatal threat, and the distorted space made all spatial means unable to be used. That thing definitely has the power to destroy the world, which is much more terrifying than the Chibaku Tensei used by the Six Path Sage brothers to shape the moon. Seeing the horror of the gravitational black hole, Shimura Gentoi withdrew violently and stared at the 2 people opposite him quietly. The first generation, ninjas have fallen and become a cancer of the whole world. The Otsutsuki clan on the moon wants to destroy the whole world and create their own era. For the safety of the world, it must be eliminated. You should understand that this is the best choice and the best result. Exit Sage Mode, Shimura Gento advised indifferently. These words made Senju Hashirama silent. He was not a fool, so he naturally knew the alliance between the 5 major ninja villages and the evil demons is a betrayal of the entire human race, and the Moon Otsutsuki clan is not a good thing either. But I am a ninja. And I am the first generation of Hokage of Konoha. I will turn back the ninjas who have gone astray, please give us a chance. Take a deep breath, Senju Hashirama said resolutely. The village is everything to him, and he can do anything to protect Konoha. However, Senju Hashirama is indeed very charismatic. Although he is in a hostile position, he still keeps a low profile, even if he is just a junior to Shimura Gendo. Again, for the village, he can do anything, and personal honor and disgrace are nothing. Okay, I'll give you a favor. After taking a deep look at Hashirama Senju who looked sincere and pleading, Shimura Gento looked back at the two sides who had stopped fighting on the battlefield and said, we will relocate the population of the Whirlpool country, the Tea country, and the Rainbow country later. You can relocate the villagers who are willing to follow you to rebuild the ninja village here. You must not set foot on the mainland again. At the same time, on behalf of the Shimura family, I promise that I will not take the initiative to attack here within 30 years. Okay, let's do as you say. Without any hesitation, Hashirama Senju accepted Shimura Gento's decision. They had no choice now, and getting a chance to breathe was the best result. Clean up the battlefield. Without saying anything else, Shimura Gento turned around and ordered to clean up the battlefield and take away all the useful materials that could be taken away. He held the sword and attacked the evil demon. The evil demon, which had been defeated by Shimura Danzo and Uchiha Madara, immediately knelt down, was chopped into pieces again, and then burned into nothingness, leaving no ashes. Some of the small evil beasts rushed into the sea frantically, while others were chopped and burned into ashes. Thus, the Second Ninja World War ended. Let's go. Too lazy to talk nonsense, Shimura Gentoi led everyone to fly away from the Whirlpool country. For Shimura Gentoi's decision, the Blade Sword Master and others did not object. After all, they could see that the gravitational black hole was really powerful enough to destroy the world. What they wanted was victory, not mutual destruction. Besides, the result of this battle was expected. The two brothers of the Six Paths Sage of the ninja world could not have no trump card after hiding for thousands of years. It was not so easy to kill the ninja. The result was already very good now. It was not until Shimura Gento left with his men that Senju Hashirama and Six Paths Madara breathed a sigh of relief, separated their tightly pressed palms, and retracted the gravitational black hole that was about to explode. Hashirama, we need more ninja soldiers and strong men. Everyone gathered together and was silent for a long time, and Six Paths Madara made a proposal. This battle was quite frustrating. They were not bad in the number of top strong men, but there were too few shadow-level ninjas, and they could not help at all, and even became a drag. If Hashirama had not cared about the casualties of the 5 major ninja villages, they could have completely dragged down the young man to death and won the final victory. But we have to admit that those cannon fodders are more or less useful. If we go to war with the Shimura family again in the future, we must have enough cannon fodder to fight hard. My impure world reincarnation can provide enough ninjas, but there must be enough gene samples as a trigger to summon the souls of the ancestors from the Pure Land space. Senju Tobirama followed up and proposed his own impure world reincarnation technique, but was ridiculed by Six Paths Madara. Don't bring out that kind of rubbish ninjutsu to embarrass yourself. He knew a lot about impure world reincarnation and was very clear about the flaws of that technique. If in the past, resurrecting those ancestors through impure world reincarnation was still a great force, but now the times have changed. Cage-level strongmen can only be cannon fodder. What they need is stronger ninjas, preferably living people who can continue to become stronger through practice. But the problem is that the main forces of the 5 major ninja villages have been destroyed by 99%, and those left in the village are just weak chicken genin. It is impossible to practice and become stronger quickly. Ban, can you open the Pure Land space? Senju Hashirama, who had been silent all the time, suddenly spoke up, obviously supporting his brother's suggestion. Pure impure world reincarnation is indeed not enough, but they can further improve impure world reincarnation and turn it into a real resurrection technique. He and his brother have completed resurrection themselves and become stronger through practice. Although the conditions are very harsh and almost impossible to replicate, no matter how difficult it is, it must be done, at least there is hope. I can't accurately locate. Facing the plea of a his good friend, Six Paths Madara spoke coldly. The Samsara Eye has the ability to control life and death, and he can even resurrect the dead himself, which is a perfect resurrection. Naturally, the souls of the dead can also be taken out of the Pure Land space, but without the trigger, they can only take out the dead souls at once, which is difficult to distinguish. Enough. Senju Hashirama was overjoyed. This is the effect he wanted. We'll talk about resurrecting those deceased ancestors later. Now there are more important things to do. The purple Samsara Eye turned to Onoki and others, and Six Paths Madara said coldly, I'll give you two choices. Either I send you to the Pure Land, or join Konoha. The enemy is too powerful. They need to unite all the forces that can be united, and even gather the power of the entire ninja world. The 5 major ninja villages must be integrated into one. 409. Chapter 408, 5 Villages Migration. Don't be like this, Ben. Pressing his good friend's shoulder, Senju Hashirama also looked at Onoki and others, and said sincerely, everyone knows the current situation. Our entire ninja world is facing a disaster of destruction. We must unite to have a glimmer of hope. At the same time, the path of the ninjas has indeed gone astray, and a relatively unified regime is needed to lead the change. In the name of the first Hokage of Konohagakure, I propose to unite the 5 major ninja villages to form a ninja village alliance, share resources, face disasters together, and create a future together. Second. Onoki and others looked at each other, then looked at the murderous Six Paths Madara, and finally agreed. There is no way, they have no choice but to accept their fate. The next is the division of power. Shimura Gentoi divided the Whirlpool Country and the Fire Country Peninsula, the Tea Country, and the Rainbow Country to the 5 major ninja villages, among which the Rainbow Country is 2 huge islands. Konoha naturally occupied the Whirlpool Country and the Fire Country Peninsula, which are the most resource-rich, and everyone has no big objection to this. First of all, now there is the Konoha of Senju Hashirama and Six Paths Madara is the strongest. Secondly, the Land of Fire Peninsula is connected to the Land of Fire, and they need to face the Shimura family directly. Only Konoha has the ability to occupy this precious land. The Uegakure village and the Sand village divide the Land of Tea, and the Cloud village and the Mist village divide the 2 islands of the Rainbow Country. After the initial division of the territory, everyone rushed back to their own ninja villages to prepare for population migration. Then they were in tragedy. Damn it, I knew that the kid had no good intentions when he set up the Ninja Samurai Academy. Hiruzen Sarutobi smashed the low table beside him with a punch, and he was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. After returning, he ordered the villagers to move in the name of Hokage, but only the ninja clan forces responded, and almost all civilians did not move, especially those civilian families with children joining the Ninja Samurai Academy and Wood Temple. At the beginning, I only knew that the boy and the daimyo had bad intentions, but who would have thought that they would be so calculating? Although the ninja clan forces in Konoha have an absolute advantage in combat power, the total population is only more than 100,000, less than 1/10 of the total population. Without a huge population base, Konoha village will really become Konoha village. The most fatal thing is that without the civilian ninja as a foundation, it is impossible for him, the Hokage, to command those ninja clan ninjas. He has been a puppet Hokage for 20 years. Is he going to continue to do it? In fact, the immortal energy of the Shimura family is quite good. After hesitating for a long time, Utane Koharu suddenly made a suggestion. Maitaman and Akimichi Tofu's eyes flickered, and they were somewhat moved. After all, they were teammates with Shimura Danzo, and they had the friendship they had back then, so they had a basis for joining him. Not to mention being reused, but saving their lives should not be a problem. Don't forget the Uzumaki clan. Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke faintly and reminded the 3 people. Their previous plot against the Uzumaki clan should have been exposed, otherwise the Uzumaki clan would not have been able to withdraw in advance. And now the Uzumaki clan has joined the Shimura clan and become a part of the other party. Even if they join at this time, their status will definitely be far inferior to that of the Uzumaki clan. Not to mention that although the Uzumaki clan is stubborn, they are also the most vengeful and will definitely oppose their joining in the Shimura clan. If that really happens, it will offend the first-generation teacher and the Six Paths Madara. Besides, they have formed an alliance with the evil demon and have long been traitors, with no way out. Sure enough, after these words came out, the expressions of Yuta and Koharu and the other two were uncertain, and finally gave up that idea, and they regretted it very much in their hearts. If I had known this would happen, I would not have done it so decisively. From the first generation's meaning, they should not manage the affairs of the village in the future. They must prepare for war with all their strength. Our future strategy will be to win over the small ninja clans, fight against the medium and large ninja clans, and form a balance again. Taking a puff of smoke, Sarutobi Hiruzen brought up another topic. Ninjas must act in secret. If the first generation wanted to fight against the Shimura family, they would not be able to put everything out in the open. They would definitely act in secret and would not even stay in the village. This way, they would have room for planning. In the past, they would attract and support civilian ninja groups to fight against all ninja forces, but now they would just switch to small ninja forces. Mito Kato and the other two nodded silently, and they also understood that this was their only way out and choice in the future. The four discussed until late at night before they dispersed. Sarutobi Biwako came with a bowl of rice porridge and knelt down beside her husband. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was already hungry, picked up the small bowl and drank the rice porridge in one gulp. He felt better, but he still felt bad inside. You can blame me for everything that happened back then, or I can just die and there will be no evidence. Sarutobi Biwako suddenly spoke, saying something inexplicable. She had been staying outside and listening, so she naturally knew what her husband had said to the three people, and she also knew the real reason why her husband refused to join the Shimura family. It was not the things that had been done in the past few years, but something that had been done 18 years ago, something that no one else knew except her and her husband. Don't talk nonsense. He held his wife in his arms lovingly, stroking her bulging belly. That was his second son, and he had already thought of a name for him, Asuma. He had wanted to fight for a brand new future for this child, but unfortunately he failed. Konoha was not feeling well, and the four major ninja villages were also not feeling well, encountering the same problem. Early before the start of this war, Shimura Gendai and the five major daimyo had made the evil deeds of the evil demon public, and had publicized them within the five major ninja villages, preparing specifically for today. Everyone knew that the evil deeds of the evil demon were the enemy of all mankind, and the Moon Otsutsuki clan was the mortal enemy of the entire world. Now the five major ninja villages were actually in cahoots with the two, which made people very uncomfortable and angry. Those ninja clans might still act based on their own interests, but civilians were much more emotional. As the saying goes, there are always butchers among the righteous, and civilians are sometimes more righteous than those families. The clan forces understand justice better because there are not too many conflicts of interest. So as the Four Shadows ordered the migration, almost all civilians did not move, and Huang Tu, who was full of justice cultivated by Shimura Gento, had a big quarrel with his father Onoki, and did not agree with the other party's actions. Even if the other party was indeed for the Hidden Rock village, he still did not approve. Yayuai from the next village also had a quarrel with his father, the third Raikage, and also did not agree with this approach. Then the two Shadow Sons were beaten up by their respective fathers, which was miserable. After the episode, the five major ninja villages moved all the ninja clan forces to island countries such as the Whirlpool country. Because the number of people was much smaller, the migration speed was faster. The first to complete the migration was the Hidden Rock village, which was the farthest away. They used the super light and heavy rock technique to lift the entire village into the air and moved it to the Tea country, leaving a super big pit for those civilian families. Fortunately, there was a developed ninja samurai academy next to it, which could temporarily settle these civilian families. It is worth mentioning that the remaining Moon Otsutsuki ninjas made trouble again, attacked the Sky Country, and robbed the Sky Fortress that the Sky Ninja village had just built. With the Sky Fortress as a foundation, they could survive even without the land, and even built a smaller giant reincarnation eye. Of course, they did not dare to stay on the mainland, and moved the Sky Fortress to the sea area above the Whirlpool country, the Tea country, and the Rainbow country to hide. So far, the ninja world disappeared from the mainland, was compressed to an extreme, and the living environment was extremely small. Shimura Gento didn't care about the changes in the ninja world. He didn't stay in Konoha for long, and went straight to the Rain country to find his cheap teacher Jiraiya, who was drinking to drown his sorrows. Maybe Sarutobi Hiruzen also knew the temper of this disciple, so he didn't bring Jiraiya with him in the previous Whirlpool country war, but let him stay in the Rain country to watch the Hidden Rain village and the Salamander Hanzo. What are your plans for the future? After drinking a few glasses with his cheap teacher, Shimura Gentoi asked. Konoha is my home. After drinking the wine in the glass again, Jiraiya shook his head slightly. He knew that the cheap disciple came here to give him a chance, maybe he could use this opportunity to leave the ninja world, but that was not his style. Moreover, Konoha was the home where he was born and raised. As the saying goes, a dog does not mind a poor home. How could he abandon his home? Take care. Leaving a word, Shimura Gentoi picked up an umbrella and walked out of the tavern. He really wanted to give Jiraiya a chance, but unfortunately he didn't appreciate it, so he naturally wouldn't force it. Is the ninja really wrong? In the tavern, Jiraiya couldn't help but recall the words of the disciple at the beginning. He originally thought that the disciple was too extreme in temperament, but now it seems that it is not the other person who is extreme, but the ninja himself has great flaws. For example, this time, the 5 major ninja villages were wrong to cooperate with the Otsutsuki clan and the evil demons who wanted to destroy the human world, pushing the entire ninja group to the opposite side of the ninja. Not to mention the confused Jiraiya. On the other hand, Shimura Gentoi left and played in the Rain Country, and finally even entered the hidden Rain Village. The Rain Ninjas naturally discovered Shimura Gentoi's arrival, but after seeing the bright gold battle suit, everyone retreated in fear, and no ninja dared to approach the 100-meter range. In the end, Hanzo of the Salamander could not help it, and came to meet Shimura Gentoi who was eating noodles in a noodle shop. What are you doing in my hidden Rain Village? After Shimura Gentoi finished eating the noodles, Hanzo of the Salamander asked, and he really couldn't figure out what was worth the other party's personal visit to their hidden Rain Village. Your hidden Rain Village? It was before, but it won't be anymore. When you committed so many sins in the land of grass, the hidden Rain Village ceased to exist. Glancing sideways, Shimura Gentoi had no good feelings towards the hidden Rain Village. Although the 5 major ninja villages were not worth anything, their order was still okay, but the hidden Rain Village was a group of wandering ninjas and rebellious ninjas. Sometimes even Hanzo's words might not work, which led to the tragedy in the land of grass. If it weren't for the overall situation, Mifune would not have led the samurai corps to station at the border for defense, but would have directly attacked the hidden Rain Village. After these words came out, Hanzo's face turned pale. Although he was angry, he didn't dare to express it. The essence of the ninja world is the law of the jungle. The young man in front of him is undoubtedly a super strong man, who is not something he and the hidden Rain Village can fight against. How are you going to deal with us Rain Ninjas? Forced to calm down, Hanzo of the Salamander accepted his fate and now waited for the verdict. At the same time, he hated those who had done evil in the land of grass. It was really a bad apple that spoiled the whole pot of soup. You know the situation very well. Glancing at Hanzo of the Salamander who accepted his fate, Shimura Gentoi said, prepare all the information of everyone by yourselves. There will be a public trial next. According to the laws of the daimyo prefectures of the 5 great countries, those who should be reformed through labor will be reformed through labor, those who should be imprisoned will be imprisoned, and those who should be killed will be killed. In addition, the survivors must clear the chakra in their bodies. We will send people to do this. Those with no criminal record can practice immortal magic and immortal energy, or even the immortal energy of our Shimura family, and return to the path of practice. He is not a butcher, so he will not engage in massacres. Although most of the ninjas in the hidden Rain Village deserve to die, there are also a few good people. There is no need to kill them all. The future development plan requires a huge population, and he is also preparing to develop productivity and encourage childbirth. How could he kill innocent people indiscriminately? Not only in the hidden Rain Village, but also in other ninja villages, including those who are willing to stay in the 5 major ninja villages, their chakra will be cleared and they will be transformed into cultivating immortal mana, immortal energy and immortal energy. Thank you, Mr. Xianding. After a long sigh, Hanzo of the Salamander bowed to express his gratitude. Although many people will die after the trial, being able to preserve most of them is already the best result. After all these years of ups and downs, especially the failed raid in the former Taki country, he has let go of many things. After all, ninjas are also human beings, and chakra is just a legacy. As long as people can survive, everything can start from scratch. 410. Chapter 409 Jotian Satellite System. Mom! Mom, don't die, Xionin doesn't want you to die. The helpless cry of a little girl came from the deserted paper flower shop. A woman inside was lying on the table of paper flowers, and she lost her voice. The blood dyed the table red. A kunao can be seen on the side of her neck, A kunao that was nearly half pierced. Obviously the woman died at the hands of a ninja. Perhaps she was too sad. The little girl who threw herself on the woman fainted from crying, and the thin bodies of the mother and daughter looked particularly desolate. Not long after, a golden figure dragged a ninja into the paper flower shop, looked at the fainted little girl, and threw the ninja in his hand to the ground. "Tell me, what are you looking for? Tell me and I can give you a quick death, otherwise I will let you see what is called the 10 tortures of Shimura." Glancing at the messy paper flower shop, squatting down, Shimura Xianding looked down at the middle-aged man who was unable to move on the ground. He came here in the morning, but happened to find that the little girl's mother was killed, and then followed the smell left in the air and finally found this guy. He was very curious about what was worth this person to kill an ordinary woman who didn't even have chakra, and also turned the place upside down. A secret technique of using detonating talismans. The paralyzed middle-aged man swallowed his saliva, confessed honestly, and regretted it to death. If he had known that this family was related to the Shimura family, he would never have killed that woman in his mind. Now, he has provoked the Shimura family and was personally approached by the eldest son of the Shimura family. He is doomed to die. He can only pray for a quick death. He doesn't want to be tortured to death. I found the right one. Suddenly, Shimura Xianding stood up and carefully picked up the little loli, transmitting his immortal energy to dry the wet clothes and dispel the cold in her body to prevent her from catching a cold and fever. His main purpose of coming to the Hidden Rain village this time is for this girl, the future angel of the Akatsuki organization, Konoha. He needs more young ladies to sponsor his own golden fingers and gain stronger enlightenment to deduce the subsequent training methods. The young ladies who appeared in the original work are all well qualified. Being able to survive in the cruel ninja world is a proof of their potential and strength. So the young ladies who appeared in the original work were all his targets, but it was a pity that it was a bit far from the beginning of the plot, and many girls were not born yet. But it happened that he was a step late, so that guy killed the little loli's mother. Speaking of it, it was partly his fault. When Hanzo of the Salamander agreed to that way of handling, he quickly arrested those rain ninjas who had committed many evil deeds, which made the people of the Hidden Rain village panic and even more chaotic. That guy should want to take advantage of the chaos to seize the paper escape secret technique passed down by Zionan's family. Perhaps the other party has already set his sights on Zionan's family, and it is only a matter of time before he takes action. The reason why Zionan became an orphan in the original work is probably also the fault of that guy. Send him to Hanzo of the Salamander for trial, and then bury Zionan's mother next to her husband's grave. With a command, Shimura Gentoi flew high into the sky with the little loli in his arms and flew towards Konoha. Since the little girl has been found, there is naturally no need to stay in the Hidden Rain village. As for the murderer, someone will judge him. It's not that he doesn't want to do it, but he was used to the rule of law in his previous life. Even if the other party is really guilty, he should be convicted by the law and then dealt with. It's not that he is a saint, but he must do so. It's like why lawyers defend those criminals in his previous life. It's not that lawyers are greedy for money, but they must do so. The main purpose is to avoid false and wrongful convictions. Such situations are difficult to avoid in previous lives and often happen. It is said that 3 people make a tiger. It is too arbitrary to judge the other party's guilt based on subjective ideas. His current status is not ordinary, and there are some things that he must not do, otherwise there will be endless troubles. This is the thinking of adults. After Shimura Gentoi left, 2 white Zetsu emerged from the ground. One dragged the paralyzed ninja away, and the other picked up the woman, obtained some memories from her brain, and went to her husband's grave. Shimura Gentoi was very fast and returned to Konoha that day. The ninjas in the village also basically moved away, leaving only some civilian families. Naturally, the Shimura family took over the clan lands and houses of those ninja clans, and also expanded their own clan lands. They even took over the Hokage building and made it the office of the Konoha village committee, and flattened the 3 heads on the Hokage cliff. There was no other way. The 5 major ninja villages had completely ruined their reputation by colluding with the evil demons, and the successive Hokage had become traitors. Keeping their heads was not good for the development of Konoha. Even the word fire on the Hokage building was taken off, and it became a pure administrative office building. Of course, Shimura Gentoi didn't need to care about these trivial matters, and his minions could handle them. After returning to the clan land and handing the little loli in his arms to Sister Keiko to take care of, Shimura Gentoi went straight to his old father, who happened to be drinking with Uchiha Madara. When did you know that there was something wrong with Black Zetsu? With a dark face, Shimura Danzo couldn't keep himself. He never thought that the black Zetsu he created was actually the third son of Kagaya Otsutsuki, the younger brother of the two brothers of the Six-Path Sage. Stain, a stain on life. If Black Zetsu had not become his own, and his own child seemed to be interested in Kagaya, he would definitely kill that black guy. I knew it a long time ago. Smiled, Shimura Gentoi did not have any idea about Black Zetsu sneaking in, and even that was the result of his seduction. Some things must be done by Black Zetsu, and cooperation between the two sides is a win-win situation. In the past few years, Black Zetsu used various excuses to contribute many lost secret techniques in the ninja world, and even the inheritance of the mythical era on Myoji, which greatly helped him to improve the immortal power training system. This is his great contribution. Not to mention that he is going to capture Miss Kagaya. Black Zetsu will be his cheap son in the future, and we are all family. Why should we be so formal? Black Zetsu and Kagaya are too dangerous. You'd better make that woman subdue you. Uchiha Madara said coldly. His face was not looking good. Although Black Zetsu had not cheated him, he had cheated the original body. If he had not been separated from the original body by chance, he would have been the one who had his heart ripped out. Not only is Black Zetsu dangerous, Kagaya is also a dangerous person, especially since she has the Samsara Sharingan that even the Six-Path Sage covets. Once they become enemies, the consequences will be disastrous. Ahem, we have to take it slow. Shimura Gentoi coughed dryly, and he didn't expect Madara to know him so well. But after all, he had only known Miss Kagaya for a short time, so he had to slowly conquer her. He couldn't eat stinky tofu in a hurry. You already have that idea. His expression was a little weird. How could Uchiha Madara not see that this cheap grandson had been eyeing Kagaya for a long time? Too philanthropic. The plan on Earth is basically complete. Let the people under my command handle the rest. Our next goal is outer space. The starry sky is too far away, so let's develop outer space first. I plan to move all the planets in our solar system here and use the Chibaku Tensei to shape the moon. Together with the current moon, there are a total of 360, forming a protective layer to protect the Earth firmly. After another dry cough, Shimura Xianding changed the subject and used his immortal power to project the satellite operation model he planned. The orbits of these moons. Uchiha Madara frowned as he carefully looked at the projected orbits of the moon, and he could vaguely see something wrong. Shimura Danzo also frowned as he looked at it, and he could vaguely see some mysteries in it. Without much explanation, Shimura Xianding gradually increased the speed of the 360 A-euro moons. An hour later, the two people opposite him suddenly realized and were greatly shocked. The orbit of the moon is evolved from the distribution law of the acupoints and meridians in our body. In reality, it can rotate once a month. It can not only form a strong protective force field, but also strengthen the moon and the earth itself, and draw the sunlight to shine with greater intensity, generating the natural energy we need, and even to a certain extent, it can be invisible visually by manipulating the light. Stop the projected moon, Shimura Gendo briefly explained. The next goal is to move the planets in the solar system over, use the Chibaku Tensei technique to decompose and shape them into 360 moons, revolve around the earth, and protect the earth firmly. Do you have a plan for the next step? Take a sip of wine to suppress the shock in your heart, Uchiha Madara asked, guessing that this kid must have a more ambitious plan. Indeed, there is. Nodding, Shimura Gento did not hide anything and explained in detail. After the Jotian Moon defense plan is completed, we need to move the planets from other surrounding star systems and shape them into the shape of the Earth and the Moon. A total of 360 planets are needed. Finally, it will also revolve around our Sun to form a defense force field that encompasses the entire solar system, while gathering the infinite light energy emitted by the Sun to supply our development and achieve optical invisibility. By the way, we must study wood release as soon as possible and strive to achieve the level of being able to transform planets, so that we can carry out interstellar colonization. We must also encourage childbirth and vigorously develop the population worldwide. We need enough manpower to open up our journey to the sea of A-euro stars. Although Shimura Gento said it calmly, Uchiha Madara and Shimura Danzo clenched their hands hidden in their sleeves tightly. Even with their state of mind, they couldn't help but get excited. Although they originally aimed at the journey to the sea of A-euro stars, that goal was too far away, but who would have thought that one day they would be so close to that goal? More than that. Take another sip of wine to calm down, Uchiha Madara guessed that the cheap grandson might have a follow-up plan. Madoru has a keen eye. After developing our solar system, we can enter other star systems, and then continue to shape the moon and planets based on the star system, and finally shape 360 A star systems around our solar system to form a stronger force field. This plan can continue to develop, layer by layer, until the entire universe is included in the future. If we really achieve that step, the entire starry sky and universe will surrender to us, and we will be the master of the universe. At this moment, even with Shimuragendo's state of mind, he can't help but be full of ambition. This is his way of conquering the sea of A stars. It's too cheap to use spaceships to slowly colonize, not to mention that there is a universe Otsutsuki clan above them who will come and start at any time. War. In the presence of a strong enemy, simply developing aggressively is not reliable, and the enemy can defeat them in one go. While developing aggressively, we must advance steadily, first build the Earth into a starry sky fortress, then cover the entire solar system, then the surrounding star systems, and finally spread to the entire galaxy. After completely occupying this galaxy, we will conquer other galaxies until the entire universe is occupied. Of course, this requires a large population as support. Without a sufficient population as a foundation, it will be useless even if they create more habitable planets. 411. Chapter 410 Black Zetsu looking for his father. After fooling his old father and cheap grandfather, Shimuragento found Miss Kaguya who was communicating with Black Zetsu. Xianding, you two chat. Seeing Shimuragento coming, Black Zetsu left the room with a tactful look and gave the space to the two. He had long seen that Shimuragento had intentions towards his mother. After all, he knew that guy's personality very well, but he didn't dislike it. After all, his mother was just a woman. As long as she was a woman, she needed a solid support. Otherwise, would she let her mother be lonely for the rest of her life? And Shimuragento was the best man he had seen in thousands of years, without a doubt. Even Otsutsuki Hago Romo was far inferior to him in terms of his terrifying talent. He felt relieved to hand his mother over to him. It was just that Black Zetsu left with peace of mind, but Shimuragento was shocked by the scene in front of him. Miss Kaguya waved her hand to close the doors and windows, then took off her dress, walked slowly on the carpet with her white little feet, and lifted Shimuragento's chin with her tender fingers like green onions. From now on, you are my concubines. After a careful look, Otsutsuki Kaguya was very satisfied. Before, his own son Black Zetsu explained the current situation in detail and proposed to let this little man be his partner. If this little man is really as amazing as Black Zetsu said, then it is worth marrying him. Are we developing too fast? How about we talk about feelings and love first? Blinking his eyes cutely, Shimuragento was really stimulated by the domineering of the little sister. In the past, he always showed his domineering ways to other little sisters, but he didn't expect that one day he would be dominated by other little sisters. However, although he said so, his eyes were firmly attracted by the light illusion. I really didn't expect that Miss Kaguya's light illusion was so terrifying, even stronger than that of Teacher Tsunade. It's just that the clothes were too loose, covering up the unparalleled domineering. Sure enough, the silly netizen in the previous life was right, all the little sisters with loose clothes are domineering queens. No need. He responded domineeringly, and with a wave of his hand, the bright gold battlesuit on Shimuragento was removed by the space pupil technique, and the tight shorts were cruelly torn to pieces. Kaguya immediately changed her job to a female knight, domineering to the extreme. She is not young. Not to mention that she has been sealed in the ninja world for thousands of years, she has been in the universe Otsutsuki family for thousands of years, which adds up to almost 10,000 years. At this age, there is no need for love. What she wants is to quench her thirst as soon as possible. Not to mention that the object is still a young man, she is not at a disadvantage. In this way, the fierce war began. You can't imagine how crazy a young lady who has abstained for nearly 10,000 years would be. Even Shimuragento's body and willpower have to rely on grayer energy liquid to replenish consumption and increase endurance. After a whole week, Shimuragento was weak, and the young lady next to him was extremely satisfied. The loneliness of nearly 10,000 years was finally slightly relieved. Can even that barrier be repaired after reshaping the body? Lying weakly on the bed, Shimuragento recalled the initial experience and asked curiously. I really didn't expect that this young lady was still a virgin, at least that barrier couldn't deceive people. You are my first little man. The white and tender fingers drew circles on the solid chest. Kaguya was extremely satisfied and felt that she had lived in vain before. Her qualifications were not good, and she was even called the shame of the clan. No one looked down on her. She was still a virgin for thousands of years and had no idea about the taste of a man until now. How did Otsutsuki Hago Romo and Otsutsuki Hamura come from? Blinking his eyes cutely, Shimura Gentoi didn't quite understand the meaning of the young lady's words. He believed that this young lady would definitely not deceive him. Although the original book said that Kagaya married a local king, he didn't believe it. As strength continues to improve, all senses will be greatly enhanced. He now has to close his sense of smell when interacting with others, otherwise who knows what he will smell. Since Kagaya was able to cross the starry sky and land in the native world, her strength must be strong. How could she be interested in a native? And from the original work, the king seems to be just an ordinary person, at least not very strong, and it is even more impossible for him to be interested. So the question is, since the young lady is a virgin, how did the two brothers of the six-path sage come from? Did they jump out of the stone? I used 2 fingers to shape them with yin and yang escape, and they are also my children. I wanted them to help me deal with Otsutsuki Momoshiki and others, but who would have thought that they would betray me? Without hiding, Kagaya told the origins of the 2 evil sons, and she gnashed her teeth in hatred at the end. Thousands of years of sealed imprisonment are not so easy to endure. Will you betray me? Suddenly propping herself up, her eyes fixed on him, Kagaya spoke faintly. She didn't want to be betrayed again, especially by her loved ones. Pa! Slapping the elastic and perky body, Shimura Gentoi showed his dominance and shook the husband's power. What nonsense are you talking about? There is no word betrayal in my dictionary. You can only belong to me in the future. Wear conservative clothes and wear a veil when you go out. Domineering little man. Although it hurts, Kagaya doesn't dislike it, and even feels relieved. For nearly 10,000 years, this sense of security that makes the whole body and mind relaxed is too fascinating. Tomorrow I will ask my father to give you the 2nd-generation chakra tree. You can temporarily merge it, exert the power of the reincarnation Sharingan, get a planet, and then use gravity to shape it into 8 moons, and keep rotating in this trajectory. While speaking, Shimura Gento once again used his immortal energy to project the movement of the Jotien moon. Little man, I really want to dig out your head to see how it grows. Her eyes lit up, and Kagaya saw the mystery of the movement trajectory of the Jotien moon. She already had the knowledge she learned from the Otsutsuki clan in the universe, and the accumulation of thousands of years in the clan land was beyond the imagination of ordinary people. In addition to the Rei's Nanjindan training system obtained from her own child Black Zetsu, she could better understand this operation system, and the wonders inside it could not be described in words. My little man is so smart that he could come up with this method. I forgot to ask, how is the strength of the Otsutsuki clan in the universe divided? What level has the strongest reached? Unable to bear the young Lydia Euro trademark's scorching gaze, Shimura Gento hurriedly changed the subject, otherwise the young lady might dig out her own brain slices for research. Speaking of business, Kagaya Euro trademark's expression became serious. The strength of our Otsutsuki clan and the entire universe is very simple, divided into 10 levels. The current clan leader and those clan elders are at the 9th level. I was at the 3rd level in my prime. The clan members sent to this galaxy are of the same generation as me. Among them, Otsutsuki Momoshiki has the best qualifications and is also the person in charge of this galaxy. When we parted thousands of years ago, that guy had already cultivated to the 3rd level. With the help of the harvested sacred tree fruits for thousands of years, he must be stronger, perhaps reaching the 4th level. Speaking of Otsutsuki Momoshiki, Kagaya instinctively feared. Only by seeing Otsutsuki Momoshiki in person can you know how powerful that guy is, and he definitely has the invincible power to break the planet. Is it difficult to break through the 4th level? Is there a risk? Recalling the poor performance of the Otsutsuki Momoshiki trio in the original work, Shimura Gento guessed that there must be something hidden. You must know that the Otsutsuki Momoshiki trio is the existence that Otsutsuki Kagaya fears, and their strength must be stronger, but their performance in the original work is really not worthy of the word strong. Of course there are risks. Every breakthrough in each level is accompanied by great risks. The higher the level, the greater the risk. Even in the future, every time you will be in danger of death, it will also consume a huge amount of chakra. Although it is not a life and death situation to break through the 4th level, once you fail, you will cause damage to yourself, your strength will be sharply reduced, and it will be difficult to recover for thousands of years. Nodding, although Kaguya has never tried to break through the 4th level, she understands the difficulty and danger from the clan information. Even with her qualifications, it is impossible for her to break through to the 4th level in her lifetime. This is also the main reason why she was called the shame of the clan. There is no way. Otsutsuki follows the principle of survival of the fittest. Without strength, there is no dignity. Are the people who killed the gods and demons in the mythological era of our native world also Otsutsuki Momoshiki and others? Shimura Gento suddenly realized and asked about the culprit who ended the mythological era. Through his research, he found that the gods and demons in the mythological era were very strong, especially the 5 major gods and the 12 ancient gods of the 7 generations of the gods. It was not easy to kill such existence. It was Momoshiki's father who led the team to kill them. His father was the previous generation leader of this galaxy and the first to discover this galaxy. You only need to hand over half of the fruits of the planted sacred trees to own this galaxy and get the protection of the family. It's just that Momoshiki's father died in a cosmic war, and then Momoshiki inherited this galaxy. We also followed and became the guardians of many sacred trees, specializing in guarding and cultivating the fruits of the sacred trees. Shaking her head slightly, Kaguya knew something about this galaxy. It was because of the death of Otsutsuki Momoshiki's father that she dared to swallow the fruit of the sacred tree and fight against Otsutsuki Momoshiki. Otherwise, she would never dare to do it even if she had 100 courage. You should know that Otsutsuki Momoshiki's father was a 5th level strongman, a terrifying existence that could destroy stars. What level do you think I am now? Asking another question, Shimura Gento probably had some understanding of the strength of the Otsutsuki clan in the universe. Now he just needed to position his own strength so that he could make better plans for the future. Your situation is more complicated. From the essence of life, you are only at the beginning of the 2nd level, but your Rei's Nanjinden system is very strong, which allows you to fight across levels. Coupled with that kind of explosive state, you can barely be considered a 3rd level. If I don't merge the 2 pupil powers in the Samsara Sharingan into one, even with the sacred tree, I can only tie with you at most. Her eyes were full of admiration. Kaguya was very satisfied with the companion her son had found. Whether she could get rid of the title of shame of the clan depended on this little man. Fusion of pupil power. Looking curiously at the blood-red eyes between the eyebrows of the beauty, Shimura Gento knew that the Samsara Sharingan was a system of 2 pupil techniques, and even the pupil power was completely different. In fact, the best way is to refine the pupil power of the Sharingan and achieve the pure Megatama Samsara Eye. The Samsara Sharingan after the fusion of the 2 pupil powers looks stronger, but its potential is limited and it is difficult to break through to the 4th level. But the pupil power of the Sharingan comes from the local gods and demons. It is impossible for me to refine it with my strength. I have not succeeded in the sealed space for thousands of years. Speaking of this topic, Kaguya was discouraged. Her qualifications and strength were too poor. Even though the fruits of the sacred trees planted in this world were of high quality, she could not digest them herself and could only reach the 3rd level. Just because it didn't work before doesn't mean it won't work in the future. After you switch to cultivating immortal energy in the Rei's Nanjinden system, it shouldn't be difficult to refine it again. But I don't recommend you to refine it directly. Your Otsutsuki's chakra is essentially a spiritual mark. That should be a 10th level strongman. Cultivating chakra is equivalent to cultivating for others. At this stage, I can't eliminate that thing. I can only completely abandon the chakra system, including pupil power. My suggestion is to use immortal energy to replace chakra, nourish the Samsara Sharingan, and completely transform it into your eyes. He made a suggestion. Since this young lady has become a real one of us, she naturally can't continue to cultivate chakra, otherwise she will be at a disadvantage against the universe Otsutsuki clan in the future. 412. Chapter 411 Jotyen Lunar Satellite Array. How do Otsutsuki Momoshiki and others usually use to contact your clan? Continuing to ask, Shimura Gentoi was very interested in the information of the universe Otsutsuki clan, especially the Otsutsuki Momoshiki and others who were responsible for this galaxy. The universe is very dangerous, and this galaxy is at the outermost edge of the clan's power. We can't contact the clan directly, and we need to go back to the clan in person. But the distance is too far. We were brought here by a 5-star senior, and it took hundreds of years. Based on my current strength, it will take at least 10,000 years to get back to the clan even if I use space means. It would be better if it were the 4th level, but it would still take thousands of years. It's far away from your clan? That's great. With a happy look on his face, Shimuragento was greatly relieved. He was really afraid that the next galaxy was the home of the Otsutsuki clan. If that happened, there would be no development, and it would be better to just pack up and run away. Is it possible for you to replace Momoshiki and become the master of this galaxy? Register with your clan, and then we can develop a little bit. I thought of a suggestion, which seemed feasible. It's impossible. Momoshiki has many brothers and sisters. Even if Momoshiki dies, it won't be our turn to take over this galaxy. Moreover, Momoshiki has some elders and relatives who are quite powerful. Among them, there is even a 5th-level strongman, who brought us here in the first place. Shaking her head slightly, Kaguya dispelled her little man's thoughts. Then we can only kill Momoshiki and the others first, and then keep it a secret for the time being and develop slowly. Sighing with disappointment, Shimuragentoi really wanted to become the son-in-law of the Otsutsuki family, and then take over the ownership of this galaxy and develop it in a wretched way. Unfortunately, it's not possible. Continuing to be affectionate with Miss Kaguya, seeing that Miss Kaguya was about to fight again, Shimuragentoi hurriedly found an excuse to run away. There was no way. The previous 7-day battle had already made him feel weak and panicked. This aspect really could not be solved by strong strength. It's still comfortable in outer space. The next day, Shimuragentoi came to the moon through the space teleportation array, enjoying the sunlight head-on, and squinting his eyes comfortably. The Earth has a thick atmosphere, coupled with the planet's magnetic field, which blocks most of the solar energy. Although that is beneficial to the survival of ordinary organisms, it wastes a lot of energy after all. On the moon, there is no atmosphere, so you can directly enjoy the most primitive sunbathing, and it will be absorbed faster. In just half a day, the immortal energy that was consumed in the fierce battle with 6 Paths Madara was fully restored. Sure enough, their future journey is in the sea of A stars. Have you adapted? Turning his head to look at the beauty beside him, Shimuragento knew that the next one was the protagonist. Not only him came this time, but also the old father of the Pot Shadow, Uchiha Madara, and Black Zetsu. The 4 of them are the few 2nd-level strongmen in the current local world. At least the life level has reached the 2nd level, and the real combat power can reach the 3rd level, which is enough to survive in a vacuum. Kaguya did not respond immediately, and it was not until more than an hour later that she stood up and nodded to her little man. Yoki Hirasaka. Using the power of the sacred tree, he activated the Samsara Sharingan at the center of his brow and opened the space channel without regard for loss. He opened the space entrance in front of the orbit of a locked planet and connected it to this area. This is not over yet. He used the Samsara Sharingan as the foundation to control gravity and attract the planet to accelerate through the space channel and arrive at this area. It was a planet nearly 10 times larger than the Moon. Although it was far smaller than the Earth, its gravity was also quite terrifying. The gravity of the Moon could cause tidal phenomena on the Earth, not to mention such a large planet. In an instant, driven by gravity, the Earth slowly began to change, and even the continental plates tended to tremble. If it was not dealt with quickly, earthquakes, volcanic eruptions and other natural disasters would inevitably occur. Black hole. Knowing that time was running out, Kaguya once again did not hesitate to use the power of the Samsara Sharingan to create 8 gravitational black holes and threw them over. This thing is actually Chibaku Tensei, and gravity control itself is also a basic ability of the Samsara Sharingan. She who has the Samsara Sharingan can naturally control gravity. Even stronger than that evil son's Chibaku Tensei. As the 8 gravity balls approached rapidly, the planet quickly disintegrated, forming 8 new planets the same size as the Moon, and the core of the original planet, which was equivalent to the center of the Earth. This was not over yet. Kaguya continued to manipulate gravity and Yomi Hirasaka to push the 8 moons into the calculated orbit, making them satellites of the Earth like the Moon. Including the original Moon, a total of 9 satellites revolved around the Earth, covering all directions, forming a stable force field between each other, and the changes that originally occurred on the Earth also subsided. Thank you for your hard work. He held the pale Kaguya in his arms and kissed her forehead lovingly. Even with the blessing of the 2nd-generation Chakra God Tree and the Samsara Sharingan, it took a lot of effort for Kaguya to carry out such a grand plan, and even the pupil power in the Samsara Sharingan was exhausted. You have to know that this is a permanent consumption, which cannot be restored unless you can find another sacred tree fruit to replenish it. Fortunately, there is no need for that. The most difficult part of this plan is how to construct the most basic 9 moons to form a stable force field. Only by forming the most basic stable force field to stabilize the Earth can they add subsequent satellite moons and finally form a 360 statute Jotian moon array. At the same time, this primary force field can also completely block all fluctuations on the Earth to prevent it from being perceived by outsiders, and pull light to form optical invisibility. Even if Otsutsuki Momoshiki receives the wave signal emitted by the Six-Path Sage brothers, it will take some time to find the Earth. This idea was confirmed by Kaguya, which was enough to buy them a lot of time. After all, this is a starry universe, not the round Earth structure in the prehistoric times. The planets are moving all the time. Coupled with the crazy distance, it is like looking for a needle in a haystack to find a planet in the vast sea of a stars. Not hard. Kaguya Otsutsuki shook her head slightly with a happy look on her face, and then mobilized the last bit of her own chakra, separated the second-generation chakra tree in her body, and condensed it into a blood-red chakra fruit. Since she has decided to abandon chakra and turn to cultivating her little man's immortal power, there is naturally no need to keep chakra. Fortunately, her body was reshaped, and it was not too difficult to clear it with the help of the sacred tree, and it would not damage her own foundation. You go to mine, I'll see if the trajectory of the 9 moons is perfect. Gestured to his old father and others, Shimura Gendo took out a set of sofas from the purple gold gourd, and lay on it with Miss Kaguya in his arms, while watching whether the trajectory of the 9 moons needed to be fine-tuned, while assisting the little sister in cultivating immortal power. Looking at the couple showing their affection, Uchiha Madara couldn't help but twitch his face. I just mentioned this matter at the beginning, but I didn't expect that after just a few days of not seeing each other, my cheap grandson would take down Kaguya-sama and even persuade her to give up her chakra and the power of the Samsara Sharingan. This ability to pick up girls is too crazy. Shaking his head speechlessly, Uchiha Madara and Shimura Danzo walked towards the electromagnetic gun launch base not far away. The center of the planet is not close to the moon, it is hundreds of thousands of kilometers away, and they don't have the ability to fly in a vacuum for the time being, so they naturally have to rely on some external force. Just like Shimura Suinding's landing on the moon, Uchiha Madara and Shimura Danzo took a rocket to the cooling center of the planet at a speed of hundreds of kilometers per second, and arrived 2 hours later. There are many rare substances in this universe, such as heavy gold and energy metals on the Earth, and there are also many strange meteorites in outer space, such as the high-density meteorite obtained from the Hidden Rock Village. They need this kind of top-quality material to build more weapons and equipment to fight against things like the Seeking Dao Jade and develop themselves. That kind of high-strength material is generally very dense and will fall to the center of the planet under the influence of gravity. Of course, they will not give up on other parts. They will also send people to check and collect the 8 moons shaped by gravity and look for all usable materials. Not to mention that Shimura Danzo and his companions used space equipment to take people to collect materials. On this side, Shimura Xianding used dual cultivation methods to assist Miss Kaguya in cultivating immortal energy, while collecting the fruit of the sacred tree condensed from the second-generation chakra sacred tree into the Black Cauldron space. That's right, his Black Cauldron space can already collect physical objects, which is a new ability obtained after the merit energy is gathered to a certain amount. He doesn't want the energy of chakra to leak out, otherwise once the ancestor of the Otsutsuki senses the situation here, it will be a pit. Since the Black Cauldron space can even copy and analyze the spiritual imprint of the ancestor of the universe Otsutsuki, it is obviously more advanced in nature than the ancestor of the universe Otsutsuki, and it is more suitable to use it to seal the fruit of the sacred tree. He even wanted to have the chance in the future, to collect all the chakras in the ninja world and seal them in the Black Cauldron space. Shimura Gentoi was happily accompanying Mei here, but the members of the Shimura family were busy as hell. The world is too big, and it takes a lot of effort and a long time to integrate it into one. Fortunately, the daimyo of the 5 major countries and the generals of the Iron Country all support the great unification, and are deeply attracted by the blueprint drawn by Shimura Gentoi, and want to embark on the journey of the sea of a stars. After all, this world is just a planet in the vast starry sky, and there are countless ancient stars of life in the endless starry sky. Instead of tossing around in such a small world, it is better to start interstellar colonization. With the support of the daimyo of the 5 major countries, everything will be much smoother, and even the samurai corps will be used to take the planet to the Starry Sea in advance. Those dignitaries were arrested and put on public trial. There was no other way. The dignitaries were too good at attracting hatred, especially those dignitaries with land. In order to obtain more land and wealth, I don't trademark know how many civilians were killed. More than 80% of the bandits in the world were forced to go up the mountain by the dignitaries. If we don't trademark kill these people to calm the public anger, there is no way to carry out the subsequent plan. Of course, the most important thing is that Shimaragento promised to give the 5 great daimyo the benefits of eternal life, and at the same time, they can become the high-level officials of the future 5-star Pipa Iya trademark S Republic, and the status and treatment are not bad. The first one to agree was the daimyo of the Land of Fire. After all, his granddaughter became the daughter-in-law of Shimaragento, so what else was there to worry about? For the sake of their own interests, they naturally had to let those dignitaries die, and even some of their own people with bad records were taken out and dealt with. After a wave of bloody trials, Shimaragento confirmed that the orbits of the 9 lunar satellites were perfect and there would be no embarrassing collision. Only then did he return to Earth with Miss Kaguya with trembling legs. Don't ask why my legs are shaking. If you ask, it means that I omitted 100 million words of wonderful content. Alas! It's all the fault of the old bastard Six-Path Sage. After returning, he heard about the killings that had taken place during this period, and Shimaragento sighed with compassion. He didn't want to kill like that. His initial idea was to continue to grow in a sleazy way, and after getting Uchiha Shisui's Kota Amatsukami, he would use the infinite Kota Amatsukami to brainwash all the rich and powerful people into the 4 talented new people of the new era. Unfortunately, the plan could not keep up with the changes, which caused such a great bloodshed and sacrifice. It's all the fault of the Six-Path Sage. 413. Chapter 413, Heroes Save the Beauty. After arranging all the affairs, Shimaragento became lazy again. He continued to practice with those battle pets during the day, and practiced immortality with many young ladies at night. Until one day, an accident interrupted his happy days. After sensing the abnormality, Shimaragento made some preparations and teleported to the new Konoha village on the border between the Land of Whirlpools and the Land of Fire Peninsula. Is it about to start? Noticing a group of people slipping out over the wall of Konoha village, a smile appeared on the corner of his lips. At the beginning, Black Zetsu found Uzumaki Kushina, but after the war, the Six-Path Sage transferred the girl away through the Nine-Tails body. Obviously, he still wanted to use the girl to breed Ashura's reincarnation, that is, the protagonist of the original work, Uzumaki Naruto. At that time, he didn't care, but he had already left a backup plan on Kushina. As long as Kushina's tailed beast seal was changed, he could sense it. But he didn't expect to see a big drama in the original work so soon. Following silently, the body disappeared in the air more strangely. This move imitated the hollow ability of the Earth Brother in the original work, hiding himself in the different space level, so as to avoid the attack. After studying the space pupil technique of Miss Kaguya's Samsara Sharingan, he had a deeper understanding of the power of space. After countless experiments in the Black Cauldron space, he finally developed this move. In principle, it is similar to 2GE's virtualization, but this one distorts the space around the body to form an independent space barrier, which can isolate the perception of ninjutsu. Unless you meet a master who is good at space means, or a pupil eye like the Samsara eye, it will never be seen through. Following the group secretly, Shimaragento used the Yindun Xian Yuanli to activate the illusion, and unknowingly replaced the tide and escorted Uzumaki Kushina. Pervert. First shocked, after reacting, Uzumaki Kushina couldn't help pouting her pink lips, looking very unhappy, and there was undisguised contempt in her bright eyes. This guy is a pervert. I've said it before, I just checked your body, it's not what you think, and I prefer the domineering type of your cousin Tsunade. Shimaragento, who was despised by the big Lolita, felt helpless. At the beginning, he also copied the little girl's physical data, and then was cheated by his old father again, exposing his true face to the big Lolita, and then he was regarded as a pervert. Don't treat me as a fool. Staring hatefully, Uzumaki Kushina looked at the figure who was pretending to be herself and was being escorted. Why don't you beat them all down? Inquiring in confusion, Kushina guessed that this guy must have bad intentions again. People have worked hard to perform such a play, it is very rude to interrupt it in the middle. With a mysterious smile on his face, Shimaragento himself had doubted the plot in the original work where Uzumaki Kushina was kidnapped and then rescued by Minato Namikaze. Now it's confirmed. What a hero saving a beautiful woman is all a lie, it's all a play arranged by someone. Acting. Turns back in confusion, Uzumaki Kushina doesn't understand. Just look around and you'll know. Take out a sky blue reincarnation eye and connect it to the big Loli's optic nerve, allowing her to observe the surroundings. As the optic nerve connects to the reincarnation eye, everything within a radius of 10 kilometers is captured in Uzumaki Kushina's eyes, and then she sees some unexpected figures. Anbu. With her eyes wide open, Kushina saw that it was an Anbu ninja affiliated with the Hokage. She was very familiar with that kind of dress, especially the mask. But why would those Anbu ninjas follow around, but not show up to save her? The ninja's instinct made her realize that something was wrong, and there must be a conspiracy that she didn't know about. Not that stupid. The big loli's expression change was seen by Shimura Gentoi, who had a teachable expression. This girl has improved a lot in the past 2 years. She is no longer the stubborn person of the Uzumaki clan. You are the idiot. She glared angrily, then hesitated and asked, "What is that? What's going on?" Although she could see that something was wrong, she couldn't figure out the reason. But even though she couldn't figure it out, the pervert in front of her must know. Since the first Hokage captured the tailed beasts and sold them to other ninja villages, the tailed beasts have become strategic war weapons, and the tailed beast Jinchuriki is a kind of restraint and application of the power of the tailed beasts. In simple terms, you are now a war weapon of Konoha and the Senju family, but you don't have enough sense of belonging to Konoha, so they naturally won't allow you to continue like this. So they put on such a play to increase your sense of belonging to Konoha and become an obedient war weapon. Speaking the cruel truth very straightforwardly, Shimura Gentoi can also understand the actions of the Senju family and Sarutobi Hiruzen. Unlike the original, Miss Midu had long left Konoha and lived in Uzushio village to take care of her pregnancy, and Tsunade also married into the Shimura family. In the Senju family, Kushina didn't even have a confidant. The big loli's mentality is worse than in the original, and she is more lonely. Such a Jinchuriki is too dangerous, especially when the Uzumaki family is still alive. Those people naturally have to find a way to increase the little girl's sense of belonging to Konoha, and as a woman, well, a little woman, love is the power that can make her abandon her family, abandon everything, and willingly pay for her lover. The big loli was speechless. Although she didn't want to believe it, this was the only explanation. Before, I was wondering how those cloud ninjas got into Konoha and the Senju clan, and how they kidnapped me from the Senju clan in Konoha village. What was even more outrageous was that those cloud ninjas were wearing cloud ninja costumes, even with forehead protectors. After snatching me out, they didn't run away quickly, but walked slowly. Is this Konoha or the hidden cloud village? The two of them didn't say anything, and followed the group of cloud ninjas silently. Not long after, there was movement from behind. A blonde boy rushed over quickly, and quickly dealt with those cloud ninjas, and picked up the white zetsu pretending to be Kushina and jumped up. From the perspective of Shimura Gentoi and the others, the two of them just passed through the moon. How romantic! Hero saves beauty, so romantic. Shimura Gentoi gave this drama a 5-star rating, with a full score of 100 stars. To be able to snatch you, a 9-tails Jinchuriki who is being paid special attention to, from Konoha and the Senju clan, those cloud ninjas must have at least the combat power of a super shadow level. That kid has the power to kill a super shadow level ninja in seconds at such a young age. His future is limitless, limitless. Shimura Gentoi affirmed the powerful strength displayed by Minato Namikaze, and he is worthy of being the future eternal sister. You should know that the current Konoha is not comparable to the original work. Sarutobi Hiruzen, Hatake Sakumo and others have reached the extreme shadow level, which is 1 level higher than the super shadow level. The Uchiha with the same combat power as the Eternal Eye, not to mention other strong men, such as Akimichi Tofu, who now has the combat power of the super shadow level. After performing the super multiplication technique, in terms of strength alone, it is enough to fight against the strong men of the extreme shadow level. Not to mention other strong men, but even so, those few cloud ninjas were able to snatch Uzumaki Kushina out, which shows how strong they are. You don't need to remind me with sarcastic words. Uzumaki Kushina glared again, and she was not a fool, so she naturally saw the essence of the problem. With a smile, Shimura Gentoi turned his head and looked at Minato Namikaze. Kushina, are you okay? Falling on the grass, Minato Namikaze asked with concern, and used a kunao to cut off the big loli's bound hands. Minato, thank you for saving me, I can't repay you for saving my life. I want to give birth to a baby for you. Marry me, Minato-kun. The freed Kushina hesitated for a while, and finally kissed her with a blushing face, which made Minato Namikaze's eyes widen. Although he did like Kushina, this was too direct. I was only 12 years old. Not to mention that Minato Namikaze was confused, the group of Anbu ninjas who were monitoring around were also confused, and one of them almost fell from the tree in a daze. Although this plan of a hero saving a beauty is enough to fool a 12-year-old girl, should the effect be so strong? As the saying goes, the land of gentleness is the grave of heroes. The future young Day sister still did not escape the law of true fragrance, and fell like that. He was trapped, especially when a tongue invaded him, he fell deeper, but he was also confused. Did Kushina just eat leek dumplings? After a long time, the lips parted, and the romantic atmosphere spread, making the many Anbu ninjas who were monitoring around feel full, and even complained about the task assigned to them by the third Hokage. I thought it was just a formality, but who would have thought that there would be a link of showing off their love, and the most important thing is that the two are only 12 years old. Think about what they were doing when they were 12 years old. Some of the single dogs were in tears and were almost full to death. Minato-kun, do you know what it feels like to poop? Suddenly, Kushina Uzumaki, with a blushing face, asked expectantly. This question has been weighing on his mind for a long time. He also asked many people, but unfortunately no one was willing to answer, and at most they replied with a word of "get out." You are not Kushina? Who are you? Where is Kushina? What did you do to Kushina? As expected of the future Ide sister, Minato Namikaze reacted immediately, instinctively pulled back, and took out his kunao to be on guard. The Anbu ninjas who noticed something was wrong also appeared and surrounded him. You have a lot of questions. Let me think about how to answer you. Kushina brand White Zetsu rubbed his chin and thought for a while, then replied, I am indeed not Uzumaki Kushina, my name is White Zetsu, or Uzumaki Zetsu, which is the name given to me by the insidious Xianding Jun, not bad. Kushina is with the sinister Xianding Jun. According to the perverted style of the sinister Xianding Jun, the girl should have been ruined. Bang! Before Uzumaki Zetsu could finish his words, a bright golden figure appeared and kicked him out. The person who came was Shimura Xianding, who couldn't help showing up. His face was even more gloomy and scary at this moment. He hated the lackeys the most, especially those who lied nonsense. I thought Uzumaki Zetsu was smarter, but he was still a big pit. Now he has learned to slander people. Ahem, you just saw it. That guy is a psychopath. What he said is not credible. You won't believe it, right? With a dry cough, Shimura Gento explained seriously, indicating that the guy's words just now did not count. But the many Anbu ninjas who were questioned were shocked and scared. As Anbu ninjas, they were naturally familiar with this man. Some of them even saw Shimura Gento's heroic appearance and his crazy fighting power in the recent war in the Whirlpool country. But why did this man appear outside the new Konoha village, and at this time? Although everyone saw that the person was not good, no one dared to take action to avoid misunderstanding. Kushina. On the other side, Minato Namikaze was overjoyed when he found the red-haired girl coming over, and hurried over, but unfortunately he was greeted by a pretty face covered with frost. Get out of the way, dead sissy, so disgusting. The girl stared at the old classmate who came running over, full of disgust. She was not a fool, so she naturally saw that everything before was a show to serve this old classmate. What did these people think of her? 414. Chapter 414, Taking Care of Future Brothers and Sisters. The disgusted look made Minato Namikaze stiffen, and his steps could not help but stop, and he felt a wave of heartache. Not bothering to pay attention to the old classmate, Uzumaki Kushina walked to the side of Shimura Gento. Although this pervert was not a good person, he was much better than those around him. Alas, it seems that you don't believe me. With a sigh, Shimura Gentoi was too lazy to explain. He flashed and brought Uzumaki Kushina to Minato Namikaze, and then teleported to New Konoha. It's time to meet some old acquaintances. Seeing Shimura Gentoi take the Nine Tails Jinchuriki and Minato Namikaze away, the Anbu ninjas were anxious. Just as they were about to take action, they found that a large group of strange white figures appeared around them. Hiss! The insidious Xianding was too cruel, and his waist was broken. Uzumaki Zetsu, who had just been kicked out, returned with his old waist. Fortunately, he had good qualifications and was one of the first batch of White Zetsu, and he had been practicing for a long time. Otherwise, he would not have been kicked to pieces, but kicked to pieces. Catch all these high-quality materials. The insidious Black Zetsu and the beautiful mother will definitely like them very much. Holding his old waist, he gave the order in a cold voice. Uzumaki Absolute has always been open to such high-quality materials. These people can transform into high-quality white Zetsu, and they will be colleagues in the future. Kill them. The leading Anbu ninja decisively ordered a breakout, but unfortunately the white Zetsu they faced were not simple guys. Each of them was at the level of a cage, and their number was more than twice theirs. The worst thing was that these white Zetsu had high-quality sealing crystals on them, which could greatly restrain the ninjutsu of the ninjas. The result was predictable. In the Hokage building of the new Konoha village, Sarutobi Hiruzen smoked expressionlessly, and Senju Orange Water sat on the sofa opposite with an equally expressionless face. Today's plan was the result of their planning and compromise. No matter what happened in the future, let the Nine Tails Jinchuriki establish a bond with the village first. The plan was indeed a bit crude, but as long as Kushina fell in love with Minato Namikaze, all the flaws could be ignored by love. Little monkey, how many times have I told you that smoking is harmful to your health, but you just don't listen. Suddenly, a frivolous voice sounded in the Hokage's office. The nightmare-like voice frightened the two people inside. Sarutobi Hiruzen's hand trembled and he almost stuck his pipe into his nostrils. You. Turning his head to look at the young man in golden armor who appeared beside him at some point, Senju Orange Water's heart trembled and he began to sweat coldly. How did he get here? Wood release is convenient. New Konoha was rebuilt so quickly. Sitting on the sofa, Shimura Gentoi turned his head and looked at the new Konoha village through the French window. He secretly felt that wood release was indeed the best bloodline for real estate, nothing else. Shimura Gentoi. Suddenly, three figures appeared in the office one after another. Senju Tobirama stared at the young man in golden armor sitting on the sofa, suppressing the murderous intent in his heart. Although he didn't know why the other party broke the agreement and came to New Konoha, he must have bad intentions, and he must not provoke the other party, otherwise once the fight started in Konoha, the whole village would be reduced to ruins. That level of battle can be called the destruction of heaven and earth. You can understand it by looking at the battlefield ruins in the original Uzushio village. Waving his hand to stop his good friend Six Paths Madara who wanted to speak, Senju Hashirama said in a deep voice, Xianding Jun, you promised not to come to us on your own initiative, why did you break the agreement today? I didn't break the agreement. He scratched his ears and motioned the girl behind him to help him massage his temples to relax. Shimura Xianding would not admit that he was a person who didn't keep his word. Even if Senju Hashirama had a good temper, he was also very angry. You came here, and you still said you didn't break the agreement? Suppressing the anger in his heart, he asked again, what are you going to do? At first I said I would not come to you on my own initiative, but today you were wrong first and plotted against my people. I came here to save my people. Is there a problem? Crossing his legs, Shimura Gentoi enjoyed the girl's massage service, very casually and naturally, as if this was his own home. What do you want to do? Looking at the pale-faced Sarutobi Hiruzen and Senju Orange Water, Senju Hashirama had some guesses in his mind, but he knew that now was not the time to ask for punishment, and it was important to send that disaster star away. 300 tons of chakram metal, gather them before dawn, otherwise there is no need for such a dirty place to exist. State the request, this is Shimura Gentoi's main purpose. You must know that the Senju family still has a lot of inventory now, and now they are in urgent need of a large amount of energy metal. Although the secret method of artificial energy metal has been developed, the efficiency is too low and it is difficult to produce it in large quantities for the time being, so he has long been eyeing the remaining energy metal of the Senju family. No. Senju Tobirama instinctively refused. Chakram metal is related to the next plan and must not be handed over to that kid. Tobirama. With a cold shout, signaling his brother to shut up, Senju Hashirama waved his hand and said, go get 300 tons of chakram metal. No matter what the future holds, preserving the village is the most important thing. Without the chakram metal, they can think of other ways to solve the problem, but if they anger that kid and give him an excuse to attack, Konoha will be finished. This is not a multiple choice question at all. There is only one answer in his mind. No matter what the price, he will protect the village. Glazing at someone viciously, Senju Tobirama performed the Flying Thunder God technique to collect the chakram metal. In order to gain the support of the four major ninja villages and fight against the pressure of the daimyo mansion together, they divided some chakram metal from the four major ninja villages, leaving more than 300 tons. Before, they spent a lot on that plan, and now the remaining chakram metal is not enough for 300 tons. He has to find a way to collect the rest. In short, he must not give that kid an excuse to attack. At the same time, he hates his son and Sarutobi Hiruzen to death in his heart. Someone who is not good at doing things but more at making trouble. Hashirama, I'm not saying you, but you still can't tell the difference between the primary and the secondary? Last time you promised to lead the ninjas to turn back to the right path, why are you still doing these crooked little tricks? Took out 2 boxes of milk from the purple gold gourd, one for himself and one for the big loli behind him, and questioned Senju Hashirama while drinking milk. He basically quit drinking now, mainly because the young ladies at home are too strict and don't let him drink. The only drinks he has in stock now are milk and juice. Fortunately, he himself is not addicted to alcohol, so he doesn't drink if he doesn't want to. There are a lot of things to do recently, and I haven't been able to take care of them yet. Rubbing his forehead, Senju Hashirama was very upset. There were too many things that went wrong during this period, which made him very upset. Now orange water and the little monkey are causing trouble again, and 300 tons of chakra metal were lost for no reason. This life is really unbearable. There is no way. There are too many stupid teammates. Even if he is the god of ninja, he feels very tired. Then you have to make them turn over a new leaf quickly, otherwise if something happens again, new Konoha will really have no need to exist. Don't think of threatening me with that gravitational black hole. You have also seen the extra moons in the sky. I now have plenty of means to restrain your trick. Shrugged, Shimura Gentoi threatened fiercely at the end. Before, they were in a hurry to create those moon satellites to form a defense field, on the one hand, to target that kind of gravitational black hole. Although it cannot be completely solved, it can minimize the loss, at least it will not let the Earth collapse. We don't just have that trick. Six Paths Madara, who had been silent all this time, spoke in a cold voice and also made a threat. At this time, he must not show weakness, otherwise who knows what that kid will do, and it is even possible that the other party came here just to test him. Okay, you are awesome. Shrugged indifferently, Shimura Gento turned his head to look at the big loli behind him, and frowned. Why don't you drink it? I'm not in the mood. Holding the box of milk, Uzumaki Kushina's heart was in a mess. What happened tonight was a big blow to her. Why don't you drink my milk? He took the milk from the girl's hand unhappily and drank it himself. It was shameful to waste it. Asshole! The milk was snatched away, making the originally depressed big loli angry, and she wanted to pounce on it and take a bite. Minato, I remember you said at my wedding banquet that you disdain to use those conspiracies and tricks. Why did you break your promise today? Ignoring the death stare from the big Lolita, Shimura Gento released his restraint on Minato Namikaze, and in his heart he was thinking about what role this cheap junior brother played in tonight's plan. It would be wrong to say that the other party didn't know about tonight's plan at all. You have to know that she is the future sister of Ide. Maybe her political skills are a little worse, but her IQ is definitely not bad, and she can definitely see something wrong. I don't know much. Looking at the big Lolita next to him, Minato Namikaze lowered his head dejectedly. He did know a little bit, and saw something wrong, but he didn't care much, as long as Uzumaki Kushina was fine. But he never thought that things would develop to this point. If he had known this, he would never. You didn't lie, you're still a good kid. Rubbing the soft golden hair of his junior apprentice, Shimura Gentoi often deceives people, but he likes honest children very much. Minato is a very good boy, with the potential to become the village chief. Maybe he will be the one to lead the ninja to turn from evil to good. Quickly train him up and replace the old guy Zaihazi, and let the old guy sit in the position of Hokage. The village will definitely be destroyed. By the way, Minato has a strong spatial talent, which is very suitable for practicing the Flying Thunder God technique. You should ask Tobirama to train him more. Remember to only let that old bastard teach the Flying Thunder God technique, and don't pollute Minato's mind. He was very optimistic about this cheap junior brother. Of course, the premise is that the other party was not killed by Sarutobi Hiruzen and others. Glancing at Sarutobi Hiruzen's gloomy face, Shimura Gentoi couldn't help but worry about his junior brother. How could the young junior brother be a match for Sarutobi Hiruzen and those old silver coins? It seems that I have to come to Konoha again in the future to take good care of my brother and sister-in-law, and never let junior brother Minato bleed and cry. Having made up his mind, Shimura Gentoi decided to take part in the Nine Tails Rebellion. Even if there was no Nine Tails Rebellion, he had to stir up a Nine Tails Rebellion. Otherwise, the Hokage without the Nine Tails rebellion always feels weird. Thinking of this, he pulled the big loli behind him and hugged her in his arms, and his palm extended from the collar to the other's flat belly. "Ah! Dead pervert!" she screamed, her pretty face flushed with shame, and she was furious. "Although I knew this bastard was a pervert, you can't humiliate me like this in public. Don't move, it will be over soon." After comforting her, Shimura groped around and soon grabbed a black sphere. Don't get me wrong, this is not a product of Uzumaki Kushina herself, but the tailed beast seal that sealed the 9 tails. As for why he had to reach in through the collar, it was mainly because the girl's outer dress was a one-piece dress with no opening in the middle, so he couldn't reach in from the bottom. In the end, he could only start from the collar. Anyway, the girl was just a flat sheet now, so it wasn't considered indecent assault. After breaking free from the control, although Uzumaki Kushina was furious, she could only stand behind him helplessly. There was no way. Although this guy was a complete pervert, he was the only one who could protect her and take her away. She didn't want to stay in this disgusting village anymore. 415. Chapter 415 Supreme Artifact. What are you going to use to redeem this thing? Playing with the seal ball in his hand, Shimura asked with a smile. This is also a good bargaining chip. As soon as these words came out, the atmosphere in the office became more depressing. Not long after, a figure suddenly appeared in the office. It was Senju Tobirama who had left not long ago. Senju Tobirama first glanced at his son, and then looked in the direction indicated by the other party's eyes, and immediately found the seal ball in Shimura hand. He watched the whole process of his sister-in-law transferring the 9 tails, so he could naturally recognize that the ball was the tailed beast seal that sealed the 9 tails. He guessed what was going on with a turn of mind, and frowned. I will use the artifact Heaven's Jade Spear to exchange the 9 tails with you. Quickly speaking of a bargaining chip, Senju Tobirama needed the 9 tails to cooperate with the next research, so the 9 tails must not be lost. And the 9 tails is the most special individual among the 9-tailed beasts, and it is of great research value. The Heaven's Jade Spear that stirred chaos and shaped the earth in mythology? Shimura was stunned. Although he had guessed that the Senju family had a deep foundation, he was still shocked. You should know that the Heavenly Spear is a top-level artifact in mythology and legend, which is one level higher than the 8-foot mirror 10-fist sword. In mythology and legend, the 5 great gods of the Tenjin gave the Heavenly Spear to Izanagi and Izanami. The 2 ancient gods used it to stir the chaos and shape the first continent. It is a supreme artifact used to open up the world. He did not doubt that Senju Tobirama was lying, because the other party can't afford the consequences of lying. Besides, the Senju family has been passed down for thousands of years, and is the direct descendant of the 6-path sage. Otsutsuki Ashura inherited the ninja clan in the past. It is normal for them to have some treasures. But he didn't believe that Senju Tobirama would use that supreme artifact to exchange for the 9 tails. Although the 9 tails is of high value, it is definitely not as good as a supreme artifact from the mythological era. Unless there is something wrong with the Heavenly Spear. Soon Senju Tobirama took out the Heavenly Spear, and it was indeed problematic. You call this a spear? Looking at the long stick in front of him, Shimura cast a bad look. In front of him was a 2-meter-long long stick with an oblique fracture at one end. The fracture was as smooth as a mirror, as if it had been cut off by a sharp weapon. Although the material seemed to be extraordinary, it was far from the Heavenly Spear in myths and legends. It is indeed the artifact Heavenly Spear. He replied coldly, but Tobirama Senju was actually reluctant to give it up. He was 70% sure that it was most likely the supreme artifact Tianzi Kyang Lance in mythology and legend. Even if it was broken and its divine power was gone, it was still of great research value. Not enough. Continuing to cross his legs and play with the seal ball that sealed the 9-tailed fox in his hand, Shimura was very dissatisfied with the chip. If it was the complete Tianzi Kyang Lance, he would accept it even if it lost its divine power, but now only half of it was left, and the most critical spear blade was missing, so the value was greatly reduced. Plus this Shendu's sword. As if he had expected Shimura to be dissatisfied, Tobirama Senju took out a sealed scroll and unfolded it, revealing half of the ancient sword. It was an ancient sword that was completely black, with only the hilt and a 10-centimeter-long sword body left. The hilt was 30 centimeters long, and it looked like a 2-handed sword. The remaining small section of the sword body was also very heavy. Shendu's sword. Thinking back to the myths and legends related to the Shendu sword, Shimura realized that it was a treasure. The Shendu sword was the sword of the third generation of gods, Achi Takahijin god. He was a great man, no, a bull god, also known as Kamo-Omiya god and Kamo-Omiya god. You should know that among the third generation of gods, only this one and Amaterasu Omikami have the title of great god. As the saying goes, there is no false person under a great reputation, and this god's strength is definitely not bad. In myths and legends, this great god is also the god of agriculture and thunder. The power of thunder and lightning restrains the power of land, and the god's sword is said to have the power to open mountains, which is probably related to thunder and lightning. Picking up the hilt of the god's sword and transferring his own immortal energy into it, there was no reaction as expected, but Shimura was not discouraged. Although there was no reaction, it can be seen that its material is extraordinary. Regardless of whether it is the god's sword in myths and legends, it must be a divine weapon. Deal, I will give you the nine-tailed fox when the chakra medal is delivered. After speaking, Shimura leaned back on the sofa and continued to play with the sealing ball in his hand, but in fact he secretly operated on the nine-tailed fox in the sealed space. As early as after replacing Uzumaki Kushina, he secretly used the power of the second-generation chakra sacred tree fruit to purify the chakra of the sealed nine-tails body, and completely removed the spiritual imprint of the six-path sage. Now he is performing a deep surgical transformation on it, first integrating Uchiha Fugaku's pair of Manjakaya Sharingan into the eyes of the nine-tails body, and then integrating a trace of Samsara Sharingan pupil power condensed from the sacred tree fruit into it, so that it has the potential for evolution. This is not over yet. The abandoned Hashirama clones and Tobirama clones that failed in the early experiments were integrated into the nine-tails body, giving it a perfect body of the thousand hands sage. Then there was a large wave of Uzumaki clones, all of which were the products of failed experiments in the past. They had been sealed up, and this time he brought them to the nine-tails for surgery. Even in the end, the chakra crystal of Miss Mido was integrated into the nine-tails body to activate the Uzumaki bloodline that was integrated into it. As the chakra crystals merged, the severed tail of the nine-tails suddenly regenerated 9 golden chains, which were the unique diamond chains of the Uzumaki clan. This was not over yet. Shimura merged another spiritual consciousness into the nine-tails head, causing the nine-tails, which seemed like a dead object, to suddenly open its eyes, and its blood-red animal eyes stared at the spirit of Shimura opposite. What do you want to do again? Lying on his side, stretching out his fingernails to pick his nose, the nine-tails guessed that this kid was up to something bad again. This consciousness was copied from the original body, and it had all the memories of the original body, and even its thinking was similar to that of the original body, but it was an independent individual and would not be restricted by the original body. I just don't know what that kid wants to do. The six-path sage must have had some ulterior motive when he insisted on summoning you, but it seems that it was not to allow six paths Madara and Senju Hashirama to devour you and further improve their 10 tails divine tree power. I need you to lead out the six-path sage's conspiracy. Of course, just take a look along the way. You are not a vassal of me and Kurama, but a truly independent individual. After the job is done, you can do whatever you want. Okay, I'll do it. The nine-tails took the job after smacking its ferocious mouth. It was not a big deal anyway. This is the chakra version of the Meridian A Cup ointment regeneration technique and the Raise Nan golden pill cultivation method suitable for you. If you want to transfer to the immortal power after the mission is completed, you can come to me. After transmitting an exclusive version of the cultivation secret technique into the nine-tails mind, Shimura took back the spirit body. He naturally knew that the six-path sage took away the nine-tails and Uzumaki Kushina in order to pave the way for the next generation of Ashura reincarnation. Even if he took Kushina away, there would be others to replace her. After all, there are still many people in the Senju clan, which is more suitable to be the mother of Ashura than the Uzumaki clan. Ida Euro trademark S just that this matter cannot be said, and Ida Euro trademark S just the right opportunity to make a plan. I just don't Euro trademark T know if junior brother Minato can still withstand the enhanced version of the nine tails in the future. Don't Euro trademark T wait until you fight for your life and find that you still can't Euro trademark T control the nine tails. It will be funny. Senju. After Shimura Euro trademark S spirit left, the nine tails turned his head and stared at the bald back, hating it so much that he wanted to bite people. Although the consciousness of the main body has entered the belly of Uzumaki Midoriya and fell into a deep sleep to avoid affecting the growth and development of the body, it has also lost the sense of the main body. But the main body has been sealed in Uzumaki Kushina Euro trademark S body before, and that girl has no ability to cut off the tail of the main body. The only ones who have this ability in the Senju family are the two brothers Senju Tobirama. In short, this matter is definitely done by Senju, and the hatred of cutting off the tail is irreconcilable. Lying down in hatred, the nine-tailed fox controlled the yin-yang escape in his body to use the diamond chain as the tailbone to regenerate the fox tail. A simple tail can only perform physical attacks, and at most it can prevent being blown up by others. It is not very useful, but once the diamond chain is added, it will be very different. The six-path sage inherited the blood of the sacred tree from Kaguya, and the three major ninja clans of Uchiha Senju and Uzumaki respectively represent the three powers of the sacred tree. Sharingan, Sage Body and Sage Chakra, among which Sage Chakra also has extraordinary power, especially in sealing. You should know that the strongest means of the six-path sage in those days was sealing, and even Kaguya was sealed. At the same time, the diamond chain of the Uzumaki clan is actually the chakra chain of the ten-tailed sacred tree. The former outer path demon statue can use this power, and anyone whose chakra quality is not higher than that of the ten-tailed sacred tree will be restrained. Now that the diamond chain has been integrated into the fox tail, it can be used as a major killer. Not to mention that his eyes also contain a pair of Manjakaya Sharingan and a trace of Samsara Sharingan's pupil power. If he works hard, he is very likely to awaken the Megatama Samsara Sharingan. I don't ask for 9 or 6 Megatama, but a pair of 3 Megatama Samsara Sharingan is enough, even 1 Megatama will do. In addition, the body is also integrated with the Thousand Hands Sage S. The blood of the body, its own potential has reached the level of the ten-tailed divine tree, which can be said to be a step to heaven. Senju, Konoha, hum. With a cold snort, closing the huge beast pupil, the nine-tailed silently practiced to improve itself, preparing for future revenge. The efficiency of the ninja is very high, and Senju Tobirama also wants to send this disaster away as soon as possible. It didn't take long for the 300 tons of chakra metal to be gathered. Shimura Gentoi very readily handed over the money and the goods, and threw the nine-tailed ball that sealed the nine-tailed. Can you take my sister with you? Seeing that the deal between the two parties was reached, Uzumaki Kushina suddenly spoke, with pleading in her bright eyes. Konoha is too dark and too dirty, and her sister must not be left behind. Didn't you hear? Hurry up and bring the 9 rank here. After being reminded by the big loli, Shimura Gentoi just remembered that there was another Uzumaki 9 rank, and signaled Senju Tobirama to bring people over. There is no way. The girl Uzumaki Kyupin has a low sense of presence and is very introverted and quiet, so it is easy to be ignored. Moreover, due to the obstruction of Uzumaki Kushina, he did not copy Kyupin's body data, and forgot about it over time. The face of Senju Tobirama on the opposite side became even more gloomy. Although he was angry, he still used the Flying Thunder God technique to find Uzumaki Kyupin. The key now is to send this disaster away quickly, at all costs, even if they don't have a suitable 9 tails Jinchuriki. Is Mito okay now? Senju Hashirama, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly asked, looking a little unnatural. He also knew from his younger brother about his family's calculations against the Uzumaki clan, and understood that his wife must have seen something when she left the Senju family and left sadly. This made him feel extremely guilty. His wife had sacrificed so much for him, the Senju family, and Konoha, but they, the Senju family and Konoha, turned their backs on him and plotted against the Uzumaki family. He really felt guilty towards his wife. Facing the question from Senju Hashirama, Shimura Gentoi felt a little guilty for no reason. It didn't matter before Senju Hashirama hadn't resurrected and showed his face, but now it always felt weird in front of him. Also, should he tell Miss Mito about her situation? 416. Chapter 416, Judgment of Tobirama. In the end, Shimura Gentoi couldn't bear to deceive the honest man, so he decided to confess, to tell the truth. Miss Mito is doing very well. She has given birth to a daughter named Uzumaki Daudu, and she is pregnant with another baby. He licked his lips, looking very happy, and took out another box of milk and opened it and sucked it with a straw. I can only say that Miss Mito is worthy of being the grandmother of teacher Tsunade. She has amazing potential. It was just that she was not well developed before. After his considerate massage, she has completed secondary development, which has raised the food standard of his daughter by several levels. Ah? What child? Whose child? Senju Hashirama was confused. He had been dead for more than 20 years. After his resurrection, he had been hiding in the dark to practice. He had never seen his wife again. How could he give birth to another daughter, and even have one in his belly? What's going on? Stupid, the child is that boy's. You've been cuckolded. Sneered. Six Paths Madara had been with that boy for a while, so he naturally knew the boy's lust. Although Uzumaki Mito was not young, she looked like a 28-year-old girl because of the yin seal, which just met the boy's appetite. It was expected that she would be taken down and pregnant. That's right, Miss Mito has remarried me now, otherwise why do you think I called Sarutobi Hiruzen little monkey before? By the way, what did you call my father before? Little Kangzi? Or little dumpling? He admitted frankly, and even Shimura-Gento was thinking about whether to pretend to be cool in front of his old father when he returned. After all, Miss Mito was still his old father's master's wife. Puff! The sound of little dumpling and little Kangza made Uzumaki Kushina laugh. After reacting, she quickly covered her lips and lowered her head. In contrast to the reaction of the big loli, the faces of the few people present were gloomy except for Six Paths Madara. Sarutobi Hiruzen had a dark face, and Senju Orange Water had a ferocious face, obviously very angry. Although I saw that the boy had intentions towards his aunt before, I was more or less restrained. Who would have thought that he would have 2 children so soon? Shame, a great shame. Senju Hashirama's expression was uncertain, and his fists were clenched tighter. No man could endure such humiliation, not even the god of ninja. Although his wood release was green before, it did not mean that he could accept this color. However, Senju Hashirama was worthy of being Senju Hashirama. After a long silence, he suddenly loosened his clenched fists and said dejectedly, I am sorry for Mito, we Senju and Konoha are sorry for Mito. After all, they owed Mito, and he had been dead for more than 20 years, and Mito had the right to remarry. He had no right and no power to stop others from remarrying. And Six Paths Madara was secretly happy on the side, and finally no one would compete with him for Hashirama. After a while, Senju Tobirama brought Uzumaki Kyupin to the Hokage's office. Seeing her sister coming, Uzumaki Kushina happily came forward. Jupin, let's leave Konoha now and go see the clan leader. They left Uzushio village for several years and never went back. They missed it. Although this is the border of the Whirlpool country, in her heart, only the place where the clan members are is her hometown, not just the land. Without relatives, even if this is the land of the Whirlpool country, she feels very strange. Sister, I want to stay in Konoha. Waiwei shaking her head, Uzumaki Kyupin didn't plan to go back with her sister. She wanted to stay in New Konoha. Before Uzumaki Kushina could react, a golden light flashed, and Senju Tobirama was stepped on by his feet. The bright golden boots stepped heavily on his face, and several teeth spewed out. Is it so hard to live? Looking down at Senju Tobirama coldly, Shimura Gentoi had murderous intentions in his heart. Although he didn't kill people, Senju Tobirama was worse than a beast. He had done too many crazy things and was no longer considered a human being. No one should object to killing him, right? Let go of my brother. Senju Hashirama, who had just reacted, was ready to attack, but Shimura Gentoi was faster. He was cut in half miserably after a flash of silver sword light. In the end, ninjas are just a group of fragile mages. When facing a swordsman like Shimura Gentoi, as long as you dare to get close to a certain range, you will definitely die. It's too easy to kill you directly. I believe the people of the Iron Country will be happy to see you. With a smile on his face, Shimura Gentoi thought of a good way to deal with Senju Tobirama. As a law-abiding citizen, he naturally doesn't like to have blood on his hands. It's better to go through legal procedures. I just don't know if the people of the Iron Country will restart those abandoned cruel punishments for this guy. This is a philosophical question worth exploring. Big Pillar, you also know how many evil things your brother has done. I will escort him to the Iron Country for a fair trial. You should have no objection. Turning his head to look at Senju Hashirama, who had recovered his body and was ready to rush up, Shimura Gentoi still smiled. This first-generation Hokage should be a good person to talk to. Let my brother go. Seeing Shimura Gentoi's sword blade on his brother's neck, Senju Hashirama suppressed his anger in his heart, but he also turned on the Six Paths mode, and the golden chakra wrapped his whole body. On the other side, Six Paths Madara also activated the Six Paths mode, with black chakra covering his whole body, reaching the peak state. Shimura was not to be outdone, and successively activated the 9 attributes Immortal Energy Mode and the 9 Gates Dungia formation. Don't fight, I'm staying here voluntarily, I like Minato-kun, and I want to stay and change the village with him. Facing the terrifying power of the 3 people, Uzumaki Jupin stepped forward and persuaded anxiously. She didn't expect that her words would lead to such a situation. The girl's words made Namikaze Minato next to him stunned, with an extremely complicated expression. Finally, as if he had made up his mind, he stepped forward against the pressure, grabbed the girl's hand, and looked at Shimura seriously. Brother Xianding, please give us a chance. You really won't cry until you see the coffin. Well, I'll give you a chance, but I must take away the sinner Tobirama Senju. Big Pillar, I'm sure you won't refuse for Konoha. After staring at the girl for a long time, Shimura Xianding finally sighed and turned to look at Hashirama Senju. He always keeps his word. Since he said that he would take Tobirama Senju to the Iron Country for trial, he must do it. But how could Hashirama Senju agree? Even if his brother did a lot of unforgivable things, he was still his brother, the only one. What? You killed your best friend for Konoha back then, so you can't abandon your brother now. With a sneer, Shimura Xianding knew that Hashirama Senju was just a selfish double-standard dog. Six-Path Madara also looked at Hashirama Senju, and his chest ached even more. Hashirama killed him for Konoha back then, and now it's the turn of the rat Tobirama Senju. With his fists clenched, Hashirama Senju couldn't make a decision. He wanted to protect both his brother and the village, but... Tisk. Pouting, Shimura Gentoi pulled Uzumaki Kushina's pretty body over, teleported with Tobirama Senju under his feet back to the land of fire. After settling Uzumaki Kushina, he teleported with Tobirama Senju all the way to the land of iron. Upon hearing that Shimura Gentoi was escorting Tobirama Senju to stand trial, the Holy Blade Swordsman rushed out of the hall, staring at Tobirama Senju with his old eyes. He's in your hands. Make sure to give him a fair trial, and don't be partial to him. Shimura Gentoi specifically warned Tobirama Senju, who was about to be abolished, in front of the Holy Blade Swordsman. Since he said he wanted to give a fair trial, he must not be partial to him and do something out of line. Don't worry, Mr. Xianding, I will be the chief judge myself. A fierce look appeared on the old face, and the hatred in the heart of the Holy Swordsman reached the limit. And the Thousand Hands Tobirama, who was lying on the ground, stared at Shimura Xianding with hatred in his eyes. If his body had not been disabled and he couldn't even speak, he would definitely fight with that kid. When has the second-generation Hokage ever suffered such humiliation? Unfortunately, Shimura Xianding didn't even bother to look at him. In order to prevent the other party from saying anything dirty and bad, he completely disabled him, even his chakra was completely disabled. He didn't care what the end of Thousand Hands Tobirama would be. Anyway, with the anger and hatred of the Iron Country, it would definitely not be good. After dealing with Thousand Hands Tobirama, he returned to the family to continue cultivating immortals and studying the 2 artifacts he had obtained. This is not over yet. With the help of Senju Tobirama's chakra and blood, he entered the secret vault of the Senju family and swept away all the treasures inside. The Senju family has a secret vault that only the patriarchs of all generations know about. It is located in a spiritual world. It stores all the treasures collected by the Senju family since the ninja clan era, including the treasures found by the Six-Path Sage. These are all good treasures, and he has been coveting them for a long time. This time, capturing Senju Tobirama and letting him stand trial is only secondary, and these treasures are the main purpose. Even I have been eyeing him for a long time, but unfortunately that guy's Flying Thunder God technique is too slippery and difficult to catch. I just found an opportunity this time. It seems to be a means of controlling gravity. Looking at the spell array in front of him, Shimura Gentoi roughly guessed the function of this thing. This set of 3-dimensional spell arrays was analyzed from the handle of the Heavenly Spear. It is extremely complex and similar to the gravity control of the Samsara Eye, but the operating principle is completely different. The Senju family has many collections, and there are also many artifact fragments. There are some complex spell arrays inside. It's a pity that only this one is complete, including the previous Shendu's sword, which is not complete, but it is also a great harvest. The most important thing is the gravity control spell array of the Heavenly Spear, which should be the foundation of its great divine power. According to myths and legends, the Heavenly Spear has 3 abilities: creating the world, making water droplets into islands, and creating land. The power of creating the world should be gathered on the spear blade, making water droplets into islands in the middle, and creating land on the handle. The spell formation diagram for making a drop of water into an island only has half of it, which is completely unusable. There is no spell formation diagram for creating the world, so this is the only one left. After confirming this spell formation diagram, Shimura Gentoi excitedly went to find Miss Cho. Integrate this formation diagram into the 9 moons as soon as possible, and then rely on this thing to attract other planets to come to the door. After passing the extremely complex spell formation diagram into the little sister's mind, Shimura Gentoi was full of expectations. If you want to shape other lunar satellites, you must have enough material to support them. This material cannot be obtained from the Earth. After all, the Six-Path Sage used a continent to shape the moon and killed countless lives. Of course, he would not do such a stupid thing, so he set his sights on other planets in the solar system. Anyway, the environment on those planets is extremely harsh, and there is life, so you can do whatever you want. However, the decomposition and transportation of a planet drained the power of Kagaya's Samsara Sharingan, so it was not easy to get a second planet. But now with the gravity spell array in the heavenly sphere, it was different. To build this thing, at least 90 million tons of perfect energy metal are needed. After a simple calculation in her mind, Cho gave a rough list. To create such a complex spell array on the 9 lunar satellites, a large amount of perfect energy metal is needed, and each lunar satellite will consume 10 million tons. After all, this thing needs energy to operate, and ordinary materials cannot carry high-intensity energy operation, only perfect energy metal can do it. I'm pregnant. Sensing the pair of mischievous claws, Cho turned her head and glared. This traitor wants to bully her again. Then I'll be gentle. Gentaying the teacher's delicate ears, Shimura Gento felt unhappy. I came here excitedly to take credit, but I encountered such a difficult problem and had to give up temporarily. But I couldn't come here in vain, and I hadn't communicated with the teacher for a long time, so I had to make up for it this time. 417. Chapter 417 White Fang Incident. With the unification of the continent, various resources were integrated, and the development speed was faster than expected. At the same time, the National Immortal Cultivation Plan was launched, and everyone received a basic cultivation method. Women mainly cultivated immortal magic power based on mental power, while men mainly cultivated immortal energy based on vitality. Those with good qualifications cultivated immortal energy. At the same time, fertility was encouraged, and many rewards were given for each child born. All couples were making babies, and even those old predecessors who were nearly 60 years old were rejuvenated. Of course, the reason why they dared to do this was that high-yield crops were popularized, which completely solved the problem of food and clothing. Food is the foundation of many biological groups. As long as the food problem is solved, many other problems are no longer a problem. With the size of this planet, if it really wants to expand, even with the previous food production, it can feed 10 billion people. If it is replaced with today's high-yield crops, it will be no problem to feed 100 billion people. Of course, while the population is developing, education must also keep up. It's a pity that there are too few intellectuals these days. Even if we want to popularize education, there are not enough teachers. But this is not a problem for Shimura Gentoi. If there is not enough teachers, there is no need for teachers. After 3 years of cultivation, Shimura Gentoi brought Miss Kagaya to outer space. Infinite Tsukuyomi. Open the Samsara Sharingan between the eyebrows, and project the power one by one to the 9 lunar satellites, forming an infinite Tsukuyomi covering all positions on the Earth, and it is a permanent and autonomous infinite Tsukuyomi. Performing 9 infinite Tsukuyomi in a row, even with Kagaya's current strength, is exhausting enough. Hurry up and carry the little sister to the moon satellite in front to rest. After 3 years of continuous dual cultivation, the little sister has recovered her strength at the peak of the past, and even the Samsara Sharingan has recovered again. However, it is not the pupil power that is used, but the immortal power, and the color is no longer the original blood color, but a pure red, no longer has that evil feeling. The most important thing is that now these eyes belong completely to Kagaya herself, and she can perfectly control the power inside. Xiao Ding Ding, I want a child. After recovering a little, Kagaya looked at her little man with full expectation. After 3 years of contact, she already knew that this was a man who could be relied on. Maybe he was a little lustful, but he had true love for every woman from the bottom of his heart. She was willing to give birth to a child for him. Madam has needs, and your husband should do his best to meet them, but I have to use the new knowledge I mentioned before. With a knowing smile, Shimura Gentoi took the opportunity to propose conditions. Relatively speaking, although Miss Kaguya is domineering, she is very conservative in this regard, just like the clothes she wears, she is very restrained. You are bad. She punched with her fist, and Kaguya's pretty face blushed, but she didn't object. Although the new knowledge of her little man was a little embarrassing, it was indeed very exciting. Seeing that the beauty in his arms did not object, Shimura Gentoi smiled and made a one-way transparent glass room. There was no other way. Many astronomical telescopes had been built on the Earth. If someone saw it, it would be a big loss. He specially asked someone to build this one-way transparent glass room. The function was very simple. It was one-way transparent. You could see the outside from the inside, but you couldn't see the inside from the outside. After a fierce battle of 100 million words, Shimura Gentoi embraced the beauty, full of pride in his heart. At the beginning, he was exploited by Miss Kaguya, but fortunately, as his strength continued to improve, he finally turned the tables and even achieved the great goal of sleeping with many people. Now Miss Kaguya is far from his opponent. Can you open the Pure Land space now? After calming down, Shimura Gentoi asked about the business. He had been planning to enter the Pure Land space for a long time, but that space was very special. Not only was it difficult to open, it could not accommodate living things unless it was transformed into an energy body. He had basically completed the training of the energy body, and now he only needed the key to open the Pure Land space. This key happened to be in the possession of his wife, and it was the Samsara Sharingan. Kaguya's Samsara Sharingan inherited a lot of divine power from ancient gods, including the power of the Aim no Mikaku no Mayasu. While drawing circles on the little man's chest, Kaguya replied confidently, with an unconcealable hatred in her words. Ever since she saw through the true colors of the two rebellious sons, she has always been full of hatred and has always wanted to kill her way into the Pure Land space to clean up the mess. It was not until today that she regained her peak strength that she was sure to kill her way into the Pure Land. Then clean up the three holy places first. A cold smile appeared on the corner of his lips. Shimura Gentoi had long been eyeing the three holy places, especially those toads in Miyaboku Mountain. If you want to deal with the two brothers of the Six Paths Sage, you must first clean up their lackeys, and the three holy places will bear the brunt. It just so happens that the small fairy tree now needs the power of the three holy places to accelerate its growth. As long as the small fairy tree grows up, it can produce natural energy on a large scale, allowing them to practice faster. Although he can now directly absorb sunlight energy to practice and convert it into immortal energy, others can't. He needs a lot of cannon fodder as the foundation for completing his own plan. The future journey to the stars and the sea requires a large number of grassroots personnel to fill in, so the recovery and improvement of natural energy is imperative. Just when Shimura Gentoi was planning the three holy places, there was also an undercurrent in New Konoha, and there was a call for a replacement of Hokage in the village. Hiruzen, stop smoking, think of a way quickly. Fanning the smoke in front of her, Koharu Utane was anxious. They have been gathering small ninja clans to fight against and suppress those medium and large ninja clans for the past 3 years. They naturally knew that those ninja clans would fight back, but they didn't expect the fight back to be so fierce and resolute. Now everyone in the village is shouting for Sarutobi Hiruzen to step down, and they support Hitaki Sakumo to become the fourth Hokage. It sounds weird, because Hitaki Sakumo is on their side, but things can't be judged by appearances. They can indeed agree to Hitaki Sakumo to become the fourth Hokage, but will Hitaki Sakumo continue to stand on their side after becoming the fourth Hokage? Just as the master Yunzong Niao wrote, the poison of power can corrode the most tenacious will in the world. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen has been corroded to his current state. I really can't imagine what Hitaki Sakumo will have after becoming Hokage. What kind of changes? Not to mention that Hitaki Sakumo's wife is a member of the Uzumaki clan, the problem is even more complicated. Maybe Hitaki Sakumo can stick to his original intention, but they dare not gamble, but they can't let it go. Sarutobi Hiruzen still didn't say anything, just changed the new tobacco and continued to smoke. Standing beside him was a masked Anbu ninja, who was the current Konoha Anbu minister, Hitaki Sakumo. Hitaki Sakumo also didn't say anything, and didn't know how to say it. He was also very depressed about this matter. He didn't know how he was pushed to the forefront, even though he had been so low-key. After a night, Sarutobi Hiruzen finally said nothing and motioned for several people to go back and rest, but looking at the spirit of the Hokage who seemed to have aged by a dozen years, Hatake Sakumo made a decision. A week later, a rumor spread in Konoha village. Have you heard? Our White Fang messed up an important task, causing huge losses to the village and killing many people. Of course I know, my uncle was one of the people who were sacrificed. Damn White Fang, we trusted him so much, but he gave up the mission to save a teammate and killed so many people. That bastard is too selfish and doesn't deserve to be a ninja. With this rumor, the truth spread throughout Konoha, and the previous public opinion was immediately changed. Hatake Sakumo also changed from a rising star to a rat that everyone wanted to beat, and many people even threw rotten eggs and other dirty things at the door of the Hatake family. Sakumo, why are you doing this? At night, Sarutobi Hiruzen came to the Hatake clan alone, and couldn't help sighing after seeing Hatake Sakumo's decadent and guilty look. He naturally saw that Hatake Sakumo deliberately failed the mission, which was self-pollution, and wanted to use this method to resolve the previous public opinion pressure. But the sacrifice this time was too great. Hokage-sama, this is my choice. Please properly arrange the families of those who sacrificed for this before. With a painful look on his face, Hatake Sakumo was extremely regretful. He was indeed polluting himself, but he didn't expect to cause such a big loss and kill so many people. This is his fault. You should rest at home for a month and try not to go out. I will handle this matter properly. With a sigh, Sarutobi Hiruzen turned and left. After Sarutobi Hiruzen left, another figure came to the room and knelt in front of Hatake Sakumo. It was Hatake Sakumo's wife, Hatake Miko or Uzumaki Miko. Pa! The first thing Uzumaki Miko did when she sat down was to slap her husband, a hard slap, so hard that Hatake Sakumo's mouth was bleeding. I'm sorry. There was no anger in his heart, but full of guilt. Hatake Sakumo knew that he was sorry for his wife and his son Hatake Kakashi. I think his son must have been under great pressure. Do you know why I slapped you? Repressing the anger in her heart, Uzumaki Miko asked coldly. Hatake Sakumo didn't say anything, and didn't know what his wife wanted to ask, because there were too many reasons why he should be beaten. The previous things were obviously easy to solve. All he had to do was pass the position of Hokage to you. He could even make you a puppet Hokage and control everything from behind, just like the Senju family back then. But he didn't, because he didn't trust you. You were so stupid to trust that old guy. She slapped him again, and Uzumaki Miko was disappointed with her husband. At first, she thought he was good, but who would have thought that he had a problem with his brain? It would be fine if he had a problem, but he was so stubborn. When Konoha moved, she proposed to lead the Hatake family to join the Shimura family. With her own identity as a member of the Uzumaki family, she would definitely be able to integrate into it. Anyway, in the Whirlpool Country War that year, no one from the Hatake family participated, but they sat in the Rain Country with Jiraiya, intimidating the Hidden Rain Village, the Hidden Sand Village, and the Hidden Rock Village. But this guy was very stubborn and insisted on following Sarutobi Hiruzen. Now, he has become a dead end. Not only her husband's future was ruined, but also the Hatake family and her son. How could she have been so blind to fall for this stubborn person? 418. Chapter 418, A person who is more successful than his master. Hatake White Fang committed suicide with the newly forged White Fang Tang sword. His wife Uzumaki Miko also committed suicide with the sword, leaving only his son Hatake Kakashi. Hatake Kakashi, who came back from school, stood blankly in his parents' room, looking at his parents lying in a pool of blood. Just now, his mother said goodbye to him gently and told him to live on bravely, but then she committed suicide with his father's White Fang Tang sword. The blood splattered on Kakashi's face, and scared him silly. No matter how precocious he was only a 5-year-old child now. Seeing his father's body and his mother's suicide with his own eyes, the shock did not drive him crazy, which was considered strong-willed. Why bother? At this time, a young man in golden armor suddenly appeared in the room, looking down at the dead couple and shaking his head. Little boy, I want to take your mother back to the land of fire. Will you go with me or stay in New Konoha? Kneeling down and treating Uzumaki Miko, Shimura Gentoi asked the little boy beside him. Can mom and dad be saved? Finally regaining some spirit, Hatake Kakashi asked excitedly. Your mother just committed suicide. Her soul has not left her body and her brain cells are still active. It is not difficult to save her, but your father is not. He died a long time ago. His brain cells are dead and his soul is gone. Glancing at Hatake Sakumo across from him, Shimura Gentoi showed his contempt without concealing it. At the beginning, he personally went to talk to that guy, trying to persuade him to lead the Hatake family to surrender, but who would have thought that guy was stubborn and insisted on following Sarutobi Hiruzen, saying that he was grateful to Sarutobi Hiruzen. How could a fellow like Sarutobi Hiruzen have any favors for you? Now, it doesn't matter if I die, and I also implicate my beautiful sister-in-law to die with me. Hearing that his father was not saved, Hatake Kakashi's spirit, which had just recovered, dimmed again. Was my father's death designed by the third Hokage? Thinking back to his mother's previous words, Kakashi had some guesses and murderous intent surged in his heart. Wait a minute, I don't know much, I have to ask. Without immediately answering the little boy's question, Shimura Gento contacted Uzumaki Zetsu. Hey! Insidious Gento, what do you want? Uzumaki Zetsu emerged from the floor and asked with a smile, but the title made Shimura Gento's forehead jump. This guy is too outspoken. If the other party's concealment ability was not amazing, far beyond the ordinary White Zetsu, he would have kicked him to death long ago. What's going on with White Fang? Not wanting to waste time talking to that guy, Shimura Gentoi asked directly. It was Uzumaki Zetsu who informed him before Hatake Sakumo and his wife died, but it was not explained how, and there was no specific explanation in the original book. Some time ago, the large and medium-sized ninja forces in Konoha village created public opinion, using the reason that they lost the World War II and colluded with evil spirits as an excuse to let Sarutobi Hiruzen step down, and then recommended Hatake Sakumo to become the fourth Hokage, in order to alienate the two. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't say anything, but just smoked in the Hokage building for a whole night, and that guy felt guilty for being sentimental, and then wanted to solve the matter by means of self-pollution. But he didn't know that those people who were nominally killed by him were actually killed by Sarutobi Hiruzen, and the leader was Sarutobi Shinoshuke, who secretly guided the relatives of the deceased to come to the Hatake family to make a scene and curse, making Hatake Sakumo feel guilty, and then that guy really committed suicide out of guilt. He explained with a strange smile. Uzumaki Zetsu was targeting the leaders of the 5 major ninja villages, and was aware of all the major events that happened in the 5 major ninja villages. Only the underground base that Senju Hashirama and Six Paths Madara were tinkering with in the land of whirlpools could not be approached. Tisk. If you want to be a samurai, you should be a good samurai. Why did you change your career to become a ninja, and do it in a weird way? You created a loyalty idea in the ninja system. If you don't die, who will die? Shimura Gentoi looked down on Hatake Sakumo with a disdainful sneer. The Hatake family changed from a samurai family and still maintained the samurai style. It was not a big deal, but Hatake Sakumo became the head of the Konoha Anbu, and his status was second only to Sarutobi Hiruzen, and his strength was faintly showing a trend of surpassing Sarutobi Hiruzen. No wonder Sarutobi Hiruzen would be on guard against him and make such arrangements. It can't be said that Sarutobi Hiruzen did something wrong. As a qualified village chief, he should not only be wary of his opponents, but also be wary of his minions, and even his own minions should be more vigilant. After all, no matter how powerful the enemy is, as long as he is not too strong, he will not be afraid of being replaced by the enemy. However, the younger brothers under his command are different. They are closely related to his own power system. Once he makes a call, there may be a wave of dynasty change. This is the so-called meritorious service. If you don't die, who will die? Little boy, have you thought about it? Seeing that Uzumaki Maiko finally recovered his breathing and heartbeat, Shimura Gentoi turned his eyes to the little boy beside him. I want to stay and become Hokage, and completely eradicate the Sarutobi family and even the entire Konoha. Looking up and looking at Shimura Gentoi, Kakashi's eyes were full of flames of hatred. He wanted the entire Konoha to be buried with his father. I suggest you go back to the land of fire with me. I will teach you personally. After my 30-year agreement, I will come back to destroy Konoha. Unable to bear it, Shimura Gentoi didn't want Kakashi to stay in Konoha and take risks. After all, he is the son of Miss Uzumaki Maiko. If something really happened to him, how would he explain to Sister Maiko? My hatred can't wait that long. The hatred became stronger and stronger, and Hatake Kakashi wanted to rush to the Sarutobi tribe and kill all the people there. Okay, if you need anything, you can find Uzumaki Zetsu. By the way, he will teach you how to practice and become stronger. But before practicing, you must learn to disguise yourself, and you must not show any hatred to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Otherwise, with the cruelty of that old guy, he will definitely kill you. Without persuading him, Shimura Gentoi picked up sister-in-law Miko horizontally and teleported back to the land of fire. Only Hitaki Kakashi and Uzumaki Zetsu were left in the room staring at each other. Not to mention how things are developing in New Konoha. On the other side, in the underground base far away in the east of the land of whirlpools, Senju Hashirama looked at the ninjas who were practicing cross-legged in front of him, and a smile appeared on his face. Although his younger brother was taken to the land of iron for trial and death, the plan he left behind has been steadily carried out. His good friend Madara Six Paths communicated with the Pure Land space with the Samsara Eye, constantly drawing out the souls of the ancestors inside, and then he used the clones cultivated by his own cells as the body to complete the resurrection. Although the clones were mass-produced, the souls of the ancestors could not preserve their strength before they were alive, but they could practice again, with the memory of their practice before they were alive, and could quickly reach the peak of their life. Coupled with Shimura's body-strengthening secret technique and the Rei's Nanjindan practice system, his strength was greatly improved. The most important thing was that he secretly met with his granddaughter Tsunade and asked for a secret technique to fuse the bloodline limit. This is a powerful secret technique that fuses a new bloodline limit. As long as two types of escape chakra are cultivated, a new bloodline attribute can be fused. The bloodline limit alone is far from enough. Uchiha Madara came over, although his face was cold, but his mood was particularly good. Ever since the rat of Senju Tobirama was killed by judgment, he has been in a good mood. He had wanted to kill that guy before, but unfortunately he could never catch him, and with the obstruction of Hashirama, he had no chance to do it. But the rat finally died, and Shimura Gentoi did what he had always wanted to do but had not done. However, it must be admitted that Senju Tobirama's research and development capabilities are really strong. After losing that guy, many plans were forced to stop, such as the research on bloodline fusion. Even the bloodline limit fusion method they have now was secretly obtained by Senju Hashirama from Tsunade, which is embarrassing to say. Tsunade broke off relations with me last time, and I can't get a stronger bloodline fusion method. Shaking his head sadly, Senju Hashirama really didn't understand how things could develop to this extent. The little girl in the sand village has fused a bloodline elimination level magnetic escape, and it's time for the people of the sand village to help. Speaking viciously, Six Paths Madara had already thought of a solution. The Shimura family must have a full set of bloodline fusion methods, and even the 7 attribute bloodline network fusion method must exist. You know, Princess Kaguya has many kinds of blood. Now that the boy has captured Kaguya, he will definitely get the fusion method of the bloodline network. However, it is not easy to make plans from the Shimura family, so we can only look for secondary targets. The girl who left the sand village is quite good. When he was still a ninja, he fused the 3 attribute bloodline elimination magnetic escape, and it was a perfect magnetic escape fused from 3 magnetic escape bloodline limits. They all knew the fusion theory of the bloodline elimination of the Shimura family, which was much more perfect and powerful than the wood escape of Hashirama and the dust escape of the Uegakure village. Can't you develop the bloodline elimination fusion method? Hashirama Senju didn't like that approach because he didn't respond to his friend's words. His promise to Shimura Gentoi that he would lead the ninja to turn over a new leaf was not a lie. If he plotted against a little girl again, what kind of turning over a new leaf would it be? Of course I can develop it, but it can't adapt to everyone. There is not enough experimental data. Unless you are willing to let everyone be my experimental subjects, it should be enough after waiting for dozens of deaths. Seeing the naivety of his good friend, Six Paths Madara said unhappily. With his current strength, after knowing the blood fusion theory of the Shimura family, he began to fuse his own perfect blood fusion, which is a flame-shaped blood fusion with extremely high temperature, which can instantly vaporize most substances. But that method is limited to oneself and cannot be popularized to everyone. The risk is too great. Just like the development of medicines requires clinical trials, the development of secret techniques also requires sufficient clinical trials, and more clinical trials are needed, and the risks are greater. Go contact the 3rd Kazekage. After a long silence, Senju Hashirama said dejectedly, feeling very upset. He wanted to lead the ninja system to turn evil back to good and strive for that ray of life, but he had to use those despicable means to become powerful. There was nothing they could do about it. It would take a long time to develop the blood fusion method, but they had limited time. If they didn't become stronger quickly, after the 30-year agreement, the ninja world would not be the opponent of the Shimura family and would be destroyed. This was a dead knot that could not be untied at all, at least he couldn't think of a way. Maybe his brother could think of a way when he was alive, but unfortunately his brother had been killed by the Iron Country trial, and even his body was devoured by the victims' families. Even if he wanted to hate, he couldn't. After all, his brother was wrong first, destroying the entire Iron Country capital, killing millions of people and dignitaries, and the Iron Country separatist war and plague that followed killed tens of millions of people. This casualty data made him palpitate. If he had known about this back then, he would definitely have stopped Tobirama. Unfortunately, the big mistake had been made, and it was too late to say anything. Ban, are we really wrong? Speaking faintly, Senju Hashirama was confused. Are they really wrong? At least he couldn't say what his brother did was right, whether it was the Iron Country tragedy, the plan for the Uzushio village, or the cooperation with the evil demon. It was absolutely wrong. Survive first and win the final victory, then you will have the opportunity and qualification to judge right and wrong, and correct your mistakes. Leaving a word, Six Paths Madara turned and left. Although he hated that kid, he was right. Ninjas themselves were too dark and must be corrected. But that was a matter for the future. What we need to do now is to become stronger with all our strength and win the final victory. 419. Chapter 419 Picking Peaches. Pervert, someone from the Sand Village contacted me and wanted to fuse the secret method of bloodline elimination. After an indescribable lovemaking, it took Karura a long time before he felt alive. He immediately glared at her and told her the purpose of his trip. Previously, a ninja from the Sand Village sneaked into the Wind District and found him who was practicing to ask for the secret method of bloodline elimination. The other party was his acquaintance, Raza. She didn't agree immediately, but came to ask this guy's opinion, but she was caught by him doing such a shameful thing. This pervert is too lewd. Just give it to them, but don't say I gave it to them on purpose. Shimura Gentoi replied casually, and didn't take it to heart, and even looked forward to it. Although chakra as an energy has pitfalls, it must be said that chakra has many advantages that cannot be matched by immortal energy. For example, it is much easier to fuse bloodline than to fuse bloodline with immortal energy, especially to fuse a brand new bloodline attribute. This is also unavoidable. After all, it has only been 10 years since I created the immortal energy. Even if there is a black tripod space to speed up the improvement, it is far less than the countless years of accumulation of the universe Otsutsuki clan. Not to mention that the ancestor of the universe Otsutsuki is a 10th level strongman, the pinnacle of the universe. Even if he disappeared mysteriously as Kagaya said, he still cannot be underestimated. Therefore, he needs to use chakra to fuse a new bloodline attribute to nourish the immortal energy system. As long as the chakra foundation is emptied, he will definitely grow to a level comparable to it. Are you having an affair with Sister Maiko? Suddenly asking a strange question, Garura stared at the pervert beside her. She met Uzumaki Maiko before, and vaguely saw something wrong, and at the same time smelled this guy's breath on Maiko. If it was an ordinary person, it would be fine, but this pervert is so lustful, and Uzumaki Maiko is a top-notch beauty, maybe he has already taken him down. But Sister Maiko is the wife of Konoha White Fang, and she even has a child, you beast. Ahem, we are in love. With a dry cough, Shimura Gentoi felt a little guilty for no reason, as if he was caught in bed. How many women are you looking for? Angry staring, Jiaoyuo couldn't stand this bastard's fickleness. If he really let him find unlimited, how could he live like this? Not many, I'll stop when I find 49. With a modest smile, Shimura Gento didn't mean to hide it. His goal was to find 49 young lady sponsors. Of course, this was not his limit, but the limit of the Black Cauldron space. As he gained more and more merit energy, he had a deeper control over the Black Cauldron space and understood many secrets. For example, the Black Cauldron space could only stack 49 young lady copies for him at its limit. Although it was not the unlimited stacking he wanted, it was not bad. After all, young ladies can continue to practice and upgrade, and their enlightenment will be more and more enhanced in the future. The future is promising. Why don't you die? The number made Jiaoyuo so angry that he bit someone's shoulder, biting hard, but unfortunately he didn't bite it. You still have the strength to bite. It seems that the lesson I gave you before was not enough. He sneered. Shimura Gentoi turned over and mounted his horse, and the fierce battle began again. Women should not be spoiled. When they lose their temper, just give them a beating. Of course, this beating is skillful, and they must be convinced by heart and body. After a speechless battle, Shimura Gentoi embraced his unconscious wife and slept for a beauty sleep. But in his heart, he was thinking about picking peaches. Before, he deliberately let Tsunade pass the bloodline limit fusion method to Senju Hashirama, so as to guide the resurrected dead ancestors to fuse a new bloodline limit. 3 years have passed, and it should be mature enough. A week later, Shimura Gentoi brought Kagaya, Uchiha Madara and his own old father, the Nabe Cage, to the underground base in the land of whirlpools. It must be said that ninjutsu, especially Earth Escape ninjutsu, is really awesome, and he is awesome when doing civil engineering. This underground base is very large, with dozens of floors, covering hundreds of kilometers, and hundreds of millions of ninjas living there. Yes, hundreds of millions of ninjas. Senju Tobirama and Senju Hashirama, as well as Six Paths Madara, are really ruthless people. They resurrected all the ninja souls that could be resurrected in the Pure Land space at once. And all these kings are the Six Paths Sages' inventory. They are the strong men accumulated since the emergence of ninjas. They were at least at the level of Jonin when they were alive. Is this your confidence? With his hands folded across his chest, Uchiha Madara glanced at Six Paths Madara with undisguised contempt in his eyes. Although he came to pick peaches, he couldn't do a one-time deal. This time he picked the fruits of the bloodline limit, and next time he had to pick the fruits of the bloodline elimination, and then the bloodline breaking limit, until the bloodline net of the 7 attributes. That contempt and disdain stimulated the arrogant Six Paths Madara. If it weren't for his good friend Senju Hashirama holding him back, he would definitely rush over to kill. You broke your promise again. Suppressing the anger in his heart, Hashirama Senju was quite worried. This was their secret weapon and trump card, but now it was discovered by the other party and rushed in directly. Wouldn't that guy want to kill everyone? Don't get me wrong, we are just looking for someone. After explaining, Shimura Gentoi gestured to Miss Kagaya beside him. Kagaya, who had been prepared, used the psychic technique to summon the small fairy tree, and used it as the foundation to perform wood escape. Soon, countless roots spread to the entire underground base, entangled countless ninjas, and absorbed some chakra and blood obscurely. After completing the task, Kagaya controlled the small fairy tree to retract the roots that had spread out. After doing this, she shook her head to her little man, indicating that she had not found it. Of course, this performance was just a show for those people to see, so that they could not detect their true intentions. After receiving a signal from his wife, Shimura Gentoi took a step forward, his eyes swept over Senju Hashirama and Six Paths Madara, and said, although I don't like you, as a part of the world, you have the right to know some things. We are not the only ones in the universe, there are other alien creatures. Some time ago, an alien creature sneaked into our world and I don't know where it is hiding. You should pay attention. If you find any abnormal situation, deal with it as soon as possible. If you can't deal with it, you can notify us. After leaving a simple sentence, Shimura Gentoi teleported away, and Kagaya and the other two also teleported away, leaving behind the gloomy Senju Hashirama and Six Paths Madara, as well as those frightened ninjas. Hashirama, can he be trusted? Senju Fusuma frowned. Shimura Gentoi said it solemnly before, and the wood escape similar to his own son did not hurt them. It seemed that he was really searching for something. Could it be true that alien creatures have descended as he said? Not sure. Shaking his head, Senju Hashirama was also confused. He really didn't understand what Shimura Gentoi and the others were looking for. Could there really be some alien creatures? It should be that something has sneaked into our world. You should be more careful in the future and don't let anything sneak in. Six Paths Madara chose to believe Shimura Gentoi's words. He knew that there were alien strongmen, but he had never seen them. And before, Shimura Gentoi and the others did not take anything away, let alone kill anyone. It seems that they are really looking for something. The 4 of them are out. It seems that the alien creatures that sneaked in are very strong. Maybe we can try to contact that kind of alien creatures. With a turn of his eyes, Senju Fushirama had some ideas. After resurrection, he and his son learned about the current situation in the ninja world. He knew very well that the Shimura family was powerful. With their current strength, they were definitely not opponents. For example, the wood escape that the woman just performed could kill them all, and they didn't even have the power to resist. The gap between the two sides too big, must find another way to make up for it. Disgusting rat! With an undisguised look of contempt, Six Paths Madara turned and left. Hashirama Senju also had a gloomy face. The last time his brother joined forces with the evil demon made him very uncomfortable. After the war in the Whirlpool country, their 5 major ninja villages were directly labeled as human rapists. Now my father is actually going to join forces with alien creatures. Is he going to let their ninjas upgrade to become ball rapists? Don't have this idea again in the future. Whoever dares to contact alien creatures, I will kill him, including you, father. The cold eyes swept over everyone present. Hashirama Senju would never allow them to have ball rapists here. Seeing his son's determination, although Senju Fujian was unwilling, he could only give up that little thought. Before staying here for long, Hashirama Senju found his good friend Madara 6 paths. Today's events were very bad. Not to mention the mysterious alien creature, it was fatal that the Shimura family discovered the secrets here. The hundreds of millions of resurrected dead ancestors were their trump cards. Now that the trump cards have been discovered, what can they do? We must discuss a countermeasure as soon as possible. They are very proud, even arrogant, and do not take those people seriously. This is a good thing for us. Understanding the worries of his good friend, Madara 6 paths was not too worried. He had contacted Shimura Jondun and knew very well that the boy was a proud person who disdained to kill the weak. As far as he knew, the boy had not killed even one person. He was a kind and arrogant fool. But they have the capital to be arrogant. Still worried, Hashirama Senju was not optimistic about this. Looking sideways, Madara 6 paths wanted to chop someone. Only you can call me Senju Hashirama. If it were someone else, even if my Izumineo Doubtu slapped me in the face like this, I would have used Susanoo to chop him. I, 6 paths Madara, am also a respectable man and I have to save face. You are right, that kid is indeed arrogant. Nodding gloomily, 6 paths Madara had to admit that his good friend was right, the Shimura family was too strong. There were 4 6 paths level masters who were strong enough to rival the 2 of them, and it was not known whether there were other masters hiding in the dark. Facing such a powerful opponent, he was also very depressed. How about the bloodline elimination fusion method sent by the Sand Village? Are there any hidden dangers? As if he could see that his good friend was in a bad mood, Senju Hashirama changed the subject and asked about the bloodline elimination fusion method sent by the Sand Village 2 days ago. He had also seen the bloodline elimination fusion method, which was indeed very subtle and mysterious, but he could not tell whether there was a pit in it. Although he had already fused the 3 attribute bloodline elimination would escape technique, it relied on great strength to create miracles, and he had no real understanding, so it was naturally difficult to see if the secret technique had any flaws. Unless he did human experiments, but this was contrary to his ninja way, so he naturally could not agree, and in the end he could only let his good friend slowly deduce it. It can be generally confirmed that there are no hidden dangers, at least I can't see them, and the details will have to wait until they practice and observe carefully. When it comes to this, Liu Daoban's face has a more happy look. The bloodline elimination fusion secret method is indeed very exquisite, and he has benefited a lot after reading it, and no flaws have been found for the time being, which is enough to popularize and promote it. In this way, those people can practice the 3 attribute bloodline elimination. Although they are still not the opponents of the Shimura family, at least there is hope. In the future, they will become more powerful if they obtain the bloodline breaking realm and even higher level bloodline fusion secret methods. 420. Chapter 420, Promotion to the 3rd level. Not bad, not bad, there are actually more than 1,000 new bloodline limits. After returning home and counting all the new bloodline limits he had obtained, Shimura Gentoi smiled so hard that his mouth almost reached his ears. After planning for so long, he finally picked the first fruit and reaped a lot of rewards. Don't be too happy too soon, most of them are just semi-finished bloodline limits, and only more than 200 of them are really useful. Kagai reminded calmly that this time they did obtain more than 1,800 unprecedented bloodline limits, but most of them were semi-finished. For example, the snow escape that can shape snowflakes is the lower level ability of ice escape, and the next step is ice escape. Just like the relationship between Baitu's lime melting escape and magma melting escape. This semi-finished bloodline limit is not what they want, only stable finished products can be integrated into the Rei's Nanjindan system. After careful sorting, they only got 243 new finished bloodline limits, which could not meet the demand for 352 bloodline limits. Leave the rest to me. Take away the bloodline limit chakra and blood samples, and Shimura Gentoi will study in seclusion. The bloodline limit attributes of those semi-finished products are not really useless. As long as you find a way to make them go further, you can get a new finished bloodline limit. Whether you can complete the 352 bloodline limits depends on these semi-finished products. Several people are looking forward to Shimura Gentoi's retreat. They know his talent and understanding of the monster, and he has never let them down. This time, he will definitely not let them down. First, cultivate the existing new bloodline limit attributes, and wait for Dinger to further improve them after the retreat. Then we will deal with the Six-Path Sage and others. To make a decision, Shimura Danzo took a sample to go back for cultivation, Uchiha Madara Kagaya and the others also took a sample, and the last 2 samples were sent to Uzumaki Midoriya and Black Zetsu. There are not many people who can start bloodline training here now. There are only 6 of them at most. Even if Uzumaki Mei starts training, it is also very reluctant to come. Not to mention Tsunade and others, they need to continue to intensify their hard training, but it is only a matter of time. While Shimura Gentoi and others are practicing in seclusion, the development of the continent is still hot. Whether it is various infrastructure, or the national cultivation plan and the plan to encourage fertility, they are all in full swing. The population is also showing explosive growth, with at least 100 million people added every year, and the growth rate is getting faster and faster. In addition, the Infinite Tsukuyomi plan is also progressing very quickly. The Infinite Tsukuyomi designed by Shimura Gentoi is different from the original Infinite Tsukuyomi. It is just an illusion virtual world, which is equivalent to the settings of those online games in the previous life. Many teacher NPCs are created in it with illusions. Although they are not very intelligent, they can transmit some information to other people's minds. This is the education popularization plan that Shimura Gentoi came up with. In the original work, Uchiha Itachi used Tsukuyomi to pass his own memory to Uchiha Sasuke, which is equivalent to a kind of knowledge inheritance. Of course, the inheritance of that kind of memory picture is too huge, and the average person's brain cannot bear it at all. At the least, they will become idiots, and at the worst, they will die of brain death. Therefore, Shimura Xianding made detailed levels and categories for knowledge downloading. At the beginning, only some enlightenment education type knowledge will be downloaded, and then gradually deepened, and the same is true for cultivation methods. At the same time, the Infinite Moon Reading World is also a place for people to communicate, and everyone can speak freely and exchange cultivation experiences. Of course, some people want to use this place to talk about love, and these functions and practices are supported. In this way, 3 years have passed again, and Shimura Xianding and others have come out of retreat. As expected by Shimura Xianding, many new attributes have indeed been upgraded from those semi-finished blood limit attributes, and the total number has even reached nearly 400, which is far more than the required 352. For this reason, he also specially screened it, eliminating those that have little potential or overlap with other attributes, and finally completed the addition of blood limit attributes to the 361 first-level acupoints in the body. With the completion of the addition of the first-level A-cup ointment attributes, the immortal energy mixed with all attributes quickly circulated, forming a large cycle, which finally transformed the immortal energy again, and then led to the transformation of the essence of the body's life. The strength of the 6 people increased dramatically, reaching the 3rd level of the universe classification. And because of the special nature of the Rei's Nan Jindan system, the real combat power is stronger. Let's deal with the 3 holy places first, and then go to the Pure Land space together, and fight quickly. The 6 people gathered together. Shimura Gentoi took Miss Mido to the most powerful Myaboku Mountain Holy Land, Uchiha Madara and Shimura Danzo went to the Ryokai Cave, and Black Zetsu and Kagaya went to the Wetbone Forest Holy Land. Faced with the powerful combat power of the 6 3rd-level strongmen, the 3 holy places had no way to resist, and the 3 tribes were quickly slaughtered. Slipped away quickly. With a sneer, Shimura Gentoi didn't care about the few toads that escaped. He cared about the Myaboku Mountain Holy Land itself, and it didn't matter whether the Toad clan was completely destroyed. After destroying the 3 Holy Land tribes and breaking the spiritual contract signed with the entire Holy Land space, Shimura Gentoi and the other 6 gathered together again. Kagaya opened the passage to the Pure Land space, and the 6 transformed into energy bodies and quickly rushed in. Sure enough, a mouse is a mouse. Looking at the empty Pure Land space, Shimura Gentoi had expected this situation. As early as when he learned that Kagaya's sister's Samsara Sharingan could open the Pure Land space, he guessed that the 6-path sage must have prepared a retreat and could not defend the Pure Land space. Moreover, the 2 old silver coins were used to hiding in the dark, and their mentality would inevitably change. Unless they were forced into a desperate situation, there was no way they could fight them head-on. Hayu is very clear about the power of the Samsara Sharingan. They can't hide in other dimensional spaces, nor can they abandon this planet. If they must hide, the sealed space that sealed my concubine is a good choice. After thinking for a while, Kaguya thought of a possibility. Since the 2 rebellious sons dare not show up in the world and can only continue to hide, they will definitely choose a safer and more hidden place. The sealed space that sealed them for thousands of years meets the requirements. Can you find it? Turning his head, Ziken Xianding wanted to kill the 2 old silver coins now, so that he could develop with peace of mind. Although he said in the future that the 2 old silver coins were just mice in the dark, not even side dishes, but annoying. With the 2 old silver coins hiding in the dark, they couldn't do anything to their heart's content, which was very uncomfortable. No. Shaking her head regretfully, Kaguya was also unwilling. Unfortunately, the sealed space was too special. With the blessing of the 2 rebellious sons, it would be difficult to find it out, and it would take a lot of energy and time. It would be better to intensify the practice if you have that spare time. After the strength is improved to the 4th level, it will be easy to pull it out. First clean this place up and shape it into the hell we need. Black Zetsu, you stay here and take charge. Seeing that the 2 old silver coins could not be found for a while, Shimura Gendo did not hesitate and prepared to completely transform the Pure Land space first. The most important thing was to remove all the tricks left by the 6-path sage here and turn it into his own private property. The 6 people dispersed and explored the Pure Land space bit by bit, conducting a carpet search. The Pure Land space was not created by the 6-path sage. It has existed for a long time and can be traced back to the mythological era. It is a major residence of mythological gods and corresponds to Takamagahara where the Tianjin god lives. It's a pity that the gods of the mythological era were killed by Otsutsuki Momoshike's father and became fertilizer for the sacred tree. Even Takamagahara was broken and split into 3 holy places, which is the main reason why Shimura Gentoi attaches so much importance to the 3 holy places in the Pure Land space. Finally, everyone gathered on top of a mountain-like boulder. This is the only thing left in the Pure Land space. The rest should have been looted by the 2 brothers of the 6-path sage. The following should be the real entrance and exit of the Pure Land space. Perhaps this stone mountain is the 1000 induction stone used by the ancient god Izanagi in mythology to block the Yellow Springs country and isolate yin and yang. Heizetsu expressed his own speculation. He has explored many secrets in thousands of years, especially those related to the mythological era, and naturally knows the situation of the Yellow Springs country. It turns out that the Yellow Springs Pure Land is blocked by this thing. No wonder ordinary people's souls can't enter the Pure Land. After looking at the 1000 induction stone for a long time, Shimura Gentoi finally figured it out. In mythology, the souls of all things will be drawn to the Yellow Springs country, but now human souls can only dissipate between heaven and earth and cannot enter the Pure Land. In the era of the ninja clan, the souls of ordinary creatures could enter the Pure Land, at least there were no dead souls wandering between heaven and earth. But with the complete disappearance of the Onmyoji's inheritance, the dead souls of ordinary creatures can no longer enter the Pure Land. I guess the Onmyoji may have discovered Yuyi and others hiding in the Pure Land, and then used the 1000 pulling stone to completely seal the entrance and exit of the Pure Land. Speaking of another guess, Black Zetsu finally understood why the 6-path sage wanted to kill the Onmyoji lineage. Onmyojas specialize in soul power. Powerful Onmyojas can even leave their souls and enter the Yellow Spring Pure Land to travel, and even control the dead souls to shape into powerful ghosts and fight. Since the 6-path sage has a plan in the Pure Land space, he will naturally not allow anyone to enter this old nest, so he killed the Onmyoji lineage. However, the Onmyoji lineage is also ruthless. After being plotted against, they directly used the 1000 pulling stone to block the entrance and exit of the Yellow Spring Pure Land, leaving the 6-path sage with no choice but to use chakra to pull the dead souls of ninjas into the Pure Land space. Otherwise, if the 2 6-path sages devoured the souls of ordinary people and other creatures over thousands of years, who knows how powerful they would be. Let's work together to move this thing away. Pinching the joints of his hands, Shimura Gendo moved his body and prepared to move the 1000 pulling stone below. In myths and legends, the 1000 pulling stone is indeed very heavy, requiring thousands of gods to move it, and even the 2 6-path sages have been unable to do anything about it for thousands of years. However, there are 6 people on their side, and their combat power can reach the peak of the 3rd level when they burst out with all their strength, comparable to the 12 ancient gods in the mythological era, so they should be able to move it away. Next, they will use the Yellow Spring Pure Land as the foundation to open up the underworld hell, and they must open the blocked entrance and exit. He was right, and the 6 people did shake the 1,000 pulling stone with their full strength. Although it is still impossible to move it away all at once, it can be moved away slowly by moving it bit by bit. Hey I think you can refine this thing into a brick. It will be very cool to use it to hit people. Even the 6-path sage will be smashed into chopped green onion pancakes in front of them. Zhimura Xianding sat down on Kunyan Stone Mountain all of a sudden, teasing. This thing is too heavy and indestructible. He swung the big silver sword with all his strength, but there was only a shallow sword mark. It will be very cool to use it to refine a copycat version of the Fantian seal to hit people. Thank you, Father, for reminding me. With his eyes shining brightly, Heiju was moved by this suggestion, and even imagined in his heart the beautiful scene of using it to take a photo of the 6-path sage. It must be taken in the face. 421. Chapter 421 Evil Demon Curse Seal. Naturally, outsiders did not know that the Shimura family destroyed the 3 holy places and occupied the Pure Land. The 5 major ninja villages were still developing themselves quietly. Even because of the huge pressure from the Shimura family, all the major ninja villages started to have evil thoughts and used various means to enhance their own strength. Ida Euro trademark is just that the strength of the grassroots is easy to improve, but the peak combat power is not easy to cultivate. In the end, the 5 major ninja villages turned their attention to the evil demons. They all sealed some of the flesh and blood of the evil demons. If they could study the method of using the power of the evil demons, their strength would definitely increase greatly. After understanding this, all the major ninja villages secretly began to study the flesh and blood of the evil demons, and even started the evil demon flesh and blood transplantation plan. Can it be transplanted safely? Looking at the little evil beast in the glass jar, Sarutobi Hiruzen asked in a deep voice. The evil demon has now become a taboo among taboos. These experiments naturally cannot be put on the surface, nor can they be led by him personally, so they are handed over to Orochimaru, who has considerable research and development talents. The evil demon seal I made has reached the standard for safe transplantation, but the power of the evil demon is very special and has great corrosiveness to the body and soul. It cannot be used too much, otherwise it will be corroded into a monster like the evil demon. After answering, Orochimaru stroked the nutrient tank obsessively. The little evil beast inside was cultivated by him with the flesh and blood of the evil demon. It is the foundation of everything. Only by truly understanding the nature of the evil demon can we know the horror of this kind of life form. Its potential is unlimited. Even in the last war in the country of whirlpools, the evil demon was far from growing to its peak. It is no wonder that the Shimura family has repeatedly killed the evil demon at all costs. If it is allowed to grow, it is really unimaginable how powerful it will be. Give me a copy of the information and samples. Sarutobi Hiruzen was quite satisfied with the research progress. He directly asked for a copy to go back for research and even tried to transplant it. Teacher, are you worried about your disciple? Rather than handing over the evil demon seal immediately, Orochimaru licked his lips and said meaningfully. At the beginning, he was able to use the clone snake to eavesdrop on the conversation between Shimura Danzo and Sarutobi Hiruzen, and he knew very well that this teacher was afraid of him. Even he had seen some tricks in the previous White Fang incident. This teacher didn't even trust his confidant White Fang, let alone his disciple. But now he didn't want the evil magic seal he made, but the research data of the sample, which obviously didn't trust him. Sarutobi Hiruzen was speechless and didn't know what to say. If it was a naive fool like Jiraiya White Fang and Namikaze Minato, he could still fool them with words, but Orochimaru was a rare smart man. Everyone is smart, and saying those words again would be a bit insulting to people's IQ. It's not impossible for the teacher to want the sample and data of the evil magic seal. His expression changed, and Orochimaru didn't want to break up with the teacher now. What do you want? Seeing that there was still room for negotiation, Sarutobi Hiruzen narrowed his eyes slightly and thought about Orochimaru's plan. I know that the village has secretly prepared a large batch of materials to be used as the foundation for the reconstruction of the village after it was destroyed. Licking his lips, Orochimaru prepared to set up a new business. Since he couldn't become Hokage, there was no point in staying in Konoha. Instead, it would make the teacher wary. Maybe one day he would be killed like White Fang. In this case, it would be better to move out in advance. It happened that he had gathered a group of subordinates before leaving the mainland. Now he lacked the resources to build a ninja village. Deep underground 50 kilometers north of Base No. 9. After a long silence, Sarutobi Hiruzen finally agreed to the deal. Although the materials were specially prepared by the first generation and others, they were not his. If Konoha is really destroyed in the future, he and the Sarutobi family will not survive. Since the family is gone, the existence of the materials has nothing to do with him. It's worth using it to trade for the evil magic seal. Thank you, teacher. Licking his lips excitedly, Orochimaru threw a sealed scroll that he had prepared long ago. After taking the scroll and checking it briefly, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Orochimaru deeply, said nothing more, and turned away. He knew very well that today was the end of his relationship with this disciple, and they might be enemies when they meet again. He even thought about whether to kill him here to prevent future troubles. It was a pity that this place was too close to Konoha, and Orochimaru was quite powerful. Once a fight started, it would be very noisy. If the village found out that he had touched the power of the evil demon, he would be very passive. He might even lead the first generation and others to take him down, so he had to compromise. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who left, didn't know that not long after he left, a hideous figure walked out of the dark corner of the laboratory. It was the evil demon. He wants to kill you. He laughed hideously. He had just clearly sensed the murderous intent in Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart. Obviously, the other party wanted to kill people to silence them, but unfortunately he gave up in the end. I want to kill him too. He sneered. Orochimaru knew very well what kind of person that teacher was. He pretended to be kind on the surface, but he was actually vicious and cruel. In this respect, he was much more vicious than Shimura Danzo. He even wondered whether those dirty deeds in the past were done by Shimura Danzo, or which teacher did it and let Shimura Danzo take the blame. After all, since the Shimura family stopped hiding, Shimura Danzo's style of doing things is completely different from before, as if he has changed into a different person. Although he is cold and resolute, he cannot be said to be vicious and cruel. On the contrary, the teacher Sarutobi Hiruzen is more vicious by nature. Where are the chakra curse seal and fairy seal I want? The topic changed, and the evil demon stretched out his claws. That's right, he cooperated with Orochimaru. He helped Orochimaru study the evil demon seal, and in turn Orochimaru studied fairy seal and chakra seal for him. Although he has great potential, he must devour a large number of human dead souls in order to grow quickly. Unfortunately, the Shimura family is very close to this aspect, and now it has restricted itself to the sea area between the 5 major ninja villages, and it is impossible to devour humans. In desperation, he can only think of other ways, and chakra and natural energy come into view. Madara 6 Paths and Hashirama Senju approved the power of chakra and fairy arts. If you can obtain those 2 powers, your own strength will surely advance by leaps and bounds. This is what you want. Take out 2 scrolls that have been prepared long ago and throw them over. Orochimaru dare not deny this existence, let alone negotiate conditions with him. The difference in strength between the 2 sides is too great. You are a smart human being. Let me remind you that chakra is not as simple as you think, and its potential is far beyond your imagination. Taking the 2 scrolls, the evil demon was extremely satisfied with the transaction, and finally gave a kind reminder. After speaking, his figure sank into the shadows and returned to the depths of the sea to continue dormant. Now he can't afford to offend any of the ninjas in the Shimura family. Even in the weaker ninja system, there are 2 strong men of the same level sitting in charge. He will suffer a lot in a fight. However, this situation will not last long. At most 10 years, he can go further and swallow the ninjas of the 5 major ninja villages. Is chakra really an external energy? Thinking, Orochimaru paid more attention to chakra. Originally, he was thinking about whether to transfer to the Shimura family's immortal energy, but the reminder of the evil demon made him think more about chakra. To be evaluated by the evil demon, the limit of chakra is definitely not just the level of the first generation of Hokage, even the legendary 6-path sage is far from the pinnacle of the chakra system. After thinking for a while and suppressing this thought, Orochimaru set off for the 2 agreed locations. Today, he not only made an appointment with his teacher Sarutobi Hiruzen and the evil demon, but also made an appointment with Senju Orange Water and Uchiha Fugaku. This is what you want, what about what I want? Agreed location, Uchiha Fugaku held a sealed scroll and stared at Orochimaru who was coming. He was very tempted by this deal. Although there was a big risk, it was worth it. Here are the samples and information of the evil magic seal you want. He took out a sealed scroll and threw it to Uchiha Fugaku. The sealed things inside were exactly the same as those given to Sarutobi Hiruzen before. This was his only valuable bargaining chip at present, enough to make any ninja excited. Uchiha Fugaku did not delay and also threw out the sealed scroll in his hand. The two checked it together and finally nodded with satisfaction. Although both parties were not good people, they attached great importance to this transaction and did not play tricks. Fugaku-kun, we will cooperate again if we have the opportunity in the future. By the way, I heard that Suinding-kun will marry Uchiha Mikoto next month. With a sinister smile, Orochimaru sank into the ground, leaving Uchiha Fugaku with a gloomy face. The matter of Uchiha Mikoto has become a taboo in his heart. Although he had expected that Uchiha Mikoto would marry that guy, he was still very unhappy when this day came. He was very unhappy and wanted to kill people. I will repay the shame you gave me 10,000 times in the future. Looking up at the bright moons in the night sky, Uchiha Fugaku clenched his fists and hated it so much that even his eyes changed. However, it was not the eternal Mangekyou Sharingan, but the purple Samsara eye. These eyes were awakened by him some time ago. Although it is still difficult to use them skillfully, he can feel the power inside. It's just that the pupil power inside is not very stable, lacking the power of the Uzumaki clan, but it will be soon. Without stopping, Uchiha Fugaku jumped away and returned to his family to study the evil magic seal and transplant it after confirming that there are no hidden dangers. After all, Orochimaru is not a good person. God knows if he has left any tricks in it. As for why he took the risk to seek the power of the evil demon, he was really forced to do so. Although Six Paths Madara was born in Uchiha, he had already broken up with his family because of what happened in the past. It was good that he didn't come to kill Uchiha. They didn't dare to go over to hug their thighs. They could only rely on themselves and aimed at the power of the evil demon. After his research, he found that chakra has a strong tolerance. In theory, it can integrate any power and produce transformation. Just like fairy chakra, if the power of the evil demon can be integrated like integrating natural energy, it will definitely be able to reach a higher level. The power of the evil demon, the power of the eternal pupil, the reincarnation eye, interesting, really interesting. I believe the insidious Xianding will definitely be very interested. Not long after Uchiha Fugaku left, Uzumaki Ju's head emerged from the ground and laughed strangely. He has been responsible for monitoring the 5 major ninja villages, among which Konoha is the focus of attention. The abnormal behavior of Sarutobi Hiruzen and Orochimaru was naturally discovered by him. There were signs of the existence of the evil demon in Orochimaru's base, so he didn't dare to approach, but he could roughly guess what Sarutobi Hiruzen had traded with Orochimaru. But he didn't expect that Orochimaru actually had a deal with Uchiha Fugaku, and the deal was a share of the Eternal Eye. Did the snake also discover the secret of the Eternal Eye? While Uzumaki Zetsu was thinking, Orochimaru went to see Senju Orange Water without stopping, and also completed a wave of transactions, obtaining the latest Hashirama cells and 6 Paths Madara cells. Senju Orange Water, like Uchiha Fugaku, obtained the evil demon seal from Orochimaru, and was obviously also plotting this forbidden power. There was no way. Since the Kushina incident, not only did his father die tragically, but his uncle also disliked him and never returned to the family. In addition, the war in the Whirlpool country caused the loss of the main force of the family, and the strength was greatly damaged. It was necessary to find a way to strengthen the strength, otherwise it would be dangerous. In desperation, he could only focus on the power of the evil demon. 422. Chapter 422, Nascent Soul Technique. Brother Fugaku awakened the Samsara Eye. After receiving the report from Uzumaki Zetsu, Shimura Gentoi was very surprised. He really didn't expect that Uchiha Fugaku could awaken the Samsara Eye. The 6 Path Sage is being pushed into a corner. After a quick thought, he roughly guessed what was going on and laughed. He laughed very happily. As long as the 6 Path Sage is being pushed into a corner, it will reveal more flaws. Who has Orochimaru made a deal with? Thinking of that snake brother, Shimura Gentoi was quite interested. He had received information earlier that Orochimaru had recruited the small ninjas from the land of rice and took them away. It seemed that the Sound Village in the original book was about to be born. From the direction he went to Iwagakure village. He must have made another deal with Iwagakure village, or even with all the people in the 5 major ninja villages. He laughed. Uzumaki Zetsu was very optimistic about Orochimaru, and he was qualified to be a pawn of the insidious Xianding Jun, and his end would definitely be miserable. Alas! The Uchiha and Senju families are too strong, not to mention the unfathomable Hyuga family. The little monkey's life will probably be difficult, and Konoha will not be peaceful. So, you will find a way to send this meteorite to the Sarutobi family. With a sigh of compassion, Shimura Xianding threw the meteorite he was playing with in his hand to Uzumaki Zetsu, letting him arrange it himself. That is the treasure of our village. Before Uzumaki Zetsu caught the thrown meteorite, a girl wanted to rush over angrily to snatch the meteorite back, but unfortunately Shimura Xianding grabbed her wrist and could only watch the meteorite fall into Uzumaki Zetsu's hands. Insidious Xianding Jun, do you have any other instructions? Taking the meteorite, Suan Woju smiled sinisterly, looking forward to the insidious Xianding Jun having a more insidious plan. He likes to do that kind of insidious things the most. Get lost. After a brief silence, Shimura Xianding gave the word get lost. This guy is extremely capable, but he has a problem with his brain. If he wasn't very useful, he would have been destroyed by others. What a waste. Uchiha Madara suddenly spoke up, not agreeing to give the meteorite to Sarutobi Hiruzen. The meteorite came from the Star Ninja village and fell from the starry sky. It has a magical radiation power that can materialize chakra. Based on this characteristic, the ninjas of the Star Ninja village have developed a set of secret techniques that can change the form of materialized chakra. However, after research, they found that the meteorite can fuse heterogeneous energy, and at the most extreme it can fuse bloodline net. Although the fused bloodline net is very unstable, it is indeed a bloodline net. Giving such a treasure to a rat like Sarutobi Hiruzen is really a waste of talent. That thing is not very useful to us. It is better to recycle it, stabilize the situation in Konoha, and lure out the Six-Path Sage. Shimura Gendo did not take the meteorite to heart. Anyway, he had copied its data into the Black Cauldron space, so he could study it however he wanted. It itself was of no use to them. Because that kind of radiation seemed to only affect chakra, and had no reaction to immortal energy, it was not very useful to keep it. The Rinnegan awakened by Uchiha Fugaku must have come from the Six-Path Sage. Does he want Ashura and Indra to reincarnate again? Shimura Danzo made a guess. Although there was no substantial evidence, the Six-Path Sage must have a follow-up plan for Uchiha Fugaku to awaken the Rinnegan. It should not be just for the reincarnation of those two people. I suspect that he is returning the chakra he has collected for thousands of years to speed up the training of those ninjas. Thinking of the deeper possibility, Shimura Gento admired the Six-Path Sage's imagination and ruthlessness. If it is really as he thought, the Six-Path Sage's future strength will never be weak. He wants to raise pigs. Uchiha Madara and the others also reacted. Before, they were wondering why the ninjas in the underground base of Senju Hashirama became stronger so quickly, and the amount of chakra was abnormally huge. You know, the chakra refining of ninjas requires mental power and vitality. A little bit can be supplemented by food, but a large amount depends on natural energy. But the problem is that the concentration of natural energy in the current ninja world is not enough to make so many ninjas become stronger quickly. I was confused at first, but now I finally understand. Most of those people's chakras must not come from themselves, but are secretly transmitted by the Six-Path Sage. Such efforts must have a greater plot. What a ruthless man! We just wanted to pick peaches, but he wanted to pull out the peach tree, leaving us no chance to survive. The ninja is in trouble now. Tisk tisk, Shimura Gento couldn't help but feel more pity for the ninja. Those fools are still happily practicing to become stronger, but they don't know that all their efforts will eventually become wedding clothes for others, and become the resources for the Six-Path Sage to become stronger. It is estimated that even their souls will be devoured completely in the end. How miserable it is! Don't worry about those trivial matters. After practicing to the 4th level, we will kill those 2 rebellious sons. Hatefully speaking, Kaguya still hates those 2 rebellious sons. Although those 2 rebellious sons were not born by her after 10 months of pregnancy, but were individuals shaped by 2 fingers with yin-yang escape, she always treated them as her own sons. She even regretted it when she was sealed, regretting that she sacrificed Yuyi's girlfriend that year, but at that time she really didn't know that woman had a relationship with Yuyi. Who would have thought that the rebellious son's real purpose was to seize her samsara Sharingan, which made her feel deceived, deeply deceived. She was so stupid before. It's not easy to achieve the 4th level. Uzumaki Mei, who had been silent all the time, rubbed her forehead. She had barely achieved the 3rd level before, let alone the 4th level. The improvement of cultivation is not about how much bloodline attributes are condensed. Now even if enough bloodline elimination attributes are placed in front of her, she can't condense them in the 2nd meridian acupoints, mainly because her mental power can't control them. This also made everyone present very distressed, and Tsunade and the other girls felt the most deeply. They couldn't achieve the 3rd level because their mental power was not enough and they couldn't carry and control so many bloodline limit attributes at the same time. Bloodline attributes can be obtained by picking peaches from ninjas, but mental power cultivation cannot be cheated. If you have it, you have it, and if you don't have it, you don't have it. Don't be discouraged. I have developed a secret technique to assist the Reisnan Jindan system, called the Nascent Soul Technique. It can condense the consciousness Nascent Soul in the Reisnan Jindan. Each pair of nascent souls can increase the speed of spiritual power cultivation by 1%. Just using the 1st level of acupoints to cultivate the consciousness nascent soul can increase our spiritual power cultivation speed by 3.6 times. With a smile on his face, he signaled everyone not to worry. Shimura Gentoi had already seen this flaw. In fact, the slow spiritual power cultivation is not a flaw. Everyone is like this. The main reason is that the speed of the Reisnan Jindan system is too fast. Just like Kagaya Otsutsuki practiced hard for thousands of years in the clan land before reaching the peak of the 2nd level, and then descended to the ninja world planet to devour the fruit of the sacred tree, and then he was promoted to the peak of the 3rd level. But Shimura Gentoi and others are only a few years old, and they have not practiced for many years. It is normal that their spiritual power is not enough. However, compared with the improvement speed of the Reisnan Jindan system, the improvement of spiritual power cultivation is indeed too slow, and even the improvement of the soul is far from enough. In response to this, Ziken Xianding had been trying to find a solution for a long time. Finally, he thought of the setting of Yuanying in his previous life and tried to deduce it by trial and error in the Black Cauldron space, and finally deduced it. However, the Yuanying technique he tinkered with was not to tinker with a Yuanying, but countless. The number of acupoints in the body can produce as many pairs of nascent souls. There are 361 acupoints in the 1st level alone, which can increase the speed of spiritual power cultivation by 3.6 times. The 2nd level has 129,600 acupoints, which means that it can condense 129,600 nascent souls and increase the efficiency of spiritual power cultivation by 1,296 times. Not to mention the acupoints in the 3rd level. Why are you looking at me? Suddenly, he found that everyone around him cast strange eyes at him, and Shimura Xianding couldn't help but feel a little hairy, always feeling that these people had bad intentions. I really want to pry open your head and see how the tofu brain inside grows. Reaching out and holding her little man's cheek, Kagai really wanted to pry open his head and slice it for research. Even if she had never seen this kind of brain-opening cultivation secret technique in her family, at least she had never come into contact with it, nor had she heard of anything similar. If the nascent soul technique is really as the little man said, their cultivation speed will definitely increase rapidly and faster and faster. Maybe they can cultivate to the 9th level in 10,000 years. You know, those 9th level masters in the clan have been practicing for countless billions of years, and some of them are older than the stars. But now they have the hope of cultivating to that level within 10,000 years, which is really amazing. My little man is great. The women came forward one by one and stroked their men's heads, full of curiosity, and wanted to pry it open to see if the tofu brain inside was sweet or salty. And Shimura Xianding pretended to be dead, letting those women play head-patting to kill. After the meeting was finally over, Shimura Xianding breathed a sigh of relief and turned to look at Uchiha Mikoto and Xia Rixing who had not left. We're getting married soon, how can the bride not be happy? Holding the beauty in his arms, Shimura Gentoi smiled and smiled sweetly. Mikoto has amazing potential. She was a washboard when she was young, but she didn't expect that she would be so cruel and domineering when she grew up. Although she is not as good as Tsunade, she is not worse than Miss Midoriya after the 2nd growth. The children of the future are blessed. What are we, Uchiha? Uchiha Mikoto, who was lost, suddenly stared at the man in front of her with her beautiful eyes. She was very confused. Although she has not really married into the Shimura family, she has been exposed to many secrets, such as the matter of the 6-path sage. Originally, she married here with ulterior motives, wanting to get the secret techniques of the Shimura family for the family and brother Fugaku, but who would have thought that the truth was so horrifying? Is there still a way for ninjas to survive? Faced with such a situation, Mikoto laughed at her previous thoughts. Even if he obtained the secret technique of the Shimura family, he could not change the essence of the problem. The future of Uchiha was still worrying, and there was no hope at all. There were too many enemies, and they were too strong, far beyond what the Uchiha could fight. In this world, strength is respected, and the big fist is the hard truth. If you want to protect your relatives and friends, you must have enough strength. It's useless to think more now. You might as well step up your training. When you are strong enough, you can at least save a few innocent people from the Uchiha family. Feeling the confusion of his fiancée copyright in his arms, Shimura Xianding gave her a deep kiss and gently comforted her. This girl is too responsible and wants to save Uchiha by herself. Why did you let me come here? Xia Rixing on the side finally couldn't help asking. She had been frightened in the previous meeting, and what she heard was too shocking. It stands to reason that as an outsider, she is not qualified to come here to listen. Still don't understand? This perverted bastard has taken a fancy to you, and you are now a member of the Shimura family. Uchiha Mikoto glared at someone unhappily, jumped out of his arms, and explained to Xia Rixing gently. When she saw Xia Rixing being brought here before, she knew that this would be another sister of hers. 423. Chapter 412 10,000 Star Empire. Are you sure you are ready? On the former Hokage cliff, Shimura Xianding looked at the 6 people of Sanchuan opposite. At the beginning, it was agreed that the fate of the country would be determined by the sword, and the 6 of them would decide the future of the 5 major countries and the Iron Kingdom. It's just that his improvement speed is too fast, far beyond the reach of the 6 people of Sanchuan. I thought the 6 people had given up, but I didn't expect them to really come. Xianding Jun, please use all your strength once, so that we can give up. Take a deep breath, Sanchuan spoke solemnly. Shiwohuahu, Ting Shui Black Panther and others were also full of solemnity, holding their weapons tightly. I will give you 10 seconds to prepare. I will hit the strongest blow. Feeling the determination of the 6 people, Zhikan Xianding couldn't refuse, so he summoned the big silver sword and stood with the sword. The 6 people on the 3 boats did not dare to neglect, and prepared their strongest killing moves. 10 seconds passed in a flash, and the 6 people did not wait for Zhikan Xianding to burst out and took action decisively. Cut the cloud. Iron stone. Purple lightning. Cut the water. Flame blade. Holy blade. The strongest blow in the name of the inheritance of the 6 national swordsmen of the 6 countries was launched, and they attacked Zhikan Xianding together. Cut. In order to meet the request of the 6 people, Zhikan Xianding activated the 9 attribute immortal energy mode, plus the 9 door escape array, and doubled the blessing to cut the next sword. The sword energy destroyed the offensive of the 6 people like a dead tree and rotten wood, and killed them without reducing the momentum. Fortunately, he controlled the angle, and the sword energy flew over the heads of the 6 people, leaving a deep space crack. The strong wind driven by the sword energy also tore the armor of the 6 people, leaving scars all over, so miserable. Monster! Shiwo! Huahu, whose face was stained with blood, tightly grasped the Fang Tianhuaji and complained gloomily and shockedly. This was also the voice of the 3 ships and 5 people. The gap was not too big back then, so why is it getting bigger and bigger now? They worked very hard, even desperately, and were confident that they were not inferior to their own teacher, but they still lost, and lost completely. Teacher Tsunade. After taking back the big silver sword, Shimura Gento hurriedly asked Tsunade, who was watching the battle nearby, for help. Tsunade was also unambiguous. She walked forward and threw out 6 groups of holy flames to wrap the 6 people and heal the scars caused by the strong wind. Holy flames were a new bloodline limit she created by fusing Yang escape and fire escape before abolishing chakra. It can not only burn the enemy with high temperature, but also transform into vitality to heal others. Have you agreed to the name of the country of Wangxing? Shimura Gento made a set of sofas and motioned everyone to sit down, and asked curiously. Their future journey is in the sea of a stars, so when they established the country, they used Wangxing as their name. Wan is an imaginary number, which means infinite, referring to the vast and traceless sea of a stars. The national system was referred to in the previous life. After all, there is a ready-made one, so they can just copy it directly. You have considered it so carefully, how could the daimyo not agree? Those who disagreed have been sent away. Rolling her eyes, Shiwohuahu had no respect for Shimura Xianding. After all, he was her eldest cousin and a family member, so there was no need to be polite. The name of Wangxing is very good, and everyone can accept it. The three ships also agreed. When the Shimura family sent the country name and the national flag, they saw the boldness and breadth of Lord Xianding. Originally, they thought that Shimura Xianding would create a Shimura Empire, or the Empire of Fire, but who would have thought that it would be such a result? Wangxing means the sea of a stars, which is their future development direction and goal, and no one can say anything about it. At the same time, the new name of the country also implies a complete break with the past and a fresh start. At the same time, the new system is also very good, much better and more relaxed than the original Daimyofu system, which means that they can all show their talents in the new system. At least they don't a trademark T have to worry about being killed by someone who is more powerful than the master, so they are relatively satisfied. As for those who are dissatisfied, they have all been sent away. This is the general trend. No one can resist the wheel of history. All those who stand in the way will be run over. You should practice and improve your strength as soon as possible. Next, you should develop other planets in outer space. After the environment there is initially stable, we will launch interstellar immigration. The foundation lies in population. Our biggest task next is to increase the population. Turning the topic to the future development path, Shimura Gentoi attaches great importance to the plan to increase the population. He even specially created a set of cultivation secrets that allow expectant mothers to communicate with their unborn children with energy, which can improve the aptitude and potential of both women and children. In other words, as a woman, even if her aptitude is very poor, as long as she has enough children, she can become a genius. With your secret technique, will it not work well? Tsunade couldn't help complaining. She couldn't understand how her little man, as a grown man, could develop such a strange secret technique. Yes, she already knew that the traitor was the Zero Research Institute of the Shimura family. All the secret techniques inherited by the Shimura family were developed by this kid, and there was no inhumane experiment as they had originally guessed. It can only be said that he was a complete monster. It is indeed a great secret method. Stroking her lower abdomen, Shihuahuahu nodded in agreement. Women have many inherent disadvantages compared to men, but that secret technique gives them women the hope of breaking the shackles, at least being on an equal footing with men, instead of becoming vassals as before. You have it. The action of the eldest cousin made Shimura Suinding's face become weird, and Tsunade's eyes lit up. She jumped to Shihuahuahu in surprise and carefully passed the immortal energy into her body. It's true. After confirming that her younger brother and sister were indeed pregnant, Tsunade was overjoyed. Naoki is not yet an adult. She complained speechlessly. He remembered that the younger brother was still 6 months away from turning 18. He didn't expect that the older cousin was so cruel. Too cruel. Go away. Glazing unhappily, Tsunade turned around and gently told Shihuahuahu about the precautions for pregnant women. That was her nephew or niece. Xianding Jun, is there a secret method that can improve our potential and qualifications? The 3 ships and 5 people came to Shimura Xianding and asked in a low voice. They had seen the secret method of cultivation prepared for women and children. Although the degree of improvement would be smaller as time went on, it was indeed amazing. If this goes on, they will be very passive. I'm sorry, that secret technique essentially uses the process of fetal growth and development to cleanse the tendons and marrow of both parties. Unless you can also get pregnant, I can't do anything about it. Shrugged, Shimura Gento really couldn't do anything about it. He did develop a secret technique that can work on men to improve their aptitude and potential and make cultivation more efficient, but the requirements of that secret technique are too high, and Sanchuan and others are far from meeting the standards. Of course, in addition to improving the aptitude and potential of women and children, the main purpose of developing this secret technique is to maintain the stability of the population increase plan. Otherwise, a careless move may turn a good thing into a bad thing. Human nature is the most beautiful thing in the world, but also the ugliest thing. He doesn't want to cause complaints because of his plan and slow down his own journey to the stars and the sea. Sanchuan and the 5 people were very disappointed that they didn't get the desired results, but there was nothing they could do, because childbirth is a woman's patent. Everyone talked about after a while. Mifyun and the others returned to their own countries, no, to their districts. The original 5 major countries and the Iron Country have been cancelled and transformed into 6 districts. The small countries between the major countries have also been cancelled and merged into the 6 districts. At this stage, the contradictions between the people of the original countries are being eliminated. After the running in, resources will be integrated and vigorously developed. The first thing to be developed is agriculture. Only when the grain output is increased can more people be fed. The focus in this regard is on the research of new high-yield crops, and the research task falls on Bailahu. Is this a new product you cultivated? Walking into the experimental base of the Ministry of Agriculture, Shimura Xianding looked at the big tree in front of him curiously. This is a fruit tree, full of watermelon-sized fruits. This kind of fruit tree has never been seen before. It is obviously a new species. Lord Xianding, you've come just in time. This is the latest starch fruit tree I've cultivated. The starch content of the fruit is as high as 30%, and it can reach 80% after removing the water. Although the taste is worse than wheat, rice, and other grains, it is high-yielding, with 3 harvests a year, and 4 harvests a year in tropical areas. And because it is in the form of a fruit tree, it can continue to grow without the need to be planted again. As the fruit tree grows, the yield will increase. However, this kind of fruit tree has high requirements for soil fertility and needs to be fertilized frequently. Seeing Shimura Xianding coming, Bailuhu excitedly introduced his research and development results. At first, he wanted to develop a secret technique that could transplant other people's bloodline limits. Since he was recruited by the Shimura family, he decisively changed his research goals and studied high-yield crops. As for bloodline transplantation, he had long given up. After all, as long as the immortal energy system is cultivated, any bloodline you want can be synthesized independently according to the blueprint. How can the bloodline fused by oneself be compared with the transplantation method? What he values a euro more now is contribution. As long as he makes enough contribution, he can exchange powerful secrets and resources in the Shimura family to improve his strength. His talent is gene fusion research, so he naturally knows how to maximize the benefits. Not bad, very good work, but this is not enough. We need crops that can grow in harsh environments. It doesn't matter if the yield is low. We can increase the scale of planting. Patting Bailuo on the shoulder with satisfaction, Shimura Xianding affirmed and put forward new requirements. Although Bailuo's talent and qualifications are not as good as Orochimaru, he is very talented in gene fusion, even much higher than Orochimaru. Look at the monsters that the snake uncle tinkered with in the original work, and then look at the demon bud technique that Bailuo tinkered with. Although it failed in the end, it was not the problem of the demon bud technique, but it lost to the protagonist's halo. It was really a big profit to let Black Zetsu recruit this guy. There are results so quickly. If it grows in an extreme environment, the starch fruit will be much smaller and taste worse. After thinking for a while, Bailuo said that it can be done, but the product will be worse. It's okay, we can let the chefs research targeted food methods, you just need to increase the yield, how to make it delicious is the chef's business. Waving his hand, he said that it can be done, and the poor taste is not a big deal. As a newcomer from the great foodie empire, there is nothing that cannot be eaten in the concept itself, even if it looks inedible and not delicious, it can be made into food for you. Even those poisonous ingredients can't resist the foodie attributes of the great foodie empire, and they are made into non-toxic food through various means. It is precisely because of this that the great foodie empire has become the country with the most protected animals, and it is all caused by those foodies. So the initial taste of the ingredients is not important. If the taste is rough, just improve the method and make it into delicious food. It's just right to send this thing to the Cooking Academy for research to see if we can come up with 108 kinds of delicious recipes. If you don't pursue the taste, you only need to make simple adjustments to cultivate the right variety. After receiving the affirmation of Shimura Gentoi, Bailuo patted his chest and guaranteed that he was very familiar with this matter. Under the premise that this mother tree has been cultivated, it is only a matter of time to induce the cultivation of the fruit core genes to get the desired results. In this regard, the fairy energy version of wood release can also be used to accelerate the cultivation, which is not a big problem. You must know that organisms have a strong ability to adapt themselves and can make subtle adjustments to themselves according to the external environment. He just strengthened this ability to adapt himself on this basis. After determining the effect of the starch fruit tree, Shimura Gentoi watched other new varieties of crops under the leadership of Bailuo. After all, the staple food cannot be too single, and it must be matched with each other to be more balanced. In addition to the staple food, supplementary food must also be available, the more variety the better, and these must be taken seriously. After all, food is the first necessity of the people. Without food, nothing can be done. This aspect must be carefully controlled. 424. Chapter 423. The Third War begins. Hey, how come you all have such a big misunderstanding of me? Looking at Uchiha Mikoto dragging the embarrassed and angry girl out for shopping, Shimura Gento was full of helplessness. God has mercy on him. He really didn't have any bad thoughts about Xiaorixing at first. It was the old father who made the decision, saying that Xiaorixing was beautiful and easy to give birth to, and then brought her here together. Before, he just remembered that there was such a strange meteorite in the Star Ninja village. Who would have thought that it would actually cause a wife? But it is understandable. After all, the elders always hoped to have many grandchildren and blessings. Let him be on par with the breeding pigs in the pig farm. Of course, no matter how helpless he was, he had to recognize this new fiancé copyright. After all, his old father had already discussed it with her parents, and the marriage certificate was written in duplicate. And he didn't lose out either. Xiaorixing herself was a little beauty with good looks and first-class qualifications. If Xing's training hadn't caused too much damage to her body, she would definitely become a strong man at the level of a regular shadow in the original work. Now if she is well trained, she will definitely become a good wife. Without thinking too much, Shimura Gentoi prepared for the upcoming wedding. Because the next person to be married was not only Uchiha Mikoto, but also Hinata Suzuan. Compared with Mikoto's ulterior motives, Hinata Suzuan was much more pure. While Shimura Gentoi was preparing for the wedding, the 5 major ninja villages were also working hard to develop. Although they were driven out of the mainland, they also paid attention to it. The newly emerged 10,000 Stars Empire scared them, especially the crazy development momentum. If they don't want to be destroyed in the future, they must develop desperately. It's just that it's difficult to compete with the mainland's Wangxing Empire in population development, because their own population base is too small. In the end, the 5 major ninja villages all turned their attention to the technology of artificial humans. This was proposed by Orochimaru, who could pair the gene chromosomes of the strong to breed healthy and strong children, and could also induce birth, so that an adult human could be cultivated in a few years. And it can use illusions to accelerate the simulation of growth memory in the mind, giving enough common sense and even ninja knowledge, which can be called a weapon for explosive soldiers. This technology made Orochimaru make a lot of money again, but it also brought great development to the 5 major ninja villages, and the population increased exponentially. In addition to population, the 5 major ninja villages have also been studying the secrets of chakra, especially the fusion of bloodline limits and bloodline elimination, with remarkable results. Shimura Gendori and others were also happy to see that the more new bloodline eliminations the 5 major ninja villages merged, the more help it would be to his Reisnan Jinden system. Then both sides entered a stable and rapid development stage. The 5 major ninja villages also announced the establishment of the 5 major ninja countries to strengthen the management of their own territories. The transition from the ninja village system to the ninja country system is an inevitable result, because the limitations of the ninja village system are too great, and only the ninja country can make up for it to a certain extent. But it is not easy to run the ninja country well, and it is unrealistic to rely solely on the previous ninja village system. Originally, the 3-power check and balance system created by Shimura Gentoi was very good, but unfortunately the major ninja villages did not have the foundation for implementation. The ninja warriors and ninja monks who originally developed with the help of the ninja village had long been separated. The ninja system alone could not succeed at all. Even if it was temporarily suppressed, it would only make the problem bigger and bigger. Once it broke out in the future, it would destroy everything. Time passed quickly, and soon arrived at the 46th year of Konoha, and someone couldn't hold it back. Hokage-sama, a large number of evil beasts have landed and are killing us Konoha. The Anbu ninja who got the information rushed to the Hokage building to report, and even the professional qualities of the Anbu ninja were shocked. He was an old man who had experienced the war in the Whirlpool country. Although he was just playing soy sauce on the edge and survived, he also knew the horror of evil demons and evil beasts, which Konoha could not resist alone. How are the 4 major ninja countries? He asked indifferently. Sarutobi Hiruzen also knew that he would definitely fight with the evil demons. After all, the evil demons need to devour humans to grow quickly. The Shimura family on the mainland was watching closely, so they could only turn their attention to their 5 major ninja countries. There are also signs of evil beasts appearing, but the number is far less than our country. He replied quickly, and the Anbu ninja also noticed something was wrong, as if the evil demons were specifically targeting Konoha. Send a letter to the 4 major ninja countries and the first generation for help. His expression was still indifferent, and he signaled the Anbu ninja to write a letter for help. The evil demons were indeed not something that Konoha could fight against. The endless evil beasts alone were very difficult to deal with, and they must get support from other ninja villages in the first generation. Yes, Lord Hokage. The Anbu ninja bowed and accepted the order, and disappeared in the office in an instant. You know that's useless. The silent Mightyman Yan spoke up. He was in charge of external intelligence and knew very well what the four major ninja countries were like. It was impossible for them to have reinforcements. Although the Ninja Village Alliance was upgraded to the Ninja Country Alliance before, the four major ninja countries secretly formed an alliance to jointly target Konoha. The reason is very simple, because their Konoha is too strong, much stronger than other ninja villages. Apart from anything else, the two super strong men, the first Hokage and Uchiha Madara, have overwhelmed the four major ninja villages. The evil beast that appeared over there just gave them an excuse to refuse support. Udaten Koharu's face was also not good. At this stage, Konoha was isolated and helpless. It is unlikely that there will be reinforcements from the first Hokage. Their goal from beginning to end is only the Shimura family. Akimichi Tofu also spoke up, and he also did not think that there would be reinforcements from the first Hokage. After the Kushina incident, with the death of Senju Tobirama, the first Hokage seemed to be disappointed with Konoha and the Senju clan. He never came to Konoha again, and even did not show up when Konoha Ninja Country was established. It is obvious that he put all his energy into fighting against the Shimura family. Issue an order to all the major ninja clans. The Third Ninja World War will begin. I will abdicate after this war. Whoever has the most achievements in this war will become the fourth Hokage. After taking a puff of smoke, Sarutobi Hiruzen said something shocking, which shocked the three people present. Hiruzen, you. Tanarako III of Chun were frightened and even more terrified. The reason why they have been able to maintain their power over the years is mainly due to Sarutobi Hiruzen's position as Hokage. Once Sarutobi Hiruzen abdicates, they will lose their greatest support and righteousness, and even the small ninjas under their command will turn to the new Hokage. Without the support of the small ninjas, their fate can be imagined. I have my own plans. His expression was still calm. Sarutobi Hiruzen did not take this matter to heart. He even started planning the Third Ninja World War a few years ago. Even if the evil demon did not suddenly appear, he would find a way to trigger the Third Ninja World War, even if it meant going to war with other ninja countries and tearing up the Ninja Covenant. There is no way. Although the ninja village has evolved into a ninja country, there are many internal problems and many contradictions have accumulated to the limit. If no solution is found, the Konoha ninja country will be divided from the inside, which he will never allow. So he needed a war to divert internal conflicts, weaken or even eliminate the individuals and forces that created conflicts, so that he could continue to maintain Konoha Ninja Country. As for the position of Hokage, he had already decided on the next candidate for Hokage. Seeing that Sarutobi Hiruzen did not want to say more, although Udaten Koharu and the other two were extremely worried, they could only choose to trust and fully support Sarutobi Hiruzen's decision. As Sarutobi Hiruzen's order was passed to the heads of the major ninja clans in Ninja Country, all the ninja clans were boiling. You know, that's the position of Hokage. Today's Konoha is not like before. It is no longer a village, but a large ninja country. The power and resources possessed by the Hokage are unimaginable for ordinary people. What does that old guy want to do? In the Senju clan, Senju Orange Water discussed this matter with many clan elders, and really didn't understand what Sarutobi Hiruzen wanted to do. That monkey can't be unaware of his own situation. Once he steps down from the position of Hokage, the Sarutobi family may become history. An elder of the Senju clan sneered, 100% sure that Sarutobi Hiruzen had a conspiracy. Although the ninja country was established, the contradiction between the ninja clan and the Hokage faction became more acute. The two major forces were tit for tat, and neither side had room to retreat. Because retreating means extinction, death, and extinction of the clan. But he is indeed old, and without a strong bloodline, he is gradually unable to control Konoha. Another younger elder of the Senju clan expressed a different opinion, which was recognized by many people. Sarutobi Hiruzen has 7 basic chakra attributes of wind, fire, thunder, water, earth, yin, and yang. This qualification is top-notch in the ninja village era, but it is just so-so in the ninja country era. Apart from other things, there are many strong people in their Senju clan who have fused perfect bloodlines. In addition to their Senju sage body, their strength is many times stronger than before. It is impossible for Sarutobi Hiruzen and the Sarutobi family without a strong bloodline to control them. In recent years, they have ignored the decrees issued by Sarutobi Hiruzen and have been developing in silence. With Sarutobi Hiruzen's character, it is impossible for him to retreat foolishly at this time. Even if he is willing to retreat, Yuditen Koharu and others will not follow him to seek death. There must be a conspiracy inside, and we must be careful to guard against it. Senju Orange Water also believes that Sarutobi Hiruzen has an ulterior motive, and the next Third Ninja World War will be very complicated. How is the contact with Uchiha? Turning the topic to the Uchiha family, Senju Orange Water is also very troubled by this. Although Senju Hashirama is still alive and powerful, the uncle seems to have abandoned the Senju family and secretly planned to fight against the Shimura family. The Senju family alone cannot accomplish anything, so they can only seek external allies, and the Uchiha family comes into view. The situation of their two families is similar. The Uchiha family has already parted ways with Six Paths Madara. It is God's blessing that Six Paths Madara does not kill him. Many people in the Uchiha family are tempted by the proposal of our two families to cooperate again, but Uchiha Fugaku has not made a clear statement. A Senju elder in charge of this matter replied helplessly that the junior Uchiha Fugaku is much more difficult than he thought. The Ninja World War has begun, and he will give an answer. Senju Orange Water is not worried about this. Uchiha Fugaku is a smart man and knows how to make a choice. There is another thing. Many members of the Uchiha clan have hidden and have not appeared for a long time. I don't know what they are planning. The Senju elder spoke again and revealed a piece of information, feeling quite uneasy. Not appearing again? It seems that the progress of the Uchiha side is not slow. It is very likely that a method to open the Mangekyo has been developed. Thinking of a possibility, Senju Orange Water sneered. They have been studying the power of wood release of the uncle, and I believe that the Uchiha family must also be studying the power of Six Paths Madara in the past. They have gained a lot here. As a top-level clan of the same level as the Senju family, the Uchiha family is definitely not inferior. Compared with the difficulty of adapting to wood release, the advancement of Sharingan is very clear. Maybe the Uchiha family has mastered the secret technique of opening the Mangekyo. Sharingan in batches. 425. Chapter 424 Hinata's Deadlock. Hashirama's cells have been sealed by me, which can slowly provide you with chakra and alleviate the side effects of the Mangekyo. Uchiha Fugaku instructed to complete the transplantation and sealing procedures of Hashirama's living cells for another clan member. They have also been studying the power of Mangekyo. And Senju Hashirama. Although they did not obtain the power of wood release, they understood the secret of the Senju sage's body and merged it with their own Sharingan. At least it can greatly reduce the side effects of using the Mangekyo. No need to worry about going blind someday. It's a pity that Hashirama's living cells are far beyond the ability of the clan members to bear, even if they have the Mangekyo. Sharingan. He can only use the power of the Samsara Eye to seal up most of the power of Hashirama's living cells. Thank you, clan leader, but what are these three eyes for? The Uchiha clan member who completed the transplant of Hashirama's living cells looked at his heart in confusion. There was a bulge there, not the pectoral muscle, but a human face that looked like the first generation of Hokage. A pair of eyes were even transplanted in the eye sockets, and there was also an eye at the center of the eyebrows. He didn't understand why the clan leader made such a strange arrangement. That's an eye cloned from your eye cells. Theoretically, it can evolve into a Sharingan, or even a Mangekyo. Sharingan. The eye on the forehead of Hashirama's face is the initial Byakugan cultivated with your genes combined with the genes of the Hyuga family. It has a chance to evolve into a real Byakugan, or even the Rinnegan of the Otsutsuki. Looking at Hashirama's face on the chest of his clan member, Uchiha Fugaku was extremely proud of his genius idea. He didn't know how he came up with this operation. In short, this idea is perfect. Not only can it help the clan members evolve two pairs of eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, but also gain a Byakugan to make up for the Sharingan's shortcomings in insight. It has to be admitted that the Byakugan is indeed much stronger than the Sharingan in insight, and the auxiliary effect is stronger. The Byakugan is a perfect combination with the Sharingan. He is even planning to obtain the secret of the Rinnegan and evolve the Byakugan into the Rinnegan for his clan members. At that time, two pairs of eternal eyes plus the Rinnegan will be invincible. Patriarch, you are so great! The Uchiha clan members were enthusiastic. It was no longer a secret among the Uchiha high-level officials that two pairs of matching Mangekyo Sharingan could be fused into the eternal Mangekyo. Sharingan. Originally, he was still troubled by this. Although he had awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, he was an only child and his parents had died long ago. Without brothers and sisters to provide matching Mangekyo Sharingan, there was no way to fuse into a stronger eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Who would have thought that the patriarch would bring him such a surprise that he could also have the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. The Uchiha clan was developing vigorously, and the Hyuga clan was also developing fast, but they encountered a dead end. The caged bird seal not only made the Hyuga clan successful, but also restricted the Hyuga clan. Because of the existence of the caged bird seal, the Byakugan lost the ability to evolve again, and the strength of the clan members could only reach the quasi-cage level at best, and it was impossible to make another half a step forward. In the era of the ninja village, the quasi-cage level was considered a strong person, but in the era of the ninja country, the quasi-cage was destined to be cannon fodder. No matter how many cannon fodder there are, they are still cannon fodder. Without sufficient backbone support, it is difficult for the Hyuga family to develop. Even if the members of the main family obtain the samsara eye, this fault has become the fatal flaw of the Hyuga family. The elders of the main family were summoned to a meeting again. Hyuga Hayashi had a blank expression and said nothing. Several elders of the main family also looked at each other and looked at each other. They were also silent and did not express their opinions. They knew very well that if they wanted to break the situation, they only needed to remove the caged bird curse seal of the branch family. They had the ability to master the samsara eye. But the problem is not seen in this way. There are too many conflicts accumulated between the branch family and the main family, and it can even be said that there is a blood feud. It is bound by the caged bird curse seal, otherwise the branch family members would have rebelled long ago. With this hatred as the foundation, once the branch family members obtain the samsara eye, will they not take revenge on their main family? The most terrible thing is that once a branch family ninja obtains the samsara eye, he will have the ability to remove the caged bird curse seal for all branch family ninjas. So this precedent cannot be set, even if the entire Hyuga family is destroyed. You guys! With a sigh, the elder stood up and left tremblingly. Such a clan meeting is too boring. After all, the solution to the problem is very simple, but these people just can't let go of the power in their hands. They would rather watch the Hyuga family be eliminated by the times and stick to the rules. Of course, there is also the reason why the main family and branch family system is too tricky, which makes the members of the family who should have been a family turn against each other and become an unsolvable dead end. The Hyuga family is finished. That's it for this time, go back and prepare for war. With a sigh, Hyuga Hayashi motioned for several elders to leave. He was also very troubled by the current situation of the family. On one side is the interests of the main family, and on the other side is the interests of the entire family. It is difficult to choose. An old man walked out from the back and knelt down beside Hyuga Hayashi. He was the head of the previous generation of the family, Hyuga Tokugawa. Father, what should I do? What should we do in Hyuga? At this moment, Hyuga Hayashi felt helpless and irritable. He couldn't think of a way to break the situation. It was simply a dead end. Maybe you can communicate with Hisashi. After thinking for a while, Hyuga Tokugawa thought of the second son who had been abandoned and ignored long ago. He was also at a loss about the current situation of the family. He didn't know where to start and regretted it. If he had known this would happen, he would not have planted the caged bird curse seal on his second son. Now the two brothers have turned against each other, and they are like strangers when they meet. Go and call Hyuga Hayashi over. Hyuga Hayashi followed his father's wishes and signaled the family ninjas guarding outside to notify the younger brother to come and meet. Not long after, a staggering figure came over. Before he got close, the father and son smelled a strong smell of alcohol. Ugh! Master, are you looking for me? After a burp, Hyuga Hayashi bowed without any image and asked with drunken eyes. Look at what you look like now. Frowning coldly scolding, Hyuga Hayashi couldn't stand his brother's current sloppy and decadent appearance, which really brought shame to their Hyuga family. If you have something to say, just say it. I'm going to go back and drink another bottle. I have to say that the Urkyuatu of the Shimura family is really strong, far beyond the comparison of those sakes. The two clan leaders can go and taste it when they are free. Not paying attention to Hyuga Hayashi's scolding, Hyuga Hayashi kindly promoted his favorite Shimura Urkyuatu. Although the mainland forbade them ninjas to enter, there was trade on the border, and even the Urkuatu, a specialty of the Shimura family, could be brought over. It's a pity that it's just an ordinary version of Urkuatu, without that kind of life energy, but it's no problem to use it to get drunk. Hyuga Hayashi's face looked even worse, and he was about to open his mouth to scold again, but Hyuga Tokugawa raised his hand to stop him. Hisashi, I know you are angry, but you can't be so decadent, and you shouldn't give up practicing. Somewhat disappointed, Hyuga Tokugawa never thought his son would degenerate into such a state. Haha, practice? Is it useful? As if he heard a big joke, Hyuga Hisashi laughed so hard that tears were about to flow down. The caged bird curse seal not only limits the evolution of the Byakugan, but also limits the limit of his own chakra. He has practiced to the limit of the caged bird curse seal, and has long given up practicing, and has been accompanied by wine all day. It must be said that the bodybuilding secret technique developed by the Shimura family is very good, giving him a strong body, and he is not afraid of being drunk. The only regret is that his body function is too strong, and the speed of alcohol decomposition in the body is too fast. Even if he suppresses the liver function with soft fists, the drunken state can't last long. All his income in recent years has been used to buy Shimura Urkuatu, and it is the barrel version. The words of his son made Hyuga Tokugawa stiffen and remain silent. Indeed, the caged bird curse seal is too overbearing. No matter how the second son practices, he will not be able to make any progress. Even if he practices and improves by force, it will trigger the caged bird curse seal, which may be life-threatening. I don't trademark know which bastard ancestor created this thing. It really screwed them. If there is nothing else, I will go back. Seeing that the two stopped talking, Hyuga Hisashi was too lazy to stare at them, so he wanted to get up and leave. He wanted to go back and drink another bottle. Hisashi, you haven't called me father for a long time. Suddenly, Hyuga Tokugawa spoke with a complicated expression, and he regretted it in his heart. When I got this thing on my forehead, my father was already dead. Pointing to the caged bird curse seal on his head, Hyuga Hisashi had long since stopped recognizing that father. He knew very well that he was abandoned by his father when he was born, and even if his qualifications were better than his brothers, he still couldn't change. This is fate. Hisashi's words made Hyuga Tokugawa silent again, feeling very uncomfortable. You are not young anymore, you should find a woman to marry and have children, and pass on your lineage. Hyuga Hayashi spoke, feeling uncomfortable as well. When he was a child, he had a good relationship with his younger brother, but everything changed since his younger brother was planted with the caged bird curse. Don't harm other girls, it's better for my lineage to die early, so as not to bring harm to future generations. Hyuga Hayashi refused, but he had no intention of marrying and having children. Otherwise, even if he gave birth to a child, he would be cursed with the caged bird, continuing his fate and becoming a slave tool of the main family, and he might be sacrificed for the main family at any time. He had no ability to change his own fate, but he could choose to end this ridiculous fate and prevent it from bringing harm to future generations. I'm not discussing this with you. The voice turned cold, and even carried an ordering tone. Although Hyuga Hayashi felt guilty, it did not mean that he could indulge his younger brother. The existence of his younger brother's lineage would help him control the branch family, and he could not afford to lose it. It's too late. I threw away the root of right and wrong a long time ago. If you don't believe me, just look. Taking off his pants very casually, Hyuga Hisashi motioned for the two to watch. He had expected his brother to make the decision today, so he cut the thing off a few years ago. I won't bother the two clan leaders anymore. Goodbye. After the display, Hyuga Hisashi was too lazy to stay any longer, so he put on his pants and turned away, leaving the father and son dumbfounded. What a sin! It took a long time for Hyuga Tokugawa to come back to his senses. He slapped his forehead with a slap, full of regret. Although he knew that the decision back then would cause great harm to his second son, all-round harm to his mind and body, he really didn't expect it to reach this level. Hinata Hayashi was also very confused. Although he knew that his brother hated him because of the caged bird incident, and hated the caged bird curse and the system of the main family branch, he never expected his brother to be so extreme. He would rather castrate himself than let his child bear the fate of the branch family. What the father and son did not know was that after Hinata Hayashi left the main family mansion, he turned his head and looked back. I have repaid what I should repay. Although you don't know what I have repaid, I have a clear conscience. I hope the family can be passed down for a few more generations. With a sigh, Hinata Hayashi walked to the nearest tavern, ready to buy some Shimura Urquiata to take home and drink slowly. However, as soon as he stepped into the tavern, a familiar figure made his face change drastically, and he even wanted to turn around and run away immediately. "Brother Hayashi, come over and have a drink, I'll treat you." The young man sitting in the tavern waved enthusiastically, motioning Hinata Hayashi to come over for a drink. It was obviously an acquaintance. 426. Chapter 425, Ninja Enemies. "Brother, come, let's go." Leading Hyuga Hisashi to the private room upstairs, Shimura Gending frequently poured wine to this cheap uncle, using the latest upgraded special version of Urquiata from the Shimura family. As for why he called Hisashi his uncle, it all started from his wedding with Hisashi Suzune. On the wedding day, Hisashi Suzune took the initiative to recognize Hisashi, who had taken good care of her since childhood, as her brother, establishing the brother-sister relationship between the two, and also making Hisashi completely give up and treat her as a sister. Since they have both turned from rivals to uncles, Shimura Gending will naturally not target his uncle anymore. "What are you doing in Konoha?" Hisashi asked in confusion after drinking the wine in the glass in a gulp. "I really didn't expect this brother-in-law to come to Konoha Ninja Country, and even to their Hyuga clan." When Konoha Ninja Country was established, the major ninja clans were divided and each of them developed independently. The Hyuga clan was not close to the original Konoha village. However, their Hyuga Byakugan detection ability is the best in the ninja world, not to mention that the clan elders in the clan also have the Samsara Eye. They really didn't expect that this person would dare to come. "Isn't this the evil demon reappearing in the world? It is reasonable and logical for me to come and take a look." With a little expression of worrying about the people, Shimura Gentoi knew that the evil demon's actions must be the result of the guidance of the Six-Path Sage. After all, that thing was created by that old Yunbai. If there is no means of control, he will take a bath upside down. He sneered. Hyuga Hayashi didn't believe it 100 times. "This guy is a bastard. Haven't you thought about the proposal back then? You have personally suffered the cruel fate of the caged bird curse in the Hyuga branch family. Do you really want your sons and daughters to bear it too?" Ignoring his uncle's distrust, Shimura Gentoi brought up what he said back then. At that time, he invited Hyuga Hisashi to attend the wedding according to the request of his wife Hyuga Suzune, and then kept Hyuga Hisashi to talk about some things. "I thought that my uncle would agree quickly. After all, Hyuga Hisashi had hated his son Hyuga Niji for accepting the fate of the caged bird curse in the original book. This was a good breakthrough. But I didn't expect that after several years, my uncle didn't give any response. Don't bother with me. I don't plan to get married or have children." Hyuga Hisashi's face was very cold and he was very alert. Shimura Gentoi mentioned this to him that year. After he came back, he didn't sleep well for a long time, thinking about the other party's proposal. In the end, he defeated Shimura Gentoi's bewitching voice and greed in his heart, and cut off that thought by slashing his own knife. He knew very well that this brother-in-law was not a good person. He was definitely not doing it for his own good. He must want to use him to calculate the Hyuga family. Although he hated the family's branch family system and the caged bird curse, it was the family that gave birth to him and raised him. He didn't want the Hyuga family to be destroyed by Shimura Gentoi. "Don't be so heartless, you can't stop love when it comes." Putting his arm around his uncle's shoulders, Shimura Gentoi seduced him. As the saying goes, gentle lands are heroes' graves, and it's really hard to resist love when it comes. "Uncle Blackpot, you're wrong, Uncle Hisashi is telling the truth, I saw him squatting and peeing." Uchiha Obito, who was chewing pig's trotters, raised his hand to speak, and received a death stare from Hisashi. "Hey!" Shimura Gentoi was confused, and he really didn't expect Hisashi to be so cruel to him. In order not to be bewitched, he actually castrated himself. It's a pity that there is no Exorcist Sword Manual and Sunflower Treasure Book in the Naruto world, otherwise he would have become a master of his generation. "What did you see?" Hinata Hisashi grabbed the neck of the boy beside him, his face was ferocious. He had been hiding this secret, and had only revealed it in front of his father and brother before. How did this kid see it? And he also avoided his perception. You know, before going to the toilet every time, he would open his Byakugan to check the surroundings, and only solve the physiological problems after he was sure that there was no one. How did this kid do it? "Dad, help me!" Having his neck pinched, Uchiha Obito shouted for help, but unfortunately Uchiha Poison Wine, who was also chewing on pig's trotters, ignored him. He knew that Hinata Hisashi would definitely not kill him. Even if he did, the insidious Black Pot boss was there and could save him at any time. Sure enough, Uchiha Poison Wine was poisoned. With a ferocious-looking hand, Hinata Hisashi exerted force, and the boy's head tilted to one side, and he died. However, they ignored the death of Uchiha Obito. Even Uchiha Doju, his biological father, didn't even look at him, and continued to eat pig's trotters. They were sent to assist the 5 ninja countries of Uzumaki Zetsuya, and with the ability of his son's Mangekyo Sharingan, they could easily do the job. Why bother? Sighing, Shimura Gentoi really didn't know how to explain to his wife. He had promised Hyaga Suzune that he would take good care of his uncle, but who would have thought that his uncle would turn around and castrate himself, leaving no descendants forever? Too cruel, too cruel. People who are cruel to themselves are the real cruel people. God has mercy on him, he really wants to help his uncle's family out of trouble, and calculating the Hyaga family is only secondary. He dares to guarantee this with his old father's conscience. Unfortunately, the future Hyaga Niji is gone, but with the current foundation of Konoha Ninja Country, it should not be difficult to gather a group of 12 strong men. How about I perform surgery to give you another child? And my daughter with Suzune is almost grown up, why don't we pair up? With a bold idea, Shimura Gentoi wanted to quickly sell his lawless daughter. Although the daughter looked like her mother, her temperament was completely different, which gave him a headache, so he wanted to marry her off as soon as possible. Hyaga Hisashi is an honest man, you can consider it. That's enough. Hyaga Hisashi almost spit out the wine in his mouth, and glared at him. Can this guy still have some moral integrity? I treat you as my brother-in-law, but you want to be my father-in-law? If I can't beat you, I will definitely let you die on the spot today. Don't be angry, this is a photo of my daughter, take it home and take a good look. Putting a photo that has been prepared long ago into Hyaga Hisashi's arms, Shimura Gentoi was really anxious. That girl is too good at making trouble. Many times when I wanted to discuss philosophical issues between men and women with Suzune, she ruined it. I really can't stand it. It is said that a daughter is a little lover of her father in the previous life, but he feels that the daughter may be a rival in the previous life, the kind that will never stop until death. 2 Pit. What's going on with the Senju and Uchiha? Without waiting for Hinata Hisashi to refuse, Shimura Gentoi turned his head to look at Uchiha Venom who was chewing on a pig's trotter. Insidious Suinding-kun, I know this, I know. A head emerged from the floor of Uzumaki Zetsu, and he hurriedly said, the Senju family and the Uchiha family both want to improve their own bloodlines. The Senju family is cultivating the Sharingan and transplanting it to themselves to assist in the development of the Senju sage's body, and there are also many bloodlines that have been eliminated. The Uchiha family has developed the secret technique to open the Mangekyo and awakened many Mangekyo. In addition, Uchiha Fugaku also stole the patent of the insidious Suinding-kun and transplanted the cultivated Byakugan and Sharingan on the faces of Hashirama on the chests of those Uchiha clan members. Damn, Uchiha Fugaku is really a piece of shit. It's fine if he stole my patent, but he didn't even say hello and didn't pay the patent fee. Shimura Gentoi couldn't help but curse, what a piece of shit. It was his idea to transplant the Sharingan and Byakugan on Hashirama's face. He had transplanted age spots on his face before. This kind of idea was definitely not from Uchiha Fugaku. It must be the result of the secret influence of the Six-Path Sage. They are all such a piece of shit. However, this made Hisashi Hinata look at him with contempt. How dare you say that he is a piece of shit? You are the least qualified to say this in the world. The entire 5 major ninja countries are under your surveillance. His expression became solemn. Hisashi Hinata heard the implicit meaning in the words. Obviously, the 5 major ninja countries have been under the surveillance of the Shimura family from beginning to end. Even he who has the Byakugan did not notice this surveillance. It is really too terrible. Ninjas value intelligence first. Now even their own foundation has been clearly understood by others. Is there any hope for the future? Uncle has a keen eye. He filled his uncle's glass with wine again enthusiastically. Shimura Gentoi attaches great importance to this uncle. There was no way. After hearing about the infatuation of Hyaga Hisashi with Suzune, the girl admired him very much, and even seemed to be a little crazy about him. As an old father, he naturally had to help her, and it was just right to send her away so that she would not harm herself at home. As for the age issue, he can live at least 10,000 years now, and as long as his daughter's cultivation level is improved, she can also live for a long time. As for Hyuga Hisashi, as long as she wisely agrees to work for him, he will naturally tailor a special version of the cultivation method for her to extend her life. Can't you Shimura family let go of the ninja world? After drinking the fine wine in the glass, Hyuga Hisashi didn't want the ninja world to die like this. He felt that there was still hope for the ninja world to be saved and changed, and it would be a pity to die like this. Brother, you misunderstood me. Our Shimura family has never thought of destroying the ninja world, and the real enemy of you ninjas is not our Shimura family. Refilling the wine again, Shimura Xianding really didn't think about destroying the ninja world. He also wanted to pick peaches from the ninja and get more bloodline attributes. And the new attributes of bloodline elimination are basically mature and can be picked. After that, there are 4 attribute bloodline breaking, 5 attribute bloodline super limit, and 6 attribute bloodline deluo. These bloodline attributes require ninjas to use chakra to create and develop, so he will naturally not be disadvantageous to ninjas. As for the 7 attribute bloodline network, it should be impossible, after all, the old shady 6-path sage will never allow it. Once the ninja fuses the 7 attribute bloodline network, he can detect the spiritual imprint in the chakra, at least the spiritual imprint of Kagaya and the 6-path sage, and then eliminate it. This is something that the 6-path sage will never allow, so the limit of the ninja is the 6 attribute bloodline deluo. The real enemy. Seeing that Shimura Gentoi did not seem to be lying, Hinata Hisashi became more confused and did not understand the meaning of this sentence. In today's world, the biggest threat to their ninja world is the mainland's 10,000 Stars Empire and the Shimura family. Even superpowers like the first generation of Hokage and 6 Paths Madara were forced to hide and develop secretly. It can be foreseen that the future ninja world and ninjas will inevitably be destroyed by the Shimura family. Not to mention that during the war in the Whirlpool country, Shimura Gentoi also made a 30-year agreement. There will definitely be a tragic decisive battle at that time. Either the Shimura family will be destroyed, or their ninja world will end. There is no third possibility. You are too weak now, and you are not qualified to know these secrets. Without answering this question, Shimura Gentoi knew very well that sometimes knowing too much would cost lives. My uncle has already castrated himself. If he dies, he will have no way to explain to Suzuan. If we don't save that kid now, he'll be dead. Knowing what's good for him, Hyuga Hisashi looked at Uchiha Obito, who was lying on the table and starting to feel cold, and signaled Yumura Gento to save him quickly. Before, because he knew his brother-in-law's ability, he killed the kid once with heavy hands, as a lesson to him, so that he wouldn't be spied on again. 427. Chapter 426 The Nine-Tailed Fox. Hinata Hisashi didn't know how he came back in the end, and his mind was very confused. I had communicated with that cheap brother-in-law before, and learned a lot of information, especially the mysterious enemy of the ninja world. Although that guy is not a good person, it seems that he is not joking. Is there really a stronger enemy eyeing the ninja world? Evil demon? It shouldn't be. Thinking of the powerful evil demon, Hinata Hisashi shook his head and denied it. Although that thing is powerful, as long as the first generation of Hokage and 6 Paths Madara exist, it will definitely not destroy the ninja world. If you want to destroy the ninja world, you must at least reach the level of the Shimura family. The evil demon is obviously not qualified. Who is it? Thinking hard, but still can't come up with an answer. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared behind him, and before Hisashi could react, he was knocked unconscious by a palm. Hisashi, the family needs you to carry on the lineage. Hinata Hayashi muttered indifferently to himself and took off a part of his brother's flesh and blood. His brother did not have the ability to do human things, but as long as he had genes, it would be fine. After several years of development, they all mastered the technology of artificial humans and could create a human body with genes alone. As long as there were Hisashi's genes and a woman's genes, a child could be bred, a child who would inherit the lineage of Hisashi and continue to stabilize the branch family. Not to mention the progress of the Hyuga family. On the other side, in the underground base far away in the eastern part of Konoha ninja country, Senju Hashirama received a letter for help from Konoha. Ban, what do you think? Senju Hashirama looked at his good friend opposite him and saw that it was abnormal for the evil demon to control the evil beasts under his command on a large scale. Lie down and watch. 6-Path Madara, who was lying on the sofa, glanced at him and did not take the letter for help to heart. Anyway, he had long since stopped caring about Konoha, so it didn't matter even if it was really destroyed. As early as when the Uchiha chose to abandon him, he had severed ties with that family. Besides, he rebuilt the Uchiha family with the resurrected Uchiha ancestors in the underground base. This is the Uchiha that belongs to him, Six Paths Madara. The fish in the sea have been getting fewer and fewer in the past few years. If the evil demon wants to continue to grow and develop, it can only break out of this blocked sea area or land and invade the 5 major ninja countries. This time the other party is definitely not bluffing, and it is also an opportunity. With a solemn look, Senju Hashirama had long expected that the evil demon was not dead, and guessed that the evil demon was hiding in the seabed, and guessed that there would be a battle between them. If the evil demon wants to grow faster, it must devour humans. Although the fish life in the sea is also okay, it is a little worse after all, and can only be used to cultivate those evil beasts with low intelligence. But even if it can only cultivate evil beasts, it is not endless cultivation. The 5 great ninja nations and the surrounding seas have long been blocked by the 10,000 Stars Empire and the Shimura family. Even the powerful demons do not have the courage to break through the blockade, otherwise they will inevitably face a catastrophe. However, the number of fish lives in the sea area of the 5 great ninja nations is limited, and they have long been devoured by the demons and evil beasts. If they want to go further, they can only choose to land. War is inevitable. Then let him go without return. The purple eyes of Samsara flashed coldly, and Six Paths Madara became more serious. He knew very well what the opportunity his good friend was talking about. The existence of the demons is always a hidden danger and must be eliminated as soon as possible, but that thing has been hidden in the sea of a gods, and they have no special means of perception, so they can only let it go for years. But since the other party dared to land, let them stay here forever. Let those people also participate in this war. Hard training alone cannot make them strong. Speaking of a system, Six Paths Madara felt a lot of pressure in his heart. He naturally also knew the crazy development momentum of the 10,000 Stars Empire, and compared to them, they were far behind. We must speed up. I have the same idea. With a look of delight on his face, Hashirama Senju secretly thought that he was indeed in his class, and they thought of the same thing. Anyway, the situation here has long been exposed to the eyes of the Shimura family. It is meaningless to continue hiding. It is better to go out and fight to hone the strength of these people. Master Shode. Master Madara. 2 young men and women walked into the room and saluted them respectfully. Minato, take a look at this letter. Throwing the letter in his hand, Hashirama Senju was very optimistic about this junior. The other party not only had a firm will, but also had strong potential qualifications. At a young age, he had fused 3 blood inheritance eliminations, and his strength was infinitely close to the 6 paths level. It is a perfect Hokage. The war is coming again. Scanning the letter for help, Minato Namikaze couldn't help but sigh. He was not stupid. After knowing that the evil demon was not dead and was trapped in this sea area, he knew that there would be a battle between them. He just didn't expect it to come so soon. He didn't know how many people would die in this battle. Suddenly feeling his palm being held, Minato Namikaze turned his head to look at his fiancé copyright Uzumaki Kyupen beside him, and smiled slightly to indicate that he was fine. Shode-sama, Madara-sama, Minato Namikaze requests to fight. Calming down his mind, Minato Namikaze said firmly. Be careful, don't fight the evil demon's body head-on, you are not his opponent yet. Nodding in response, Hashirama Senju didn't say much, because it would be redundant to say anything at this time, and Minato Namikaze was really excellent, and there was no need for them to tell him anything. Minato Namikaze and the other 2 also didn't say much, and quietly withdrew to prepare for the battle. That kid is good, he has the potential to be shoulder to shoulder with us. Madara 6 Paths also admired Minato Namikaze very much, and the other party's qualifications and intelligence were top-notch in the past few years. He has fused his cells with those of Hashirama and those of Uzumaki Kyupen, fusing the 3 bloodlines of Senju Uchiha and Uzumaki into one. Not only did he acquire the 7 attributes, he also awakened the Sharingan and upgraded it to the level of the Mangekyo. He also awakened a special Byakugan between his eyebrows. With the Flying Thunder God technique, he is perfect. Minato is indeed excellent. Senju Hashirama's smile deepened, but soon he became more worried. The 9-tailed fox in Kyupen's body is very abnormal. I suspect that Shimura Gentoi did something to it back then. It is an enemy, not a friend. They have communicated with the nine-tailed fox many times, and even released it to fight, but the strength it showed shocked them. Half a year ago, he and Ban had to work together to suppress it. This strength was really amazing. What made him even more uneasy was the source of the nine-tailed fox's powerful strength. That thing had been in Mito's body before, and had been with Shimura Gentoi, and he also hated them, the ninjas. The future is worrying. It didn't make a fuss when it was in Kushina's body, but it made a fuss after that kid took it out and changed hands. It must have been tampered with. Sneering endlessly, Six Paths Madara never believed in the tailed beasts. Of the previous 9 tailed beasts, he devoured and refined 8 with the outer path demon statue. It's a pity that those tailed beasts only have the power of the body, and their spiritual consciousness has long been separated, and now they are following the Shimura family. Only the 9 tails is still in their hands, but it is still very restless. However, they also gained a lot from the 9 tails. Seeing the subsequent training methods of the Reisnan Jinden system, their strength was further enhanced. The 9 tails is too strong, and it is still getting stronger rapidly. We must prepare early. With a resolute look on his face, Hashirama Senju didn't want the 9 tails to become a major threat, otherwise if it ran away in the future, the consequences would be disastrous. Let's work together to create a targeted ninja tool using yin-yang release. Six Paths Madara also agreed with his good friend's proposal. Although he didn't want to admit it, the 9 tails' speed of becoming stronger was indeed faster than the 2 of them. It took a lot of effort to suppress it last time. If we fight it again next time, I'm afraid we can be on par with the 2 of them, or even surpass them. We must prepare early and create a targeted ninja tool. The 9 tails is too strong. It's hard to suppress it with just one ninja tool. It's best to split it in half, which can weaken its strength and slow down its training speed. Nodding, Hashirama Senju also tends to make special ninja tools, especially those with sealing properties. However, the ninja tools created by yin-yang release are not invincible. It is difficult to suppress the 9 tails, especially when the opponent is still getting stronger and it is difficult to seal it. Unless they can create a moon and use a strong gravitational force to bless the seal. But that is obviously impossible. The Shimura family will never allow them to destroy the continent to create a moon. Not to mention that outer space is now controlled by the Shimura family, and they can't intervene at all. Besides, although they are afraid of the power of the 9 tails, they also want to use it. If the power is used well, it will definitely be a great help. After all, no matter what, the 9 tails is still using chakra, not the immortal energy of the Shimura family. At the same time, Uzumaki Juppin also returned to the room to pack up. This is a war, and it is impossible to end quickly. Naturally, we must be prepared for a protracted war and need to bring a lot of things. I don't know how my sister is doing. After putting everything into the storage bracelet, Uzumaki Juppin couldn't help but think of that sister. After she and her sister parted in New Konoha, she only saw her sister at the wedding with that playboy, and then there was no contact. It was also after that wedding that her sister gave her a storage bracelet, which had a full 100 cubic meters of space, enough to store a lot of things. I haven't seen her for a few years, I miss her so much. That girl is much smarter than you, and she knows herself very well. Golden red chakra appeared, condensing into a small 9-tailed beast squatting on the head of Uzumaki Kyupin, which was a clone of the 9-tailed beast. Although he was restricted by the seal, it was not a problem to separate a little chakra to create a clone with little combat power. Some things have to be done by someone. I believe that Minato-kun can definitely change the ninja and the ninja world. Uzumaki Kyupin remained unmoved and had full confidence in her fiancé copyright. In the past few years, the 9-tailed beast often bewitched herself, but she always believed in her own beliefs, and they would definitely lead the ninja to a brand new future. There must be a limit to overestimating one's own abilities. With a disdainful pout, the 9-tailed beast did not think that the two could succeed, because the ninja was a tragedy since its birth, and the ending was arranged. Not to mention that he had also observed the cultivation of those ninjas in this underground base through Uzumaki Kyupin, and the progress of that cultivation was very abnormal, which must be related to the 6 Paths Sage. But according to his understanding of that old shaman, it is impossible for him to be so kind, he must have some ulterior motives, and the future of ninjas is doomed to be a tragedy. In the future, you can mobilize my chakra at will, and I will even help you enter the 9-tailed llama mode. Don't die in the hands of the evil demon. Leaving a word, the 9-tailed clone dissipated. He and Uzumaki Juppin are now in the same boat. If Uzumaki Juppin dies, although he will not die with him, he will not feel good either. And Xian Dingjun's guess was right at the beginning. The six-path sage seemed to have a plan for him, and Uzumaki Jupin was a key point. He also wanted to see what the old guy was planning. However, the nine-tailed words did not make Uzumaki Jupin happy, but worried him. She knew very well that the nine tails rejected ninjas. In the past, she had relied on the seal to forcibly extract the nine tails chakra for use. Today, the other party proposed to cooperate actively, and even had a powerful nine tails mode. She didn't think that the nine tails recognized her, and there must be other plans. 428. Chapter 427 Pulling the Planet. Shimura Gentoi didn't pay much attention to the war in the 5 major ninja countries, but just sent more white Zetsu to monitor. There was no way, the evil demon was very cunning, and its main body would not appear in a short time. It would only use evil beasts to attack Konoha. He was not interested in that kind of childish game. After meeting his uncle Hinata Hisashi, he teleported to outer space. A bit slow. Looking at the planet flying in the distance, Shimura Gentoi couldn't help but complain. He developed a secret technique to artificially shape energy metals, and as the number of powerful people in the 10,000 Stars Empire increased, the output also increased. Some time ago, he finally accumulated enough 90 million tons to transform the 9 moons and lock the nearest planet. It only took a full month to drag the star away from its original orbit and bring it to the Earth. What do you think a planet is? Cho, who controlled the gravitational field, couldn't help but roll her eyes. This traitor took it for granted. The universe is huge, even their solar system is very vast, and the distance between the planets is very far. Even if they concentrated the Earth's gravitational field into a beam to strengthen the attraction, they only got one planet. Kaguya. Seeing that the gravitational field on the Earth's side had reached the limit of the mutual influence of the 2 planets, Cho signaled to Kaguya Otsutsuki beside her. Although they could attract the planet, Kaguya had to disintegrate it and shape it into the required lunar satellite. Without saying a word, Kaguya appeared above the planet, throwing out 80 gravitational black holes and forcibly disintegrating the planet. This planet is 85 times the size of the Moon, much larger than the Earth. Even if the core is removed, the remaining part is enough to shape 80 lunar satellites. Things are going very smoothly. The interior of the planet has already cooled down, and it can be shaped into a lunar satellite without cooling again. At that time, it will be reinforced with energy metal, and a gravitational field spell formation diagram will be formed, which can be perfectly integrated into the lunar satellite Jotian formation. After splitting and shaping the lunar satellite, Kaguya used space means to return to the Moon. Her face was a little pale, and it was obvious that the loss was not small, but it was much stronger than last time. Last time, she only shaped 8 lunar satellites, which exhausted her internal strength. This time, she still had spare strength to shape 80. It can be seen that her strength has greatly improved over the years. Although she has not yet broken through to the 4th level, she is getting closer and closer. She didn't need to worry about what happened next, as someone would pull the shaped lunar satellites into the Jotian formation. Otsutsuki. Supporting the exhausted Kaguya, Shimura Gendo stared at the endless starry sky, wondering what kind of strength Otsutsuki Momoshiki and others would have when they arrived. From the original work, the strength of the Otsutsuki Momoshiki trio was really weak, so weak. In the original work, during the 4th war, Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke were blessed with the power of the 6 paths Yin and Yang, which was considered the 6 paths level, that is, the 3rd level. Afterwards, the 6 paths Yin and Yang power was taken back by the 6 paths Sage, and Uzumaki Naruto couldn't even use the Seeking Truth Jade. This kind of combat power can defeat the Otsutsuki Momoshiki trio, not to mention that the strongest Otsutsuki Momoshiki died at the hands of Uzumaki Boruto, so weak. This kind of strength really doesn't seem to have any bright spots that can make Kaguya afraid. Combined with what Kaguya said, he guessed that in the original Boruto period, Otsutsuki Momoshiki and the other 2 should have failed to break through the 4th level and suffered backlash. Otherwise, there is really no way to explain that kind of combat power. But the 2 brothers of the 6 path sage took the initiative to transmit waves to the depths of the universe, which might have allowed the Otsutsuki Momoshiki trio to arrive in advance. Maybe the 3 have not tried to break through the 4th level yet, and their strength must be infinitely close to the 4th level. In addition to the many secret techniques of the Otsutsuki clan, who knows how strong that guy's combat power will be. He can't break through the 4th level so quickly. Leaning her head on the chest of her little man, Otsutsuki Kagaya knew what the other party was thinking, and she was not too worried about it. In the past, she had only seen some materials about the 4th level from the clan, and she didn't know much about it. But when she really practiced to a level infinitely close to the 4th level, she understood the difficulty of breaking through. Although Otsutsuki Momoshiki is very talented, and has the resources left by his father in an entire galaxy, it is still difficult for him to break through to the 4th level in thousands of years. You should know that in the history of the Otsutsuki clan in the universe, the fastest ancestor who achieved the 4th level was more than 20,000 years old, and Otsutsuki Momoshiki is not even 10,000 years old. Even if he breaks through by force, the chance of failure will be very high. I have a hunch that they will come soon. Holding his wife's soft waist, Shimuragento's fighting spirit rose in his heart. Time power is the most difficult to develop. At this stage, he has only developed corresponding abilities based on the special predictive ability of the Miko lineage, and can vaguely sense some future things. In his perception, Otsutsuki Momoshiki and others should be coming soon. How long will it take? Uchiha Madara, who was not far away, couldn't help asking. It was not that he deliberately eavesdropped on the conversation between the couple, but that his hearing was too strong, even rising to the level of metaphysics. Even if there is no air on the moon's surface, it can still be heard. 1 year at most. Within 1 year, we must perfect the lunar satellite's Jotien formation and form a perfect defense field to prevent the battle from spreading to the Earth. The eyes fell us for the moon satellites being pulled over. Whether the Earth can be saved next depends on these moon satellites. The peak 3rd order strongmen all have the combat power of starburst level. If they really fight, they can blow up the continental plate without any problem, not to mention blowing up the Earth. They must protect the Earth first, otherwise they will lose their home if they are not careful. They are more passive in this regard. After all, this is their own territory. If anything is broken, others will not feel sorry, but they will feel sorry. 1 year. The smile on his face gradually became perverted. Uchiha Madara had been looking forward to fighting with the Otsutsuki clan in the universe to see how strong the existence that ended the local mythological era thousands of years ago can be. He has not relaxed his training in these years, and his strength has also reached the peak level of the 3rd order, infinitely close to the 4th order. However, the threshold of the 4th level is too high. If you want to break through, you either start from yourself, or follow the setting of the Reisnan Jinden system and gather 129,600 blood inheritance elimination attributes, just like breaking through the 3rd level that year, and drive yourself to break through by force. But according to the results of their surveillance, although the ninja world has integrated a lot of new blood inheritance elimination attributes, it is still a little short of 129,600, and it will take a few more years. However, the next 3rd Ninja World War will be a good catalyst. After the 3rd war, it should be almost the same. Obviously, that method is not available for the time being, so just fight with the strong men of the universe Otsutsuki clan to see who is stronger. Once Otsutsuki Momoshiki comes, the key point is not to kill him, but to trap him, even if it is confined to the Earth. He must not be allowed to escape back, and even contact the universe Otsutsuki clan to let a stronger one come. Shimuragendo is not as crazy as Uchiha Madara, and he knows very well what to do. There are too many strange and mysterious techniques of the Otsutsuki clan in the universe. It is difficult to completely kill them unless they can break through to the 4th level. But that is obviously impossible, so the next key point is to trap Otsutsuki Momoshiki and others to death. The tree planting plan can be advanced. With sufficient natural energy supply, the gravitational field technique array can burst out stronger gravity and pull more planets over faster. Cho interrupted and understood the urgency of time. The Jotien satellite array evolved from the layout of the human body's acupoints. They need to shape 360 A-Euro lunar satellites to combine with the Earth to form a perfect Jotien satellite array and form a perfect defense field. The tree planting plan is the best source of energy, which is enough to supply the current gravitational field technique array to overload operation. Of course, the tree planting mentioned is not simply trees, but the small fairy trees cultivated in those years. The small fairy trees can now directly absorb sunlight energy and convert it into natural energy. In addition, the gravitational field can distort and guide the light to converge. The combination of the two is like a tiger with wings. At this stage, all that is missing is large-scale planting. Even the moon can be used as a planting site, and the moon can also be transformed. Oh! The little guy finally grew up. Shimuragento was surprised. He hadn't seen the little fairy tree for more than a year. He didn't expect that it had finally reached the mature stage and could bloom and bear fruit and promote planting. It's good news. It's still a little short, but it's not a big problem. It will definitely grow up within a year. Cho is very clear about the situation of the little fairy tree. After all, one of her tasks is to take care of the little fairy tree. The little guy has been practicing hard over the years and has now reached the peak level of the 3rd level, which is no worse than the first generation of Chakra God tree in the ninja world in its heyday. Then speed up, we may be a little rushed. Showing joy on his face, Shimura Gento was relieved. It took a month to pull the nearest planet over before, not to mention pulling a farther planet. And the planet has been orbiting the Sun, and it is not easy to move to a position close to the Earth. Some planets are even on the other side of the Sun, and they cannot bypass the Sun to pull them over with their current means. So it is not easy to create a complete set of 360 lunar satellites, but it will be much faster if there are small fairy trees to provide natural energy on a large scale. The refining of energy metals must also be accelerated. It is best to cover all lunar satellites with gravitational field rituals. Shimura Xianding was full of expectations after advising his old father next to him. According to his setting, only by covering each lunar satellite with a gravitational field ritual can a perfect force field be formed. Theoretically, even if a 4th level strongman really comes, it is difficult to break that level of perfect force field. It has been arranged. Still maintaining that high cold male god style, Shimura Danzo knows the importance of defensive force fields very well. He has long ordered the 10,000 Stars Empire to make energy metals with all its strength, and the energy metal production capacity in the next year will increase several times. Don't forget to increase the natural energy concentration on the Earth. A reminder, the secret method of artificial energy metal was developed by Shimura Xianding, and naturally he knows the principle inside. In fact, to put it bluntly, humans absorb natural energy, then guide natural energy to infect and refine compatible metal materials, imitate the generation process of energy metals in nature, and finally create artificial energy metals. Although artificial energy metals are not as stable as energy metals born in nature for countless years, they are better in quantity, and the unstable defects can be slowly made up, and eventually become the same as energy metals produced in nature. Any resource is only truly promising when it is truly artificially shaped, and the potential of natural reserves alone is limited. For example, coal in the previous life coal resources. Why do countries vigorously research nuclear energy? It is because coal resources are limited and cannot withstand the rapid development of various countries. Only nuclear energy can withstand it. As the concentration of natural energy in the world increases, it will be easier for practitioners to absorb and refine it, and naturally more energy metals can be produced. This is a benign increase. Yes, we must greatly increase the concentration of natural energy so that the ninja world can quickly create all the bloodline elimination attributes we need. Uchiha Madara also attaches great importance to this and hopes to start the next stage of the Reis-Nan Jinden system as soon as possible to achieve the 4th level. And prepare for the next breakthrough to the 5th, 6th, and even 7th levels. 429. Chapter 428 Izuna's Resentment. The movement of the satellite moon is not small. When the new 80 lunar satellites are pulled into a specific orbit, everyone on the Earth can see it. In the eastern part of Konoha Ninja Country, Senju Hashirama looked up at the dozens of moons that appeared in the night sky, and his worries were even greater. He knew that the dozens of extra moons were created by the Shimura family. They had created several moons before, but this time they created more. It looked like nothing, but it showed the increasingly terrifying strength of the Shimura family. That trick is useless. He opened the 6 Magadama Samsara eye between his eyebrows and carefully sensed it, and 6 Paths Madara had a gloomy face. Samsara eye itself has the ability to control gravity, so it can naturally sense changes in gravity. Just now, I sensed that the surrounding gravity is more than 10 times more stable than before. Even if I and Hashirama use that overloaded Chibaku Tensei again, it is difficult to cause too much damage to the Earth. At most, the 5 major ninja countries will be destroyed. If the Shimura family comes to kill them at this time, they will be in great danger. They should not be guarding against us. Speaking of a guess, Senju Hashirama knew very well that the Shimura family now has the strength to destroy them and completely wipe out ninjas from this world. But the Shimura family didn't do that, but they strengthened the world's defense, obviously not on their side. It's embarrassing to say that they don't deserve such defense. We should be on guard against the strong outsiders. 6 Paths Madara also agreed with this point. He knew a lot of secrets, such as chakra is not a power born in this world. There are indeed other life forms and strong people outside the world. But the Shimura family knows more in this regard. It has little to do with us. First, destroy the evil demon, and then use wood escape to shape the ground in the sea to expand the ninja world. Retracting his gaze and looking at the sea level in the east, Senju Hashirama calculated the feasibility of the next plan. Because of the maturity of artificial human technology, the 5 major ninja countries have cultivated a large number of grassroots populations, reaching an astonishing 1 billion. This is not over yet. They also used the genes of the resurrected ancestors to cultivate tens of billions of people. Now the depths of the earth of the entire 5 major countries have been hollowed out by them using earth escape to create an underground world. But this is not enough, far from enough. Although they got high-yield crops from the 10,000 Stars Empire, coupled with his wood release, it was enough to solve the food problem, but the living space was far from enough. The living space has reached its limit now, and the underground world has also expanded to the extreme. After all, the strata cannot be dug down all the time, and the bottom is magma. It is impossible to expand downwards, and it is also impossible to expand upwards, so we can only think of a way in the surrounding oceans. However, before developing the ocean space, the evil demon hidden in the seabed must be killed first, otherwise the plan cannot be carried out at all. It is not difficult to deal with that kind of rat, but it is difficult to find the other party's true body, otherwise even if the revealed body is killed, it will not make much sense. Looking at the sea surface irritably, Six Paths Madara hates this kind of very cowardly enemy the most, just like Senju Tobirama back then. Don't be careless, the evil demon cannot be unaware of our strength, but since it chooses to attack the 5 major countries, it must be able to deal with us, not to mention that there is the Shimura family above. Did not dare to despise it at all, Senju Hashirama knew very well the power of the evil demon and its terrifying potential. Although the deterrence of the Shimura family has made it difficult for the evil demon to devour enough humans over the years, and its strength has certainly not increased much, since the other party has chosen to take the initiative to attack, it must have enough confidence. This battle may not be easy to fight. Let Minato play with the evil beast first, use the war to further train those people, and freeze the entire sea area in the final decisive battle. See where he can hide. Speaking hatefully, Six Paths Madara had already thought of a way to deal with the evil demon, inspired by the Shimura family's siege of the evil demon. In the past, the Shimura family froze the sea area of a hundreds of miles and forced the evil demon to come up to fight. This time it is just a good opportunity to learn from it. Anyway, the sea area between the Whirlpool country, the Tea country and the Rainbow country is only 3,000 kilometers in diameter. With the strength of the ninjas under his command, it is enough to freeze it together. It's a good idea. Nodding in agreement, Senju Hashirama felt a little relieved. They are not afraid of direct combat, but they are worried that the evil demon will hide. How can they fight if they can't find it? If it is restricted, everything will be much better. As he was talking, a figure suddenly appeared beside Six Paths Madara, and he was so angry that he cursed as soon as he appeared. That guy, Senju Tobirama, is stubborn. Why does he have to cooperate with that kind of rat when there are so many people to cooperate with? Uchiha Izuna was so angry that he wanted to chop people. If Senju Tobirama had not been killed by the people of the Iron Country and even his soul was not left, he would definitely kill that guy. He made a lot of trouble when he was alive, and he made them restless after his death. Didn't find it. Looking at him, Six Paths Madara knew that there would be no result without asking. The resurrected younger brother Uchiha Izuna is a master second only to himself and Senju Hashirama, and his strength has reached the Six Paths level. Previously, he was asked to go to the 5 major ninja countries to use special eye techniques to check the induction and see if the evil demon's body has sneaked in. Judging from his performance, he should not have found it. Obviously, the evil demon is much more cautious than they thought. No. After replying, Uchiha Izuna became more and more annoyed, and glared at his elder brother angrily. I said that the Senju family is not trustworthy and never cooperate with them, but you just didn't listen. It's okay to build a village, but you also gave up the promised position of Hokage, and you didn't even sit on the 2nd generation Hokage. Now, we have all been killed by the Senju family. To be honest, Uchiha Izuna really wanted to take out his brother's brain and weigh it to see if it was missing 2 tails. Before he died, he had clearly warned his elder brother, but his elder brother still cooperated with Hashirama Senju to establish that shitty Konoha. It would be fine if he established Konoha, but he chose not to be Hokage. What's wrong with your brain? These words embarrassed Hashirama Senju and Madara Six Paths. They didn't expect things to develop to this point. It's useless to say those things now. Improve your strength. This time, you must completely eradicate the evil demon. Maintaining his own aloof demeanor, Madara Six Paths left a word and used the space pupil technique to leave. Hashirama Senju didn't dare to stay any longer, and his body sank into the ground and ran away. It was indeed the Senju family and his younger brother Tobirama Senju who did the wrong thing back then, and buried too many hidden dangers for the village and the ninja world. Even the evil demons ran to their side for refuge. That thing saw that they would not allow the Shimura family to start a war here, otherwise the tsunami it caused would be enough to swallow everything. The most important thing is that the evil demon spent its early growth under the protection of the 5 major ninja villages. The current situation is entirely their own fault. It's all karma. What Hashirama Senju and Madara Six Paths don't know is that Orochimaru, the spokesperson for the evil demon, is visiting the hidden Cloud Ninja Kingdom. Bang! Don't go too far. The third Raikage smashed the desk with a punch, furious. If he didn't know that Orochimaru in front of him was just a clone, he would have rushed over to kill him. They have always cooperated with Orochimaru, but this time that guy wants too much. Raikage, you know whether it's too much or not. This opportunity is very rare. Don't you want to let the evil demon fight Hashirama Senju and Madara Six Paths to a loss, and then sit back and reap the benefits? Ignoring the anger of the third Raikage, Orochimaru licked his lips and said seductively. He had long guessed that the third Raikage would be angry, but he would definitely agree in the end, because this is what a ninja is, to endure what ordinary people cannot endure, and to do whatever it takes to achieve their goals. Sure enough, the third Raikage quickly calmed down, stared at Orochimaru for a long time, and asked, "You, which side are you on?" He has always been unsure of the other party's true position for people like Orochimaru. If he doesn't figure out the other party's position, it is difficult to make a decision. I only stand on my side. The smile on his face became stronger, and Orochimaru knew that the third Raikage agreed. 10 times the number of artificial humans will be sent to the old place in a month, and you will be responsible for receiving them. After looking at Orochimaru deeply, the third Raikage agreed to this request. In order to obtain more evil power, they have been cooperating with the evil through Orochimaru. They are responsible for providing humans for the evil to devour and become stronger, and the evil gives them more ownerless evil power to refine and become stronger. Both sides are mutually beneficial. Since the emergence of android technology, they have been providing humans to the demons, and as the android technology continues to mature, the number of people traded has also increased, reaching an astonishing 100 million last year. There is no way, after all, the android technology is not perfect, and the probability of a finished product is only maintained at 30% even now, and the rest are failures. Either they are physically deformed or have intellectual deficiencies, and they do not have enough resources to feed these people. In the end, they can only give up and trade them to the demons to obtain more pure demon power, which can be regarded as a kind of waste utilization. However, this year the demons have increased the demand tenfold through Orochimaru, obviously preparing for the decisive battle. It is not difficult to solve such a large population. Spend resources to train a batch, and then select a batch of ordinary androids with little talent under your command and send them over. As long as the strength of the demons can be improved, they will be defeated by the first generation of Hokage and Six Paths Madara, or even perish together. They can also take action to seize the power of the 3. Although those 3 were the top fighting force against the Shimura family, they did not belong to their Kumigakure ninja country after all. Even if they won the final victory and defeated the Shimura family, it would have nothing to do with their Kumigakure ninja country. Even with Six Paths Madara's style of doing things, it is very likely that all of their 4 major ninja countries will be destroyed. For their Kumigakure, those people are enemies, future enemies. This is the power of the evil demon this year, 10 times the amount, happy cooperation. Throwing a seal scroll containing the power of the evil demon to the 3rd generation Raikage, Orochimaru smiled, and his body turned into mist and disintegrated. Obviously, it was just a shadow clone. Raikage-sama, Orochimaru and the evil demon cannot be trusted. After Orochimaru's shadow clone dissipated, Dode, who had been silent, spoke worriedly. To be honest, he did not agree to cooperate with Orochimaru and the evil demon. It was completely courting death, and the risk was too great. And they were not fools, how could they not see their intentions? Since they still choose to trade, they must have some confidence. Of course I know they can't be trusted, but this is not a conspiracy, it is an open conspiracy, everyone just takes what they need. A pair of old eyes showed wisdom that was completely opposite to the rough face. The third-generation Raikage was naturally not a fool. In the final analysis, it was just taking what they needed. Is AI still playing those little tricks of playing house? Thinking of the son who made him more and more worried, the third-generation Raikage was in a bad mood. Since the war in the country of whirlpools, his son has completely broken up with him, and even severed the father-son relationship, and continued to train those ridiculous ninja warriors and ninja monks, wasting resources in vain. Back then, I thought that kid had grown up and become sensible, but who would have thought that he was still a child? AI is also working hard for the future of our Kumagakure. Touch-Eye said something nice and agreed with AI's approach. The third Raikage said nothing about this, nor did he order to stop it. It must be said that the three-power balance system proposed by Shimura Gentoi was indeed very good, and even the 10,000-star empire was using it. The ninjas in their country were the only ones in power, especially those ninja clans, which had hindered the development of the country in many ways. If the ninja warriors and monks could be developed again to form a three-power balance system, it would be beneficial to the country. It's just that it's too difficult and takes a long time, and what they lack most now is time. 430. Chapter 429, Eating the Four Directions. Through Orochimaru's trade with the four major ninja countries, the evil demon obtained a large number of artificial humans. Although most of them were defective products, and even their souls were incomplete, they were better in quantity. After swallowing them all, let your own strength reach an extremely strong level. 1 year, at most 1 year can refine them all. In the deep sea, the evil demon muttered to himself, and set the date of the decisive battle to 1 year later. Too many humans were devoured this time, and it will take some time to slowly refine and purify the power. After the power is purified, it will be the day of the decisive battle. He wants to devour all the humans of the 5 major ninja countries in one breath, and become the resources for himself to break the shackles and go further. At that time, he will not have to worry about the Shimura family. Of course, although the main body is quietly practicing, the evil beasts under his command are landing and fighting with the 5 major ninja countries, among which Konoha ninja country is the focus of attention. The strong ninjas trained in the underground world of Senju Hashirama also attacked one after another, cooperating with the 5 major ninja countries to fight against the evil beasts. The 5 major ninja countries put the battlefield on the coastline and even built fortifications. They will never allow the evil beasts to invade the country, otherwise even if they win in the end, they will suffer heavy losses. Bunta, you go back and heal your wounds first. This kind of opponent is not something you can contend with. Seeing the 3 Bunta brothers being beaten away by the giant evil beast again, Shima Sage persuaded them distressedly. Yes, Sage. Looking at the huge evil beast opposite unwillingly, the 3 Bunta brothers retreated. There is no way, the ninja world changes too fast. In the past, he was still a strong man who could fight against the strong men of the Zhengying level, but now he is just a slightly stronger cannon fodder on the battlefield. Even let alone him, even the 2 great sages who have practiced for hundreds of years can only assist Jiraiya in fighting, and cannot confront those evil beasts head-on. Big sister, increase the absorption of natural energy, increase it tenfold for me. Panting heavily, Jiraiya shouted. Although he has truly cultivated the sage mode through the sage mode training method passed down from the Shimura family, if there are 2 great sages to assist, the speed of absorbing and fusing natural energy can be increased. Little Jiraiya, you can't bear so much natural energy. Sage Fukasaku objected. He knew very well where Jiraiya's limit was. Even now, Jiraiya had reached a limit, and his hands and feet were toad-like. If he continued to absorb and refine natural energy, he would turn into a toad, or even a stone sculpture. I can't care about that anymore. Hurry! Seeing that the giant evil beast on the opposite side was about to break through the defense line, Jiraiya said resolutely, and his whole body rushed forward faster. The 2 big toad sages sitting on his shoulders had no choice but to increase the absorption and transformation of natural energy. With the huge amount of natural energy infused and then fused into fairy chakra, Jiraiya's figure expanded rapidly, and soon he turned into a 1,000-meter-long toad man, half like a toad and half like a human, referred to as a toad man. This is the super multiplication technique he developed in cooperation with the Akimichi family. It is activated by fairy chakra and can burst out a very strong physical offensive in a short period of time. There is no way. The evil beast also inherited the immunity to chakra of the evil demon. The characteristics of the Kra ninjutsu: ordinary ninjutsu attacks are useless, and they can't even break the defense. Only the most basic physical skills can effectively defeat the enemy. As Jiraiya exploded into a giant toad man, dragging the strongest and largest evil beast, the battle line was stabilized. Ninjas from other directions also rushed to support. This line of defense is very important. Once it is broken, the lines of defense in other places will also be very dangerous. Once the evil beast bypasses and attacks other lines from behind, it will be bad. Unfortunately, Jiraiya can't maintain this giant toad man state for a long time, and even his skin shows signs of petrification, but he still doesn't retreat, and entangles the largest evil beast tightly. Bang! Not long after, the toad man that Jiraiya turned into was beaten back again, blood gushing out, obviously suffering a lot of trauma. Even the toad man's form was beaten back, slowly shrinking and finally turning into a human form, looking quite miserable. How did the evil demon create such a monster? Spitting out a mouthful of blood, Jiraiya was very depressed. Although the evil beast was only 1,000 meters tall, far inferior to the 10,000-meter evil beast on the battlefield of the Whirlpool country, its combat power was not bad at all. It was as if the 10,000-meter evil beast was compressed to 1,000 meters, not only was its strength, the amount did not decrease, and it became more flexible. Big sister, come again. After a slight pause, Jiraiya was ready to continue to explode. Only he could hold back that thing on this line of defense. Without him, this line of defense could not be defended at all, and the consequences would be disastrous. The two great immortals, Fukasaku and Shima, were about to refuse, because Jiraiya's physical condition was really bad and he could not explode again. But before he could say anything, a huge monster suddenly appeared on the battlefield, grabbed the 1,000-meter evil beast and stuffed it into his mouth, chewed it a few times and swallowed it into his stomach. But he was not satisfied and set his sights on other evil beasts. Teacher Jiraiya, you take a rest first, Jupin and I will guard first. A blonde young man appeared beside Jiraiya, took out an injection and pierced his neck, and Jiraiya's injuries recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. That's Jupin? She controls the power of the nine-tailed fox? Also, how did the nine-tailed fox become so big? Looking blankly at the nine-tailed fox that was eating all around on the battlefield, Jiraiya really couldn't connect it with the gentle and quiet Uzumaki Jupin. There's a huge difference. And the nine-tailed fox was only 100 meters in size back then. What the hell is that 10,000-meter giant beast in front of him? Jupin does have some of the nine-tailed fox's power. Nodding with a smile, Minato Namikaze was actually worried. They all knew what kind of existence the nine-tailed fox was, and this time they readily lent their power to Jupin. There must be other intentions. But now they have no other choice. It's too disadvantageous for ninjas to fight against evil beasts and demons. It would be better to have a giant like the nine-tailed fox to help. With the nine-tailed fox joining in, the battle situation immediately reversed, especially when the larger evil beasts were swallowed up by the nine-tailed fox. The ninjas on the Konoha side even took the initiative to attack and destroy those evil beasts. The battle lasted for 3 days and 3 nights before it ended. A small part of the evil beasts were destroyed, and the remaining evil beasts retreated into the sea. Alas! It would be great if Sarutobi teacher could continue to train ninja warriors. Jiraiya was in a heavy mood after reading the casualty list. Facing the evil demons and evil beasts, they, the ninjas, suffered too much. Among the 3 major schools of ninjas, illusions are the most mysterious, ninjutsu is the most powerful, and physical skills are the worst. But the problem is that evil beasts are immune to illusions and ninjutsu, and only physical skills can hurt them. It is conceivable how passive and tragic the battle will be if the 2 strongest means are lost at once. Originally, he saw that the 4 major ninja countries were secretly training ninja warriors and ninja monks, and proposed it to his teacher, but unfortunately he was rejected. He also knew the teacher's difficulties. After all, the situation in Konoha was much more complicated than that of the other 4 major ninja countries, but it was still a big regret. If ninja warriors who were proficient in physical skills and swordsmanship could be trained at the beginning, this war would be much easier to fight. It's really a pity. Teacher Jiraiya, I want to change Konoha and the ninja world. Can you help me? Minato Namikaze's heart moved, and he took the opportunity to speak. To become a Hokage, you need not only strength, but also the recognition of most people. He plans to start with this teacher, get his support, and step by step move towards the position of Hokage, so as to change Konoha and the entire ninja world. You are my disciple, who else should I help if not you? And teacher Sarutobi also intends to give up his position. This war is your opportunity. Go and talk more with those old classmates and keep in touch. Jiraiya was also very satisfied with this disciple, and even thought that the other party was the son of destiny who could change the ninja world. I'll go there in a while, teacher, can you tell me about that senior brother? Nodding, Minato Namikaze also had this intention, but he had more important things to ask Jiraiya. He knew very well that although the evil demons and evil beasts were powerful, they were not enough to destroy the ninja world. The real threat to the ninja world was the Shimura family, especially that Shimura Xianding. The other parties seemed to have always been very repulsive and hated ninjas. Little Xianding. Jiraiya sighed when mentioning Shimura Xianding. He has always been proud of his ability to recruit disciples. Whether it is Shimura Xianding or the current Namikaze Minato, they are all top talents selected from thousands of people. In fact, in comparison, he is more optimistic about and closer to Shimura Xianding because he has the same interests and hobbies as him. This is what is called like-minded. It's a pity that the cheap disciple is not a ninja, and he also hates ninjas, and even goes to the opposite side. The first time I saw that kid was at the graduation ceremony of the ninja school. Jiraiya knew that the two disciples might face each other in the future, so he talked about it in detail, even including the reunion with Shimura Xianding in the bathhouse, which made Namikaze Minato's face twitch. The Shimura Xianding mentioned by the teacher seems to be very different from what he knows. Is that his senior brother? Teacher, do you think senior brother Xianding will really attack our ninja world again? After Jiraiya finished speaking, Minato Namikaze asked a very sharp question. Little Xianding should have looked down on our ninja world, but it's hard to say about the Shimura family and the 10,000 Stars Empire. Jiraiya gave a relatively positive answer to this topic. When the evil demon controlled the evil beast to land on the shore, the cheap disciple came to Konoha Ninja Country and had a drink with himself who was traveling. At that time, he took the opportunity to ask, and Shimura Xianding gave a clear answer that he had no intention of destroying the ninja world. With Shimura Xianding's strength and identity, there was no need to deceive him, so it was very likely to be true. Moreover, in recent years, the Shimura family has been vigorously guiding the development and growth of the 10,000 Stars Empire, and has not made any arrangements in the ninja world. I hope so. After a long silence, Minato Namikaze could only pray that Shimura Xianding was telling the truth, otherwise there would be no hope for the ninja world. Although he didn't know the scene of Shimura Gentoi's all-out attack, he had read the relevant information and was also very clear about the strength of the first Hokage and Six Paths Madara. Even the arrogant Six Paths Madara was extremely afraid of that senior brother, so you can imagine how strong the other party was. Let me tell you the truth, Sarutobi teacher also prefers you to be the fourth Hokage, but the premise is that you have to get enough achievements to make those ninja clan forces accept it on the surface. And after you become the fourth Hokage, he will assist you in reform. Seeing that the atmosphere was a bit dull, Jiraiya changed the subject and said what the teacher said to him before the war. Thank you, teacher, thank you, Hokage-sama, I won't let you down. With a more happy look, Namikaze Minato was full of confidence. He did not doubt Sarutobi Hiruzen's determination and sincerity, because the situation of the Hokage family was not very good now. When the ninja country was established, the major ninja clan forces were divided and allowed to develop. Now they have become too big to be eliminated. If this goes on, they will have to fight a civil war without the Shimura family coming to attack them. Not to mention that the four major ninja countries also have their own calculations, secretly targeting their Konoha, and the ninja alliance is in name only. I believe that the third Hokage is definitely the one who is most eager for reform. With the first Hokage representing himself and the power of the third Hokage, the reform will definitely succeed. 431. Chapter 430, It's Your Own Sewing. The battle at the estuary on the border between the Sand and Rock Ninja Kingdoms was extremely fierce. Facing the landing of the evil demons, the two major ninja countries chose a shrinking defense strategy, giving up most of their territory and placing the battlefield inland to maximize their advantage. However, a group of people defended this position tightly and did not retreat a single step. Swordsman, this is not a solution. Huang Tu shouted as he smashed an evil beast away. The border between their two major ninja countries is a huge river, and the estuary is the focus of the evil beast's attack. The shape of the evil beast is similar to that of an octopus. It is more powerful in the water and moves faster. Once the evil beast takes over this river, it will inevitably go upstream and kill into the two countries, with disastrous consequences. But some people are short-sighted, or have ulterior motives, and want to preserve their strength to the maximum extent, so they abandon this place. Now they are isolated and helpless, and their supplies are exhausted. They can't hold on for too long. The defense line behind is about to be built, hold on. Slashing an evil beast in half with a sword, Inyazuka-ken replied. After so many years of training, he is not only stronger, but also the group of ninja warriors and ninja monks under his command has developed to a certain extent. Although most of the ninja warriors and ninja monks did not migrate here at the beginning, there are still a small number of them who followed him here, and finally slowly developed and formed a strong force. But compared with the ninja groups of the two major ninja countries, they are still very weak and suppressed and excluded. At this stage, it is difficult for the ninja warriors and monks under his command to defend this place alone. But the next line of defense has not been built yet. Retreating at this time will make the previous arrangement fail. Huang Tu also knows this, but the problem is that their number is too small. If they insist on continuing, the casualties will be too great, and even if the next line of defense is built, it will be meaningless. After all, the line of defense is just a foundation, and people are still needed to defend it. The old man must have water in his head. He cursed angrily, and Huang Tu wanted to pry open the father's head to see if it was full of pig manure. It's too pitfall. Do those idiots really think that the evil beasts and demons are only targeting Konoha? Just as the two hesitated, a lightning shot from the sky and fell on the battlefield. The black lightning raged, and a large circle of huge evil beasts were smashed away. It seems that I am not too late. With the help of the huge Thor's hammer that was thrown back, Yayuai laughed and smashed a charging evil beast away. The huge force pierced the evil beast's head, which was a fatal injury. Only you. Huang Tu was happy at first, but then he saw that only Yayuai came to support, and he couldn't help but feel discouraged. Yayuai is not a pervert like Shimura Xianding, and it is impossible for one person to change the whole battle situation. That old thing is smart and stubborn. I sneaked here, but there are reinforcements from other places. After throwing out the supergiant Thor's hammer again to smash a giant evil beast away, Yayuai replied that he came here only after being notified. While talking, dozens of lightning flashes shot from the sky, but they came from the western sky. And the west of them is the 10,000 Star Empire. This change made Huang Tu and others stunned. As the lightning struck the battlefield, dozens of figures rushed out and killed people everywhere. Gods have descended to earth. A roar spread throughout the battlefield, and then a figure quickly grew larger, and in the blink of an eye it became 1,000 meters in size. With a swing of the hammer in his hand, he chopped off the head of 1,000-meter-long evil beast. This is not over yet, the person who came continued to use his ultimate move. Axe Blade Storm. The huge body spun rapidly, and wherever the hammer in his hand passed, the evil beasts were either smashed away or cut in half, which was so miserable. Damn, you surpassed me again. Seeing the person coming, Huang Tu cursed, and then he no longer retained his chakra and forcefully burst out. Indestructible body of diamond. The huge body turned golden and expanded rapidly, soon reaching 1,000 meters in size, and rushed into the group of evil beasts. Inyazuka's sword also no longer held back and used his ultimate move. Blade Storm. The body spun rapidly, and the extreme wind force chakra mode turned into a tornado, attracting natural energy to merge into it, and then evolved into countless wind blades, strangling the evil beasts around. There are dozens of top with the help of the powerful warriors. The situation turned around immediately, and the evil beasts were repelled in less than half a day. After winning a victory, Huang Tu and others naturally had to treat the reinforcements well. After all, they came from a long way to support them. Okay, I don't know what you are like. This is the supplies for you, just for emergency. Waving his hand to signal Huang Tu and others to stop, Shang Shu threw out a storage bracelet, which contained the supplies he bought from the 10,000 Stars Empire with his own money. I won't say thank you. Catching the storage bracelet, Huang Tu was silent for a while, and smiled bitterly. There was really no way to refuse this. They had been guarding along this river for a year, and suffered heavy losses. The most important thing was that those idiots did not provide them with material support, and now they had fallen to the point of asking the 10,000 Stars Empire for support. The evil demons are going to attack us. Inyazuka-ken asked the key point. He knew the agreement between the Shimura family and the first Hokage and others. If something big hadn't happened, Rope Tree and others would never have come to support. Since they chose to support here, it proved that the worst situation had happened. Well, we sensed that a large number of evil beasts were gathering here. Next, your two major ninja countries will become the main targets of the evil beasts, and there is even a possibility that evil demons will appear. Nodding, Rope Tree explained while using the immortal power to create a projection. The projection showed that there were large red areas in the sea area of a sand and rock ninja. That was the density of evil beasts, which was several times more than that of Konoha. A bunch of idiots. Smashing the stone beside him with a punch, Huang Tu was so angry that he wanted to go back and beat those short-sighted guys to death, especially his father. The faces of others were also very ugly, and they knew that things were serious. You can't defend this line by yourself, retreat as soon as possible and save your strength. After putting away the projection, Rope Tree persuaded. If they continue to defend, these people will die. The reason why they came to support was mainly because they were trained by the boss together. This is an opportunity to deal with the evil demons, don't you have any ideas? Forcing himself to calm down, Huang Tu hoped to get more support. As for the Uegaku Ninja Kingdom and the Sand Ninja Kingdom, he had never thought about it and had long been desperate about it. Sure enough, as the boss said, the ninjas had long been hopeless. Now we can only see whether the 10,000 Stars Empire and the Shimura family can send more people over, otherwise the two ninja countries will definitely be finished. No, the boss and his men are fighting fiercely with the strong men from the Universe Otsutsuki clan in outer space, and they can't come down in a short time. Shaking his head slightly, Rope Tree looked at the night sky. The Universe Otsutsuki strongmen they were waiting for finally came, and success or failure depended on this move. What a coincidence! Also looking up at the night sky, he did not doubt what Rope Tree said, but it was too coincidental that both sides had problems at the same time. What's so surprising? The evil demon is essentially a war weapon created by the Otsutsuki clan of the universe. It is normal to have a connection. Even the reason why the strong Otsutsuki of the universe came early was the result of that person's guidance in secret. Shrugged, Rope Tree knew a lot of secrets, including the relationship between the Six-Path Sage and the evil demon. This time the evil demon suddenly attacked the two major ninja countries, which must be related to the Six-Path Sage. Huang Tu wanted to ask again, but Bai Tu, who had been silent, couldn't help it and kicked him out with one foot, and his huge body smashed into the solid defense wall. If you are told to retreat, retreat, why so much nonsense? It's not that Bai Tu is irritable, but they really have no time. The extremely evil breath can be sensed, and it is obvious that the evil demon is coming quickly. No one on their side can match the evil demon, and it seems that there is not just one. Retreat is the only option. 70% of the people died, that's enough, retreat. Inyazuka-ken was more decisive, looked at the remaining subordinates, and finally decided to retreat and withdraw from the two major ninja countries. There was no way, he also sensed that the terrifying evil force was approaching quickly, obviously the evil demon's body. Once the evil demon's body came, they would all die. Besides, 70% of the people they brought with them died in a year, and the rest were all injured. They couldn't all die. As for the two major ninja countries, they were completely disappointed and even desperate. Whoever wants that kind of pig teammate can go, he doesn't plan to care. AI, there is not only one evil demon body this time. I sense that 5 evil demons have appeared. One of them is leading a large number of evil beasts to the hidden cloud ninja country. That is not something you can contend with. If things are impossible after you go back, don't hold on. The most important thing is to be alive. Some people are seeking death and there is no salvation. Yi Lingyi inside and persuaded Yayu Ai to prepare early. Since marrying that traitor, she also knew a lot of secrets. She knew very well that the outcome of ninjas and the ninja world was destined from the beginning, and there was no hope for salvation. Ida Euro trademark S just that some people are still worth saving, and they can't Euro trademark T all die. I understand. Nodding, Yayu Ai didn't Euro trademark T stay here for long. He swung the Thora Euro trademark S hammer in his hand and turned into a flash of lightning and flew towards the hidden cloud ninja kingdom. He is not a fool, so he will not foolishly hold on to the end. If things really develop to that point, the best choice is to preserve strength and retreat with the people who need to be protected. Not to mention that the evil demon that came out this time is not 1, but 5. How can we fight this? Under the leadership of Inyazuka-ken and Huang Tu, everyone retreated to the west at a rapid speed. The evil demon who led a large number of evil beasts to land took a look and ignored it, commanding his evil beasts to attack the two major ninja countries. This opportunity is rare, and we must take advantage of the Shimura family. During the time when the strong man was entangled, he completely took down the 5 major ninja countries and devoured all the humans in them to feed himself. In that way, even if the Shimura family defeated the outer strongman, he would have the confidence to break through the limit and not be afraid of the Shimura family. Then the 4 major ninja countries were dumbfounded. They really didn't expect the evil demon to suddenly attack their country. They originally thought that the evil demon would target Konoha, and this was also what they had discussed through Orochimaru. Why did they suddenly change their minds? Then when they learned that 5 evil demons rushed out from the bottom of the sea, they were even more dumbfounded, and then they were full of fear. Not to mention the 4 major ninja countries were dumbfounded. Konoha was all stunned. Originally thought there was only one evil demon, who would have thought that 5 would jump out, and the power they showed was no worse than the 2 first-generation Hokage. What the hell? I've said long ago that those people can't be trusted. If they had listened to me, there wouldn't have been so many troubles when the only ninja country was established. Sensing the evil aura from the 4 ninja countries, Madara Six Paths looked at his good friend beside him in annoyance. Hashirama Senju was full of bitterness and indeed regretted it. They had studied the evil demons and beasts and deduced the power they could gain by devouring humans. But now, judging from the sensing results, the 5 evil demons that appeared were no less powerful than them. Obviously, the other party had a channel to obtain a large number of humans. Is there any need to think about where the channel is? It must be that the 4 ninja countries secretly cooperated with the evil demons again. He originally wanted to integrate the power of the ninja world, and everyone worked together to develop and find a new way out for the ninjas and the ninja world, but who would have thought that it would be such a bad result? 432. Chapter 431 Gundam Puppet. The top leaders of the 4 ninja countries were not fools. After knowing that the 5 evil demons had appeared, they did not confront them head-on and retreated decisively. However, some problems occurred during the retreat. All those who had obtained the evil seal turned against them and ran away, creating chaos within the ninja kingdom and slowing down the retreat. Akazaga, are you crazy? In the capital of the Sand Village, the 3rd Kazekage roared in anger. He really didn't expect that Akazaga would choose to betray at this time, and was severely injured by him. Also severely injured was Ebizo, and his injuries were even more serious, with his entire lower body gone. Haha! I'm crazy, I've been driven crazy by you a long time ago. With a hideous laugh, Akazaga, whose half-body was turned into an evil demon, was extremely happy. He had endured for so many years, and finally endured it. It was not until he obtained the power of the evil demon that he understood some things. A few years ago, he took the opportunity to kill a confidant of the 3rd Kazekage and learned the truth about the plot against his mother. At that time, he was planning to completely destroy the Sand Village, and the current Sand Village should be destroyed. Of course, the reason for his anger was not because he plotted against his mother, but because the 3rd Kazekage played him like a fool. You all have to die today. With a fierce shout, Akashi was ready to kill the 3rd Kazekage and others completely. As the first person in the Sand Village to secretly surrender to the evil demon, his strength is beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Not to mention that he has done a lot of things with the evil demon and Orochimaru over the years, and has received many rewards. The evil demon power in his body is as vast as the sea. Killing these people is just a matter of seconds. But before Akashi could rush forward, a beam of light suddenly fell from the sky. Boom! The whole earth exploded, and in the blink of an eye, most of the Sand Village was destroyed, and the original place turned into a super huge pit, with countless casualties. The 3rd Kazekage and others escaped in embarrassment, staring at the huge pit cautiously. His life is mine. A cold electronic sound came from the deep pit, followed by a strong wind, sweeping away the dust in the sky, revealing the existence in the huge pit. It was a steel giant, 100 meters tall, covered in gold and silver, and flashing with dazzling light. Bright gold. The pupils shrank suddenly, and the 3rd generation of Kazekage realized that the person coming was an enemy, not a friend. He was very familiar with that golden metal, which was the mutated heavy gold traded to Shimura Gentoi that year, and later called bright gold. In the War of the Whirlpool country, Shimura Gentoi and the other 2 wore bright gold battle suits, and it was obvious that they could artificially produce that kind of metal. But I didn't expect that the other party would increase the production to such a terrifying level today, and all of it was used to create a puppet giant 100 meters tall. Little Scorpion. Lying in the palm of the puppet giant, Ebizo was barely breathing, and vaguely guessed who the person was. Uncle, don't stop me. Scorpion, who was controlling the Gundam puppet, spoke indifferently, and at the same time completely abolished the chakra in Ebizo's body, and put his body into the Gundam sanatorium for repair. He had privately approached this uncle several times, wanting him to give up the Sand Village and follow him to the 10,000 Stars Empire to live with his grandmother. Unfortunately, the uncle had deep feelings for the Sand Village and never agreed. This time he would never let him stay in Sand Village again. Or it is unknown whether Sand Village can still exist. While speaking, the electromagnetic cannon behind him suddenly raised and blasted away the red sand who was killing the third generation of Kazekage again. I said, his life is mine. I didn't care about the red sand who was blasted away for who knows how far. Scorpion, who was inside the Gundam puppet, stared at the third generation of Kazekage, and murderous intent surged in his heart. He learned from Aunt Zionjiu how the third generation of Kazekage plotted against his grandmother, and he has always kept this account in mind. Because his grandmother had some feelings for Sand Village, she was unwilling to do it, but he didn't have that concern. If you want to kill me, you have to have the ability. Seeing that both Scorpion and Akazaga, the father and son, regarded him as a target to be killed and even fought for him, the third Kazekage also became angry. Knowing that Scorpion and the puppet the giant was so powerful that he didn't dare to hold back at all, and his body shape suddenly changed. A white snake tail extended from his body, turning into a monster with a human body and a snake tail. His body shape expanded rapidly, turning into a huge existence of 100 meters high. Including the snake tail, his body length was at least 200 meters. White Snake Immortal. Looking at the new look of the third Kazekage, Scorpion in the Gundam puppet was thoughtful, guessing that the third Kazekage should have swallowed the White Snake Immortal. The amount of chakra that guy showed now was very abnormal, and it was definitely not obtained by his own practice. He should have swallowed the White Snake Immortal who had practiced for thousands of years. When the Shimura family attacked the three holy places, they did not kill them all, and some of them escaped, including the immortals of the three holy places. The toads of Miyaboku Mountain and the slugs of the wet bone forest fled to the Konoha ninja country. Only the snakes in the Ryokai cave disappeared without a trace, and even the White Zetsu's intelligence network could not find them. I thought he was hiding in a mysterious place, but who would have thought that he would be swallowed by the third Kazekage? How tragic! Iron Guard Giant Soldier. Senjutsu, Inorganic Reincarnation. The vast iron sand gathered into a steel giant 10,000 meters high, and then, with the blessing of the immortal technique passed down from the Ryokai cave, it seemed to come alive, punching the Gundam puppet below with great force and speed. Ding! A dull collision sound was heard, and the Gundam puppet raised its hand to catch the steel giant fist that was larger than its entire body. And it was still suspended in the air, obviously using magnetism or anti-gravity to resist. Fighting is not just about being big. With a cold comment, Scorpion turned the wings behind him and turned the muzzle of the gun mounted above towards the steel giant of the third Kazekage. Without waiting for the third Kazekage to react, the huge laser cannon covered the entire upper body of the steel giant. When the laser cannon dissipated, the entire upper body disappeared without a trace, obviously shattered and vaporized. After all, it was just ordinary steel material, even if it was blessed with fairy arts, the strength was very limited, and it was naturally difficult to resist the power of the laser cannon. You should know that the 10,000 Star Empire has developed the black technology of controllable nuclear energy under the reminder of Shimura Xianding. Scorpion installed a nuclear reactor on the chest of his Gundam puppet, which can stimulate the power of the laser cannon to the extreme. However, this shot did not really kill the third Kazekage. More black sand iron poured out, dispersed, and turned into a steel army. Iron Guard Army. Under the control of magnetic escape, tens of thousands of steel giants of 100 meters in size flew up and surrounded Scorpion's Gundam puppet. Just play with you guys. Controlling the Gundam puppet, he clenched his palm, and a 100-meter-long giant sword appeared, and it vibrated at a high frequency. The buzzing sound made many sand ninjas watching the battle from a distance fall to the ground and scream in pain, and blood oozes from their mouths and noses. The vibrations that leaked out alone made it difficult for those ninjas to bear, which shows how amazing the destructive power of the giant sword is. Without waiting for those steel giants to kill him, Scorpion controlled the Gundam puppet to take the initiative to attack. A total of 10 thrusters on his back and feet burst out at full force, and his figure disappeared instantly, as if he turned into a stream of light and rushed into the steel army. In just 10 seconds, tens of thousands of steel giants were forcibly chopped to pieces, and Scorpion also applied the demagnetization function to the ship-cutting sword to temporarily eliminate the magnetism of those steel legions. As the magnetism on the iron sand was temporarily eliminated, the third-generation Kazekage hiding in the dark immediately lost control of the iron sand. Damn little bastard! Cursing inwardly, the third-generation Kazekage knew that the other party was well prepared. In recent years, the technology of Sand Country has been constantly improving, so he naturally knows the technology of material demagnetization. Although it is only a temporary demagnetization, not a permanent elimination, if you want to control the sand iron again, you have to use your own magnetic chakra to warm it up. Obviously, Scorpion will not give himself this time. Light sword slash. After clearing all the sand iron giants, Scorpion quickly locked the third-generation wind shadow hidden underground with the help of the detection equipment on the Gundam puppet. He took out a cylinder from the space equipment and held it in his hand. Nuclear energy was transported into it, and it instantly turned into a 10,000 meter-long lightsaber. With the sword, the whole earth was cut open, like cutting tofu, without any hindrance. Little bastard! Rushing out of the ground, the third-generation wind shadow glanced at the broken snake tail. His face was extremely ugly and ferocious. Fortunately, he dodged in time, otherwise it would not be just a section of the snake tail that was cut off, but the whole body would be cut in two. Such injuries are not easy to recover from. Evil seed! A roar came, and the red sand that was blown away before finally rushed back. Perhaps because of the rage, the evil power in his body was triggered to run wild, making his own evil transformation more serious. Almost the whole body was evil. The completely enraged red sand no longer paid attention to the third generation of Wind Shadow, and madly killed Scorpion's Gundam puppet. At the same time, the sand ninjas who had recovered a little also fought back with the electromagnetic cannons installed on the walls of the capital. One by one, the electromagnetic cannons accumulated energy and blasted the suspended Gundam puppet. Since understanding the principle of electromagnetic cannons, Sand Village and Cloud Village have been studying this kind of killer weapon, and have achieved good results. 10,000 times gravity. Facing the siege, Scorpion in the control room calmly activated the gravity weapon, and the nuclear reactor in the chest of the Gundam puppet was fully loaded. A huge amount of nuclear energy was converted into a gravity field, and 10,000 times gravity expanded. Bang, bang, bang. With the gravity of 10,000 times, the evil demon red sand and countless electromagnetic shells fell to the ground in an arc. You are courting death. Scorpion did not show any mercy after sweeping the sand ninjas on the periphery, and activated the space-based weapons through the Gundam puppet. The next moment after the command was issued, a beam of light fell from the sky, covering an area of a dozens of kilometers. Shrouded in it. At the moment the light column descended, the evil demon Kisha sensed a fatal threat and frantically asked for help from his master, and then disappeared strangely in the next moment. I don't want to dirty my hands with your life. Sensing the spatial fluctuations, Scorpion didn't pay much attention. Although the so-called father almost killed his mother and himself, he promised his mother not to avenge him, and he couldn't break his promise. Anyway, looking at the state of that guy's demonization, his future will definitely not be good, so there is no need to do it yourself. Is this the so-called shadow? Looking deep underground, Scorpion hated this kind of dog-like enemy. He didn't have much strength, but his means of saving his life were first class. It was too difficult to kill. The giant light column just now was one of the space-based weapons launched by the space station. As the grandson of Cho, he has a dedicated space station with many space-based weapons on it, and the electromagnetic gun is just the most basic. All space-based weapons are powered by a supergiant nuclear reactor, which is tens of thousands times more powerful than the one in the Gundam puppet. With that strike just now, all the life forms within a radius of dozens of kilometers were killed, including those sand ninjas. Originally, he didn't want to be so cruel, but who let those guys join the battle without knowing their own strength? Since he chose to take action, he had to be prepared to face death. Why not accept your fate earlier? He launched the space-based weapons on the space station again, and electromagnetic shells were fired down one by one at an accelerated speed. Not only did they use the power of wind escape to eliminate air resistance, but they also used gravity techniques to strengthen gravity acceleration, which was quite terrifying. Boom boom boom. Electromagnetic shells were fired down one after another, smashing into the earth like streams of light, and the shock waves caused the third generation of wind shadows deep in the earth to spray blood and twist their bodies. Facing such an inhumane offensive, even if he had swallowed the foundation of the White Snake immortal for thousands of years, he was not an opponent at all, and was not of the same level at all. Although Scorpion was not very old, he essentially used money to power, and the combat effectiveness that thing could show had little to do with age. So the third Kazekage was in trouble. 433. Chapter 432 Breaking Through the Fourth Stage. The third Kazekage knelt down. Facing such an inhumane attack, even though he had absorbed and integrated the foundation accumulated by the White Snake immortal for thousands of years, he was still far from being an opponent and was eventually beaten and taken away. It was not until Scorpion controlled the Gundam puppet to fly into outer space that the evil demon hidden in the dark appeared. He had come here a long time ago, but he just didn't want to meet Scorpion. Although the peak combat power of the Shimura family had been restrained, he couldn't provoke them directly. As long as the other party didn't prevent him from swallowing the humans of the 5 major ninja countries, it would be fine. After swallowing enough humans and feeding himself to complete that level of transformation, everything would be up to him. Since Sand Village has been destroyed, you are of no value. Glancing at the ruins of Sand Village, the evil demon lifted up the red sand in his hand and swallowed the evil demon power in his body, even swallowing himself. Master, I am still useful. Don't kill me, don't kill me. The already seriously injured Akashi panicked and hurriedly said that he was still useful. Unfortunately, the remaining usefulness of him was not taken seriously by the evil demon. In just a few seconds, his entire body and even his soul were devoured without a trace. Seeking the skin of a tiger is to seek self-destruction, not to mention following the evil demon. After devouring Akashi, the evil demon turned to the dead souls here. Previously, Scorpion used space-based weapons to destroy only the bodies of the ninjas in the capital of Sand Country, and their souls were not destroyed. These were the rations that the evil demon urgently needed. Not to mention the evil demons who launched a fierce offensive against the 5 major ninja countries, Shimura Gentoi and others who were far away in outer space were fighting fiercely, and the targets of the battle were naturally the descending Otsutsuki Momoshiki and others. It was the Six Paths Sage's fault. He had already optically invisible this area of the earth. It would be difficult for Otsutsuki Momoshiki and others to find them for a while, but the 2 old silver coins broke the force field blockade again and sent signals to the outside to lead the way for Otsutsuki Momoshiki and the other 2. Kinshiki, stop them. Seeing that dozens of lunar satellites outside were approaching rapidly, Otsutsuki Momoshiki felt bad and shouted to Otsutsuki Kinshiki who was fighting fiercely on the other side. These low-level humans are indeed very creative. They use the gravity of the planet to form a protective force field. Once successful, even with their 3rd-level peak strength, it will be very troublesome. God Chaser. Hearing the order, Otsutsuki Kinshiki burst out with purple lightning and lightning around his body, forcibly knocking Uchiha Madara on the opposite side away. Amayu Heiao. All the weapons stored in the Hakumwi behind him appeared, and followed him to rush towards the many lunar satellites that were pulled over, preventing the other party from entering a specific orbit and strengthening the protective force field here. Aim no Michu. Haim Kagaya, who had been guarding the periphery, activated her strongest eye technique, and the surrounding space changed, and Otsutsuki Kinshiki was transferred into a different space. Uchiha Madara, who was chasing after him, was also transferred in and continued to fight with Otsutsuki Kinshiki. Don't even think about escaping. Uchiha Madara, who chased into the different space, saw Otsutsuki Kinshiki using his eye technique to distort the space and wanted to leave, and immediately released the shadow clone of the Will Tomb to forcibly reinforce the surrounding space. The space was forcibly reinforced, and Otsutsuki Kinshiki naturally couldn't get away. He could only fight with Uchiha Madara who was bursting with all his strength again, and at the same time, his heart was extremely solemn. He found that the low-level human he met this time was very strong. Although they were both at the peak of the 3rd level of life, the other party's burst of combat power vaguely stepped into the 4th level. You have to know that even if he has the inheritance of the Otsutsuki clan, plus the powerful weapons left in the Wave God's power by his ancestors, he only has this level of combat power. What happened on this inferior and backward planet? Let alone the fierce battle between Otsutsuki Kinshiki and Uchiha Madara in the alien space, while Otsutsuki Kinshiki was moving, Otsutsuki Urashiki also moved. He forcibly broke away from Shimura Danzo who was fighting with him, and rushed to the moon satellites that were pulling him over. He also sensed the abnormality of the gravitational field here, which all came from those moon satellites. Once the opponent formed a closed orbit, the strength of the gravitational field would inevitably increase by at least 10 times. At that time, let alone killing these inferior humans, whether they could survive or even escape would be a problem. However, Shimura Gento had an absolute advantage in numbers, and before Otsutsuki Urashiki rushed over, he was stopped by a beautiful figure. With blood-colored hair flying, wearing a bright golden battle suit, holding a shield in one hand and a spear in the other, it was Uzumaki Midu. Although Uzumaki Midu was a little weaker, she was not weak enough, at least it was not a problem to stop Otsutsuki Urashiki. He stared at Uzumaki Mido who was blocking him, and then sensed Shimura Danzo who was chasing him quickly from behind. Otsutsuki Urashiki knew that he couldn't go on like this. His eyes turned into blue samsara eyes, which he dug out and swallowed, and a golden samsara eye opened between his eyebrows, and a light gate appeared in front of him. His body passed through the light gate and underwent a huge change. Black stripes appeared on his face, his arms turned into wings, and his feet turned into claws, like a white crane. Shinra Tensei. After completing the transformation, Shinra Tensei broke out immediately, and the strong repulsive force expanded, forcibly blocking Uzumaki Mido and Shimura Danzo who were rushing over. However, both of them were very strong, and although they were blocked, they were not knocked out. Lowly human, resistance is futile. Feeling the powerful power after the transformation, Otsutsuki Urashiki laughed wildly, and his face became more ferocious. The battle began. The transformed Otsutsuki Urashiki was indeed very strong, especially his physical skills had undergone a qualitative transformation. However, Shimura Danzo and Uzumaki Midori joined forces to suppress him. On the other side, Black Zetsu was also sent into another dimension by Kagaya to assist Uchiha Madara in dealing with Otsutsuki Kinshiki. The first combat goal of this battle was to trap Otsutsuki Momoshiki and the other two on Earth, and the second goal was to find an opportunity to kill them. However, the Otsutsuki clan was too special, and it was very difficult to kill them completely. Especially Otsutsuki Momoshiki and others had countless sacred trees and swallowed countless sacred tree fruits, and their background was unfathomable. It was too difficult to completely kill such an opponent. However, it was not difficult to injure him first. Shimura Gentoi on the last side suppressed Otsutsuki Momoshiki from beginning to end, and even after Otsutsuki Momoshiki transformed, he was still suppressed at a disadvantage. If Uchiha Madara and his companions barely touched the fourth order combat power level of the universe, then Shimura Gentoi, who was at full power, had truly reached this level. Although the actual combat power of Otsutsuki Momoshiki after the explosion also reached the fourth order level, it was still inferior to Shimura Gentoi. The most important thing was that the surrounding defensive force field was too strong, which made it impossible for him to use many of his abilities, and even the spatial means were difficult to use, so he could only compete with him in physical skills. It can be said that he used his own weaknesses to attack the enemy's strengths, and it was normal to fall into a disadvantage. Lowly monkey! The angry roar, the handsome face became distorted, and Otsutsuki Momoshiki was almost mad. He thought that he was a genius of the Otsutsuki family, but he was actually suppressed by a lowly human monkey. Shame! But at the same time as the anger, there was more anxiety and fear. The defensive force field formed by hundreds of lunar satellites around him was already suppressing him greatly. If he was allowed to pull the last lunar satellites into orbit, the defensive force field would inevitably increase. At that time, let alone winning, it would be a problem whether he could escape and save his life. But despite his anxiety, it was still difficult to force the guy in front of him to retreat and prevent the opponent's lunar satellite from moving into orbit. In the end, the last batch of lunar satellites were moved into a specific orbit, and 360 lunar satellites were connected to the Earth in the center. The gravitational field was strengthened by more than 10 times, and the space was forcibly reinforced and blocked. Die! Seeing that the lunar satellite was finally complete, Shimura Gendo no longer held back, and slashed with his sword, forcibly cutting off the chakra black stick in Otsutsuki Momoshiki's hand. If he hadn't retreated in time, his whole body would have been cut open. You want to kill us? Otsutsuki Momoshiki finally realized that the other party had hidden their strength until now in order to improve the defense field to prevent them from being scared away and breaking out with all their strength, thus trapping and killing them here. How dare these lowly monkeys! Shimura Gentoi, who was in sage mode, was too lazy to talk nonsense and continued to rush over to suppress Otsutsuki Momoshiki. Break it for me! Otsutsuki Momoshiki, who was suppressed and beaten again and even injured soon, gritted his teeth and decisively chose to break through and force a breakthrough. The chakra in his body was forcibly gathered towards the golden samsara eye between his eyebrows, making the golden light more brilliant, and 4 megatama appeared faintly, which was a trend of breaking through. The only way to break through now is to break through. Only by becoming a 4th level strongman can all these lowly monkeys be killed. However, he was not very sure about this breakthrough. The probability of failure was too high, and it was even impossible to succeed. But he could only take a risk, otherwise he would be hacked to death by that lowly human. Shimura Gento naturally noticed the abnormality of Otsutsuki Momoshiki, but he didn't say anything and intensified his attack again. As if sensing the abnormal fluctuation of Otsutsuki Momoshiki's chakra, Otsutsuki Urashiki forced Shimura Denzo and Uzumaki Midori to retreat at the cost of serious injuries. People rushed to Otsutsuki Momoshiki, and Shimura Denzo and the other 2 were chasing closely behind. At the same time, Otsutsuki Kinshiki, who was imprisoned in the other space, also seemed to have received an order, and also escaped at the cost of serious injuries and returned to the real world. Amahayuya. The weapons in the Hakumwi behind him all surged out again, turning into a storm of weapons to protect the 3 people. Even with the powerful strength of Shimura Gento, it was difficult to break through this defense in a short time. Are they breaking through? Uchiha Madara, who was chasing closely, frowned, and could clearly sense that the chakra fluctuations of the 3 people were rapidly increasing. That is a secret method to assist in breakthrough, which can increase the success rate of breakthrough. Even if it fails, it can reduce the backlash. However, once the backlash occurs, the strength of the 3 people will be reduced by 1 major level. Otsutsuki Kagaya, who flew over, explained that this secret method to assist in breakthrough is the top secret of the Otsutsuki clan in the universe. She was naturally not qualified to read it back then, but she had heard of it. Shimura Gentoi, who temporarily exited the sage mode, suddenly realized that he had been wondering that even if the 3 Otsutsuki Momoshiki failed to break through and their strength was greatly reduced, it would not be possible for all 3 to fail to break through at the same time. Now it seems that the 3 people in the original work should have used this secret method to assist in the breakthrough. I just don't know if the 3 people can succeed in the breakthrough this time. The result soon appeared. Perhaps because of the huge pressure from the outside world, the 3 Otsutsuki Momoshiki felt extremely urgent and actually forced the breakthrough to succeed. The first to break through was Otsutsuki Momoshiki, who had the strongest qualifications and strength, followed by Otsutsuki Urashiki, and finally Otsutsuki Kinshiki. All 3 of them reached the 4th level. Lowly monkeys, your death is coming. Feeling the chakra in their bodies that was at least 10 times stronger than before, the 3 Otsutsuki Momoshiki laughed very ferociously. They were extremely embarrassed and frustrated before, but now they can finally get back on their feet. However, Shimura Gentoi and the others outside looked calm. They were not shocked by the successful breakthrough of the 3 Otsutsuki Momoshiki, and they were not panicked. They had previously considered 4th Order Masters as their imaginary enemies, and had prepared countermeasures, which were now in use. 434. Chapter 433 Ebizo's Discovery. Don't let their souls escape. After instructing Miss Kagaya beside him, Shimura Gento destroyed all the Rei's Nan Jinden in his body, and with the help of the power of collapse, he sublimated his immortal energy to the utmost, instantly breaking through the 3rd order limit and reaching the 4th order level of the universe, which was higher than that of Otsutsuki Momoshiki and the other 2. Sensing the fatal threat, the ferocious smiles on the faces of Otsutsuki Momoshiki and the other 2 froze, and before they could react, silver sword lights flashed, and their bodies and souls were separated, and time and space were frozen. Kagaya, who had been prepared, separated the remains of the 3 people and scattered them into various different spaces for storage. At the same time, she also took Uchiha Madara and the others in to suppress those remains. Locked. After the explosion, Shimura Gento asked weakly. The full-strength explosion of the Rei's Nan Jinden and the sublimation of the immortal power would cause unimaginable damage to the body. Only his bones were integrated with the molecular sequence of the bright gold alloy and the high-density meteorite alloy, otherwise his body would have exploded long ago. However, muscle damage is unavoidable, and the collapsed Rei's Nan Jinden must be slowly cultivated back. Locked, we will kill you after you recover. Hatefully speaking, Kagaya had long wanted to clear the door. Before, in addition to holding the line, she also had to sense the hiding place of the 2 brothers of the 6 Paths Sage. If the 2 evil sons did not take action, it would be fine, but once they did, she would definitely sense it. Just now, after Otsutsuki Momoshiki and the other three were killed, the two rebellious sons took action and took away part of Otsutsuki Momoshiki's soul and flesh. Although the other party thought he was doing it very covertly, she still sensed some traces. It will take at least a year to come back and make a breakthrough. It's just right to study Otsutsuki Momoshiki and the others thoroughly and see if we can find a new route to obtain the bloodline attribute. Seeing that the tail of the two old silver coins was indeed caught, Shimura Gentoi also breathed a sigh of relief. Although the two mice themselves are not too threatening, they are very disgusting. The three Otsutsuki Momoshiki were attracted by them, and they spread the waves again to further attract the three guys. Otherwise, with the optical invisibility and force field isolation they caused to the earth, it would take Otsutsuki Momoshiki and the other 2 years to find them. It was very hard to fight and act before. I couldn't burst out the strongest force to fight quickly, so as not to scare the other party to choose to run away. There is no way. The lunar satellite Jotun formation is not perfect just now, and there are flaws in the defense force field. Once Otsutsuki Momoshiki and the other two are determined to pay some price, they can still escape. It was not until the last batch of lunar satellites entered orbit that the Jotun formation was completed, causing the strength of the defense field to surge, and only then did they have the confidence to completely trap them. After all, the key to this battle was to trap the three guys to death, and killing them was only a secondary goal. Fortunately, this time they killed 2 birds with 1 stone, not only killing Otsutsuki Momoshiki and the other 2, but also finding the hiding place of the 2 brothers of the Six Paths Sage. We may face Momoshiki and the others in the future. Kaguya frowned slightly, and thought of a possibility. Oh? How do you say? He asked curiously. He saw clearly before that the bodies and souls of Momoshiki and the other 2 were really divided, and now they are sealed in Kaguya's eye technique in the other dimensional space, and are suppressed by the old father of the pot shadow and others. The next fate will be the fate of slicing and research, and it is impossible to resurrect. Otsutsuki has a special ability to digitize himself and copy. It can be transformed into a wedge. As long as it parasitizes in another person's body, it can be perfectly resurrected after a period of time. Thinking of a secret technique rumor she had heard in the clan before, Kaguya became more and more certain that she would meet Momoshiki and the other 2 in the future. Momoshiki and the others have achieved the 4th level, and their life essence has been sublimated. It is impossible for Yui and the others to steal their power from a piece of soul and flesh. They can only reincarnate the wedge and wait until the reincarnation is complete before they have a chance to steal it. There was a contempt in her voice. Kaguya looked down on the 2 evil sons. Otsutsuki Momoshiki and the other 2 have already become their defeated opponents. Even if they are resurrected in the future, it will be just like that. Not to mention that if you want to resurrect a 4th level strongman in the universe, the energy and time required are unimaginable, and it is impossible within at least 20 years. After 20 years, they will all break through to the 4th level, and they will not be afraid of Momoshiki and the other 2. Isn't this the curse seal of Snake Uncle? Thinking, Shimura Gentoi thought of the curse seal of Orochimaru in the original book. The functions of the 2 are too similar. It's just that the wedge of the Otsutsuki clan is more advanced and perfect. Although he was surprised, he didn't take it to heart. After all, they were just defeated opponents. Now there are more urgent things to do. Wife, it's too slow for me to recover alone. How about dual cultivation with me? Holding his wife's soft waist, Shimura Gentoi said affectionately. Although this is the recovery plan he has formulated and it is also a new way to break through, it is really troublesome to recover. If there are young ladies to assist in dual cultivation, it will be perfect. It can at least increase the speed of cultivation by a few percentage points. I have to further divide and seal Momoshiki and others. Her pretty face blushed, and after leaving a few words, Kaguya entered the eye technique space. Although they were already an old couple, she still found it difficult to adapt to the endless new knowledge of the young man. It's too embarrassing. We are already an old couple, why are you embarrassed? Muttering, Shimura Gentoi thought about which wife to go to for comfort. At the same time, Scorpion, who had completed the ground battle, controlled the Gundam puppet and took Ebizo, who only had the upper body left, to his grandmother's experimental base. Cho, who had just completed the last batch of lunar satellites into orbit, heard that her brother was brought here, and hurriedly put down her work and rushed over. When she arrived at the laboratory, she saw her grandson transplanting a body for her brother Ebizo, which was quite bloody and cruel. Half of Ebizo's body was completely destroyed by Akashi, so he could only be transplanted. Scorpion has some experience in this regard. You will wake up after resting for a while. After the operation, Scorpion placed Ebizo in a nutrition chamber for further recovery. What happened to Sand Village? Cho, who had been silent all this time, suddenly asked with mixed feelings. After all, that was the village she had fought for nearly 30 years. He colluded with the evil demon and cooperated with the evil demon's invasion. Now the entire Sand Village ninja country should have been conquered. Even if there are still people left, it is difficult to make a difference. Scorpion's expression was very calm. Since he was sensible, he had never recognized that guy as his father. No matter what the other party did, and what the ending was, it had nothing to do with him. Silent, Chiyo's heart was quite complicated. Akazaga was her first child, and naturally she had a deep affection for him. Even though she was poisoned that year, she did not blame the boy, but was angry that the boy was too stupid. Unexpectedly, he eventually went astray, colluded with the evil demon, became a traitor, and destroyed Sand Village. Alas! Little Scorpion, you are here too. Suddenly, a figure appeared. It was Shimura Gentoi who teleported here after the battle. Although he consumed a lot of energy in the previous full-strength burst, he still had a little bit of strength left in his body, so it was not a problem to use teleportation. He greeted Scorpion and looked at Miss Cho. He felt that this lady could definitely help him recover his strength faster. You guys chat, I have something else to do. Scorpion turned away knowing the situation, and locked the door of the laboratory to prevent the two people inside from being disturbed. He was not stupid, and although his grandmother tried to cover up, he still saw some clues, but he didn't care. Now everyone's lifespan can be continuously improved with the improvement of strength, and the known lifespan limit is 30,000 years. Even if the grandmother has a lifespan of 10,000 years now, is she going to be a widow and lonely for such a long time? It would be best to find an old partner, and Shimura Gento is a good person. Although he is a little fickle, he is very serious about every woman and is a good destination. Miss Cho, where are you going? Holding the little sister who wanted to run into his arms, Shimura Gento gently bit her delicate ear. Although they are already an old couple, the little sister is still very shy. Don't be here. Seeing that she couldn't escape the clutches, Cho blushed, but unfortunately her proposal was not accepted by someone, and a fierce battle began. After an unknown amount of time, the troops were called off, and after recovering a little, Cho kicked someone out of the laboratory. Then she put on her clothes and stood in front of her brother's nutrient tank. Stop pretending, I can see it all. Controlling the nutrient solution inside to drain out, Cho said unhappily. Cho had kicked that guy out quickly because she saw that her brother had already woken up. It's so embarrassing. Sister, I didn't mean it. Seeing that he was seen through, Ebizo, who was pretending to sleep, opened his eyes and looked embarrassed. He didn't expect to find out about his sister's good deeds as soon as he woke up, so he could only pretend to sleep awkwardly. It's just that although he didn't see anything because of the cover of the nutrient tank, the sound was "Can T block it?" I really didn't expect that my elder sister had such a crazy side, and the most important thing is that my elder sister actually had an affair with that boy. Is my elder sister an old cow eating young grass? Or does that boy like this kind of tune? You seem to be thinking of something rude. Staring at her brother who walked out of the nutrition warehouse, Cho instinctively felt that this brother was up to no good, and her expression gradually became unfriendly. You and Xioxiexi have changed a lot, and you have made a lot of things. Wisely not to pick up the topic of the elder sister, Ebizo walked out of the nutrition warehouse with a face full of sighs. Although he was taken into the puppet by Xioxi before, he could guess the end of Sand Village. Even if it was not destroyed, it would definitely not be good. He had seen the huge puppet of Xioxi. Even if he had not seen its explosive power with his own eyes, that material alone was enough to crush everything. In the past, the biggest limitation of their Sand Village puppetry was the material problem. They had to use wood to shape the puppets, and the strength was naturally limited. Even with the addition of poison to increase attack power, the combat power is still very limited. It's okay to deal with miscellaneous soldiers, but it will be very powerless against real masters. But the elder sister and the little scorpion have taken a completely new path. Obviously, the elder sister's choice back then was correct, and they were the ones who made the mistake. The Sand Village and the ninja world have long been hopeless. Don't go back and let them continue to toss there. Recalling what her grandson said before, Cho also sighed. Back then, the two siblings followed the first generation of Kazekage to establish the Sand Village, but they didn't expect that it would be almost destroyed in just a few decades, and even embarked on a dead end. Are there other hidden dangers in the ninja world? Hearing the elder sister's words, coupled with some previous doubts, Ebizo asked curiously. He has now left the ninja group, and I believe that the elder sister should tell him some truths, at least let him completely give up on the ninja world. You are indeed qualified to know the truth now. After thinking about it, Cho also felt that she could tell her brother some secrets. Next, she wanted her brother to stay and help her do research and continue to develop the puppet system. The Gundam puppet controlled by her grandson before was only a semi-finished product with many shortcomings, which needed to be slowly developed and improved. My brother's puppetry was good back then and he would be a good helper. 435. Chapter 434 Headache Minato. In Yafeng's boudoir, Shimura Gento hugged the soft and weak beauty in his arms, recalling the previous battle. After being forcibly kicked out by Cho, he came to Yafeng's sister-in-law's room and discussed the true meaning of life with her. Then they had a dispute, which turned into a tragic battle. It's a pity that the previous outbreak was too fierce. Although the immortal power was raised to the 4th level, all the Rei's Nanjinden was gone, and the strength dropped sharply, and he only tied with his sister-in-law. Don't force yourself. You don't owe me anything. Gently stroking the belly of Yafeng's sister-in-law, Zhikan Xianding was full of love. His sister-in-law worked too hard. Since she was with him, she has never taken any protective measures and has given birth to 8 babies. He knew that his sister-in-law was grateful that he had saved the mother and child, but now they were an old couple, and it would be awkward to express gratitude again. I want to always owe you. Rest on that solid chest, Yafeng said sweetly. She liked this feeling of peace of mind, which she didn't have when she followed Kisha before. And she liked children very much, the more the better. Okay, as long as you are happy. Seeing that his sister-in-law still answered this way, Zhikan Xianding could only give up, and at the same time thought about how many children would be in the next pregnancy. After being affectionate with his sister-in-law, he got up and left. There are things to do. He needed to sense the trajectory and force field changes formed by the Jotian formation, and make subtle adjustments at the same time, striving to achieve perfection, so as to prevent the lunar satellites from colliding with each other one day in the future. Not long after he left, Yafeng, who had recovered a little, got up to clean up. Dong dong. Mom, it's me. Scorpion's voice came from outside the door, which made Yafeng, who was cleaning up, panic. She hurriedly sped up her movements and finally changed the air in the room. Why didn't you stay in your laboratory today? Yafeng opened the door and motioned her son to come in, with a happy face. This son has been very sensible since he was a child, but unfortunately he is too homely and basically doesn't communicate with outsiders. Until now, he doesn't even have a friend, which makes her very worried. It's a good thing that he can take the initiative to come out today. Yesterday I went to visit my younger brothers and sisters. They are all very cute. Take them home to live. Walking into the room and sitting down, Scorpion spoke calmly, causing Yafeng, who was pouring water, to stiffen and panic in his heart. She had kept the fact that she was with Xianding Jun a secret, and had not told anyone. She even asked Xianding not to be too close to her outside. Even the children she gave birth to were arranged to be taken care of outside. How did Xie know about those children? You don't need to explain. I like those brothers and sisters very much. I don't object to you being with Uncle Xianding. If possible, arrange a marriage with him as soon as possible. Brothers and sisters can't live without a father. After saying this, Xie got up and left. There are some things that he can't say too much, and he has to let his mother figure it out. Not to mention the family in outer space. After Shimura Xianding killed the Otsutsuki Momoshiki trio, the evil demon also wisely ended the offensive against the 5 major ninja countries. Although some people were not killed, the harvest this time was quite rich. Not only did he obtain a huge amount of human souls, but also obtained the chakra that those ninjas had practiced for many years. As a continuation of the gods and demons of the mythological era, his limit is the peak level of the 3rd level. To reach the level of half a step to the 4th level. If he wants to go further, he can only choose to devour chakra, an energy with infinite potential. This harvest is enough to make him break through the limit and achieve the 4th level. Seeing the evil beasts retreating back to the sea again, Six Paths Madara's face was extremely gloomy, and he was so angry that he wanted to chop people. This time they suffered too much loss. More than half of the elite ninjas they trained were injured or killed, and the people in the ground layer died countless. The most important thing is that the power of the evil demons has surpassed them. One evil demon can fight any one of them, and this time there are 5 of them. Even the 2 evil demons who attacked the Sand and Rock Ninja Kingdoms ran over. If it weren't for the Uzumaki 9 ranked with the 9-tailed llama mode to resist one, the loss would be even more severe. Brother, I have found out that there are also people in Konoha who are secretly trading people for the evil demons to devour. The other party is very careful. It is not clear who did it for the time being, but there are not many people who can do it so cleanly. The figure of Uchiha Izuna appeared behind Six Paths Madara, telling a very bad news. It was very unusual that the evil demon could have 5 bodies this time. It must have devoured a large number of humans. It was thought that only the 4 major ninja countries had secret dealings with it, but who would have thought that Konoha also had it? Although the other party was very covert, he still found clues. Let the little monkey abdicate. Looking at Jiraiya on the side, Senju Hashirama's face was also not looking good. Regardless of whether Sarutobi Hiruzen participated in this matter, it was always a manifestation of dereliction of duty and incompetence. Letting him sit in the position of Hokage would inevitably lead Konoha to destruction. Konoha needs a new Hokage. Jiraiya was speechless. He was thinking about whether Sarutobi teacher participated in this matter, or whether the other party knew about it. On the other hand, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had been sitting in the capital of Konoha, had already prepared to abdicate without any delay. When Namikaze Minato and others returned, they handed the Hokage hat full of smoke to Namikaze Minato in public, which was regarded as a continuation of inheritance. I'm sorry, Minato. I'm too incompetent to lead Konoha out of the quagmire, and I left you a mess. With a face full of guilt, Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't expect things to develop to this extent, but he gave a thumbs up to the evil demon in his heart. The capital of Konoha is located in the center of Shinobi country, surrounded by many ninja clans. If the evil demon wants to attack, he must first flatten those ninja clan forces. So although Konoha suffered heavy losses in this battle, his lineage did not suffer any losses, and even the combat power remained intact. 3rd generation sir, there is no need to blame yourself. Anyone who sits in your position can't do better than you. Namikaze Minato opened his mouth to comfort him, but he was very irritable and depressed in his heart. Sarutobi Hiruzen was right. Konoha is indeed a mess now. The contradiction between the Hokage and the ninja clan forces has escalated to the extreme, and even the ninja clan forces have a tendency to break away. In this situation, he really didn't know where to start, let alone reform. Although Hashirama Senju and his fiancé copyright Uzumaki Kyupen were standing behind him, the resurrected dead ancestors were basically from those ninja forces. Once he took action against the ninja forces, those people would definitely not agree. Even if he took action forcefully, there would be shocking hidden dangers. Don't think too much, get married to Kyupen first, you are not young anymore, other things can be done slowly. Patting Minato Namikaze's shoulder, Sarutobi Hiruzen began to plan in his heart. Although the ninja forces have been greatly weakened, there are still 2 big mountains, Hashirama Senju and Madara Six Paths. The good news is that Hashirama Senju and Madara Six Paths had a big battle with the evil demon before, and it seems that their souls were injured. It is impossible for them to show too strong combat power in a short time. This is an opportunity. But before that, they have to kill Uzumaki Kyupen and Minato Namikaze, and create a fatal flaw for Uzumaki Kyupen. Recalling the information about the master's wife, Sarutobi Hiruzen had a plan in his mind. Thank you for the reminder, 3rd generation lord. When mentioning his fiancé copyright Minato Namikaze couldn't help but feel shy. Although he liked Uzumaki Kushina back then, he was also moved by Uzumaki Kyubai's gentleness over the years and liked her very much. Now he is naturally very happy to marry her, and Kyubai, who has the power of the 9 tails, can also help him stabilize the situation. Of course, someone will take care of things like marriage. Minato Namikaze, who has initially become Hokage, convened a meeting to summon all the ninja clan leaders and strong men in the country to discuss the future direction of Konoha and the 5 major ninja countries. Now is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. I propose to send troops to the 4 major ninja countries to unify the ninja world. Uchiha Fugaku spoke first and proposed to launch a war of unification. As soon as he finished speaking, many people agreed. Although Konoha suffered heavy losses this time, the losses of the 4 major ninja countries were even greater. Among them, the Sand Village ninja country even lost its capital, and the third-generation Kazekage was also killed. It is most appropriate to send troops at this time. I object. As the saying goes, one must first stabilize the country before fighting against foreign enemies. The internal problems of Konoha ninja country are much more serious than the external problems. Moreover, our foundation far exceeds that of the four major ninja countries. It won't cause much loss if we put the unification issue aside for the time being. Our recovery speed will be much faster than theirs. Compared to that, the internal problems of Konoha are more serious and more urgent. As soon as these words came out, the huge conference room fell silent instantly. Everyone's eyes flickered and looked at others, as if searching for traitors who secretly cooperated with the evil demon. They were not fools. After knowing that the 5 evil demons appeared, they guessed that someone must have secretly provided the evil demons with a large number of human devouring, or to be more precise, the defective products of those artificial humans. And there must be someone involved in Konoha, but I don't know who is involved. Who are the Dao, and to what extent has the other party cooperated with the evil demon, and whether they have completely turned to the evil demon. Since we are talking about this topic, I will not hide it. Can you explain to me, third-generation Lord, where are all the defective androids you secretly cultivated? Throwing out a piece of information that had been prepared long ago, Uchiha Fugaku directly challenged Sarutobi Hiruzen. They have done an investigation, and Sarutobi Hiruzen secretly cultivated the largest number of androids, which was also confirmed by Orochimaru. In other words, Sarutobi Hiruzen has the largest number of defective androids, so where did those defectives go? Even Namikaze Minato turned his eyes to Sarutobi Hiruzen, and he was suspicious. If Sarutobi Hiruzen secretly cooperated with the evil demon, then he himself was no longer trustworthy and must be guarded against. They are all buried under Maple Leaf Valley. Sarutobi Hiruzen said a place name with a painful look on his face, as if he was repenting for it, and secretly remembered Uchiha. At the same time, he secretly rejoiced that the deal he had made with Orochimaru was limited to the souls of those defective androids, and their bodies were left under the Maple Leaf Valley. He had arranged this long ago. The existence of the bodies of those defective androids was enough to prove to a certain extent that he had not made a deal with the evil demon. After all, other forces that made deals with the evil demon sent people with them. Old Fox. Seeing that Sarutobi Hiruzen was already prepared, Uchiha Fugaku cursed inwardly, knowing that he was a step behind and that others had been on guard for a long time. The next meeting was even more complicated. Everyone wanted to find out who was secretly cooperating with the evil demon. Although some people were guilty, their acting skills were not bad. In the end, after discussing for a day and a night, there was no result, which made things more complicated and chaotic. Some people were even panicked, fearing that they would be framed and killed by others. The complicated situation in Shinobi made Namikaze Minato scratch his head, and he had no idea where to start. He also realized that he had taken it for granted before. What made him even more upset and disappointed was that Jiraiya, who had always supported him, was leaving. The situation in the 4 ninja countries is also very complicated. Teacher, you can go there and take a look. He did not refuse his teacher's proposal to say goodbye. Minato Namikaze really needed a trustworthy person to go to the 4 ninja countries to investigate and get the most authentic information. Teacher Jiraiya, wait until I get married to Minato before leaving. Bringing a set of tea and snacks, Uzumaki Kyupin was full of expectations. She and Minato didn't have any close relatives and elders now. If even Jiraiya left, the wedding would be very embarrassing. How could I miss your wedding? Smiling and agreeing, Jiraiya sighed. The 2 children back then were also at the time to start a family and build a career. But when he thought that he was still single, he was full of sorrow, and couldn't help but think of Orochimaru. I don't know what happened to that guy. 436. Chapter 435, Alien. I'm sorry, Japin. Konoha just went through a war and many people died. The wedding for you is a little simple. At the wedding, Minato Namikaze said with guilt. Uzumaki Japin has paid a lot for him, but he can't even give him a perfect wedding. He is too incompetent. Having you is enough. Uzumaki Japin doesn't care about these. She only has Minato Namikaze in her eyes. As long as she can follow him, she will be satisfied. Is this really your wedding venue? Suddenly, a voice came into the ears of everyone. Jiraiya and others present changed their faces drastically. They stood up and turned their heads to look. 2 young men and women appeared in the back without knowing when. After seeing their faces clearly, especially the heroic young man, everyone's heartbeat stagnated. That's right, the people who came were Shimura Gentoi and Uzumaki Kushina. Sister. Seeing the woman's figure, the bride Uzumaki Kyupin burst into tears of joy, holding up the hem of her wedding dress and ran over to give a deep hug. Move aside, don't crush your nephew. Patting her sister's pink back, Uzumaki Kushina teased. Uzumaki Kyupin separated immediately, and then found that her sister's belly was slightly bulging, obviously pregnant. You are pregnant, which child? With a happy face, Uzumaki Kyupin was very happy that her sister could get pregnant. The third one. Uzumaki Kushina said helplessly, glaring at her man next to her. Originally, she didn't want to get pregnant again after the first child, but that guy was very lustful and had 2 accidents. There was no way, the child was already pregnant, and she couldn't abort it. You should also ask for one as soon as possible. If it's a boy, he and my family will be brothers, and if it's a girl, we will be husband and wife. Uzumaki Kushina was very generous in making a baby marriage, which was also a kind of protection for her sister. She knew very well how deep the pit of the ninja world and ninjas was. The wishes of her sister and Namikaze Minato were just flowers in the mirror and the moon in the water. It was impossible to achieve, and it was doomed to fail in the future. She couldn't save Konoha and the ninja world, but it was not difficult to save her sister and the child. Well, close relatives will give birth to deformed children. At this time, Shimura Gento spoke weakly, not quite agreeing with this baby marriage. Uzumaki Kushina and Uzumaki Kyupin are sisters. Their children are naturally no more than 3 generations. They are cousins. It's best not to get married, otherwise they will regret it for the rest of their lives. If you don't speak, no one will take you as a mute. I glared at him again. This pervert is too inconsiderate. Didn't he see that I was supporting my sister? Sister, brother-in-law, please take a seat. With an awkward smile, Uzumaki Kyubin motioned for the 2 to take a seat. Although the ninja world is hostile to the Shimura family, it is still theirs after all. The bride's family came from far away to attend the wedding, so they must be treated well. Don't worry, we are just the vanguard, the main force is still behind. Nodding, Shimura Xianding took out a large teleportation array disc and placed it on the open ground, activated it with immortal energy, and a space channel appeared instantly. From this side, you can see a large group of people over there, all with long red hair. After the teleportation array was established, a young man came first, and it was the Uzumaki clan leader Uzumaki Ashina. Are you, the clan leader grandfather? After looking for a long time, Uzumaki Jupin asked uncertainly. She had seen a portrait of the clan leader grandfather when he was young, which was very similar to the current one, especially the mole at the corner of the eye. But why is the clan leader grandfather so young? Little Jupin, you have grown up too. Walking forward and stroking Uzumaki Jupin's hair, Uzumaki Ashina felt guilty. When the 2 sisters Uzumaki Kushina were sent to Konoha, they were also intended to let them master the power of the 9 tails, strengthen the connection between Uzumaki, Konoha, and Senju, and deter other ninja villages. Unfortunately, the ruthlessness of the Senju family made his plan fail, and the 2 sisters Kushina also fell into Konoha. If Shimura Gentoi hadn't brought Kushina back last time, he wouldn't have known that Konoha's calculations were so disgusting. Grandpa Village Chief. After confirming that it was the Grandpa Village Chief, Uzumaki Kyupin threw himself into his arms, tears streaming down his face. She stayed alone in Konoha ninja country for these years, and the loneliness was something that ordinary people could not understand at all. In addition, as the 9 tails Jinchuriki, she was watched everywhere. Sometimes she even wondered whether the original decision was right or wrong. There was no way. As she grew older, her vision was also improving. She could see the essence of many things. The problems in Konoha ninja world were countless times more complicated than they had thought. She now had no confidence that she could change Konoha and the ninja world with her husband. Is the venue so small? Shang Shu, who had a dozen children hanging on his body, came over and looked around. He really couldn't believe that this was the wedding scene of the Hokage. It was too shabby. Obito, go back and get a bunch of cooks. As if she understood something, Chihuo Huo, who came with her husband, signaled Uchiha Obito to get some people. There were more people coming this time, even the entire Uzumaki clan came. After so many years of crazy expansion, the population of the Uzumaki clan soared to a terrifying 100,000, most of whom were children. It wouldn't work if there weren't enough seats. If those little guys made a fuss, it would be a big problem. As a junior, Uchiha Obito naturally didn't dare to refuse. He hurriedly used the space pupil technique to return to the Shimura Cooking Academy and brought a large number of chefs and matching seats. Nowadays, the chefs at the Shimura Cooking Academy are all professional and very efficient. When the seats were set, the dishes were served one after another, which made the atmosphere rise instantly. However, Namikaze Minato, the groom, felt very embarrassed when he saw this scene. He had no ability to entertain his wife's family members, and they had to bring their own seats. He was really incompetent. Why are you hiding? Come and sit down, and Minato, come and sit down too. Seeing Hashirama Senju and the other man standing outside, Uzumaki Ashina said unhappily, and was very annoyed with Hashirama Senju's former son-in-law. Why was he so blind to fall in love with that guy in the first place? It wasn't enough to cheat his daughter, he almost cheated the Uzumaki clan. Hashirama Senju felt even more embarrassed when he was named by Uzumaki Ashina, and he could only bite the bullet and walk over to sit down. It was he and Senju who were sorry to Mito, and even more sorry to the Uzumaki clan. These are all my clan members and descendants, what do you think? Asked in a cold voice, Uzumaki Ashina was very upset with this kid's stubbornness, he was really hopeless. A lot. Very good. Scanning the Uzumaki clan members, especially the smiling faces of the children, Senju Hashirama said enviously. Apart from anything else, the population growth rate alone is enough to explain everything. You have to know that those children are not born by android technology, but by normal breeding, which has a very different meaning. The most important thing is that the joy of the children is real, which is something that androids don't have. It seems that you still don't think you are wrong. Seeing Senju Hashirama's intentions, Uzumaki Ashina originally planned to give some pointers, but now he doesn't have that heart. Some people are looking for death, and there is no hope. Senju Hashirama remained silent. He knew that life in the 10,000 Stars Empire was very good, and it was indeed difficult to see hope in the ninja world, but he would not give up. Brother Minato, do you still stick to the ideals of the past? After picking up a bite of food and eating it, Shimura Gento asked. Of course, that is also my ninja way. With a serious face, Namikaze Minato has never given up his ninja way. This determination made Shimura Gentoi lose the desire to continue. He thought that this junior brother and part-time brother-in-law had made some progress after being beaten by society, but who would have thought that he was still a blockhead? The style of ninjas is dark, but you want to manage and even reform them in a grand and righteous way, which will only make you an outlier among ninjas. Maybe there are still some upright people with hope in the ninja world, but what is the probability? If you can't account for more than half and form an absolute advantage, reforming at this time is tantamount to seeking death. Don't get involved in internal reforms first, cultivate your own loyal brothers first, and do those dangerous things after accumulating enough strength. You must know that you are not only a ninja and Hokage now, but also a husband of the 9th rank, and you will become a father in the future. Don't be impulsive and naive. Finally, he couldn't help but kindly remind him that Shimura Gentoi can only do so much. As for whether Namikaze Minato would listen to him and not care, but even if he died as in the original work, he would still take care of the sister-in-law of Uzumaki Kyupen, and would never let his junior brother bleed and cry. When it comes to the word sister-in-law, he can't help but feel warm. The sister-in-law must be protected and must not be allowed to die. Thank you for your advice, senior brother. I toast you a glass. Hearing the kindness in the words, Namikaze Minato thanked him sincerely and toasted a glass of wine. Drinking the glass of wine calmly, Shimura Gento seemed to remember something and reminded him again. By the way, don't think about relying on Jiraiya teacher. He is unreliable. I guess it won't be long before he will choose to escape again and leave Konoha. You have to have your own power. This made Namikaze Minato very embarrassed. He could see that Jiraiya teacher was indeed escaping, but he didn't expect that his senior brother would understand him so well. Has he already said goodbye to you? Noticing the look on his junior's face, Shimura Gento paused his chopsticks and looked over in astonishment. Jiraiya is not that unreliable. Minato Namikaze felt even more embarrassed. He had never expected that Jiraiya would retreat so easily. He is indeed a coward. This is the main reason why Tsunade never liked him. After complaining, Shimura Gento didn't know how to evaluate Jiraiya. In fact, it is understandable to choose to escape, but that guy still wants to train the so-called child of destiny to change the ninja world. You are all that kind of loser. Can you train a disciple who can change the ninja world? Moreover, he doesn't think that with Jiraiya's emotional intelligence, IQ, and knowledge, he can teach his disciples to change the thinking of the ninja world. He can't do it himself, but he expects his disciples to surpass himself. This kind of person is really hopeless. Minato Namikaze was even more embarrassed. He really had no right to interrupt the affairs of the elders, and he did feel that Jiraiya was not reliable in some aspects. You have to know that you just became Hokage, and it is the time when you need support, and you also need someone to serve as a link to the third Hokage. Originally, Jiraiya was the best choice, but he chose to escape. It's really a rip-off. I don't know what you think, but be careful of Sarutobi Hiruzen, that old guy is not a good guy. Suddenly a voice sounded in his ears, which startled Minato Namikaze. He turned his head and found that Shimura was eating and drinking very calmly, but the words just now must have come from this senior brother. Is there really something wrong with the third Hokage? This wave of banquets lasted until late at night. There was no way. The Uzumaki clan was famous for being gluttons with amazing appetites. The standard of this wedding banquet was exquisite, so the quantity would naturally be much less. It was not easy to feed those Uzumaki gluttons. After eating and drinking, Shimura opened the teleportation array again and sent everyone back. After everyone left, Namikaze Minato and the people of Konoha breathed a sigh of relief. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had been hiding in the dark, wiped the cold sweat from his head. Although he had a powerful trump card in his hand, his intuition told him that he was still no match for Shimura. If he really took action, he would surely die. How did that kid practice? 437. Chapter 436, Seal the Nine Tails. Uzumaki Chakra. Deep in the Uchiha clan's underground base, Uchiha Fugaku stared at the mirror in front of him with an extremely gloomy face. The samsara eye in the mirror was still looming and looked very unstable. He had found a way to stabilize the samsara eye, which was the chakra of the Uzumaki clan. They, the Uchiha, had also secretly collected the corpses of the Uzumaki clan's ninjas before, and even used the artificial human technology to cultivate a group of Uzumaki ninjas. But the level of the samsara eye was too high, and it required a very high level of Uzumaki chakra to complete it, and the amount was not small. There is no need to think about the Uzumaki clan who moved to the 10,000 Stars Empire. Not to mention that the Shimura clan is suppressing them, they have no ability to take action. The fact that the Uzumaki clan gave up chakra and turned to cultivating immortal energy alone eliminated that possibility. Now there is only one Uzumaki Kyupen left in the Uzumaki clan in the ninja world, but the other party is the wife of the Hokage, and she is powerful, so it is not easy to take action. Go contact Orochimaru and tell him that I agree to his conditions. After thinking about it, thinking of the potential ally Orochimaru, Uchiha Fugaku decided to play a big one. At the same time, the other four major ninja countries also made moves. Among them, the Sand Village ninja chose the 4th generation Kazekage, who was Shimura former rival Raza. The Mizukage in the Kirigakure ninja kingdom also changed. There is no way. The 3rd generation Mizukage is not young, and coupled with some hidden injuries in the past, his condition has declined sharply. The most important thing is that he no longer has the two-tailed beast's Jinchuriki. If Shimura had not traded away the Hojiki family and the Kagaya family, the Mizukage would have been replaced long ago. However, it has been the limit to hold on until now, and the 4th generation Mizukage is inevitable. While the 5 major ninja countries are undercurrents, Shimura is happily cultivating immortality. With the help of many wives and sisters, he quickly condensed the previously collapsed Raise-Nan Jinden and successfully broke through to the 4th level of the universe. At the same time, the White Zetsu who was stationed in the 5 major ninja countries also collected all the new blood inheritance elimination attributes, nearly 300,000. Although most of them are semi-finished products that are not strong, the rest are perfect, enough to supply the Raise-Nan Jinden system to go further. Of course, the number of finished products must be supplemented to 129,600, so that the second level of the acupoints can be filled. Shimura also has to shape the blood inheritance elimination attributes containing space and time attributes. There was no other way. The attributes of time and space were too rare, and the bloodline created by the ninja world with them was very limited, so he had to complete it. The last time, the bloodline limit attribute was completed by himself, and the same is true this time. Fortunately, the research on Otsutsuki Momoshiki has achieved a lot of results, allowing him to successfully integrate the corresponding new attributes and complete the Raise Nan Jindan system. Just when Shimura Gento was in seclusion, a major event happened in Konoha ninja country. Minato-kun, I'll give you a choice. Do you want to choose your wife or your son? Licking his lips, Orochimaru pinched the baby's slender and fragile neck with his palm, staring at Namikaze Minato with a playful look. Minato, save the child. Uzumaki Kyupin, who was trying his best to suppress the 9 tails in his body, shouted and made a decision for her husband. As a mother, the safety of her child is the most important. Great maternal love. With an evil smile, Orochimaru threw the baby in his hand up and pasted more than a dozen high-quality detonating tags on it. Instinctively, he rushed up with a flash body technique and hugged his son in his arms. At the same time, he tore off the detonating tags and used the Flying Thunder God technique to leave the delivery room. Boom boom! A violent roar was heard, and the delivery room built with rocks and blessed with a barrier was blown to the ground. After all, it was the detonating talisman prepared by Orochimaru himself, and its power far exceeded that of ordinary detonating talismans. Each one was about the same as the power of S-level ninjutsu. When more than a dozen exploded together, the power could be imagined. However, Orochimaru took the Uzumaki Kyupin away first, using the same space ninjutsu. At his level, space ninjutsu is no longer a taboo. Although it is impossible to play with it like Minato Namikaze, it is not difficult to simply teleport people. At the same time, in a forest outside the capital of Konoha, a masked man stared at Orochimaru and the Uzumaki Kyupin, who was seriously injured but still tried his best to suppress the 9 tails. Why is it incomplete? Looking at the Uzumaki Kyupin, who was missing an arm, the masked man looked very unhappy. He needed a huge amount of vortex chakra, the more the better, and the loss of an arm would reduce it a lot. I didn't expect Minato Namikaze to be so cruel and leave the detonating talisman in the delivery room. If I hadn't reacted in time, this girl would have lost more than an arm. With an evil smile, Orochimaru took a few steps back, and the next stage was the masked man's. This is what you want? At this point, the masked man didn't care anymore. After throwing a seal scroll to Orochimaru, he pinched Uzumaki Kyubai's neck with his palm. Chakra swallowing. The huge suction force surged out, and the vast chakra in Uzumaki Kyubai's body was forcibly swallowed away, and finally even the Raise Nan Jindan condensed in the acupoints was sucked and collapsed. At the same time, without the supply and suppression of Uzumaki Kyubai's chakra, the power of the tailed beast seal was greatly weakened, and the 9-tailed beast that was frantically attacking the seal broke through the seal immediately. The scarlet chakra soared into the sky and turned into a huge monster of more than 10,000 meters. 6 paths. The 9 tails, having escaped from the trap, roared to the sky. He finally understood the 6-path sage's plan. It turned out that he wanted to use the Uzumaki 9 rank to breed the reincarnation of Ashura. Before, after the boy was born, he vaguely sensed that a soul had invaded his body. That familiar feeling would never be wrong. And his existence must have been in the calculations of that old man, which was really hateful. After seeing the Konoha capital, the 9 tails immediately condensed a tailed beast ball and shot it. He had long wanted to destroy Konoha. Flying Thunder God Guide Lightning. A figure stood on the tall wall of the Konoha capital, creating a chakra spell to transfer the 1,000-meter-long tailed beast ball to high altitude. In an instant, it seemed as if there was an extra sun in the night sky, illuminating the entire Konoha ninja country. When the 9 tails was only 100 meters in size, it could condense a 10-meter diameter tailed beast ball, which had amazing destructive power. Now that its size has grown to 10,000 meters, the tailed beast ball it condenses will naturally be even more terrifying. Fortunately, Minato Namikaze moved to high altitude, otherwise the aftermath alone would be enough to destroy most of the Konoha ninja country. However, even if the aftermath hit, Konoha country was in ruins, most of the buildings collapsed, and countless people were killed and injured. Senju Wood style, true thousand hands. When the 9 tails condensed the second-tailed beast ball and was about to erupt, a 100,000 meter-sized wood-style giant Buddha suddenly rose in front of it, which was the strongest killer move of Senju Hashirama. The chakra displayed by the 9 tails before was extremely terrifying. Even Senju Hashirama, who was hundreds of kilometers away, could sense it and immediately rushed over with 6 paths Madara using the space pupil technique. No matter what happened, stop the 9 tails first. You still want to play this trick with me? The 9 tails cursed viciously, while spitting out the tailed beast ball in his mouth. He stood up, clasped his claws together, and a golden raised nan grew rapidly, and soon became larger than the true 1,000 hands. In terms of chakra, the 9 tails will not lose to anyone. Get up! Six-path Madara, who also arrived, used the space pupil technique to turn the tailed beast ball that was ejected to the sky. That thing cannot be resisted head-on. Even if his Susanoo can withstand it, Konoha ninja country will become a ruin. Buddha on the top. Senju Hashirama also followed suit. The giant Buddha of wood release leaned forward, and with the help of the huge weight and the power of the giant fist of wood release, he smashed the giant raised nan pushed by the 9 tails. Countless giant fists of wood release smashed on the giant raised nan and were crushed into wood chips in an instant. The power of the giant raised nan is obviously stronger, getting closer and closer to the giant Buddha of wood release. As long as the main body of the giant Buddha of wood release is destroyed, this forbidden ninjutsu will be cracked. If it is one-on-one, the 9 tails will definitely win, but the helpless thing is that Senju Hashirama is not fighting alone. The six-path Madara who had transferred the tailed beast ball before controlled Susanoo to make a detour and slashed at the 9-tailed claws, trying to interrupt the giant Rasengan. Get out of the way! The 9 long tails swung out, smashing the giant Susanoo that had just been raised to cut off. At the moment of being hit by the long tails, the chakra of the giant Susanoo seemed to be sealed, and it was completely blown up under the indescribable force. The 9 long tails of the 9 tails can be integrated with the diamond chains of the Uzumaki clan, and even evolved into the kind of sealing chains possessed by the 10 tails, with extremely strong effects. Although it is impossible to completely seal the Susanoo of six-path Madara, it is not difficult to seal it for a moment. The six-path Madara who was blown away was very confused. He really didn't expect the 9 tails to be so powerful. Seal chain. At this moment, golden chains stretched out, binding the huge body of the 9 tails tightly, and both claws were tied together, and the giant raised nan also collapsed. Buddha on the top. Without the obstruction of the giant raised nan, Hashirama Senju squeezed the chakra in his body at all costs, regenerating countless giant wood fists to smash the 9 tails. Boom! Countless giant fists smashed down, swallowing the huge body of the 9 tails. This is not over yet. He controlled the giant wood Buddha to stand up and move forward, pressing a palm on the 9 tails, and using the huge body of the giant Buddha to press it to the ground. This scene made the 9 tails recall the humiliating scene of the battle at the Valley of the End that year. At that time, he was caught by the giant wood Buddha controlled by Hashirama Senju with a palm. This time it was even worse, and he was pressed to the ground. Stupid woman! Turning his head and looking at the Uzumaki 9 rank who was desperately bursting out the sealing chain, it was that stupid woman who just intervened and made him fail. Minato, stop, don't use that thing! Suddenly, Hashirama Senju, who was standing on the head of the giant wood Buddha, yelled. His tone was extremely anxious. Minato, don't! Uzumaki Kyuubi, who was trying her best to maintain the sealing chain, was also anxious because of the forbidden ninja tool her husband took out. A super ninja tool jointly created by the first generation and Madara-sama, specifically used to deal with the 9 tails. The first generation, Konoha, is handed over to you. Kyuubi, I'm sorry, I'm not a good Hokage, nor a good husband, nor a good father, but for Konoha, I have to do this. Looking at his wife beside him apologetically, Namikaze Minato felt extremely guilty, but he could only do this. He made up his mind and squeezed his body to refine chakra, and poured it all into the sealing jar in his hand. This is the ultimate ninja tool jointly created by the first generation and Madara-sama, enough to seal half of the 9 tails, and the other half can be sealed in his own soul. Senjutsu Asupara Shikifujin. Raising his hand and making a seal, a shiki emerged from the sealing jar. Its huge body was much larger than the 9 tails, and it was filled with a terrifying evil aura and countless negative fluctuations. That was the core of the sealing jar. It referred to the Shikifujin taboo of the Uzumaki clan, and used all the souls of defective androids as the foundation to create the strongest shiki, which was enough to threaten the existence of the 6 paths level, and was specifically targeted at the soul. 6 paths. Sensing the power of the 6 paths sage contained in the shiki, the 9 tails could not guess that the thing was actually the work of the 6 paths sage. All this was calculated by the old man. Minato Namikaze did not dare to delay, and controlled the shiki to reach out and grab, forcibly pulling out the trapped 9 tails soul, temporarily sealing it in himself and the shiki, and the last body was put into the sealing jar. But at the last moment, he caught the Uzumaki 9 rank and was sealed in the sealing jar together. This scene made Minato Namikaze's eyes tear up, but he dared not stop. He could only use his last strength to seal the seal jar into his son Uzumaki Naruto's body, forming a double-tailed beast seal. After doing all this, Minato Namikaze was exhausted, and his soul was swallowed by the giant ghoul behind him and disappeared between heaven and earth. He couldn't be a good Hokage, but at least he could be a qualified Hokage and protect the village. 438. Chapter 437 Ashura Possession. Minato. When Minato's body fell to the ground, Senju Hashirama almost went crazy. It took a lot of effort to train Minato Namikaze, and he had high hopes for him, ready to change Konoha and the ninja world, but who would have thought that this would happen? Ban, can you revive Minato? Seeing his good friend coming, Senju Hashirama asked anxiously. Minato Namikaze is related to the future of the ninja world, and he must not die. His soul was swallowed by the ghouls, how can he be resurrected? With an extremely ugly face, Six Paths Madara wanted to kill someone now. He also had high hopes for Minato Namikaze, but he didn't care whether he could change the ninja world. What he really cared about was Minato's potential. He had great hope that he would become a Six Paths level strongman in the future and fight side by side with them. But such an outstanding junior died in front of him, using the forbidden ninja tool they made. That ninja tool was made by them specifically for the Nine Tails, but it was far from the expected level. It took the sacrifice of at least a half-step Six Paths level strongman to seal the strengthened Nine Tails. After the seal is completed, the soul of the caster will merge with the ghouls and dissipate between heaven and earth. Although the Samsara Eyes reincarnation technique can perfectly resurrect the dead, it must have a soul. Without even a soul, how can it be resurrected? In other words, Minato Namikaze is completely dead. How dare you? Suddenly, as if sensing something, Madara swung the sage staff in his hand, but was blocked by a long stick burning with flames. The sage staff's ability to decompose everything could not break through the layer of flames, and did not hurt the long stick inside. Little monkey, put down Minato's child. Hashirama Senju, who also reacted, was angry and even condensed the sage staff. Hashirama Senju, the Nine Tails is Konoha's property. You have already left Konoha and have no right to take it away. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was wrapped in flames, was fearless and faced Six Paths Madara and Senju Hashirama. He held the infant Uzumaki Naruto in his arms. Minato's child can die, but it is not a bargaining chip for you to threaten us. Full of murderous intent, Six Paths Madara never accepts threats. Hashirama Senju, ban, the times have changed. It is no longer your time now. Sneering, Sarutobi Hiruzen inserted one end of the golden hoop in his hand into the ground, and the vast chakra poured in, extending infinitely downward. Under the control of Earth Escape and the strange flame, the entire bottom layer was pierced like tofu and entered the underground magma layer. The strange flame merged with the underground magma, making it boil. The huge force was transmitted upward along the Ruyi stick, and the whole earth trembled and roared. Bloodline Network. With his eyes wide open, Madara Six Paths stared at the strange flame in disbelief. Only then did he realize that the flame was extraordinary, and it was even higher in nature than the immortal staff in his hand. The immortal staff was the ultimate evolution of the Seeking Truth Jade, which itself was the fusion of yin-yang and 5 elements, but the fusion was not thorough, and it did not reach the level of the Bloodline Network with 7 attributes. But how did Sarutobi Hiruzen obtain the Bloodline Network? Think about it carefully. If you insist on going to war, I don't mind destroying the entire Konoha ninja country. Continuing to induce the underground magma, Sarutobi Hiruzen threatened resolutely, but in fact he was also very nervous. There was no way. Although he got the strange meteorite by chance and used it to fuse the Bloodline Network, the flame had only one function, which was to induce the underground magma to erupt and form a volcano. His own offensive and defensive capabilities were very ordinary. If he really fought, he would not be the opponent of Senju Hashirama and the others. Now he can only threaten with this way of mutual destruction, hoping that Hashirama Senju can take the overall situation into consideration as he did in the past, otherwise he will be in trouble. Van. Sensing that Sarutobi Hiruzen does have the ability to destroy Konoha ninja country, Hashirama Senju stopped his good friend who wanted to take action. Now the ninja world can't stand the toss. Take good care of Minato's child. Without saying much, Hashirama Senju jumped away. Although it was very unfair to Minato to hand the child over to Sarutobi Hiruzen, since the little guy became the new Nine Tails Jinchuriki, Sarutobi Hiruzen would never kill him. You must know that only the 9th grade child can bear the power of the 9 tails now. If Sarutobi Hiruzen wants to master the power of the 9 tails, he must keep Uzumaki Naruto and even protect him. Six Paths Madara snorted coldly and left as well, but before leaving, he glanced at Uzumaki Naruto who was held in Sarutobi Hiruzen's arms. The little guy gave him a strange feeling, but he couldn't tell what was strange for a moment. Little guy, you are very lucky. Seeing that Hashirama Senju and Madara Six Paths retreated as expected, Sarutobi Hiruzen breathed a sigh of relief and looked down at the baby in his arms. Finally, the new 9 tails Jinchuriki was snatched. Although the plan had a big change, fortunately the result was still under control. How could the 9 tails be born so soon? Thinking of the previous changes, Sarutobi Hiruzen's face was uncertain. He had a set of plans, but in the end he found that there seemed to be a third party intervening, and almost destroyed the entire Konoha kingdom. This uncontrollable variable made him very unhappy, very unhappy. First find Jiraiya, and then conceal the death of Minato and Kyubin. For the time being, he couldn't figure out who the third party was, and Sarutobi Hiruzen was thinking about how to further keep the 9 tails Jinchuriki. The previous commotion was not small, and the Shimura family is likely to send people to investigate, so we must be prepared. We must not attract Uzumaki Kushina and others, otherwise the consequences will be disastrous. Sarutobi Hiruzen was right. The Shimura family did know about the previous commotion at the first time. Not only did they secretly send more white Zetsu to sneak in to investigate, but the satellites and space stations in the sky also scanned and observed to the maximum extent, and saw the whole process of the matter. Even in the second half, Shimura Gento came out to watch. Don't worry, Jupin won't die. I specifically told Joey to take good care of Jupin. Don't worry about the child. The little guy should have been possessed by Ashura, and it will be Ashura who will suffer in the future. Patting the shoulders of his wife beside him, Shimura Gento was wise and everything was within his expectations. He had expected the 9 tails rebellion to happen, and even thought about personally guiding it. However, he secretly asked Uzumaki Zetsu to observe and found that the child in Uzumaki Kyubin's belly did not have the soul of Ashura during the gestation process. In other words, Ashura's reincarnation was not a genuine reincarnation, but a possession. Since the Six Path Sage was also watching this drama, there was no need for him to be a villain. If the Six Path Sage wanted his 2 sons to reincarnate again, he had to kill Namikaze Minato, because with Namikaze Minato's strength, once he broke through to the 6 Paths level, he would probably be able to detect the soul of Ashura. So Namikaze Minato was bound to die, and Uzumaki Kyubin, who was the 9 tails Jinchuriki, was also bound to die, because in order to promote the growth of Uzumaki Naruto, he had to use the chakra of the 9 tails. Even Shimura Gentoi was speculating that the other half of the Yin 9 tails would probably be left to Uchiha Sasuke, the reincarnation of Indra, by the 6 Paths Sage. Only in this way could 2 major forces be created in a short period of time. Can't you just rescue Jupin? With a pleading look on her pretty face, Uzumaki Kushina really didn't want to leave her sister there any longer. We can save her once, can we save her forever? The ninja world is a bottomless pit. If we don't let her see the true nature, she will die if she stays there. It's a good opportunity to let her see the darkness of Konoha and the true face of Minato Namikaze, so that she can leave the ninja world on her own. Without agreeing to his wife's request, Shimura Gento had already written a script for the sister-in-law who worked part-time as a brother-in-law, enough to let her see the true face of Minato Namikaze. That's right, it's the true face of Minato Namikaze. After many observations, he found that Minato Namikaze's temperament was very similar to Hashirama Senju. They were both the kind of people who could give up everything for Konoha. For example, this time he used his own son as the 9 tails Jinchuriki, allowing Konoha to continue to control the 9 tails. Jinchuriki is not an easy job. With Minato Namikaze's intelligence, it is impossible for him not to think of this, but that guy still insisted on doing so, which shows that in his heart, Konoha is more important than his wife and children. He is indeed a good Hokage, but not a good father and husband. If the Uzumaki Naruto in the original book had not been mentally abnormal and had not felt resentment for being treated like that, he would have been killed by the 3rd Hokage and Shimura Danzo. The state of the other person after the destruction of the Nishikage family is what a normal person should behave like. Uzumaki Naruto is definitely abnormal. Even some stupid netizens in the previous life were speculating whether Uzumaki Naruto had been hit by Kota Amatsukami or other powerful illusions. It's too unreasonable. What's wrong? While thinking about things, he suddenly felt cold. He turned his head and found that his wife Kushina was staring at him unkindly with a very cruel look. "Are you trying to harm my sister?" Suppressing the anger in her heart, Uzumaki Kushina finally understood that this guy was targeting her sister. "Do you still want to have a sister? What are you thinking about?" Decisively rejected, Shimura Gentoi would not admit that he had evil intentions towards his brother's wife who was also his sister-in-law. Even if there was in the future, it was the result of being unable to help himself. "I agree." Glazing, but suddenly Uzumaki Kushina's expression changed and she agreed to this matter. She did not forget that her perverted man wanted to find 49 wives, and now there were still many shortfalls. Instead of letting this guy continue to flirt with other women outside, it would be better for them to take the initiative to find some sisters and make up the number as soon as possible. As the saying goes, good things should not flow to outsiders, it is better to find your own sister than to find someone else. Anyway, she had long disliked the sissy Namikaze Minato. In her opinion, her sister was killed by Namikaze Minato. At the same time, she was very regretful. She should have been tougher and forcibly took her sister away from Konoha, and there would not have been the subsequent things. What? Shimura Gento was confused by his wife's sudden change, and it was really hard for him to adapt. "Don't pretend, you must have had intentions for my sister for a long time, don't think I don't know that you prefer to have a wife. Perverted hobby." Giving a contemptuous look, Uzumaki Kushina couldn't figure out what sin she had committed in her previous life to meet this perverted guy. Perverted, it's okay, but he's also horrible, and a lot of new knowledge makes her almost embarrassed. This guy is a complete pervert. What's wrong with a man being perverted? After making sure that his wife was not joking, Shimura Gento responded confidently. No matter how perverted he was in front of his wife, it was reasonable. This is called husband and wife romance. Clang. "You really have intentions for my sister, tell me, when did it start?" A long sword was pressed against the vital point, and Uzumaki Kushina was so angry that she wanted to chop someone. I had said those words to test him before, but I didn't expect that this pervert would really set his sights on his sister. "You pervert!" Looking at his angry wife, and then at the long sword against his vitals, Shimura Gento looked up at the sky speechlessly. Comrade Xiao Zhang's mother was right. The more beautiful a woman is, the more likely she is to lie. This truth also applies to the other world. 439. Chapter 438, Reinstatement of the Shadow. Ken Sarutobi Hiruzen cause a volcanic eruption. After receiving the information brought back by his clan members, the teacup in his hand was instantly crushed by Senju orange water. Last night, he did see the movement in Konoha's capital, especially the 2 explosions of the tailed beast balls that were as big as the sun. At that time, he guessed that the 9 tails had gone berserk. And the 9 tails' strength was enough to severely damage the forces of the 3rd Hokage in Konoha's capital. He was even planning to take people there to seize power and become the 5th Hokage. But who would have thought that the tribesmen brought back intelligence that Konoha was still there, only part of it was destroyed, and the casualties were all ordinary people, and the main ninjas were not damaged. The most important thing is that Sarutobi Hiruzen actually created a volcano outside Konoha. You must know that it is a real volcano, not the lava escape that is eliminated by bloodline limit and bloodline elimination. If there is a large-scale volcanic eruption, the land of Konoha Ninja Kingdom will definitely be destroyed. Even if you hide in the underground base, it is useless. The magma is enough to turn the underground base into a furnace, and everyone will die. In addition, there are some toxic gases emitted by the volcanic eruption. Once it spreads over a large area, it will definitely turn Konoha Ninja Kingdom into a Jedi. In other words, Sarutobi Hiruzen has the power to destroy the country. No matter how much this power costs, it is always an absolute deterrent weapon. According to our informant, Sarutobi Hiruzen brought a baby back. I guess it's probably the child of Uzumaki Kyubin. The 9 tails seems to be sealed as well. That child is probably the new 9 tails Jinchuriki. The Senju clan members continued to report and express their guesses. Wait a minute, if Sarutobi Hiruzen is going to become the Hokage again, then Namikaze Minato and Uzumaki Kyubin may have met with an accident, or at least suffered a serious injury. Wait until the situation of Minato and Kyubin is confirmed before making a decision. The elder of the Senju clan next to him calmly analyzed that he could not act rashly now and wait until the situation was confirmed. Doesn't the 9 tails get along well with Kyubin? Why did it suddenly go berserk? Thinking of another question, Senju Orange Water was puzzled. After all, he had lived in the Senju clan for a few years, and Uzumaki Kyubin had some contact and friendship with them. He also knew that Uzumaki Kyubin got along well with the Nine Tails, especially in the last Ninja World War. Why did it suddenly go berserk? Not to mention that Senju Orange Water didn't understand, even Uchiha Fugaku, the culprit of the Nine Tails chaos, was also very puzzled. Why did the Nine Tails roar at the Six Paths? Is it because of the Six Paths Madara? Thinking about the reasons, Uchiha Fugaku roughly guessed that it should be related to Six Paths Madara. After all, it was the Nine Tails controlled by Six Paths Madara that fought the first generation of Hokage in the Valley of the End, which led to the Nine Tails being sealed for decades. It is normal for the Nine Tails to hate Six Paths Madara. Thinking of this, he did not waste brain cells thinking deeply, but turned to look at a huge seal scroll. After swallowing the chakra of the Uzumaki 9 rank last night, he wanted to return immediately to avoid being discovered by Senju Hashirama and Six Paths Madara. But halfway through, he unexpectedly sensed a mysterious wave attracting him. He looked over and found that it was a special entity formed by countless souls, and even contained the soul of Minato Namikaze and half of the Nine Tails. The moment he saw that thing, he understood that Minato Namikaze must have sacrificed himself and forcibly split and sealed the Nine Tails. But that was just a good deal for him. He immediately used the sealing technique to seal it up and brought it back for research. It doesn't work again. I have to find a stronger sealing tool. Looking at the evil power escaping from the sealing scroll, Uchiha Fugaku rubbed his forehead and thought about what kind of ninja tool to find to seal it. The soul that was gathered was too evil and huge, and with half of the Nine Tails inside, ordinary sealing scrolls could not last for too long. It must be sealed completely, but they don't have a Uzumaki 9 rank to carry the Nine Tails. Although they also used the blood and flesh of the Uzumaki ninjas collected before as the foundation to cultivate a group of artificial humans, their strength and potential are extremely limited. Maybe it's okay to resist the previous Nine Tails, but thinking back to the Super Nine Tails that was 10,000 meters long that night, Uchiha Fugaku gave up the idea. I have to go to Kumagakuer. Thinking of the Six Paths ninja tools owned by Kumagakuer village, Uchiha Fugaku decided to go to Kumagakuer village in person to get those Six Paths ninja tools, especially the 2 sealing tools. It's almost done. After making a decision, Uchiha Fugaku looked up at the samsara eye that was gradually stabilizing in the mirror. He was full of excitement and his face became more and more ferocious and gloomy. He was about to get the real samsara eye, and then all the enemies would have to die, especially that Shimura toy. Not to mention Uchiha Fugaku's plan, Sarutobi Hiruzen on the other side sent a letter to summon all the ninja clan leaders and village leaders of Konoha Ninja Kingdom to come back for a meeting, saying that he wanted to sit on the position of Hokage again. Although many ninja clan forces were very unhappy with Sarutobi Hiruzen, thinking back to the volcano outside the capital of Konoha Kingdom, they had no choice but to agree to let Sarutobi Hiruzen resume his position as Kage. But no one took it seriously. They didn't believe that Sarutobi Hiruzen would use that kind of power without a price. As long as it couldn't be used easily as a regular force, there would be no problem. Hiruzen, this is not a solution. After all the outsiders left, Koharu-ten said worriedly. Although she was shocked that Sarutobi Hiruzen could have the disaster-level power to shape a volcano, she soon accepted it. The problem now is that the situation in Konoha is too complicated, especially after the reforms by Minato Namikaze, it has become even more chaotic. The attitudes of the major ninja clans just now are very clear. Although they recognize their rule again, they will not obey orders. The situation has returned to the situation before the Third Ninja World War, and it is even more complicated. At the same time, they also completely hated Hashirama Senju and Madara Six Paths, and there are a lot of problems. Minato is still too naive. Taking a puff of smoke, Sarutobi Hiruzen was also troubled by the current situation. The bloodline net fire fused with the meteorite is indeed very strong and can cause the underground magma to erupt, but the price is not small. Use it once, and the lifespan will be reduced by 10 years. Who can bear this? Even if I have mastered the Yin seal, my appearance will not change, but the essential aging will not change. Using that as a deterrent last night, my lifespan will be reduced by more than 10 years. This thing is the same as the tailed beast. It can only be used as a deterrent force and cannot be used as a conventional means. Minato is indeed too naive, just like the first generation. Also gloomy, Midaman Yan admitted that Namikaze Minato was excellent, but too naive. It was not feasible to lead ninjas with that style of doing things. Not to mention that kid wanted to make reforms, and the first ones whose interests were affected by the so-called reforms were them. They had held high positions for many years, and they arranged their family members into the government affairs system and occupied the entire power structure. If Namikaze Minato wanted to reform, he had to kick out the people they had worked so hard to get in. Can this be tolerated? Not to mention other places, it can only be said that the kid is not suitable to be a Hokage. The reason why the first generation was able to do well in those days was not only because he had the invincible power in the ninja world, but more importantly, the assistance of the second generation Hokage. Without these two things, who would care about you? Although Namikaze Minato was strong, he was not strong enough to be invincible in the ninja world, especially the major the ninja clan has developed many powerful weapons and is not afraid. As for the think tanks like the second generation Hokage, there is no one who is as cruel and ruthless as him. A commander without any troops wants to reform. It is simply seeking death. But it is understandable. After all, they only focused on improving their strength before, and did not develop their ability in political tactics. They also went through this way. But it doesn't matter if that kid died, but it made the mess of Konoha even worse. 440. Chapter 439 The Awakening of the Weak. Are Uzumaki Kyuubi and Namikaze Minato really dead? Akimichi Tuka, who had been silent all the time, asked a key point. Now everything they have is linked to Sarutobi Hiruzen's position as Hokage. Once Namikaze Minato and Uzumaki Kyuubi appear again, all their advantages will disappear. Those ninja clan forces will inevitably take the opportunity to attack. At that time, they will die, and the families behind them will also be destroyed. Don't be careless. Koharu Udaten and Mizudaman looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen in unison, and they also attached great importance to this. Minato's soul was devoured and disappeared, and his body was turned into ashes because of excessive pressure from performing secret techniques. The Nine Tails finally counterattacked with a claw, and his body was completely destroyed. Even Six-Path Madara admitted that he could not revive Minato and the others. Sarutobi Hiruzen gave a positive answer. He had been hiding underground and observing secretly until he was sure that Six-Path Madara could not revive Minato and his wife. Then he took away Uzumaki Naruto and confronted him. The previous events seem to be different from what we planned. Hiruzen, has something happened? After settling down and thinking of the thrill of last night, Mizudaman realized that something was wrong, and something they didn't know must have happened. There is a third party involved, and there is no clue for the time being. Taking a puff of smoke in boredom, Sarutobi Hiruzen has been thinking about who made the move. Could it be someone from the 10,000 Stars Empire or the Shimura family? The first person that Koharu Udaten suspected was the Shimura family. After all, if one wants to plot against Uzumaki Kyuubi and Namikaze Minato, one must have the strength of the Six Paths level. There is no such person in the ninja world for the time being, so it can only be someone from the Shimura family. It's possible, but we cannot rule out the possibility that there are forces hidden in the ninja world that we don't know about. Nodding, Sarutobi Hiruzen first suspected the Shimura family. The most crucial point is that the Shimura family didn't send anyone over, not even Uzumaki Kushina. The noise last night was very loud, and he didn't believe that the Shimura family didn't notice it. Since they chose to remain silent, there must be something else going on. What should we do in the future? Thinking of the strength of the Shimura family, Koharu Udaten couldn't help but feel a little desperate. The opponent was too strong, so they couldn't see any hope of winning at all, and failure meant death. She didn't want to die. Let's take it one step at a time. Since the Shimura family has been vigorously developing outer space, they must have discovered an unknown powerful enemy. We just need to wait for the Shimura family and the unknown powerful enemy to be defeated or destroyed together. Sarutobi Hiruzen said his own thoughts, and he knew that this was their only way out. The strength of the two sides was too different, and the speed of their progress was 10 streets ahead of them. If the improvement speed on their side was 1, then the improvement speed of the Shimura family and the 10,000 Stars Empire was 10 at the beginning. What the hell? So he never thought of fighting the Shimura family head-on, but only prayed that the outer space powerful enemy that the Shimura family was prepared for was strong enough, and it would be best if both of them died together. Then they could find an opportunity to turn the tables. Although it was very passive, who made them weak? As a weak person, the only chance is to endure, and endure until the opportunity comes. The new Nine Tails Jinchuriki should be very valuable to cultivate. Hiruzen, you should take more care of him in the future. Midaman thought of the child brought back by Sarutobi Hiruzen. He knew very well that it was the child of Namikaze Minato and Uzumaki Kyupen, named Uzumaki Naruto. It is said that Namikaze Minato felt guilty, so he let the child take his wife's surname. In fact, it is true. After all, the Namikaze family has long been gone, and only Namikaze Minato is left, who is considered a son-in-law. The Uzumaki family is at its peak and is becoming more and more powerful. Letting the child take the surname of Uzumaki Kyupen will have many advantages. I will pay attention. I just hope that kid can be smarter or stupider. Nodding, Sarutobi Hiruzen knew the importance of the Nine Tails without his old friend's reminder. And Uzumaki Kyupen had already demonstrated the power of the Nine Tails in the previous Ninja World War, which was enough to compete with Senju Hashirama and Six Paths Madara. It's a pity that they can't bear the power of the Nine Tails, otherwise they would have sealed the Nine Tails into their bodies long ago. What are you going to do about Jiraiya? Suddenly speaking, Akimichi Tofu knew that Jiraiya would be a difficult hurdle, but he had to keep Jiraiya stable. Konoha suffered such a disaster, and my personal disciple, Minato Namikaze, went out to play. It was because I didn't teach him well. If Jiraiya was there last night, the Nine Tails might not have broken the seal. Sighing again, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked regretful, but Yuta and Koharu and the other two understood it immediately, and they all began to think about spreading this statement in their hearts, which could not only force Jiraiya away reasonably, but also divert some of the anger of the villagers. The losses in the capital last night were not small, with countless casualties, and the people needed an outlet to vent their fear, anger, and hatred. While the few people were discussing, Jiraiya was running wildly on the sea, taking a detour back to Konoha Ninja Country. There was quite a bit of noise last night, especially the two-tailed beast balls that lit up the entire night sky. He naturally saw it, and as soon as he saw the direction, he immediately knew that something had happened in Konoha. He immediately put down everything in his hands and rushed to Konoha Ninja Country. Unfortunately, his luck was bad. Before, Kirigakure Ninja Country was the farthest from Konoha Ninja Country among the four major ninja countries, and there was a large sea in between. The most fatal thing was that the sea was the lair of the evil demons, and it was impossible to pass through from the top. He could only go around in a big circle, which increased the distance several times. Jiraiya rushed all the way without sparing the consumption of chakra. On the third day, he finally arrived at the capital of Konoha. Seeing the half-destroyed buildings in the city, his heart immediately sank. What happened? Jiraiya caught a passing ninja and asked anxiously, trying to figure out what happened. Could it be that the Shimura family or the 10,000 Stars Empire broke in? Jiraiya, you came back too late. The Nine Tails ran away, the fourth generation and the fourth generation's wife were seriously injured and unconscious, and the village suffered heavy losses. The Konoha ninja who was stopped said sadly, with a sad face. His girlfriend also died last night. They had agreed to get married next year. How is it possible? Didn't the Nine Tails get along well with the Nine Tails? With a look of disbelief on his face, Jiraiya really couldn't believe that the Nine Tails would go berserk. You know, since the last Ninja World War, the relationship between the Nine Tails and the Nine Tails has always been good. The Nine Tails also took the initiative to lend its power to the Nine Tails, and it has never gone berserk. Why did it suddenly go berserk? Pa! At this moment, an egg suddenly hit Jiraiya, who was in a daze, and had no time to dodge and was hit in the face. The fishy egg white and yolk slid down and stained his body. This scene made Jiraiya confused, and when he saw that the culprit was a child, he was even more confused. Don't be angry, Jiraiya. The child's parents died in the Nine Tails rebellion. Some people think that if Jiraiya was there, the Nine Tails would definitely not go berserk. Some villagers have misunderstandings about you. The Konoha ninja hurriedly explained and signaled the child over there to leave quickly. Jiraiya said nothing, and walked silently towards the Hokage building, ready to ask the teacher what was going on. The most important thing was to find out what was going on with Minato and the Kyuubin couple. 441. Chapter 440 Jiraiya's Guilt. Knock, knock. Come in. After knocking on the door, Jiraiya walked into the Hokage's office. As soon as he came in, he saw the pile of documents and the teacher who was almost buried by countless documents. Especially seeing the teacher's much older appearance, Jiraiya was full of self-blame and guilt. You're back just in time, you will be the 5th generation Hokage in the future. Looking up and seeing the figure of his disciple, Sarutobi Hiruzen took off the Hokage hat on his head and threw it to Jiraiya. He also got up from that seat and sat on the sofa next to him, smoking tiredly without any nostalgia. He caught the Hokage hat full of smoke. Although it only weighed as much as a kunao, it seemed as heavy as a mountain to Jiraiya. He couldn't afford it, let alone wear it. Teacher, you know, I'm not the material to be a Hokage. After returning the Hokage hat to the teacher, Jiraiya sat on the sofa with him and looked at the devastated Konoha capital through the French windows. On the way here, he had seen the miserable state of Konoha. It was really miserable. Most of the buildings collapsed, and countless people were injured. There were cries everywhere. Especially the angry and resentful eyes of some people looking at him, and some gossip, made Jiraiya feel guilty. He even wondered if he could have prevented this tragedy if he had stayed in Konoha, and whether Minato and Kyubin would not have died. Alas! How long are you going to escape? With a sigh, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a little disappointed. Although he had expected this scene, he was still very angry to see this disciple escape again. This disciple was good in everything, but he was too naive and upright. If he could stay and help him like Orochimaru did back then, the situation would be much more stable. What a pity! Why did the Nine Tails suddenly go berserk? Jiraiya did not respond to the teacher's words and asked about the business. He still couldn't figure out the reason why the Nine Tails went berserk. He had a good relationship with Uzumaki Kyubin before, so why did he suddenly go berserk? Someone raided the delivery room and took Kyubin outside Konoha City and released the Nine Tails. The other party was very careful, and no clues have been found so far. The delivery room was also bombed into ruins. Minato and Kyubin died before they could leave any clues. Hiruzen Sarutobi's face darkened, and he couldn't figure out who was behind it. According to his understanding, if it was the Shimura family who took action, they would never be so secretive. The most likely possibility was that it was from the ninja world, or even from inside Konoha ninja country. It's just that no clues have been found, and it's very passive. It's really uneasy to have such a powerful force hiding in the dark. What? Minato and Kyubin died? Didn't they say they were seriously injured and unconscious? Standing up in shock, Jiraiya never thought that his disciple would die young. I said that to calm people's hearts and avoid turmoil, but it won't be suppressed for long. Taking a puff of smoke, Sarutobi Hiruzen knew how bad the current situation was, and at the same time he couldn't help but blame the first generation and the Shimura family. The first generation took it for granted back then, and gathered so many ninja clans to form Konoha. Although it brought a deep foundation to Konoha, it also left many hidden dangers. The Shimura family was even worse, spreading so many secret techniques, which made the ninja clan's strength expand rapidly. The Sarutobi family itself was not very strong. Even if they also obtained those secret techniques, the strength they could improve was far less than that of the Senju Uchiha clan. If he hadn't used that mysterious meteorite to barely fuse the bloodline of the earth and fire, it would have been impossible to snatch Uzumaki Naruto from the hands of Senju Hashirama and the others, let alone restore the position of Kage. The Nine Tails roared at the Six Paths after breaking the seal. I suspect it is related to Six Paths Madara. Don't go there again. Speaking of another piece of information, Sarutobi Hiruzen put the blame on Six Paths Madara. Many people in Konoha heard the roar of the Nine Tails, which is a strong evidence. It is unlikely that it was done by Madara-sama. He has no motive. Shaking his head, Jiraiya knew the arrogant nature of Six Paths Madara very well, and Six Paths Madara attached great importance to Namikaze Minato, so it is impossible for him to calculate like this. However, since the Nine Tails roared like this, it is indeed a clue. Teacher, this matter is very strange. There must be a force hiding in the dark and plotting something. It will become a great disaster for the ninja world in the future. I want to find that force. With hatred in his heart, Jiraiya wanted to find out and destroy that mysterious force right now. He had high hopes for Minato and believed that he was the son of destiny who could change the ninja world. But now he died young, which made all his efforts go to waste and shattered the hope of the ninja world. How could he not be angry? Well, this old man can still hold on for a few more years. When you are tired, come back and take over my job. No more insistence, and Sarutobi Hiruzen really needs someone to go out and investigate to see who is hiding in the dark. Go and see Minato and Kyubin's child before leaving. With a reminder, Sarutobi Hiruzen sat in that seat again and dealt with the piles of documents. Although the Nine Tails was sealed quickly, the aftermath of the two-tailed beast balls caused a devastating blow to the village, and nearly half of the buildings collapsed. Afterwards, the aftermath of the first Hokage's true thousand hands spread over and caused problems with the village's foundation. Coupled with the impact of the death of Minato Namikaze and his wife, there were a lot of things going on. Not only in Konoha City, but also in Konoha Ninja Kingdom, the ninja forces have also made some small moves, and even the 4 major ninja countries are planning something. There are too many things to deal with, and he wishes he could divide himself into 100 people. Looking at the teacher who was still buried in the pile of documents, Jiraiya felt even more guilty. The reason why he didn't become a Hokage was that he didn't like being bound, but more importantly, he had no confidence and no face. He didn't dare to face the eyes of those villagers. Others didn't know, but he knew that the reason he left Konoha was mainly to escape, and he didn't want to be caught between the disciple and the teacher. But because of his escape, his disciple and his wife died. How could he take over the Hokage hat? Not to mention that he was the one who released the evil demon that caused the Third Ninja World War. So many people died at the hands of the evil demon and the beast. He will never be able to pay for this sin in his lifetime. What Jiraiya didn't know was that not long after he left the office, the 3 people of Uda and Koharu came and were very satisfied with Sarutobi Hiruzen's arrangement. Jiraiya is also a good boy, but it's a pity that I can't use him. Midamanen was also very optimistic about Jiraiya. He was a good tool man, but it was a pity that he was too naive and upright to become their capable subordinate or even confidant. As a person in power, in addition to being glorious and upright on the surface, there must be a force to clear everything in secret. Jiraiya was strong enough, but his character was far from enough. They even had to worry that the boy would turn against them after the truth was exposed. Without the deterrence of Minato and the first generation, many people have their own ideas. We need a force that walks in the dark to continue to deter the little guys. I plan to let Shinashuk lead a unit, named Root, to absorb nutrients in the dark and protect Konoha. You can send the right person to me. Putting down the documents in his hand, Sarutobi Hiruzen pinched his nose and made a suggestion. Comparatively, the power of their Hokage is weaker than that of medium and large ninja clans, especially in the previous Ninja World War. The Senju family and the Uchiha family had an ambiguous relationship and were likely to unite. Once the 2 powerful families join forces, the consequences will be unimaginable. They need a force to check and balance the 2 powerful families and destroy their alliance. 442.